Chapter 1. Xiao, you're finally awake. A somewhat excited voice came into Qin Zhao's ears. Qin Zhao struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and his vision finally became clear. What he saw was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had red phoenix eyes, an aquiline nose, thick and thin lips, and a resolute face. However, from his somewhat messy hair and bloodshot eyes, it could be seen that his spirit was not so good. His face also seemed to have aged a lot. Father. Qin Zhao struggled to get up and knelt in front of Qin Dingtian. His eyes were moist. I'm unfilial. Father, I've implicated you. What happened a few days ago was still vivid in Qin Zhao's mind. When he thought of it, his hatred was still monstrous. Xiang Town, located in the east of Nanyang City in Lufeng County of Desert Country, was considered one of the most powerful towns in Nanyang City. Xiang Town could be ranked first or second among the 16 towns in Nanyang City because of the existence of the Qin clan. The Qin clan's history of development was only about 50 years, but it firmly occupied the position of the most powerful force in Xiang Town 40 years ago. In the hands of Qin Zhao's grandfather, Qin Li, it could be said that it was in the limelight for a while and even had the momentum to surpass the Nanyang City Lord Mansion. 16 years ago, Qin Li suddenly died for unknown reasons, and Qin Zhao's father, Qin Dingtian, took over the position of the Qin clan head. Although Qin Dingtian was the youngest among the 6 brothers in the family, his talent was the highest. Now, he was also an expert in the late stage of reincarnation realm, absolutely the first person in the Qin clan. Looking at the whole Nanyang City, only the city lord could beat him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the second expert in Nanyang City. In a world where martial arts were respected, strength was naturally the power that determined everything. Martial Dao realms, brute force realm, spirit energy realm, reincarnation realm, bone transformation realm. Each realm was divided into 4 stages: front, middle, and peak. Reincarnation realm experts were absolute experts in Nanyang City. The total number of reincarnation realm experts in Nanyang City did not exceed 20, which could be said to be pitifully few. The Qin clan had as many as 3 reincarnation realm experts, which was enough to show the strength of the Qin clan. The strength of the clan, the internal struggle for power would naturally be much heavier, and the City Lord Mansion had always regarded the Qin clan as a thorn in its side. If it wasn't for the City Lord Mansion, the Qin clan would have been suppressed by the City Lord Mansion. Everyone knew that there was no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. End song. If the Qin clan was united, they would not be afraid of the City Lord Mansion. Even if they were weaker, the City Lord Mansion would not dare to fight with the Qin clan because of this. However, all of this was planned by Qin Dinghu. Moreover, among the other 4 brothers of the Qin family, 3 of them fully supported Qin Dinghu. Only the second brother, Qin Dingfei, supported Qin Dingtian. Unfortunately, Qin Dingfei was the weakest among the 6 brothers of the Qin family. He was only at the early stage of the spirit strength realm and had no right to speak in the family. Under such circumstances, Qin Dingtian had to exchange the position of the clan lord for Qin Zhao's life. Qin Dingtian heaved a long sigh. He helped Qin Zhao up and said, "Well, Zhao, as long as you are fine. As long as we are alive, it is more important than anything else. There are some things that I have already seen through. If it weren't for my strength and prestige in the Qin clan, your uncle and the others would have kicked me out of the clan long ago. But your uncle and the others are on the same side as Song Xiongyan, a 1,000-year-old fox. I'm afraid they won't get any benefits." Qin Zhao clenched his fist so tightly that his bones were about to be crushed. He hated his uncle and the others, but he hated Song Xiongyan even more. Qin Ding's gaze then landed on Qin Zhao. He said with a pained expression, "It's just hard on you, Zhao. With the talent you've shown, if you can awaken another good innate ability, your future will definitely be limitless." That was also the reason why your eldest uncle and Song Xiongyan were worried and decided to make their move in advance. Although your life was saved, your body's foundation was destroyed by Song Xiongyan, which destroyed your possibility of awakening the gifted magic skill. Crack! Qin Zhao's bones creaked as he clenched them. In the Sky Dragon continent, martial arts prevailed. The magic skill had been passed down since ancient times. Generally speaking, warriors could hold an awakening ceremony at the age of 16 to tell God that awakening the gifted magic skill was regarded as a gift from God. Those who could awaken the gifted magic skill were blessed with luck and could go further on the path of martial arts. Those who could not awaken the gifted magic skill would not be able to achieve great things in their lifetime. They were not tolerated by God. As for the gifted magic skill, there were all kinds of strange things. Some were terrifying powers, some were dangerous techniques, some were special skills, some were mysterious secret techniques, and some were just weapons. What was even stranger was that some were just memories. In short, even the most powerful forces in the Sky Dragon continent did not have the ability to calculate the types of magic skills. As for the gifted magic skills, they were also divided into grades. From grade 1 to 9, grade 1 was the worst. Of course, it was said that there were rare and special magic skills above grade 9. Of course, these only existed in the records of history. No one knew if they really existed. Most warriors could only awaken grade 1 magic skills. Even if they could awaken grade 1 magic skills, they could be called geniuses in a remote place like Nanyang City. Every year, there were only about 2 youths in Nanyang City who could awaken the gifted magic skill. It was impossible for most people to awaken the gifted magic skill. Those who could awaken a grade 2 magic skill were rare geniuses. Such people were enough to cause a sensation in the whole Nanyang City. As for the grade 3 magic skill, it seemed that there had not been one in Nanyang City in 100 years. If one really awakened a grade 3 magic skill, even the big forces in the Lufeng County would want to recruit him as a disciple. Magic skills were a powerful means. Secondly, it could also assist cultivation. The higher the grade of the magic skill, the better the effect of assisting cultivation and the faster the cultivation speed. If Tai Ding Tian had not awakened a grade 2 magic skill, his strength would not have reached such a level. By the way, Father, how many days have I been unconscious? Qin Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked. Qin Ding Tian said, "It's been 3 days. I'm really worried." "What 3 days?" Qin Xiao stood up abruptly and looked outside. "That means today is the day of the ceremony. If I miss it, I won't be able to awaken the gifted magic skill." "No, Father, I have to go to the ceremony." "No, you can't go." Qin Ding Tian suddenly became serious. Song Xiongyin broke your meridians and injured your soul. Your body can't bear the baptism of the ceremony. If you force it, you will die on the spot. You know, as long as you are alive, nothing is more important. Even if you can only be an ordinary person for the rest of your life, I'm willing to take care of you. Just leave the matter of revenge to me. Qin Dingtian's words left no room for refutation. But how could Qin Xiao not refute? Only Qin Xiao knew how much effort and hope Qin Dingtian had put into Qin Xiao. As a son, if he could not share his father's burden and had to rely on his father's protection for the rest of his life, he would rather die. Plop, Qin Xiao knelt down once again and said with a resolute expression, "Father, I know that you have always hoped that I can become an experienced warrior to help you accomplish some things. I've been working hard these years. I won't let you down. Awakening my supernatural power is the only chance for me to change my life. I can't give it up. Even if there is a possibility of death, I must try my best. If I have to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life, I'd rather die on the altar. Father, you have taught me since I was a child that the path of martial arts is against nature. The strength of the mind is the most important. Without a firm obsession, it's hard to go far on the path of martial arts. If I give up because I'm afraid of death, I will become a joke. I'm afraid the Qin family will laugh at me for the rest of my life. Father, do you really want me to live in such humiliation for the rest of my life?" Boom Qin Dingtian's heart was like a thunderclap. He couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long while, Qin Dingtian helped Qin Xiao up and said resolutely, "Well, my son has such a strong belief. There's still a glimmer of hope. If you want to fight, we will fight together. If you fail, I will kill my way to the governor's mansion and fight Song Xiongyin to the death. Qin Dingtian's eyes were full of resoluteness. Qin Shao clenched his teeth and swore in his heart, I will succeed. I will. I will take revenge for this. The martial arts practice field of the Qin family was very lively today. The annual ceremony was very important. All the core members of the Qin family were present as well. After 50 years of development, the Qin clan's population was flourishing, and the number of core members was close to 200. Of course, most of them were not members of the Qin family. Now that Qin Dinghu had finally become the head of the Qin family, he was naturally in high spirits. After making an impassioned speech, he announced the start of the awakening ceremony. This year, there were as many as 12 young men of the Qin family participating in the awakening ceremony. Among them, there were 4 with the surname Qin. Hey, why are the patriarch and Qin Shao here? Don't talk nonsense. Now Qin Dingtian is not the patriarch. He is just the 5th elder. Qin Shao is really tough. He was beaten like that, but he can still come here to attend the ceremony. Haha, what's the use of being tough? He has been destroyed. He is no longer the #1 genius in Nanyang City. Humph! What's the use of breaking through to the spiritual strength realm at the age of 16? What's the use of being a rare talent for decades? He still ended up like this. When Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian appeared in the martial arts practice field, mocking voices were heard. They immediately became the focus of attention. Chapter 2. Seeing Qin Shao and his son appear, Qin Dinghu, who was originally in high spirits, wrinkled his eyes slightly with a touch of coldness. Qin Zhao's 3rd uncle, Qin Dingsheng, said sarcastically, Hey, 6th brother, why don't you take good care of Qin Shao in your room? What are you doing here? Now that big brother is in charge of everything in the family, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Qin Shao was seriously injured this time. He should stay in his room more in case he bumps into something again. That's not good. Qin Dingsheng had always followed Qin Dinghu's lead. He might have given a lot of advice to Qin Shao this time. In the past, Qin Dingtian was the head of the family. No matter how dissatisfied Qin Dinghu and the others were, they would not say bad things. Now that Qin Dingtian had stepped down, they felt that the world was really cold. Yes, 6th brother, Qin Shao has done such a disgraceful thing and made our family suffer a great loss. He is so young, but has such a bad temperament. In my opinion, it's better to let him stay in his room more to reflect on his mistakes, in case he does something harmful to our family again. Qin Dinghe, the 4th brother of the Qin family, also said in a sarcastic tone, Qin Dingfei really could not stand it. 3rd brother, 4th brother, we are a family. How can you say something so unpleasant? Shao has been a sensible child since he was a child. I believe he would never do such a thing. There must be something hidden in this matter. But before Qin Dingfei finished his words, he was interrupted by Qin Dingsheng, 2nd brother. What you said is wrong. How can it be false? It wasn't easy for us to quell City Lord Song's anger. 2nd brother, are you trying to make City Lord Song angry at our Qin clan again? Do you want to attack the Qin clan again? Do you want to see our Qin clan turn into a bloodbath before you're happy? 3rd brother, Qin Dingfei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. On the contrary, Qin Dingtian looked calm and said, 2nd brother, no need to say anything more. As members of the Qin family, we should be qualified to attend the ceremony. Big brother, maybe I should call you master now. Qin Dinghu chuckled. Of course the Qin family has the right to attend the ceremony. Your 3rd and 4th brothers are just a little blunt. Don't take it to heart. All right, let the ceremony begin. Qin Dingtian didn't stand in the most conspicuous position on the rostrum with Qin Dinghu and the others. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down. Aside from Qin Husheng and the others' words, the other members of the Qin clan were also talking about it. They were basically adding insult to injury and mocking him. Qin Shao heard a lot of it, but Qin Shao could only endure. He had to endure, because the current him had no right to refute anything. If he couldn't awaken his innate ability today, he would definitely suffer from the backlash of the ritual. There's a 90% chance that he would die on the spot. If he could awaken his innate ability today, then his strength would be the best power to speak of. Big uncles, third uncles, fourth uncles, I'll remember your kindness. People of the Qin clan, you want to see me make a fool of myself. I won't let you down. Qin Shao secretly clenched his fists and swore in his heart. This time, he had to succeed. He had to succeed. There was no way out for him. Qin Shao, are you all right? Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted Qin Zhao's thoughts. A beautiful girl walked towards Qin Shao. She was 16 years old, but gave people the impression that she was mature and steady. She was as beautiful as a fairy, fresh and refined. Just by looking at her, people would feel comfortable like a breath of spring wind. Seeing her, Qin Zhao's mood improved a lot. Second, Uncle Qin Dingfei's daughter, Qin Yinzi, was extraordinarily gifted. She was number one among the girls of the Qin clan. She was 2 months older than Qin Shao. This year, she would attend the ceremony as well. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be able to awaken her innate ability. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful. She was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Xiang town. Not to mention outsiders, even some of the brothers of the Qin clan had some admiration for Qin Yinzi. Seeing Qin Yinzi walk to Qin Zhao's side, many people cursed in their hearts. In the Qin clan, Qin Yinzi was the closest to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded. Sister Yinzi, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Qin Yinzi patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, I believe that you were framed. If I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely help you clear your name and take revenge. Don't pay attention to what those people say. In the past, they were all respectful to you. There were many who flattered you. Now, they're all hitting you when you're down. They can't wait to step on you. I hate their faces. Sister Yinzi, don't be so bold. I'm not that weak. Qin Shao smiled instead. Seeing Qin Zhao's state, Qin Yinzi nodded and sighed helplessly. That's good. It's just that you and 6th uncle have suffered. Sigh, suffering? Without strength, one would be stepped on. To put it bluntly, everything stemmed from strength. In just a few days, Qin Shao had thoroughly understood what was called the fickleness of the world, what was called family affection as indifferent as water, what was called the law of survival. Since he had understood, he had seen through it all. Li Hu failed to awaken your innate ability. Next, the ceremony had already begun. The 12 Qin clan disciples who were participating in the awakening went up one by one. However, they quickly left the stage one by one. Roar! Suddenly, an awe-inspiring roar of a beast was heard from the altar. It resounded throughout the entire martial arts arena and attracted everyone's attention. Qin Zhao's gaze also landed on a youth who was standing on the altar. It was Qin Tao, the third son of Qin Dingsheng. At this moment, a shadow flew out from his body. It was a ferocious-looking giant beast. It emitted an extremely ferocious aura. It was so oppressive that some people even felt that they couldn't breathe. Many people were so envious that they were drooling. It was an innate ability. Only those who could awaken it were qualified to become experts. If one wanted to become an expert in the embryonic shedding realm, then one must awaken their innate ability. Those who couldn't awaken it would only reach the peak of the spiritual force realm in their lifetime. Even in a small place like Xiang Town, the peak of the spiritual force realm was nothing. Qin Tao's face was filled with a proud smile. His gaze suddenly turned towards Qin Shao. The corner of his mouth raised. The ferocious giant beast on his body suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A ferocious roar surged towards Qin Shao like the fury of the heavens. This wasn't an ordinary beast's roar. It was an innate ability. The roar itself was a terrifying offensive force. Qin Shao was already seriously injured. From afar, he could smell a dangerous aura that made him despair. It was oppressing him as if it was going to devour him. This Qin Tao actually dared to attack him in public. Many people were frightened by Qin Tao's actions. Chapter 3. Humph. Qin Ding Tian was furious. He pointed his finger, and a peerless sword chi gushed out from his finger, turning into a solid golden light. Six brother, how dare you? Qin Dingsheng slapped the table and stood up. In a flash, he was in front of Qin Tao. A blood-red machete gushed out from his body, carrying a bloody aura. Suddenly, the whole martial arts practice field seemed to be in a slaughterhouse. This blood-red machete was Qin Dingxing's gifted ability. It was unknown how much blood it had been stained with to give it such a strong, bloody aura. Qin Dingtian withdrew his hand and glared at him. He said coldly, "Third brother, take care of your son." "Humph, he's just a good-for-nothing. Tower knows what he's doing. It was just a joke. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you can't bear to see my son awaken his gifted ability and want to kill him." Qin Dingxing's mouth was unforgiving. Qin Dingtian said coldly, "Third brother, that's a good accusation. It's not up to you to say whether my son is a good-for-nothing or not." "You." At this time, Qin Shao said, "Father, there's no need to say so much. I'll slap you in the face myself." "Haha, that's really funny." Qin Tao looked at Qin Shao with disdain, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You said you want to slap me in the face? Who doesn't know that your meridians are all broken and your spirit is damaged? There's no way you can awaken your gifted ability." "I have awakened my gifted ability. What are you going to slap me in the face with?" "Just a first-grade gifted ability," Qin Shao said indifferently. "That's better than you not being able to awaken your gifted ability." "The first genius of Xiang Town?" "Oh, the former one." Qin Tao was still disdainful. Qin Shao didn't bother to say anything more. He would let his actions prove it. Qin Tao awakened the first-grade gifted ability, Roar of Ferocious Beasts. After receiving commendation from Qin Dinghu, he went down the altar and the ceremony continued. Qin Yinzi said indignantly, "This Qin Tao is too much. He was jealous of your gifted ability before, and now he dares to treat you like this." "Qin Shao, I'll find a chance to beat him up for you." The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. "Sister Yinzi, I've said before that I'll slap this face. It's just a grade 1 divine ability. There's nothing special about it." Qin Yinzi was stunned and looked at Qin Shao in a daze. If it had been the Qin Shao of the past, she would have had such confidence. However, for some reason, Qin Yinzi felt that Qin Zhao's words did not seem to be spoken out of anger. "Qin Yinzi," a loud and clear voice rang out, interrupting Qin Yinzi's train of thought. It was her turn to go on stage. "Qin Shao, watch me. I will protect you in the future," Qin Yinzi said to Qin Shao with a smile, then quickly walked up to the altar. Qin Shao smiles, but does he, Qin Shao, really need a woman to protect him? Know what he lost, he would take back with his own hands. While a blue water pillar suddenly gushed out from Qin Yinzi's body, reaching up to a height of 300 meters. The water pillar transformed into a water dragon that soared into the sky. Then it transformed into a giant water sword that looked like it was going to split the heavens and the earth. The powerful aura suppressed the heavens and the earth, causing many people to be unable to breathe. This should be a grade 2 divine ability, right? TSK. Another genius has appeared in our Qin clan. How amazing! Qin Tao, who was originally proud of himself, immediately revealed a hint of jealousy when he saw Qin Yinzi's innate divine ability. What the hell? She actually awakened a grade 2 divine ability. The old man hosting the ceremony said loudly, "Qin Yinzi has awakened a grade 2 divine ability. She is a martial arts genius and has a boundless future." Although Qin Dinghu and the others felt uncomfortable, it was naturally a good thing that the Qin clan could produce a grade 2 divine ability user. Last one, Qin Yu. Voila! Hearing Qin Yu's name, everyone in the martial arts arena gathered their gazes, and each of them became alert. A purple-clothed youth with an extraordinary bearing and gorgeous clothes walked out. Between his brows, there was an innate arrogance. His slightly raised lips that seemed to naturally reveal a trace of devilish charm did not display his domineering aura. Qin had always been competing with Qin Shao, but he had always been firmly suppressed by Qin Shao. If Qin Shao was previously the number 1 genius of the Qin clan, then Qin Yu would definitely be the number 2. Qin Shao had stepped into the Spirit Force realm 6 months ago, and Qin Yu had followed suit 3 months ago. It was only 3 months later than Qin Yu. To be able to step into the spirit force realm at the age of 16, even in the entire Nanyang city, it was rare. It was hard to find one in 10 years. Qin Shao and Qin Yu had always been regarded as the two heroes of the Qin clan. Moreover, they had always been believed to be able to awaken a grade 2 innate divine ability. When the time came for two geniuses to awaken a grade 2 innate divine ability to appear, it would definitely shake the entire Nanyang city. In such a situation, even Song Xiongyan was incomparably worried. If it weren't for this, Qin Shao wouldn't have been crippled by others. Qin Yu stood on the altar and began the ceremony. Under the cover of a ray of light, Qin Yu's aura suddenly became stronger. His eyes suddenly blossomed with a divine light, and his palms suddenly slapped towards the sky. Boom, boom, two thunderous sounds shook the sky. Two golden seals shot out from Qin Yu's hands. The terrifying power caused many people's hearts to fiercely jump. The two golden seals exploded in the sky. Such a huge momentum also shocked many people. What a terrifying seal technique. A grade 2 divine ability or a grade 3 divine ability. A genius. Qin Yu should be the #1 genius of our Qin clan. That's right. In the future, under Brother Yu's leadership, our Qin clan's Yus will definitely shine in Nanyang City. Qin Yu withdrew his aura and the corner of his mouth rose. Mountain Suppressing Seal. A grade 2 divine ability. Haha, good. Our Qin clan's future depends on you. Qin Yu was Qin Dinghu's son, so Qin Dinghu's mood was naturally very good. Everyone also praised him, pushing Qin Yu's status to a certain height. Although Qin Yanzi had also awakened a grade 2 divine ability, Qin Dingfei didn't have any status in the Qin clan. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to Qin Yu. Qin Yu said in high spirits, "Lord Father, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to break through to the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. My vision isn't limited to Nanyang City. Willow Wind County should be my stage. With me, the Qin clan will definitely become more prosperous and powerful." Good, good, good. My son is ambitious. Well said. How can a small Nanyang City accommodate you? Qin Dinghu repeatedly shouted. Everyone in the Qin clan also echoed. Qin Yu's gaze suddenly turned to Qin Shao. He chuckled and said, "Qin Shao, your talent isn't below mine. You also had hopes of awakening a grade 2 divine ability. It's just a pity. Why did you do such a despicable thing? The Qin clan's high hopes for you can be considered to have been wasted. Fortunately, the Qin clan still has me." That's right. Who did you say you wanted to slap in the face? You're already like this, but you still haven't changed. It's better for you to obediently recuperate. After saying this, Qin Yu's anger was greatly vented. He had always been suppressed by Qin Shao, causing him to gnash his teeth in hatred towards Qin Shao. Now he could finally firmly trample Qin Shao under his feet. Chapter 4. Qin Yu. Qin Shao stared at Qin Yu. Isn't it a little too early to be proud? What? You still want to participate in the ceremony? Qin Yu laughed. Why not? Qin Shao retorted. Many people in the Qin family laughed wantonly. Did I hear wrong? Is it possible to awaken a divine ability in such a situation? Of course not. His meridians are broken and his soul is damaged. Forcefully accepting the baptism will only lead to death. Looks like this guy is really crazy. Anyone would be crazy. Qin Yu turned around and said to the elder in charge of the ceremony, "Elder, our #1 genius of Nanyang City wants to participate in the ceremony. You can watch carefully." This old man will definitely watch carefully. The elder also laughed. He was full of sarcasm. Qin Yanzi grabbed Qin Zhao's arm and said anxiously, "Qin Shao, are you really going to participate in the ceremony? No, you will die. Don't. You have so little confidence in me." Qin Shao smiled at Qin Yanzi. Qin Yanzi was stunned. She knew why Qin Shao had to do this. She also knew that she had no way of persuading Qin Shao. Once he decided to do something, no one could stop him. Then be careful. Qin Shao nodded and walked up the altar. Naturally, there were many mocking voices below. However, this did not affect Qin Zhao's state of mind. The elder looked at Qin Zhao with a faint smile and said with good intentions, "With your body's condition, if you forcefully accept the baptism, the chances of you dying from the backlash are more than 90%. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Why bother? Even if I die, I don't think so," Qin Zhao casually replied. Qin Tao sneered and said, "Elder, our number one genius of Nanyang City is determined to die. Why do you have to stop him? Our Qin family has always been a family of martial arts. We never raise trash." Qin Zhao looked at Qin Tao. Qin Tao raised his nose to the sky and said, "Why don't you admit defeat? A person whose soul has been damaged wants to awaken his innate ability? What wishful thinking." Qin Zhao didn't care. Qin Tao was just a small character. Qin Zhao's first step was to deal with Qin Yu, his old rival. Let's see how you die." Qin Tao sneered and turned to Qin Yu with a respectful smile. "Brother Yu." Qin Zhao doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. It's ridiculous. Now that he's dead, it's too easy for him. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He's just trash. From a number one youth talent of Nanyang City to trash, it's understandable that he hasn't given up. Brother Yu is right. However, even if you don't give up, you still have to die. Qin Tao nodded his head and continued to flatter. In the future, under Brother Yu's leadership, our Qin clan will definitely be able to dominate Nanyang City. A grade 2 divine ability is something that only appears once every 10 years in Nanyang City. In the future, our Qin clan's disciples will definitely listen to Brother Yu's orders. I'm afraid that right now, only the City Lord's daughter, Song Yuyin, can compete with Brother Yu. Qin Yu's lips curled up. I don't care about Song Yuyin at all. On the altar, Qin Zhao sat cross-legged on a piece of jade. He was chanting a prayer to the heavens. Above an ancient statue, a ray of light emitted, enveloping Qin Zhao within. The light soared into the sky, communicating with the heavens. Since ancient times, the Tao of inheritance had always been seen as a gift from the heavens. Since it was communicating with the heavens, there would naturally be some of the will of the heavens within. If it was a normal person, their body would naturally be able to withstand such a baptism. To communicate with the heavens, one needed to have a pure and sincere heart. Once there were any distracting thoughts, it could be seen as a provocation to the will of the heavens, resulting in heavenly punishment. The number of people who had died on the altar was definitely not a small number. Even among the Qin clan's disciples, there had been such examples. Qin Zhao's pure and sincere heart required an incomparably firm belief. With a deep-rooted obsession, he communicated with the heavens and asked for the gift of a divine ability. Awakening one's innate divine ability had to do with one's innate talent and one's luck. It was said that when some people with great luck on the Sky Dragon continent awakened their divine ability, there would even be strange phenomena and even the appearance of divine beasts. A force pressed down on Qin Zhao's body and soul, making the already weak Qin Zhao feel like he was about to collapse. He was completely relying on his belief to hold on. The most terrifying thing was that his soul was being oppressed by the force, making him feel like his soul was about to explode. Moreover, this force was getting stronger and stronger. This was the will of the heavens, and also the heavens' test for the supplicant. Soon, Qin Zhao felt like a mountain was pressing down on his body. His hands could not hold on any longer, and his body almost fell to the ground. Qin Zhao, my son, Qin Yanzi and Qin Dingtian's hearts clenched. Seeing that Qin Zhao was still hanging on, and that he could die at any time, many of the Qin clan's disciples sympathized with him. Qin Tao laughed again. Brother Yu, he can't hold on any longer. He's courting death, so we don't have to do anything. However, what surprised everyone was that Qin Zhao clearly felt that he would not be able to hold on any longer, but he managed to hold on for a long time. Qin Zhao was the only one who could understand the pain she felt. As long as his conviction was slightly relaxed, he would immediately suffer a backlash and die on the spot. No, I must hold on, I must. I can't die. If I die, Father will definitely kill his way to the City Lord's mansion. Although Father's strength is not afraid of Song Xiongyan, the City Lord's mansion is full of experts. I will definitely die if I go there. I must live. I must. Roar. Ah, look. What's that in the sky? Suddenly, a frightened voice rang out. Everyone looked at the sky in unison and saw that the wind and clouds were surging over there. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it looked ferocious and terrible, as if the devil's domain had opened. It was very frightening. They had never seen such a terrible vision before. It's a vision of heaven and earth. It's a vision of heaven and earth. What a terrible vision. How can it be? It said that only people with great luck who awaken their divine powers can be born with a vision of heaven and earth. For such people with great luck, their divine powers should be at least at the 9th level. How can it be? Tung Qin Dinghu and the others also stood up from their armchairs in shock. Their eyes were fixed on the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, and their eyes flashed with incomparably complicated expressions. Everyone was scared out of their wits. No one had ever seen such a terrible vision of heaven and earth. Even Qin Dingtian, who had always been steady, lost his composure. He looked at the vision of heaven and earth excitedly and murmured, "Shweh, will our son be a person with great luck? Is this a blessing or a curse?" In Nanyang City, many figures with powerful auras flew to the roof of their houses and looked at the sky in a daze. Not only Nanyang City, but the nearby cities were also alarmed. Chapter 5. Desert Country, Deep Within the Palace. In a grand hall with golden walls, a majestic old man in a dragon robe sat cross-legged on a chariot with 12 lifelike golden dragons carved on it. With white hair and a youthful complexion, it was difficult to determine his age. Suddenly, the old man in the dragon robe opened his eyes. His eyes were like the stars. The moment he opened his eyes, they lit up the entire hall. An aura of a king spread out, making people feel as if the entire world was about to bow down to him. The air seemed to have frozen in an instant. The old man in the dragon robe looked up and suddenly frowned. His body moved and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked like a peerless god. He had an aura that could look down on the heavens. The dragon-robed elder stared blankly at the frightening phenomenon in the sky. It was a long while before he said, "It is not a strange phenomenon, nor is it the congratulation of a divine beast. What exactly is this phenomenon? I have never heard of it before." After frowning and thinking for a long time, the old man in the dragon robe said, "No matter who this phenomenon is, it seems that I have to make some preparations. The person who can cause such a phenomenon may become the hope of our desert country. The desert country is in a precarious situation. It has been passed down for thousands of years. It cannot be destroyed by my hands. The once-in-a-decade selection of disciples of the Desert Academy will be brought forward." After making the decision, a secret decree was sent out. "Brother, you this?" Qin Tao was shocked. "Shut up, Qin," you scolded. Qin Tao was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth. It was a pity that Qin Xiao did not feel such a phenomenon at all. He had entered a strange state. A strange power flowed into his body and quickly repaired his broken meridians and damaged soul. Not only were they repaired, but they were also nourished and strengthened. This feeling was too wonderful. No words could describe it. It was as if he had returned to his mother's amniotic fluid. Hey, the phenomenon disappeared. Why did it disappear so quickly? It didn't even descend. I know now. This vision didn't appear because of Qin Xiao. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. Or perhaps someone with great luck has appeared elsewhere. I knew it. How could that trash Qin Xiao be someone with great fortune? It said that our desert country hasn't had a person with great fortune for thousands of years. It's easier said than done. Brother you. It seems like we were worried for nothing. This kid definitely doesn't have such good luck. As soon as the phenomenon vanished, there were instantly numerous voices of ridicule. Even Qin Dinghu and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. Just now, They were really afraid that the vision would descend and fall on Qin Shao. If that happened, they would be in deep trouble. Once a person with great luck appeared, they would definitely be picked up by the desert nation's imperial palace. A father's status depended on his son's status. In that case, he had no choice but to obediently return the patriarch's position that he hadn't even warmed up yet. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. It's gone. Qin Dingtian looked dazed and immediately shook his head. Perhaps it's not a bad thing. Qin Dinghu glanced at Qin Dingtian. Seeing the latter's disappointed expression, Qin Dinghu couldn't help but sneer. It's absolutely impossible for your son to make a comeback. I won't give you this opportunity. On the altar, while my tendons and meridians have all been repaired so quickly, and I feel that they're more than twice as strong as before, my strength has also been completely restored. I even feel that I can break through to the middle stage of spirit strength realm at any time. Haha, I didn't expect that I would gain a blessing in disguise. Now, my tendons, meridians, and spirit are much stronger than before. My talent was already outstanding before. Now, my talent in martial arts is even more amazing. But yes, buzz. A strange force suddenly exploded in Qin Zhao's mind. A voice like a great bell rang in Qin Zhao's mind. Emperor, falling star river, eternal extinction, eternal reincarnation, great Tao vicissitudes. My ambition is waiting for you to inherit. The supreme divine extinction awaken. These voices seem to come from the ancient times. They carried the supreme will and were just waiting to be awakened. Suddenly, a belief poured into Qin Zhao's mind. The awakening of the divine extinction had a very domineering name, first grade. However, to Qin Zhao's great surprise, his divine extinction could be upgraded. That was to say, it could be upgraded from first grade to ninth grade. A divine ability that could be upgraded was something that Qin Zhao had never heard of. The awakening of the divine extinction would be automatically performed. However, Qin Zhao's divine extinction did not automatically perform. Qin Zhao had thought of performing it for everyone to see, but he thought that it was only at first grade. He was afraid that if he performed it, he would only be ridiculed. Besides, the vision of the divine extinction would be more terrible. Qin Zhao felt that he shouldn't expose his divine extinction for the time being. A divine extinction that could be upgraded was not simple. Moreover, when he awakened the divine extinction, his meridians and soul were repaired and strengthened. How could it be simple? Qin Zhao had always been very steady in his work. This situation had exceeded common sense, so Qin Zhao felt that it was not simple. Before he fully understood, Qin Zhao did not want to expose it. He was now being watched by his uncle and the city lord, Song Xiongyan. After thinking about it, Qin Zhao stood up. Sure enough, as soon as he stood up, a sarcastic voice immediately sounded. Haha, it's over. Where's the divine extinction? Why didn't you awaken it? It's impossible. Qin Zhao, you're the #1 genius of Nanyang City. You should at least awaken a second-grade divine extinction. That's right. Don't tease us. Qin Zhao, quickly perform your divine extinction and let us broaden our horizons. I say you are too bad. Maybe he awakened a third-grade divine extinction and is afraid that he will frighten us. There were many people who were gloating. These were all within Qin Zhao's expectations. There was nothing to be angry about, because Qin Zhao was more convinced that he would definitely get back all of this. Qin Tao laughed strangely. Oh, you're not dead yet. You were really lucky. Are you a cat? Were you born the year of the dog? Qin Zhao looked at Qin Tao and replied indifferently. Qin Tao was instantly infuriated. He angrily snorted and jumped out. Qin Zhao, how dare you? A piece of trash actually dares to call me a dog. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my dignity be? Chapter 6. Qin Tao, Qin Dingtian, and Qin Yanzi shouted angrily at the same time. But Qin Tao didn't stop. Instead, he threw a punch at Qin Zhao. Qin Tao's strength was just average. He was only at the late stage of the brute force realm. It was sheer luck that he could awaken the divine ability this time. But even at the late stage of the brute force realm, he had the strength to kill a cow with one punch. Although he didn't use much strength in this punch, if it hit Qin Shao, it would be enough to make Qin Shao suffer a lot. Qin Shao raised the corner of his mouth and threw a punch at Qin Tao. Bang! Their fists collided in the air instantly. Crack! There was the sound of bones breaking, which made many people feel cold. But soon, they all widened their eyes. The one whose arm was broken was not Qin Shao, but Qin Tao. Qin Zhao's fist was still firmly suspended in midair, but Qin Tao's entire body was thrown out like a sandbag. Then, he heavily smashed onto the ground, spitting out large amounts of blood. His right arm was also twisted and deformed, which was very frightening. How could it be? Qin Tao's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Qin Shao. How could it be? Everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Qin Zhao's meridians were all broken, and he was a waste. How could he make Qin Tao vomit blood with one punch? Qin Dinghu and the others also became gloomy and stared at Qin Shao. Such a situation made them very puzzled. Shower, even Qin Ding Tian was puzzled. He had already checked Qin Zhao's body. His meridians were indeed broken, and there was no way to recover. He immediately thought of a possibility. Qin Shao must have awakened the divine ability and been baptized by God to recover his meridians. This was completely possible. The martial arts practice field was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on Qin Tao. He said coldly, "If I'm a waste, then are you worse than any waste?" Bang! So what if I awaken the first-grade divine ability? If I want to beat you, it's just like beating a dog. In front of me, do you have any strength to resist? Pa, in the past, you were inferior to me. Now, you are inferior to me. In the future, you will be even more inferior to me. You, Qin Tao, what face do you have to call me trash? Paon after another, invisible slaps landed heavily on Qin Tao's face, making him want to die. However, he was unable to refute. His strength was not as good as hers. How could he refute? He was only in the late stage of the brute force realm. Even if his movements were naturally gifted, he was no match for Qin Shao. What a joke. Now, he had become a joke. Qin Shao, how dare you? Qin Dingsheng was so worried about his son that he jumped out angrily. Qin Tao's state of mind wasn't good to begin with. Suffering such a setback would probably become a knot in his heart, making it difficult for him to take another step forward for the rest of his life. Qin Dingsheng was one of the 3 reincarnation realm experts in the Qin clan. At this time, Qin Dingsheng completely released his aura and pressured Qin Shao. It really made Qin Shao feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. Instead, he straightened his chest and looked at the incomparably angry Qin Dingsheng. "Third uncle, could it be that only your son is allowed to insult me and injure me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate?" You, Qin Dingsheng, was also speechless. This matter was indeed Qin Tao's fault. He wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson, but Qin Ding Tian was watching over here. If he dared to make a move, Qin Ding Tian wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Qin Shao didn't pay attention to Qin Dingsheng anymore. Instead, he looked at Qin Yu, whose face was slightly gloomy, and said, "What did you say just now? You asked me whose face I was going to slap, right? Did you see clearly now? I shouldn't disappoint you, a genius who awakened a second-grade divine ability, right?" Qin Yu frowned deeply. Was he going to slap his own face? "Qin Yu, just now you said that the future of the Qin clan is in your hands, right? But I don't think you have the strength to complete this task. Just leave this task to me." Qin Shao continued. Qin Ding, who was so angry that his nose became crooked. Qin Ding, who was the one who said this to Qin Yu. Now that Qin Shao said this, wasn't it obvious that he was slapping Qin Ding Hu's face? Qin Yu's frown deepened, and his eyes flashed with anger and coldness. "Qin Shao, I'm surprised that your meridians have recovered. It seems that you should have awakened your innate divine ability. Why don't you show it to us? It's just a first-grade divine ability. It's not worth looking at. It can't be compared with a second-grade divine ability like you." Qin Shao said. Qin Yu sneered. Is that so? A first-grade divine ability? Where did you get the confidence to say such big words? Just because your cultivation talent is high? Unfortunately, without a good innate divine ability, It's impossible to become a true powerhouse. You can't, but I can. A first-grade divine ability rebirth realm is the limit. But I, Qin Yu, am different. I will definitely step into the bone transformation realm in the future and become a supreme powerhouse who can dominate a region. I will definitely bring supreme glory to the Qin family and even enter the Grand Desert Academy in the future. As for you, a first-grade divine ability, you can only stay in this small place for the rest of your life. This is your retreat. So, what can you use to compare with me? Qin Shao smiled. That's just your beautiful vision. It's only a possibility, but it's still unknown whether you'll be able to reach that step. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue by saying such big words? You know, in my eyes, you're trash like Qin Tao. When the word trash came out, many people jumped up in shock. This guy, he really dared to say that. These two words were simply a humiliation. Sure enough, many people in the Qin family flew into a rage. Qin Ding, who almost jumped out to teach Qin Shao a lesson. Qin Yu's complexion finally turned ugly. It was ashen. He wanted to refute, but he felt that anything he said now was so powerless. Fight? But Qin Ding Tian was still there. As long as Qin Ding Tian was there, no one could hurt Qin Shao. Qin Shao curled his lips. Why do you seem to be unconvinced by my words? Well, let's compete again in the annual family competition in a month. When the time comes, I'll let my actions prove what I said. Oh, by the way, you two can come at me together. After saying that, Qin Shao directly turned around and walked toward Qin Ding Tian. Behind him, Qin Yu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. His eyes were cold and terrifying. Well, in the annual family competition in a month, I'll let you know who the real trash is. After beating up Qin Tao and ruthlessly humiliating Qin Yu, the resentment in his heart had finally been vented a little. Qin Zhao's mood was a lot better. Father, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Qin Shao came to Qin Ding Tian and asked. Qin Ding Tian smiled and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily. Zhao, I'm proud of you. Let's go, father. I'm afraid no one here will welcome us. Qin Shao said. Qin Ding Tian nodded and left with Qin Shao. Qin Yinzi pouted. She wanted to congratulate Qin Shao on the recovery of his meridians, but before she could say anything, Qin Shao had already left. Chapter 7. After Qin Shao and his son left, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. Qin Ding Tian went back to his residence and closed the door. He looked at Qin Shao seriously. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Father, you must want to ask me what happened. I have awakened the supernatural power, but it's only at the first grade. I didn't lie just now. If it's at the first grade, then you just... Qin Ding Tian frowned. Qin Shao had always been very steady. Qin Ding Tian thought that Qin Shao was hiding his real strength when he saw Qin Shao humiliating Qin Yu. Besides, according to Qin Zhao's talent, he should be able to awaken the second-grade supernatural power. The first-grade supernatural power was really out of Qin Ding Tian's expectation. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Qin Shao said, Father, I will take back what I have lost by myself. If I want to take back what I have lost, the best way is to kill Qin Yu. So, I have to humiliate him. In the annual family competition 1 month later, I have to trample on him. Only in this way can I take back what I have lost. Only in this way can I take back the dignity of my father and me. Since God has given me a chance, I have to seize it well. Qin Ding Tian was a little surprised, and then he sighed slightly. Although he didn't say anything, Qin Shao knew what his father was thinking at this time. So, Qin Shao added, Father, don't worry. I have confidence. Confidence? Qin Ding Tian frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao moved his body. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds gushed out from his body, as if a passage to the 9 nether world had been opened. A terrible vision gushed out, as if it was going to swallow the world. Well, what a strange vision of supernatural power. But it seems to be at the first grade. But Qin Ding Tian frowned and shook his head. It's just a first-grade supernatural power. Why does it make my heart throb? Qin Ding Tian had never seen such a situation. Qin Shao kept the divine ability and said, Father, have you ever heard of divine abilities being able to level up? Qin Dingtian became silent. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "When I was young, I also went out to explore. Although I was not powerful enough, but Qin Dingtian seemed to have thought of something and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a short pause, he continued, I have never heard that the divine ability could be upgraded. However, no matter how big the world wasn't something an almighty could explain. In this vast continent, there are countless divine abilities. Perhaps there really is a divine ability that can be upgraded. Xiao, are you saying that your innate divine ability can be upgraded? In front of his father, Qin Xiao naturally had nothing to hide. He nodded and said, Yes, father, the information in my mind tells me that my god art can indeed be upgraded. However, I still haven't figured out how to level it up. Perhaps I can slowly figure it out. Moreover, even if I can't upgrade my god art to the second level in a month, I am confident that I won't lose to Qin Yu. This time, my body has also been baptized by the awakening of my innate divine ability, and I have gained great benefits. Now my body is much stronger than before, so my innate talent must be much stronger than before. Moreover, with the assistance of the divine ability, I believe that my current cultivation speed is much faster than before. There is still a month left. Perhaps I can break through the late stage of Spirit Power Realm. Even if Qin Yu has the help of the second-level divine ability, I think he can reach the middle stage of Spirit Power Realm at most in a month. As long as I'm stronger than him in the realm, I may be able to defeat him. Qin Dingtian nodded and said, Well, Shower, I believe in you and support you. I have prepared for the worst. No matter what, I will fight with you to the end. Shower, I won't disturb your cultivation. I will get something to nourish you. After saying that, Qin Dingtian left. Qin Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes extremely firm. Qin Yu, in a month, I will trample you under my feet. Father, Xiao, will avenge you for the grievances you have suffered in the Qin family. Father, I know that you are still hiding something from me, because my current strength is not enough, far from enough. However, there will be a day when my strength will become very strong. When the time comes, I will do the things you want to do, but can't. Now cultivate. Qin family, conference hall. Qin Dinghu, Qin Dingsheng, Qin Dinghe, and Qin Yu were sitting inside. Their expressions were not very good. What do you think of this matter? Qin Dinghu said with a cold face. Because of Qin Tao's matter, Qin Dingsheng still had a stomach full of anger. Qin Xiao is really too arrogant, too impudent. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. I really didn't expect that he would not die from the backlash of the baptism. Instead, he got such a good deal. Qin Ding has said, Third brother, don't forget that sixth brother is still here. If you dare to make a move, then with sixth brother's personality, he will definitely fight you to the death. If sixth brother really goes crazy, even big brother won't be able to save you. Of course I know that. Otherwise, I would have already made a move. Qin Dingsheng said unhappily. Qin Dinghu waved his hand and reprimanded. Now is not the time to argue about this. Do you think that Qin Xiao has awakened an innate divine ability? Is it really just a grade 1 divine ability? Qin Dinghe thought for a moment and said, Big brother, just now Qin Xiao admitted that he has awakened a grade 1 divine ability. Logically speaking, it should be true. If it is a grade 2 divine ability, then why didn't he release it for us to see? Why do you have to hide it? Qin Dinghu nodded and said, Fourth brother, what you said is not without reason. However, I feel that there is something fishy about this. What do you think? Qin Yu was also thinking about this problem for a while. He said, Father, with Qin Zhao's personality, I also feel that what he said just now is true. However, I also feel that since he dared to provoke me in public, he might have other plans. Perhaps there is something fishy about it. However, perhaps he has no choice but to do this. Now that sixth uncle has lost his position in the family, he has been humiliated even more. If he doesn't show off like this, then he will only be humiliated even more in the future. He wants to turn the tables on me. Yes, I think so too. Qin Dinghu nodded and said, Qin Zhao's talent is not bad. Now that his meridians have been repaired, with his cultivation talent, it should not be a problem for him to reach the middle stage of the spirit energy realm in a month. Moreover, this child's attainments in swordsmanship are not bad. He has also cultivated the Tyrant Thunder Sword to a certain degree. If Qin Ding Tian gives him some more tricks, he may have the power to fight. Therefore, we have to be prepared for anything. As long as we can help you reach the late stage of the spirit energy realm in a month, then we can sit back and relax. Qin Dingxing's eyes flashed with a touch of absolute fierceness. If there is no other way, then we have to think of a way to cripple him again. Perhaps we can even borrow the hands of City Lord Song to get rid of him. It was not easy for us to get to where we are now. We absolutely cannot give them any chance. Chapter 8. Xiang Town, Back Mountain. It was not hunting season, so it was very quiet here. In an open space, a somewhat thin figure was practicing his sword. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he was incomparably focused. In his eyes, there was only the sword in his hand. Everything in the world seemed to have become a part of the sword. His sword was sometimes as fast as lightning, with the power of thunder. At other times, it was slow like a gentle breeze blowing gently. Between fast and slow, he grasped it with great precision. Regardless of whether it was fast or slow, the power of the sword revealed a peerless dominance. It was as powerful as thunder, as domineering as a mad demon. The Tyrant Thunder Sword was the most powerful sword technique of the Qin family, and it was also one of the 3 great martial techniques of the Qin family. To be able to be called a martial technique, it was extremely precious. The large Qin family, with dozens of years of inheritance, only had 3 martial techniques. Even the City Lord's mansion probably did not have more than the Qin family. Generally, it could only be called a basic skill. However, the power of a basic skill was limited, and it could not be compared to a martial technique. Of course, without extraordinary comprehension ability and a certain foundation of strength, it was naturally impossible to practice a martial technique. Qin Zhao's innate comprehension ability was extraordinary. The Tyrant Thunder Sword, a powerful martial technique, had been practiced to a certain degree by him. He was only one step away from reaching perfection. In the entire Qin family, there were only 3 people who could practice the Tyrant Thunder Sword to perfection. I'm still lacking a bit. I can't take the final step. Wanting to practice the Tyrant Thunder Sword to perfection is indeed not an easy task. Qin Xiao frowned and could not help but shake his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, a month was about to pass. The Qin family's annual family competition was about to begin. Although Qin Xiao was always full of confidence, he could not help but feel a trace of worry now. I only have a few days left. My realm is not beyond my expectations. I have already broken through to the middle stage of the spiritual energy realm. It is still too difficult to break through to the late stage of the spiritual energy realm. I originally wanted to practice the Tyrant Thunder Sword to perfection, but that would give me more confidence. My innate divine ability. After a month of research, I still did not find anything. His father had prepared a lot of medicinal herbs and some precious pills. Unfortunately, they were not very useful. Even though I can feel some improvement, the speed of improvement is too slow. It seems that it won't be possible to advance to rank 2. Frowning, Qin Xiao was deep in thought. Danger was approaching him step by step. If he couldn't crush Qin Yu in this year's annual competition, then it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Qin Xiao would never let such a situation happen. Right now, the Tyrant Thunder Sword is my only hope of improving. Although I only have a few days, I must make a breakthrough. I must. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with incomparable firmness, without the slightest wavering. After resting for a while, Qin Xiao continued to cultivate. What Qin Xiao didn't notice was that at the top of a big tree in the distance, a man in white was standing there. He looked to be in his 20s, had an extraordinary bearing, and was extremely handsome. He held a sword in his arms and stared at Qin Xiao with great interest for a long time. Interesting. I have never seen such a determined look in your eyes before. At such a young age, your attainments in swordsmanship are not bad. If you're nurtured well, you can really have some achievements in swordsmanship. I just returned from a great wilderness and met an interesting guy. He is somewhat similar to me. The man in white revealed a slight smile. Suddenly, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew down like a swallow. Oh, who is it? Qin Xiao, who was cultivating, frowned and turned to look. The man in white gently landed in front of him. From the unfathomable aura of the other party, Qin Xiao knew that the person in front of him was extraordinary. He even felt that the other party's strength might be above his father's. How could a man in his 20s be so powerful? Nanyang City didn't have such a genius. However, Qin Xiao didn't sense a trace of hostility from the other party, so he immediately relaxed his vigilance. He put away his sword and cupped his fist. "Sir, how can I help you?" The man in white smiled slightly. With a move of his hand, his sword was already out of its sheath, making a long, clanging sound. However, the man in white didn't swing his sword at Qin Xiao. Instead, he waved it in place. His sword was incomparably beautiful, sharp, and domineering. His sword was the true king of all weapons. Once his sword was out, it was as if everything was surrendering to it. This! Qin Xiao widened his eyes in shock. The Tyrant Thunder Sword, the perfect realm. The analysis is so detailed, several times more detailed than my father's. The sword principle realm. If you want to reach the perfect realm, you must understand the sword intent. Only by moving with the sword intent can you reach the perfect realm. Looking at the man in white sword, Qin Xiao suddenly fell into deep thought. Many things that he didn't understand suddenly became clear. Wrong. He had always pursued the speed of the sword and the domineering of the sword. The Tyrant Thunder Sword was originally good at speed and domineering. If the speed and domineering were performed to the extreme, it would be perfect. And his father also said so. However, Qin Xiao now found that even his father had made a mistake. It turned out that excessive pursuit of speed and domineering had led to a big detour. As long as he comprehended the sword essence would move naturally. The man in white sword stopped, but Qin Xiao was still in a daze. Interesting. It seems that you have comprehended it. The man in white smiled gently. When Qin Xiao came to his senses, he found that the man in white had already left. He was really a strange person. He came and went as he pleased. After giving him some advice, he left without saying anything else. However, Qin Xiao still remembered this kindness in his heart. "Senior, Qin Xiao will repay your kindness in the future." However, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ponder. What was the origin of this senior? He could easily analyze the Tyrant Thunder Sword just by watching me practice the sword. This ability is really terrifying. At such a young age, I am afraid that he has surpassed the shedding body realm. This is the goal that I should pursue. Qin Xiao's blood couldn't help but boil. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao continued to practice the sword. With the comprehension just now, Qin Xiao also found a way to practice. Naturally, his practice was like a fish in water, and he made rapid progress. Unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened. Qin Xiao had to stop. With a smile on his face, he said, "The effect is good. I am sure that I can perfect the Tyrant Thunder Sword in 3 days. It's time to go home." When he returned home, Qin Dingtian had already prepared dinner. To Qin Zhao's surprise, Qin Yinzi also came. However, Qin Yinzi brought bad news. "Qin Xiao, I don't know how eldest uncle managed to get his hands on a vital essence pill. 10 days ago, Qin Yu broke through to the middle stage of the spiritual power realm. If he takes an essential pill, he can easily step into the peak of the spiritual power realm. He also has the 2nd grade magic mountain suppressing seal. I am afraid that there are few opponents under the shedding body realm who can match him." Eldest uncle actually managed to get his hands on the pure essence pill. Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Chapter 9. He knew how precious the origin essence pill was. It was priceless. Even the city lord, Song Xiongyan, would have a hard time getting one. The Qin family didn't have such good channels or strong financial resources, so it was really puzzling. Qin Qin Dingtian frowned and shook his head. Song Xiongyin wouldn't be so kind as to help Big Brother get the Origin Essence pill. If he could get the Origin Essence pill, he would have kept it for himself. A pure essence pill could create a shedding body realm expert. Any force would be scrambling for it. I also don't understand how Big Brother got the Origin Essence pill. Qin Yinzi said, "Sixth uncle, now is not the time to think about this. The annual competition is in a few days. Big uncle must have come to deal with Qin Shao. I'm afraid, Qin, you will be ruthless to Qin Shao during the annual competition." Qin Dingtian was also worried about this problem, but he didn't have any way to deal with it. If he was still the patriarch, he could think of something. But now he had no power in the Qin family and was completely suppressed. Even the use of some medicinal materials was restricted. "Qin Shao, why don't you bear with it for the time being and not fight with Qin Yu?" Qin Yinzi said. "Bear with it." Qin Shao smiled and said, "How can I bear with it? I have no way out. I have to fight this battle. Late stage of spiritual energy realm, second grade magical power. So what? The battle hasn't started yet. I won't lose." But Qin Shao waved his hand. "Sister Yinzi, I know what I'm doing. A man can die standing, but he can't live kneeling. If I don't have the ability to live standing, I'd rather die standing. I won't lose this battle." Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fist. In fact, he knew he was in a dangerous situation, but he didn't want to admit defeat. His belief didn't let him back down. Qin Yinzi knew Qin Zhao's temper and knew that it was useless for her to say anything more. She bit her red lips and said, "If Qin Yu dares to hurt you, I will definitely avenge you." With that, Qin Yinzi left with red eyes. "Don't worry, Sister Yinzi. I'll avenge myself." Qin Shao replied in his heart. After Qin Yinzi left, the atmosphere in the room became depressing. After a long time, Qin Dingtian sighed and said, "Shao, maybe it's fate." Fate? However, Qin Shao refused to accept his fate. "My life is up to me, not the heavens. No one can take my life away from me." "Father, your son hasn't admitted defeat yet. Are you going to admit defeat?" Qin Dingtian was stunned. Then he said resolutely, "Of course not. If we have to fight, we will fight together." I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again in this life." The man's tears fell silently, but they were unforgettable. The next morning, Qin Shao took some food and went to the back of the mountain to practice. The annual competition was in 3 days. Qin Shao didn't have much time left. If it was before, Qin Shao still had some confidence. However, after learning that Qin Yu had obtained a pure essence pill, Qin Shao knew that all his previous plans were useless. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as much as possible to have a glimmer of hope. In the next 3 days, Qin Shao practiced like crazy. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break through to the late stage of the spiritual force realm. It had been less than a month since he broke through to the middle stage of the spiritual force realm. If he didn't take precious elixirs like the essential pill, he wouldn't be able to break through again in such a short time. But he gained something from the Tyrant Thunder Sword. Crack! The sword in Qin Zhao's hand was like a lightning snake, bringing with it an unparalleled domineering might as it smashed into a thick tree that required 2 people to encircle. The tree had a hole as big as the mouth of a wash basin. It showed how powerful the sword was. Qin Shao sheathed his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. Hard work pays off. The tyrannical Thunder Sword has finally been cultivated to perfection. But Qin Shao frowned suddenly. He felt a ferocious aura coming from behind him. The moment he touched the aura, his nerves tightened involuntarily. All the hair on his body stood up. Such a dangerous aura was like the arrival of the god of death. What a horrible aura! It was much more powerful than the aura of Song Xiongyan, the governor of the city, a month ago. Qin Zhao's hand holding the sword couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He slowly turned around. When Qin Shao saw a ferocious wild beast less than 20 meters in front of him, his scalp suddenly exploded. It was about the size of an adult elephant. and its body was covered with sharp spikes. Its two fangs were about a meter long, and it was a sight that would make one tremble in fear. Its body was covered with fiery scales, as if it was bathed in a raging fire. The breath coming out of its mouth contained flames. From afar, Qin Shao could feel a wave of heat, which made the surrounding gentle by a few degrees. Its big eyes stared at Qin Shao with a fierce sharpness. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Qin Shao suddenly felt like he was being stared at by the god of death. Even when facing the raging Song Xiongyin, Qin Shao didn't feel this way. Even the incomparably strong Qin Shao felt despair. A flame beast, a rank 4 wild beast. Xiang Town is more than 1,000 miles away from the wasteland. How can a wild beast appear here, and a rank 4 one at that? Qin Shao was dumbfounded. Qin Shao quickly realized that something was wrong. No, this flame beast is injured, and it's in a vital area. Could it be that there's an expert chasing it? To be able to chase down such a powerful flame beast, this person's strength was truly terrifying. Roar! An angry roar came from the flame beast's mouth. It was accompanied by a ball of hot flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. The flame beast also walked step by step towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't help but take a few steps back from this roar. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing the flame beast walk step by step towards him, Qin Zhao's heart was like ice. Even if it was injured, it was still a rank 4 wild beast. Only a bone transformation expert could fight it. Nanyang City didn't have a bone transformation expert. Qin Shao retreated step by step, but he had already been locked onto by the flame beast. How could he possibly outrun a rank 4 wild beast? Step by step, he felt like he was walking into the abyss of death. Furthermore, he was powerless to struggle. This kind of feeling was too uncomfortable. Chapter 10. Am I going to die? Qin Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. Tomorrow is the annual competition. I haven't gotten back what I lost, and my father... No, I can't die. I can't die. The power of faith suddenly ignited Qin Zhao's blood. Kill. When there was no way back, the only way was to bravely move forward and kill a bloody path. The Tyrant Thunder Sword was fully displayed. Qin Zhao's face was filled with determination as he pounced on the flame beast. Roar. The 4th level wild beast had a certain level of intelligence. It felt that its dignity had been greatly provoked. The flame beast was completely enraged. Its nostrils spewed fire as it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Qin Shao. The stench of blood almost made Qin Shao faint. The difference in strength between Qin Shao and the flame beast was too big. Therefore, before Qin Shao could reach the flame beast, he was sent flying by the flame beast's hoof. He flew for more than 100 feet before crashing on the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep pit. Poochie! Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. The hand holding the sword was completely torn. Blood was gushing out. He was in an extremely sorry state. Is there no other way? No. Qin Shao let out a hysterical roar in his heart. With a move of his mind, he displayed his innate divine ability, Destruction of Gods. Clouds of birds rushed out, covering the sky and enveloping the flame beast. Strangely, the flame beast, which was extremely fierce just a moment ago, actually let out a low cry of fear under the pressure of Qin Zhao's innate divine ability. It actually prostrated on the ground. Hey, what's going on? Qin Shao was shocked. If this situation was seen by others, they would definitely be stunned. But soon Qin Shao calmed down. My innate divine ability is really extraordinary. The sound of the great Tao, I'm afraid. At this time, Qin Shao didn't think too much. It was already a great fortune to be able to come back from the gates of hell. Qin Zhao's sword moved again, aiming at the flame beast's vital part. The flame beast still didn't resist at all. Therefore, Qin Shao easily stabbed the flame beast's vital part. Of course, the flame beast's skin was very tough and extremely difficult to break. If the flame beast's vital part wasn't broken, Qin Shao absolutely had no way to break it. The flame beast let out a mournful cry. Who would have thought that a rank 4 wild beast would die in the hands of a youth who was only at the middle stage of the spirit force realm? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause an uproar in the entire Lufeng County. That's right, the core of a rank 4 dire beast is incomparably precious. It contains a powerful essence, the flame beast. There's no time. If I take it directly, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. But suddenly, a strange power gushed out from Qin Zhao's divine ability vision. It formed a whirlpool and actually sucked in the flame beast's blood essence, bones, and flesh. Waves of power poured into Qin Zhao's body as if he was drinking a tonic. What's going on? My innate divine ability can absorb this energy. Could it be that if I want to level up my innate divine ability, I need to absorb enough energy? Sure enough, as Qin Zhao expected, after absorbing the energy, Qin Zhao could clearly feel his innate divine ability slowly becoming stronger. A treasure-shaped object the size of an egg suddenly flew out of the flame beast's body and was wrapped up by that strange power. A huge power like a flood poured into Qin Zhao's body. What a pure energy. Once Qin Zhao came in contact with this energy, his body was like a seedling that had dried up for several months. He greedily and crazily sucked in the dew. This speed of improvement was 10 times or even 100 times faster than his cultivation. It had reached an unimaginable level. His body's realm was increasing. His innate divine ability was also strengthening. He was immersed in this incomparable beauty and entered a state of selflessness. Late stage of spirit force realm. Only a few minutes. So fast. If there was an outsider here, they would be surprised to find that the flame beast's blood essence was being devoured bit by bit. First, it was the blood essence, bones, and flesh. Then, even the fur on its body was being devoured. Such a situation would definitely scare people to death. Another quarter of an hour passed. Peak stage of spirit force realm. Buzz. The good news brought about by the breakthrough of his body was quickly diluted. This innate divine ability really leveled up. It really became a second grade. The moment the innate divine ability leveled up, a wave of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. The grade of the innate divine ability could be judged by its pressure. Qin Zhao also felt that the pressure of the aura of God's extinction had indeed increased by a lot compared to before. It had indeed reached the level of a second-grade divine ability. The improvement of the innate divine ability made Qin Zhao feel like he had been sublimated. Once the innate divine ability was bestowed by the heavens, it would become one with the flesh and blood. After the breakthrough, the flame beast was finally completely devoured. Not even a hair was left. Qin Zhao put away the innate divine ability. His face could not help but reveal a few thick smiles. It seems that the heavens really do not bar one's way. With such a divine ability in hand, I don't have to fear the feeling of being strong. It's really good. Qin Zhao felt his own body. He was now at the peak of Spirit Force realm. Such strength was definitely outstanding in Nanyang City. Apart from the dozen or so reincarnation realm experts, he was invincible. In just a short month, he had actually leveled up by 3 levels. It was really shocking. The essence of the Desolate Beast's core is where the essence is. The upgrade of the innate divine ability can be achieved by devouring the core. It seems that I have to find a way to get more cores in the future. Qin Zhao thought to himself. However, this time, he had really hit the jackpot. A rank 4 Desolate Beast core was something that the entire Qin clan could not afford. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a devilish smile. Sorry, those who were waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At tomorrow's annual competition, I will definitely give you a surprise. Uncle, you've exhausted all your schemes, but man proposes, God disposes. I will definitely take back everything that belongs to us father and son. I will definitely return the humiliation you've made us father and son suffer. Qin Zhao, will definitely do what I say. Looking at the sky, Qin Shao got up and quickly went back. Chapter 11. When Qin Shao returned home, his father had prepared dinner as usual. But today, it seemed to be extra sumptuous, and he had even brought some wine. Shao, let's have a drink today, Qin Dingtian said. Of course, Qin Shao knew his father's intention. Initially, he wanted to tell his father about his strength. But after thinking about it, he decided to give his father a surprise tomorrow. The father and son did not talk much. They drank some wine and finished dinner. Then, they asked Qin Shao to go to bed early. However, Qin Dingtian could not fall asleep. The sun on the next day seemed to be more active than usual. The annual competition was the grandest activity of the Qin family. The family had prepared a sumptuous banquet. People of the Qin family who had gone out to do business would also return home for a big reunion. Of course, the annual competition was the most important thing for the young people to pay attention to. It was also the competition that the Qin family had prepared to assess the training situation of the Qin family's disciples in this year. Of course, those who had made progress would be rewarded, and those who had made little progress would be severely criticized. The Qin family was based on martial arts. Of course, they had a strong concept of martial arts. Therefore, even if the strong bullied the weak in the family, everyone would turn a blind eye to it. This had made the disciples of the Qin family have the idea that the weak would be bullied since they were young. When the sky was still dimly lit, the entire Qin family was bustling with activity. The servants started to prepare for the competition. People of the Qin family also started to dress up meticulously. The young ones were even more energetic. They wanted to perform well in the annual competition and win the praise from the family elders. Some of the collateral descendants also wanted to use the opportunity of the annual competition to get more attention. Qin Shao was also woken up by his father early in the morning. However, when the two of them arrived at the martial arts practice field, most of the others had also arrived. Today, apparently, it was much livelier than the previous ceremony. Even Qin Dingyong, the fifth son of the Qin family who had been managing the business outside, had returned. Sixth, you guys are so early. Don't you see that everyone is waiting for you? Qin Dingxing's dissatisfied voice came. Qin Dingtian just glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Qin Shao glanced around. Qin Tao's hand had been cured. At this time, he was looking at Qin Shao with a vicious face. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was in high spirits and his aura was even more domineering. At this time, his eyes also fell on Qin Shao. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, full of disdain and ridicule. Qin Yinzi followed beside her father. She nodded at Qin Shao, and Qin Shao returned the gesture as a greeting. Now that everyone had arrived, the newly appointed patriarch Qin Dinghu also made an impassioned annual speech. It was nothing more than a set of beautiful words for the occasion. He wanted to completely gather the power of the Qin family in his hands. After the speech, it was time to announce the start of the annual competition. The youths of the Qin family were all called up to the stage to compete with each other. This kind of competition went on for half a day. Finally, it was Qin Shao and Qin Yu's turn. The lively scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on them at the same time. Qin Yu chuckled and took the lead to walk out. He looked over from afar. Qin Shao also walked out with the corners of his mouth raised. Looking at Qin Zhao's back, Qin Dingtian secretly clenched his fists. The two stood on a martial arts stage. One was in high spirits, and the other seemed to be unruly. Qin Yu was overbearing. He released his powerful aura and oppressed Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you are far from being my opponent. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now and admit your mistake, I may let you go. Otherwise, humph, don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Yu naturally didn't mean to let Qin Shao go. He wanted to humiliate him severely. Qin Shao replied lightly, you just broke through to the peak of the spiritual force realm with the help of the Vitality Essence pill. Do you really think your talent is amazing? Oh, by the way, didn't I say I could deal with both of you? Where's your little follower Qin Tao? Why doesn't he dare to come up? Such words made Qin Tao's face turn green with anger. Relying on the Vitality Essence pill is also strength. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Qin said, "Is that so? Why don't you be a little more honest? Say that you're afraid of losing to me, so you're doing everything you can to get a pure essence pill to improve your strength." Qin Shao bluntly exposed Qin Yu's thoughts, causing the latter's expression to become unsightly. However, it is useless. So what if you are at the peak of the spiritual force realm? So what if you have a second-grade magic power? I could trample on you before, and I can trample on you now. I can trample on you in the future. Such boastful words caused many people to curse. Wasn't this too pretentious? Qin Yu did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Are these the words you say before you die? You are about to die, yet you still want to talk. It is just that you are only good at talking. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Since you want to die, I will help you. As soon as his voice fell, the sword in Qin Yu's hand was unsheathed. The tyrannical thunder sword was displayed. However, Qin Yu's tyrannical thunder sword had not reached perfection. It was only at the same level as Qin Shao. It was not bad that Qin Yu was able to cultivate the tyrannical thunder sword to such a level. In addition, he was at the peak of the spiritual force realm. When he used his full strength, the lethality was naturally amazing. The sword was like thunder. It was extremely overbearing. Many people at the scene also cast gazes of worship at Qin Yu. Big brother, Yu Er's tyrannical thunder sword is quite mature. It has improved very quickly. Qin Ding Sheng praised. Qin Ding, who smiled with gratification. In another month or so, he should be able to cultivate it to perfection. After awakening his second-grade talent, Yu Er's talent is naturally stronger. Haha, congratulations. Big brother gave birth to a good son. He is the future hope of our Qin family. Qin Ding Sheng flattered. However, just as they finished speaking, their faces suddenly stiffened. Everyone was stunned at the same time, because Qin Zhao's sword had also moved. The tyrannical thunder sword that had reached perfection was shot out from his hand. Coupled with the strength of the peak of the spiritual force realm, the sword's momentum was naturally unstoppable. It came from behind and defeated Qin Yu's sword momentum in one move. Qin Yu was shocked. His face changed, and he quickly retreated. If he did not retreat quickly, he would have been injured. How is this possible? Many people were so shocked that they jumped up. It was not only because Qin Zhao's tyrannical thunder sword had reached perfection, but also because Qin Shao showed the strength of the peak of the spiritual force realm. Qin Yu had broken through to the peak of the spiritual force realm. Everyone knew that Qin Ding, who had spent a lot of effort to get an essential spirit pill. However, Qin Shao had also broken through to the late stage of the spiritual force realm. A month ago, he was only at the early stage of the spiritual force realm. How could he have risen 3 levels in a month? How could your strength? Qin Yu was also shocked and speechless. The faces of Qin Ding Hu and the others were gloomy. Their eyes flashed with a strange sharpness. Qin Tao was completely defeated. Compared to Qin Shao, he was really trash. Qin Ding Tian, who was sitting there, suddenly raised the corner of his eyes. He almost stood up. His clenched fist also slowly loosened. He looked at Qin Shao obscenely. Shao, has broken through to the peak of the spiritual force realm. What happened? Chapter 12. The entire martial arts practice field fell into a dead silence. Qin Shao liked this effect very much. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What's wrong? Shocking. In terms of talent, I've always been stronger than you. Even if you use some tricks, so what? I can suppress you with the Tyrant Thunder Sword. In terms of realm, I don't lose to you. Why do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Qin Yu suddenly had a feeling of wanting to vomit blood. He inexplicably felt a sense of inferiority in his heart. No, Qin Yu roared in his heart. He pointed his sword at Qin Shao and grinned. Qin Shao, you've successfully angered me. I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to break through to the peak of the Spirit Force realm. In terms of talent, you're qualified to say that. But in terms of talent, you're inferior to me. The Tyrant Thunder Sword alone is far from enough to defeat me. Now accept my attack. As soon as his voice fell, A ray of light rushed out from Qin Yu's body. A golden seal the size of a 1,000-kilogram boulder flew out and hovered in the air. A mighty aura emanated from the mountain-suppressing seal. It was like a mountain pressing down, making it hard for many people to breathe. The mountain-suppressing seal could even suppress a mountain when its power was unleashed to the extreme. The power of a second-grade ability was absolutely not to be underestimated. Qin Zhao's face was as calm as ever. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and displayed his talent. So what if it's a second-grade ability? Masses of dark clouds roared out from Qin Zhao's body and turned into an ancient beast that pounced on the mountain-suppressing seal. Although it was also a second-grade ability, Qin Yu's mountain-suppressing seal didn't have the slightest advantage. At the same time, Qin Zhao's Tyrant Thundersword attacked. What? How can it be a second-grade ability? Damn, Qin Zhao, you actually dared to lie to me. Seeing that Qin Zhao's talent was also a second-grade ability, Qin Yu's face darkened. He was flustered and exasperated. However, Qin Zhao was already attacking him. He could only grit his teeth and meet him head-on. In terms of talent and supernatural powers, Qin Yu didn't have an advantage. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Qin Zhao. Thus, once they clashed, his defeat was already decided. In addition, Qin Yu's spirit had been severely damaged, so he no longer had the arrogance from before. He was knocked to the ground by Qin Zhao's sword. He spat out blood and was in an extremely sorry state. Only then did Qin Zhao put away his innate ability and sheathed his sword. He looked coldly at Qin Yu, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face, and his heart was filled with joy. Crack the chair was directly crushed by Qin Dinghu. His face was unusually ugly. Qin Dinghu and the others didn't look good either. Qin Yu, who they had placed such high hopes on, had actually lost. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhao had also awakened a second-grade supernatural power. How did this happen? Such an outcome was truly difficult for Qin Dinghu and the others to accept. Zhao really gave us a big surprise. Qin Dingfei secretly heaved a sigh of relief, feeling quite gratified. Qin Yinzi smiled very happily. Yes, father. It's really hard to believe, but Qin Zhao really did it. I was worried for him for nothing. Even I was fooled by this boy. Later, see how I'll deal with him. To many people, this pleasant surprise was equivalent to a shock. Qin Dingtian's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. He was very excited. Shue, it seems that our son is destined to be extraordinary. A supernatural power that can be upgraded is really unheard of. It seems that the vision of heaven and earth. Qin Zhao looked around, taking in everyone's expressions, especially when he saw the ugly expressions of his uncle and the others. Qin Zhao felt very comfortable in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. Didn't you all want to see me, Qin Zhao, make a fool of myself? I, Qin Zhao, will fiercely slap your faces. Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept over Qin Tao. Qin Tao, who was originally scared silly, was swept by this gaze. His legs trembled, and he was so scared that he actually sat down on the ground. Fortunately, not many people were paying attention to him at this time. Otherwise, they would probably laugh their heads off. In the end, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Qin Yu again. Qin Yu's body and mind were seriously injured. At this time, he still hadn't come to his senses. Qin Yu, didn't you think that you were a great genius? Didn't you want to fiercely humiliate me? Didn't you say that you would make me kneel down and beg for mercy? But now, in front of me, you are a bullshit genius, who is the one who is being ruthlessly humiliated. It's you, Qin Yu, not me, Qin Zhao. Now, do you feel that the world is full of thick malice? Do you feel that it's very ironic? Haha, you deserve all of this. You wanted to force it on me, but you didn't expect that you would suffer retribution. Don't you think you deserve it? Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted from Qin Yu's mouth. Qin Dinghu really couldn't sit still. He stood up angrily and roared, Qin Zhao, enough! Enough! In the face of Qin Dinghu's monstrous anger, Qin Zhao was not afraid at all. He turned to look at Qin Dinghu and said neither humbly nor overbearingly, Uncle, when your son humiliated me, why didn't you say enough? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. This is a simple truth. Uncle, don't you understand it? How dare you? Qin Dinghu was speechless. Qin Shao still didn't flinch at all. His chest was still straight as he said, I'm just telling the truth. Uncle, why do you have to be so angry? I don't want to talk about right or wrong. It's fine as long as you do things according to your conscience. Uncle, you know very well what you have done to me and my son. What I want to say today is that I, Qin Shao, am not so weak. I won't let you kill me just because you want to. What we have lost today, we will definitely get it all back in the future. After saying that, Qin Shao ignored the furious Qin Dinghu. He jumped off the martial arts platform, walked quickly to Qin Ding Tian and said, Father, let's go. Haha, with such a son, what else can I ask for? Shao is right. We will definitely get back everything we have lost in the future. Since you don't care about family ties, don't blame me for not caring about family ties. Shao, let's go for a drink. Qin Ding Tian laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them left gracefully. Crack! Qin Dinghu was so angry that he smashed an old-fashioned wooden armchair with his palm. The whole Qin family was as silent as cicadas in winter. When they returned to their residence, Qin Ding Tian took out the wine. The father and the son drank it together. Haha, this is so satisfying. Your uncle and the others must be so angry that their lungs are about to explode. Now the whole Qin family must be lively, Qin Ding Tian said. It was indeed lively outside. The whole martial arts practice field was about to be overturned. It was just that Qin Shao and the others couldn't hear it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said they asked for it. They can't blame me. Qin Ding Tian nodded and said, By the way, Shao, what's the matter with you? You have risen 3 levels in a month, and your talent has really been upgraded to the 2nd grade. In front of his father, Qin Shao didn't hide anything. He told him everything that had happened yesterday. After listening to him, Qin Ding Tian was also very surprised that there was such a thing. Chapter 13, that it's really incredible that you can devour the elixir cores of wild beasts to improve your grade. However, Qin Ding Tian frowned again as he spoke. Seeing his father's expression, Qin Shao asked, Father, but what? Qin Ding Tian said with a solemn expression, Shao, I heard a piece of news today. It said that a desert guard had entered our Nanyang city while chasing a flame beast. That old fox Song Xiongyan also ordered that anyone in the city with news should report it immediately. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. It seems that the flaming beast chased by the desert guard must have been encountered by you. Moreover, it was devoured by your innate ability. Fortunately, you didn't leave any traces. I guess the desert guard won't be able to find you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. However, Shao, you can't mention this to anyone else. No wonder the flaming beast was injured by the desert guard. It seems that I really got a great advantage. Qin Shao frowned. The desert guard was the elite guards of the desert country. They were recruited and managed by the desert country, and then assigned to each county to serve as a force to maintain the stability of the country. In the Great Desert Country, the position of the Great Desert Guard was extremely high. Moreover, in order to become a Great Desert Guard, one must possess extremely powerful strength. It was said that the lowest threshold was the strength of the peak of the reincarnation realm. The strength of the bone-changing realm was considered ordinary in the Desert Guard. The reputation of the Desert Guard had been spread in the desert country for thousands of years. People couldn't help but respect the Desert Guard when it was mentioned. Moreover, even if you were strong, you wouldn't dare to kill a Desert Guard. That would offend the prestige of the desert country. In the Great Desert Country, the Great Desert Royal Family had supreme ruling power. As for the Great Desert Guards, they represented the Great Desert Emperor. Desert Guard, Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fist secretly. This was also his next goal. If he wanted to get out of this desolate place, becoming a Desert Guard was obviously a good choice. Having seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts, Qin Ding Tian nods in agreement. Shao, your current state is still a bit low. It's not the right time to think about the Desert Guard. Wait until you have the strength of the peak stage of Reincarnation Realm. Then go participate in the Great Desert Guard's test. When you become a great desert guard, perhaps. Speaking of this, Qin Ding Tian stopped at once and didn't say anything more. Qin Shao frowned and asked, maybe what? Qin Ding Tian waved his hand. It's nothing. Shao, I'm still worried about this matter. I can only hope that the desert guard leaves quickly. A single desert guard is enough to destroy our entire Nanyang city. A rank 4 desolate beast is priceless. I'm afraid that great desert guard will not leave so easily. Don't worry, father. That flame beast has been completely devoured by your son. Not even a scrap is left. No one will be able to find out. Now, no one knows about it except my father, Qin Shao said. Hearing this, Qin Dingtian nodded and felt relieved. If they really provoked a great desert guard, then only death awaited them. By the way, Shao, your innate ability allows you to devour the cores of desolate beasts. Perhaps I can give you a vitality stone to try. Qin Dingtian suddenly said with a serious face. Vitality stone? Qin Shao was shocked. Father, you have vitality stones? The preciousness of vitality stones was almost the same as the essence pill. Martial artists cultivated by absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth to improve their body state. Vitality stones were the essence of heaven and earth. It was the purest vitality that could be directly absorbed by martial artists for cultivation. The speed of cultivation was absolutely frightening. Of course, vitality stones were extremely precious. Perhaps even the disciples of Princess Lu Feng's residence were not so extravagant as to use vitality stones for cultivation every day. The Qin clan's entire fortune was probably only worth 1 or 2 primeval stones. Qin Dingtian nodded and took out a jade box. When he opened the jade box, a pure vitality emitted from it. Smelling it, one would feel very comfortable and refreshed. What made Qin Shao open his eyes wide was that there were as many as 10 vitality stones in the jade box. 10? So many. Qin Shao looked at Qin Dingtian in amazement. Qin Dingtian closed the jade box and said, yes, 10 pieces of low-grade primordial stones. They're what I have been keeping for a rainy day. 3 low-grade vitality stones can be exchanged for 1 essence pill. 10 low-grade vitality stones should be able to help you break through to the reincarnation realm. The sooner you break through to the reincarnation realm, the more relieved I will be. Your eldest uncle and the others will not be reconciled. Maybe they will use some sinister means. Shao, if you break through to the reincarnation realm, you should be able to protect yourself. The sharper you are now, the more dangerous it will be. So we have to be careful. Following his father, Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade box and said solemnly, Father, I will be careful. No matter who wants to kill me, it will not be that easy. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. A voice came, 6th brother. Qin Shao put away the jade box quickly. They stood up to open the door and saw Qin Dingfei and Qin Yinzi coming in. Ha! 6th brother, congratulations. You have a good son. Qin Dingfei laughed heartily and looked at Qin Shao approvingly. Among the elders of the Qin clan, Qin Shao had always respected his second uncle. Qin Dingtian smiled and said, Second brother, the annual competition is not over yet. Why are you here? It's boring to stay in that place. It's better to drink with you, 6th brother. Qin Dingfei said. Qin Dingtian invited them in. The 4 of them sat down. Qin Shao and Qin Yinzi sat together. Qin Yinzi said, Qin Shao, you really know how to surprise people. I have already made a plan to avenge you. Now it seems that I don't need it. Sister Yinzi, why do I feel that you want me to die? Qin Shao touched his nose. Qin Yinzi rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and said, You, when did you learn to deceive people? Seriously, you made me worried to death. I knew you were a genius. You won't die so easily. Cough, Sister Yinzi, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to surprise everyone. If I didn't do that, how could it be so effective? Qin Shao said. Qin Yinzi waved her hand and said, Well, I was just teasing you. How can I be angry with you? Seeing your extraordinary splendor and brilliance just now, this elder sister is so happy for you that she can't even hurry. You are the real genius of our Qin clan. You didn't see how angry eldest uncle and the others were when you left. They deserved it. Who asked them to treat you and sixth uncle like that? Qin Dingtian waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about those unpleasant things. It's rare for our two clans to get together to drink. Let's just drink today. Come on." Chapter 14. The Qin family's annual competition came to an end. This time, the atmosphere was the weirdest for the Qin family. Logically speaking, the Qin family should be happy that there were several geniuses in the Qin family. This time, the Qin family had a total of 4 people who had awakened their innate talents. This number was absolutely terrifying. For other forces, it would be a miracle if they could have one person who had awakened their innate talents in a year. For 4 people to awaken their innate talents in a year seemed to have never happened in the entire Nanyang city for decades. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that 3 of them had awakened their innate talents. 3 people. What kind of concept was this? Such a thing had never happened in decades. No, to be precise, it had never happened in Nanyang City in the past 100 years. Such a situation had long caused a sensation in the entire Nanyang City, causing all the major forces to focus their attention on the Qin family. The Qin family's power had been maintained very well under Qin Dingtian's control. Other than the City Lord Mansion, no other forces could compete with them. However, this time, Qin Dinghu and Song Xiongyan had colluded to seize the power of the Qin family and pulled down Qin Dingtian, the pillar of the Qin family, causing the other forces to discuss spiritedly. They felt that the Qin family was beginning to decline. This was also an opportunity for the other forces to rise. However, in a short while, among the younger generation of the Qin family, there were 3 geniuses who had awakened their innate talents. This was naturally a big blow to the other forces. There were even many voices that if the Qin family was allowed to develop like this, even the City Lord Mansion would not be able to suppress them. Such voices naturally reached Song Xiongyan's ears, causing the atmosphere in the City Lord Mansion to become somewhat oppressive. Song Xiongyan was a 1,000-year-old fox. In the small Nanyang city, he naturally could not allow the Qin family's power to suppress his City Lord Mansion. Therefore, he wanted to use Qin Dinghu's hand to suppress the Qin family. No matter how lively it was outside, it did not affect Qin Shao at all. He still went to the back mountain early every day to cultivate. In the Qin family, although Qin Shao was not excluded on the surface, the person who held the power was still Qin Dinghu. In terms of resources, he was naturally suppressed. Therefore, Qin Shao was too lazy to cultivate in the Qin family. She went to the back of the mountain for peace and quiet. After practicing the tyrannical thunder sword once, Qin Shao always felt that this sword seemed to be perfect, but it also seemed to be incomplete. He always felt that he could go one level deeper. Qin Shao couldn't describe this feeling. Qin Shao moved his hand and took out a jade box. There were 10 low-grade primordial stones inside, and each of them was priceless. 10 low-grade primordial stones. I wonder how much I can improve. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to raise the sacred art by another level. 10 low-grade primordial stones, just to let me break through to the shedding body realm. Qin Shao thought in his heart, the promotion of the spirit technique was definitely not an easy thing. Previously, he had only broken through after devouring an entire rank 4 wild beast. Furthermore, the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to improve. Qin Shao took out a low-grade primordial stone and activated his innate ability, God's Extinction. In fact, primordial stones could be directly absorbed for cultivation, but the speed and effect would be a little slower. However, once Qin Shao activated his innate ability, a low-grade primordial stone was completely devoured in the blink of an eye. An incomparably pure primordial energy also poured into Qin Zhao's body, transforming Qin Zhao's body. The foundation of martial arts lay in the improvement of the body. The improvement of one's cultivation level was a kind of absorption and use of heaven and earth primordial energy to change one's body, allowing one's body to undergo metamorphosis and become incomparably powerful. From weak to strong, primordial energy existed between heaven and earth, but it was too thin. Therefore, if one only relied on absorbing from heaven and earth, the cultivation speed would obviously not be very fast. The disciples of the major factions directly used primordial stones to cultivate, and the speed was not just a little bit faster. An average person would need at least 3 days and 3 nights to completely absorb a low-grade primordial stone. However, I actually absorbed all of it in one breath. I can clearly feel that my body has improved by quite a bit. In the martial arts realm, the brute force realm is only the most basic level. It relies on refining the body to improve the strength of the body, and this kind of strength is called brute force. Only in the spirit energy realm can one begin to absorb heaven and earth primordial energy to improve one's body. Heaven and earth primordial energy is an incredible power. In the spirit energy realm, one who has experienced it can kill a cow with one punch. And in the shedding body realm, after shedding the body, one's strength can split open stones, and one's strength is powerful. First shedding the body, then changing the bones, then one could be invulnerable, impervious to fire and water, and increase one's lifespan by 60 years. My current goal is the shedding body realm. One by one, Qin Xiao devoured the spirit stones. Qin Xiao's body was also improving bit by bit, transforming bit by bit, stepping into the shedding body realm step by step. This feeling was really too wonderful. However, even after using 9 low-grade primordial stones, he still had not broken through. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. It seems that I can't even keep a single low-grade primordial stone. Qin Xiao pursed his lips, feeling heartache. He used primordial stones, which were priceless treasures. A single primordial stone was enough to make all the major forces in Nanyang City jealous. It was probably enough to make 2 forces fight because of it. Now, Qin Xiao had used 9 of them in a row. If such a thing were to spread out, it would probably make countless people go crazy. With the last low-grade primordial stone in his hand, Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and once again devoured it. There was no other way. In order to break through to the shedding body realm, he could only go all out. Another pure stream of primordial energy poured into Qin Xiao's body. As soon as this stream of primordial energy poured in, it was like turning something rotten into something magical, causing circles of ripples. Then it spread out, and a quantitative change led to a qualitative change. As soon as the qualitative change came, a stream of energy suddenly surged throughout his body, as if it was infinitely magnified, enveloping Qin Xiao's body in a wonderful state. Qin Xiao's body was also being transformed. A wonderful feeling once again welled up in his heart, and no words could describe it. About to break through, it's finally here. A smile finally appeared on Qin Xiao's face. There were no accidents during the breakthrough process. It was a smooth breakthrough. It was as if the conditions were right, and the conditions were right. Qin Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling his body. The shedding body realm is really different. It feels like my whole body has changed a lot. As long as I move my mind, I feel a surge of energy as if it is going to roar out. This feeling of power is really wonderful. This is the power of the shedding body realm. My strength should be more than 5 times stronger than before. Chapter 15. A breakthrough in the realm was indeed a delightful thing. In the entire Nanyang City, there were only a dozen shedding body realm experts. Now, that Qin Xiao had broken through to the shedding body realm, with his second-grade talent ability, his strength was absolutely powerful. At least, among the martial artists in the early stage of the shedding body realm, there should be no one who could do anything to Qin Xiao. Even if he was to fight against a martial artist in the middle stage of the shedding body realm, he would have the strength to fight. At the age of 16, he had such powerful strength. Even Qin Dingtian did not reach such a height when he was young. The breakthrough in exchange for 10 primordial stones was worth it. In a good mood, Qin Xiao was ready to go back early today. However, Just as he was about to leave, a beautiful and somewhat coquettish figure blocked his way. The person who came was about 20 years old. She was as beautiful as a fairy, charming and moving. Her every movement exuded a powerful, seductive force. If it was an ordinary boy, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist this power. However, Qin Zhao's temperament was so firm that he naturally would not be affected by this charm. Seeing the person who came, Qin Zhao's face suddenly became cold, and his eyes flashed with a bit of hatred. Song Yuyin, it's you, Qin Zhao said coldly. There was a bit of killing intent between his words. The charming woman in front of him was the daughter of the city lord, Song Xiongyan. She was also the woman who came to frame Qin Zhao last time. This woman was definitely a seductress. Furthermore, she was extremely shrewd and had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. She was definitely an extremely vicious woman. Qin Zhao had always had a bad impression of this woman. She was a very shrewd woman. Using her beauty, many men in Nanyang City were willing to be at her beck and call. She had done a lot of vicious things. Moreover, this woman was extremely talented. When she was 20 years old, she had broken through to the shedding body realm. Now, she was a great help to Song Xiongyan. Seeing this woman, Qin Zhao knew that she did not come with good intentions. Song Yuyin smiled charmingly and walked over to Qin Zhao. Yo, Qin Zhao, it seems that you have a deep hatred for me. I have heard that you have awakened a second-grade talent ability. In the Qin clan's annual competition, you took the lead and even severely humiliated Qin Yu. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have been crippled by my father, but you can still miraculously awaken a talent ability. Then you can only blame your father for being useless and not killing me directly. Qin Zhao sneered. Song Yuyin chuckled. Then it seems you still want to die. Qin Zhao looked at Song Yuyin coldly and said, What? Do you want to help me? I know you're here to deal with me. Kill me. Hee hee. Let's not talk about whether you dare or not. Even if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I don't have the ability? Song Yuyin frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I don't understand. Where does your confidence come from? Is it because of your second-grade talent ability? Do you know that there is a qualitative difference between the spirit power realm and the shedding body realm? I am here today for no other reason than to take revenge on you for taking advantage of me that day. You have the nerve to say that I took advantage of you. Qin Zhao was instantly enraged. He would not have been so angry if this matter had not been brought up. Now that this matter was brought up, the anger in his stomach surged out. It seems that City Lord Song can no longer tolerate me. I am afraid that your father is also around. If my father comes to save me, I am afraid that your father can also stop him. Song Yuyin did not speak, but this was a tacit agreement, just as Qin Zhao had guessed. How could Song Xiongyan tolerate the rise of Qin Zhao? However, Song Xiongyan did not dare to kill Qin Zhao easily. Otherwise, Qin Dingtian would definitely go crazy. Mphumph. So you, Song Yuyin, are using such an excuse? Using the banner of a crusade against me to shut the mouths of others? Since you have such wishful thinking, if I don't fulfill your wish, wouldn't I appear to be too unreasonable? Qin Zhao coldly laughed. The anger in his heart had already reached his throat. Song Yuyin moved her hand and a sword appeared in her hand. She pointed at Qin Zhao and said, Don't talk nonsense. If you take advantage of me, you will be punished by me. Today, let's see if you have such good luck to be safe and sound. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I will cripple you. A woman should not be so vicious. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand had already moved. The Tyrant Thunder Sword was fully displayed. Now, Qin Zhao was also in the shedding body realm. He did not hold back at all and directly attacked with all his strength. The sword moved like thunder, and the sword momentum was incomparably overbearing. The sword struck out with a mighty aura. It was as if a huge wave had come crashing down on Linfan. The surging mortal world was also because of this sword. What? This is the shedding body realm? How could it be possible? How could he break through to the shedding body realm in such a short time? As soon as Qin Zhao attacked, Song Yuyin was a little confused. She was really shocked. Such a situation was also something she did not expect. Yesterday, Qin Shao was only in the late stage of the spirit power realm. How could he reach the shedding body realm today? Yesterday, when she and her father received the news of the annual competition of the Qin clan, they discussed for a while and decided on such a plan. Today, she also made sufficient preparations before coming to rob and kill Qin Shao. However, what she did not expect was that Qin Shao had already broken through to the shedding body realm. This speed was too scary. A 16-year-old shedding body realm. No one else in Nanyang City had reached it in 100 years. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Damn it. Song Yuyin cursed in her heart. However, this was not the time to think about this. Song Yuyin did not dare to be careless and attacked with all her strength. After all, Song Yuyin had broken through to the shedding body realm for nearly a year. Her realm was completely stable. Moreover, she also cultivated a fierce martial skill called the Vibrant Fallen Leaves Sword. It was also a sword martial skill. The Qin clan's Tyrant Thunder Sword was strong in its overbearing power. Its power was like thunder and lightning. In a flash, it could attack the opponent. It was incomparably overbearing. The City Lord's Residence's Vibrant Fallen Leaves Sword was a soft martial skill. A sword was like falling leaves. Thousands of sword shadows were all shot out. It was hard to distinguish between real and fake. It was not easy to distinguish which of the two sword martial skills was stronger. However, in terms of realm, Song Yuyin had a slight advantage. In terms of martial skills, she had already cultivated the Vibrant Fallen Leaves Sword to perfection. In terms of power, it was naturally not weaker than Qin Zhao's Tyrant Thundersword. Therefore, in this confrontation, Qin Shao did not gain any advantage. In this confrontation, Song Yuyin's expression changed greatly. She knew that she had no chance of winning today. If she continued to fight, it would not benefit her at all. Naturally, she had the intention to retreat. Chapter 16, that you want to run? Oof. Seeing that Song Yuyin wanted to retreat, Qin Shao snorted coldly. He once again attacked with his sword domineeringly. Didn't you say that I took advantage of you? Then today, I will really take advantage of you and fulfill your wish. Hearing such humiliating words, Song Yuyin's pale face flushed with shame and anger. However, in the face of the powerful Qin Shao, she had no choice but to use her innate divine ability. Song Yuyin's hands shook, and a black ba serpent roared out of her body. This wasn't a real ba serpent. It was a magical phenomenon manifested by energy. Divine abilities basically all had divine ability phenomenons. Through the magical phenomenon, the power of the magical ability could be fully displayed. When the ba serpent appeared, Song Yuyin's aura suddenly increased by a lot. Her cold face also became more demonic, as if she was a witch. The ba serpent coiled around her body. It was very lifelike, flicking its long forked tongue. It looked very ferocious. Song Yuyin's sword met Qin Zhao's attack once again. Under the power of her innate ability, the power of her sword increased by a lot. Her aura surged towards Qin Shao like a torrential downpour. Qin Shao did not use his innate ability. Therefore, in a single exchange, he was actually sent flying. If he hadn't retreated quickly, he would have been injured. However, Qin Shao did it deliberately. He just wanted to see if he could block Song Yuyin's attack without using his innate ability. Reality proved that he couldn't block it at all. With the help of her innate ability, Song Yuyin's strength had probably doubled. In the same realm, Qin Shao was naturally no match for her. Song Yuyin didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, she coldly pointed her sword at Qin Shao and said gloomily, "Today's matter ends here. Our grudges will be settled in the future." And here, the corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. That's something you have no choice but to do when you don't have the strength. If you have the strength, why wait for me? Qin Shao, I don't have that much patience. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then it's time to settle the grudges between us. You could be considered a beauty. In Nanyang City, you can be considered a famous #1 beauty. Since you want me to take advantage of you, why don't I fulfill your wish? Shut up. Song Yuyin was furious. She was the daughter of the city lord. She was high above. It was always men. When men dared to humiliate her like this. You, take advantage of me, Qin Zhao's. Who asked? I. Qin Zhao's to the point of the city lord? 2. To the end. Why? Song Yuyin's face turned completely green. She was actually humiliated by a man like this. Hateful. How could she tolerate such a thing? Qin Xiao, do you want to die? Song Yuyin was furious. She attacked Qin Xiao with all her strength. The boss serpent also opened its bloody mouth. It seemed to want to swallow Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao deliberately provoked Song Yuyin. This woman with the heart of a snake and scorpion should not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Qin Xiao would definitely get revenge for this. Song Yuyin attacked in anger. Qin Xiao naturally did not hesitate. With a thought, a thick black cloud rose. It covered the sky and the sun. It completely enveloped the area within a radius of 20 meters. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The black cloud surged violently. It was as if a peerless monster was brewing. Such a scene was frightening enough just by looking at it. It made people shudder with fear. In particular, the powerful aura that he emitted also came oppressing Song Yuyin's body. The dignity of an expert was as heavy as Mount Tai. Qin Zhao's aura suddenly increased by more than 2 times. Holding the sword in one hand, he stood under the peerless and fierce black cloud. He really had the aura of a demon god descending. Just by looking at it, one would probably be frightened by this aura. When he displayed his supernatural power, a powerful force surged in his body. It was as if there was a giant dragon roaring in his body. It wanted to burst out all the power in his body and conquer everything. This feeling of power was too wonderful. It made Qin Zhao's fighting spirit burn endlessly. The blood in his body was boiling. The desire to fight had reached a peak. Qin Xiao also had a feeling that something was about to awaken in his divine ability phenomenon, and it was about to rush out of the surging dark clouds. In fact, he had this feeling the first time. It was just that it was not so strong. Now, the feeling was getting stronger. It made Qin Xiao feel that if his supernatural power could be upgraded by another grade, he would know whether this feeling was right or not. But now he was still some distance away from upgrading his supernatural powers grade. He temporarily put this matter in his heart and did not think too much about it. It's really his second-grade supernatural power. Under the power of Qin Zhao's supernatural power, Song Yuyin frowned deeply. What a terrifying power. It's really far from being comparable to a first-grade supernatural power. Even my father only has a first-grade supernatural power. I also have a first-grade supernatural power. This kid has awakened a second-grade supernatural power. What the hell? Damn it, second-grade supernatural power can completely crush me. I'm not his opponent at all. Am I, Song Yuyin, really going to be humiliated by this kid today? Song Yuyin was very unwilling. For a long time, no one among the younger generation of Nanyang City could compete with her. But now, this situation was about to change. Song Yuyin, don't you think that your strength is unparalleled? Don't you think that no one among the younger generation of Nanyang City can compete with you? Now, how about you take my sword? Qin Zhao's incomparably indifferent voice sounded. This was not only a provocation, but also a humiliation. Qin Xiao, that's enough. I've already admitted defeat. Are you still going to be so overbearing? Song Yuyin fiercely clenched her teeth. Qin Xiao chuckled. Admit defeat? Is that enough? Not enough. It's far from enough. You and your father caused my meridians to be broken and my soul to be damaged. Do you know how much pain my father suffered and was kicked out of his position as the family head? Do you know how much I and my father lost? Do you know how enough is enough? Even if I kill you, it still won't be enough. Song Yuyin, you asked for this. What face do you have to say such things here? Do you think that because you're a woman, because you're a beauty, I, Qin Xiao, won't dare to do anything to you? A woman like you is not worth the slightest bit of pity, because you're not worthy. Chapter 17. because you don't deserve it at all." These simple words were like a bolt of lightning that exploded in Song Yuyin's heart. It shook her so much that she took a few steps back. Her face turned pale and unsightly. "Qin Shao, I hate you." Song Yuyin gnashed her teeth in anger, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. It could be seen how angry she was. Qin Shao shrugged indifferently and said, "It's right that you hate me. If you don't hate me, how can you plot against me? I told myself that I, Qin Shao, will take back what I lost. Today, I will take back all the dignity I lost to you, Song Yuyin. Yes, I am humiliating you severely, but you can't do anything about it, because you don't have the strength to fight against me. Are you angry with me for saying this? So what? You want to see me make a fool of myself. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Now take my sword." Before her voice died away, Qin Zhao's sword had already struck out again, under the power of her talent. It was even more overbearing and fierce. The thunder-like sword arrived in front of Song Yuyin at the speed of lightning. As soon as the sword moved, it seemed that this small area of void acupoint was completely stirred up. The might of the sword was like the descent of a devil from the abyss. It was vast and unstoppable. Before Qin Zhao's sword reached Song Yuyin had already felt the terrible momentum surging toward her, which almost made her kneel down. There was a strange, ferocious look on her beautiful face. Her abhijna had also lost its elegance at this moment. It was like a little snake meeting a flood dragon. Clang Qin Zhao's sword fell down and directly disintegrated Song Yuyin's sword, which could not withstand a single blow. It could even be said that the sword flew out of her hand. The terrifying power smashed heavily on Song Yuyin's body, sending her flying. She crashed heavily on the ground, leaving a long ditch in the grass. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His face was pale and unsightly. He was in an extremely sorry state. Song Yuyin struggled for a while before she got up. She leaned against a tree and looked at Qin Shao with hatred in her eyes. She was as vicious as a snake. Qin Shao walked over with no sympathy in her eyes. "You see, today you want to take the opportunity to cripple me and not give me a chance to grow, because all of you are afraid that I will grow. As the saying goes, a tiger father will not beget a dog's son. If it wasn't for the knot in my father's heart, his strength would have long surpassed your father. So now, all of you are afraid of me. My talent is even stronger than my father's. If you give me time, I will definitely grow up. I, Qin Shao, am a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Kindness must be repaid. Enmity must also be avenged. Everything that you and your father have given to me and my father, I will return in full. So, you're afraid." Song Yuyin, am I right? Song Yuyin's face was gloomy. At this time, she was unwilling to say anything to Qin Shao. If you don't say anything, it means that you agree. What do you think? Are you very disappointed? Your wishful thinking has failed, and now you are in my hands. How should I deal with you? Should I kill you with my sword? Or should I satisfy your wish and take advantage of you first? Although you're ugly inside, you're quite beautiful. I don't think I will suffer a loss if I take advantage of you. How do you want me to take advantage of you?" Qin Shao continued. His face was full of flirting, which made Song Yuyin want to die. "You don't say anything again. Let me check your physical development first. Don't you dare." Song Yuyin almost roared as she spat out these two words. Qin Shao raised the corners of his mouth and showed a cold and evil smile. "Why wouldn't I dare? How dare you?" An angry roar came from afar. The voice had a very strong, penetrating power. It could be seen that the owner of the voice was very powerful. Hearing the voice, Qin Shao knew who had come. In fact, Qin Shao had already known that Song Xiongyan had been hiding in the dark. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't really kill Song Yuyin. First of all, Song Xiongyan was in the dark. It was impossible for him to succeed. Second of all, if he really killed Song Yuyin, it would bring disaster to him. What he did earlier was merely to scare Song Yuyin. That was all. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't afraid, because he knew that his father was also in the dark. As expected, two figures walked out of the dark at the same time. One of them was Qin Zhao's father, Qin Dingtian. The other was a middle-aged man in golden clothes. He was the governor of Nanyang City, Song Xiongyan. Without a doubt, he was the most powerful man in Nanyang City. He had the power of life and death in Nanyang City. His position was high and his strength was unparalleled. Song Xiongyan's chi power was very strong. His sharp eyes glanced at Qin Shao, which made Qin Shao very uncomfortable, as if he had been stabbed by something. Song Xiongyan came to Song Yiyan's side and took out an elixir for Song Yiyan to take. It was a precious energy-shielding elixir, which could be used to heal injuries. Although it was not as precious as the energy-enhancing elixir, it was not an ordinary elixir. It was not an ordinary luxury to use the energy-shielding elixir to heal injuries. Father, I'm fine. I've embarrassed you. After taking the energy-shielding elixir, Song Yiyan looked better. She said to Song Xiongyan with a guilty face. Song Xiongyan's face was gloomy and ugly. He looked at Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian with unparalleled ferocity. Qin Dingtian, you have good son. Song Xiongyan emphasized every word to express his anger. Qin Dingtian replied expressionlessly. Same to you. Castellan Song also has a good daughter. She is young, but she is scheming and shrewd. She has learned a lot from you, Governor Song. That's admirable. However, her strength and talent are not as good as my son's. Humph, Qin Dingtian, don't be complacent. Today's matter ends here. Let's wait and see. If you want to live a good life, you have to ask me whether I'll give it to you or not. Song Xiongyan's words were still so domineering, which was his usual style. If it were in the past, Qin Dingtian would be polite to Song Xiongyan. But now, he had completely thrown away all pretenses. Moreover, Qin Dingtian was no longer the head of the Qin family. Naturally, he could speak unscrupulously. Therefore, Qin Dingtian did not show any weakness. If you don't give it to me, I'll beat you down with my hands. Today's matter ends here, but we'll definitely get even with you for the hatred between us. Let's wait and see. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Very good. I admire your courage. Song Xiongyan snorted coldly. He waved his hand and left with Song Yiyan. Qin Dingtian nodded to Qin Shao and said, let's go back and drink. Chapter 18. After humiliating Song Yiyan in this battle, Qin Shao vented his anger. I'm just looking for some interest this time. I can't just let it go like this. I must kill Song Xiongyan and his daughter. After returning home, Qin Shao said while drinking wine, it was a pity that he couldn't kill Song Yiyan today. Qin Dingtian nodded and said, Shao, you have always been steady. I'm relieved that you didn't act impulsively. Even if we combine our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to defeat Song Xiongyan. Besides, Song Xiongyan is the city lord, an imperial court official protected by the desert nation. We can only endure this hatred for the time being. I know, father. I won't act recklessly. Qin Shao nodded and said. Of course, he knew the situation. The city lord ruled a region and managed it for the desert nation. Naturally, he was protected by the desert nation. If someone dared to kill the city lord, it would definitely anger the desert nation's emperor. The desert guard would definitely be sent out to kill the person. Unless the person didn't care about his life, he wouldn't dare to kill a city lord even if he had the strength. Of course, it didn't mean that there was no way to kill a city lord. For example, one could become a desert guard or make a great contribution to the desert nation and be rewarded by the desert emperor. One could also have a powerful force stand up for you. There were many ways. However, they were all difficult. In a world where martial arts were respected, strength was still the key. If you were a martial artist at the peak of the bone-changing realm, or even beyond the bone-changing realm, you could easily become a desert guard. Then, killing a small city lord would naturally be a piece of cake. There wasn't a single bone-changing realm martial artist in the entire Nanyang City. Qin Shao had broken through to the reincarnation realm, which was also something to be happy about. Qin Dingtian was in a good mood and was very drunk. Shao, if you continue to cultivate bitterly, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to make further progress. Our Qin clan is lacking in resources. We only have 3 low-grade martial arts techniques. If you don't have any martial skills or good cultivation resources, You'll have to go out and gain experience if you want to improve. But Qin Xiao knew what Qin Dingtian was worried about. Father, I've thought about it for a long time. I was just about to discuss it with you. After I stabilize my cultivation base, I will set off to the great wilderness to gain experience. Riches and honor are found in danger. If I don't experience a dangerous tempering, then it will be very difficult for me to increase my strength. As for City Lord Song, I know that he will try his best to get rid of me. However, with my father watching over me, he will not dare to act rashly. Although his City Lord Association has a few embryonic realm experts, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Besides, the wasteland is so big. Once I enter the wasteland, it won't be easy for them to find me. Therefore, Father doesn't need to worry about this. As for Song Xiongyin, he wouldn't dare to come here openly. Qin Dingtian kept silent for a while and then nodded. Shower is right. Then I don't need to worry anymore. Yes, Father. I'm going to set off to the wasteland in 3 days, Qin Xiao said. Qin Dingtian nodded heavily. Good. I hope that will be the place where you can soar. Nanyang City was located in the middle of the land of Nanyang. It was surrounded by mountains, and the terrain was somewhat dangerous. Nanyang City was in charge of 16 towns. It was not very big. It only covered a radius of 100 miles. Thus, Nanyang City was not very big. The number of people who lived there was only around 100,000. In the study of the magnificent and majestic City Lord's mansion, Song Xiongyin smashed many things after he came back. His study was in a mess. After completely digesting the energy protection elixir, Song Yin's injury was no longer a big problem. However, her face was still very pale. Qin Dingtian and Qin Xiao are good. If I had known this, I would have killed you directly last time. Then I would have killed Qin Dingtian. That would have been the end of it. Humph! I didn't expect that after I crippled you, you would be so lucky to awaken your divine ability and recover. Song Xiongyin was very upset. He had always wanted to suppress the Qin family to consolidate his ruling power. He could not allow the Qin family's momentum to rise. He had been working on this plan for a long time. It was not easy for him to succeed. But now, such a variable had appeared, which made him very angry and displeased. Moreover, based on the monstrous talent that Qin Xiao had displayed so far, it made him even more likely to have an egg. If he continued to develop, he would definitely be more terrible than Qin Dingtian in the future. Once he reached that stage, the Qin family's momentum would be enough to overshadow the City Lord's mansion. As the manager of a region, it would be a great shame if he was overshadowed by other forces. Song Xiongyin would never allow such a thing to happen. The Qin family will always be a scourge. I must find a way to eradicate them as soon as possible. 3 young geniuses who have awakened second-grade divine abilities have never appeared in the 100 years of Nanyang City's history. If these 3 grow up, how can I suppress the Qin family? Although Qin Dingtian has been removed from the position of family master, he is still a member of the Qin family. He will not stand by and do nothing when the Qin family is in trouble. Song Xionyin's eyes became colder and more frightening. The strong killing intent made him extremely fierce. Without an iron fist, how could he, Song Xiongyin, have ruled Nanyang City for 20 years? Father, I think this matter is a little strange, Song Yin suddenly said. Song Xiongyin frowned deeply. He collected some of his thoughts and looked over. Song Yin continued, Father, Qin Xiao only awakened his innate ability a month ago. Even if he thinks it is a grade 2 innate ability, no matter how much of a genius he is, it is impossible for him to reach the shedding body realm from the early stage of Spirit Force realm in just a month. It is a leap of a whole realm. Even if it is a peerless genius who has awakened a grade 3 or 4 innate ability, it is impossible for him to have such a monstrous cultivation speed. It is also impossible for him to spend so much primordial stones to cultivate for a month. Besides, it's impossible for the Qin family to give any cultivation resources to Qin Xiao. Qin Dingtian himself has no cultivation resources. Even if he has a few pieces of low-grade primordial stones, they are far from enough to support Qin Shao to break through to reincarnation realm. This speed of improvement is too inconceivable. Things were unpredictable, so there must be something wrong. There is something strange about this. Song Xiongyin was silent for a while before he said, Yu Yin, what do you think is going on? Logically speaking, Qin Dingtian should not have such great ability. It is impossible for him to have such a monstrous cultivation speed after awakening a second-grade divine ability. This place is indeed very strange. Father, didn't an honored guest come to our home? Song Yuyin said. Chapter 19. Song Xiongyin was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood what Song Yuyin meant. You're talking about that desert guard, young Master Yin. Young Master Yin chased a rank 4 wild beast into the territory of our Nanyang city, and then lost track of it. A severely injured rank 4 wild beast. You mean Qin Shao and his son might have gotten it. Although the whole body of a rank 4 wild beast is a treasure, and its core is priceless. But even if Qin Dingtian could get the pill baron, he wouldn't have the ability to refine it. Although the pill baron contains powerful origin power, it can't be absorbed and used directly. And in such a short time, it's impossible for Qin Dingtian to go to Lufeng County to exchange for a large amount of origin essence pills. Your guess is a little far-fetched. Song Yiyin sneered and said, Father, it's not a problem whether it's far-fetched or not. The problem is to make young Master Yin believe it. I'm afraid even young Master Yin wouldn't be able to explain such a thing. Then, the effect would be completely different. Young Master Yin doesn't know anything about the Qin clan. So, isn't it all up to you? Ha! Yin, you're really quick-witted. Song Xiongyin suddenly laughed and nodded. Yes, that's right. This is indeed a good idea. And maybe it's true. They're just two embryonic shedding realm cultivators. In young Master Yan's eyes, they're just two slightly stronger ants. I believe that as long as there's some possibility, young Master Yin will be interested to go and ask. Okay, I'll go find young Master Yin now. The night seemed to be very peaceful, but it was already turbulent. However, Qin Shao was sleeping soundly at this moment. He even dreamed of some strange things in his sleep. It was a desolate and ancient battlefield of the gods. There were many blurry scenes, powerful divine auras that made him feel suffocated, tragic scenes, and murmurs that sounded like the great bell of the great Tao. Ever since he had awakened his innate ability, such dreams would appear almost every night. But every day when he woke up, he felt very blurry and couldn't remember anything. The next morning, Qin Shao woke up early as usual. After casually eating breakfast, she was about to head out to cultivate. After resting for a night, morning cultivation was the most effective. As the saying goes, the best plan of the day is in the morning. However, just as he was about to go out, a beautiful figure ran over. Qin Jizi pulled Qin Shao with a panicked expression and said, Oh no, you must not go out. Seeing how flustered Qin Jizi was, Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply as he asked, What's going on? Hearing the news, Qin Dingtian rushed out and looked at Qin Jizi with confusion. It was the first time he had seen her so flustered. Originally, Qin Jizi was also a more mature girl. She wouldn't be like this unless something big had happened. But what else is going on? Qin Jizi said, A great desert guard led a group of experts from the city lord's estate to kill their way into our Qin clan, with the attitude of a punitive expedition to denounce us, specifically asking for our Qin clan to hand you over. If not, I'm afraid that we'll anger that great desert guard. If they fight, our Qin clan will definitely be destroyed in a single day. After I heard the news, I ran over to tell you as fast as I could. I guess that eldest uncle has already sent someone to call for you. This must be City Lord Song's trick. Sixth uncle, why don't you take Qin Shao and run away quickly? If you run away now, I'm afraid it's too late. What great desert guard! Song Xiongyin, you're really an old fox. Qin Dingtian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The anger in his heart also gushed out. Thinking about it, Qin Dingtian naturally understood the situation. Not to mention that Qin Shao had indeed swallowed that fourth-level wild beast, even if she hadn't, with Song Xiongyin, that old fox, sowing discord there, something would definitely have happened. Facing a high and mighty Great Desert Guard, it would be impossible to defend oneself. Once the Great Desert Guard was in a rage, he would kill people without hesitation. A Great Desert Guard who could chase and kill a fourth-level wild beast must be an experienced expert of the bone-changing realm. Even if an ordinary expert of the bone-changing realm wanted to kill Qin Dingtian, it would be a piece of cake. As for Qin Shao, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Great Desert Guard. These three words were enough to press on Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian's hearts like a mountain, letting them know that today's situation was not good. They were afraid that a fatal disaster had really come to their door. Damn it! Qin Shao really hated it in his heart. Song Xiongyin, that old bastard, was so despicable and shameless that he dared to use the Great Desert Guard to kill him. If he hadn't swallowed that wild beast, it would have been fine. In just 1 month, my realm has soared from the initial stage of the spirit power realm to the initial stage of the reincarnation realm. Such a thing is really unimaginable and too shocking. That's why Song Xiongyin has such suspicions and can use this Great Desert Guard. Qin Shao gnashed his teeth fiercely. Qin Jizi was a little anxious. Sixth uncle, Qin Shao, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Where can we go? Qin Shao shook his head. We can leave. Let's not talk about whether we can leave or not. Even if we can leave, what about you and the Qin family? As members of the Qin family, are we going to ruin the whole Qin family because of our own selfishness? If I leave today, the hundreds of people in the Qin family will be implicated because of me and die under the rage of that Great Desert Guard. Then, won't I become a great sinner? How can I do such a thing? Besides, you, second uncle, and second aunt are still in the Qin family. How can I implicate you? Every grudge has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The person they are looking for is me. No matter how dangerous it is, I can't be a coward. Men can die standing, but they can't live kneeling. I, Qin Shao, will never be a coward or drag out an ignoble existence at any time. If I want to live, then I want to live openly. Otherwise, let me die with a bang. Qin Zhao's fist was about to be crushed by his own hands. In his eyes, there was a kind of resolute determination. His belief was not shaken at all. Even in the face of death, he wouldn't frown. Death was terrible, but there were things more terrible than death. Men had some things to do and some things not to do. If he could do it, so what if he had to sacrifice his life? Qin Dingtian was also resolute. His palm fell heavily on Qin Zhao's shoulder. Shao, father is with you. If we have to die, we will die together today. As members of the Qin family, we have the Qin family's blood flowing in our bodies. Even if some people in the Qin family are dissatisfied with us, we can't let the whole Qin family down. We can't run away, and we disdain to do it. Let's go, Shao. Let's go meet this Great Desert Guard. Chapter 20. The Qin clan's front yard was bleak, and the atmosphere was stifling, causing the Qin clan members to tense up. Such a tense atmosphere. Even the last time City Lord Song Xiongyin brought a large group of people to the Qin clan had never been like this. After all, this time, a desert guard had come in person. Even Song Xiongyin had become a small attendant, standing respectfully beside the desert guard young Master Yin. He no longer had the demeanor of a city lord. Desert guard. Just these 3 words were like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone's heart, making them feel a little suffocated. When Qin Shao and the other 2 arrived at the front yard, numerous gazes looked over. The Qin clan members were a little anxious from waiting. If Qin Shao still did not come, he was afraid that he would anger this Great Desert Guard. The anger of a desert guard wasn't something the Qin clan could withstand. Qin Dinghu's gaze also fell on Qin Shao. His gaze was a little complicated. Today's situation was obviously not good. As the Qin clan's patriarch, he had to consider all aspects. That deep gaze, no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shao, Let's see how you die today." Qin Tao, who was in the crowd, was gloating, but Qin Yu, who was beside him, was silent. Ever since he was defeated by Qin Shao and was severely humiliated by Qin Shao, he still hadn't walked out of that kind of pain, and it became his heart demon. If he couldn't break this heart demon, then it would be difficult for him to take another step forward. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Song Xiongyan and the group of people when he arrived. Song Xiongyan brought Song Yuyin and 2 followers. These 2 followers were also reincarnation realm martial artists. Obviously, they were Song Xiongyan's right-hand men. All of a sudden, the City Lord Mansion actually dispatched 4 reincarnation realm martial artists. It had to be said that they had mobilized a lot of people. Seeing that Qin Shao had arrived, the sinister look in Song Xiongyan's eyes intensified. He had long wanted to kill Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's eyes finally fell on a young man beside Song Xiongyan. He was about 20 years old, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and had an imposing appearance. He sat lazily on a golden wooden armchair, giving off a sense of superiority. Young Master Yin raised his chin slightly and squinted at Qin Shao with some contempt in his eyes. His gaze was like that of a dragon looking at an ant. That kind of disdain was not something that people like Qin Tao and Qin Yu could display. The entire place was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Some of the Qin clan members even held their breaths, not daring to breathe loudly. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend this young Master Yin of the Great Desert Guard and get himself killed. In the eyes of a bone-changing realm martial artist, these disciples who were only in the brute force realm and the spirit chi realm were as weak as ants. The gap between the brute force realm, the spirit chi realm, the shedding body realm, and the bone-changing realm was huge. No matter how strong a martial artist at the peak of the shedding body realm was, he could not defeat a martial artist at the bone-changing realm. The gap between major realms was like an insurmountable chasm. If it was not so, how could the high and mighty city lord Song Xiongyan become so servile? Young Master Yin suddenly stood up. Although he wasn't very tall, when he stood up at this moment, everyone instantly felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, causing everyone to feel as if their bodies had shrunk. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Young Master Yin was dressed in a sky blue armor. At a glance, one could tell that this armor was a treasure. It was probably not something that the Qin clan could afford with all of their wealth. Step by step, young Master Yin walked towards Qin Shao. An incomparably powerful aura was emitted, pressing down on Qin Shao mightily. At this time, Qin Dingtian and Qin Jizi, who were standing behind Qin Shao, felt an immense pressure. It even made them involuntarily lower their heads. The aura of an expert was enough to make people bow down. This was the strength of an expert. There were even rumors that a truly powerful existence could even kill people thousands of miles away with just a look. How terrifying was this? How powerful was this realm? Young Master Yin looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. The corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. He deliberately emitted his powerful aura in order to oppress Qin Shao. The people around could also feel this terrible aura. One by one, they involuntarily stepped back, distancing themselves from Qin Shao. Qin Dingtian and Qin Jizi were still standing there. Qin Dingtian was fine. After all, he also had the strength of the late stage of the shedding body realm, but Qin Jizi was not so good. Qin Shao resisted the pressure of this aura. He clenched his fists secretly, but his face was still very calm. He was angry, but he knew that he could not show it. Once he really angered this great desert guard in front of him, then it would probably be a calamity. In front of such an expert, he had no other choice but to lower his head. The weak could only lower his head. Everything depended on strength. Young Master Yin glanced at Qin Dingtian and Qin Jizi and said lightly, "It's none of your business. Step aside." Although his tone was flat, it revealed a kind of majesty that allowed no one to refuse, as if it were an imperial edict. Qin Dingtian naturally did not want to leave. Qin Jizi bit her red lips and braced herself to stand there. Under such circumstances, she did not want to leave Qin Shao behind. The corners of young Master Yan's mouth curved up slightly. Beautiful women generally have no brains. It seems that I have to break the rule that I usually don't hit girls. As soon as his voice fell, young Master Yin waved his hand, and an overbearing sword aura shot out from his palm. Although he just waved his hand casually, the sword aura that burst out was somewhat terrifying. Seeing that young Master Yin actually attacked directly, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly wrinkled deeply. He raised his hand, and his blood vessels surged. He wanted to stop it, but his reason made him restrain himself. Qin Dingtian did not dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength and blocked it with his sword. Qin Dingtian's talent was a sword. Therefore, Qin Dingtian was very talented in sword Tao. Like Qin Xiao, he had practiced the Thunder Tyrant sword to the perfection stage at the age of 16. Qin Dingtian's sword was very famous in Nanyang City. However, Qin Dingtian's sword was still unable to block the sword Qi, and he was forced to step back. Protecting Qin Jizi, he retreated 5 or 6 meters before he could stabilize himself. But if one looked carefully, one would find that Qin Dingtian's hand was slightly trembling. It could be seen that the strength gap between the two was really too big. If young Master Yin wanted to kill Qin Dingtian, it would be very easy. The reputation of the Desert Guard was really well-deserved. This casual move was enough to deeply shock everyone. Even the corners of Song Xiongyan's mouth could not help twitching. Chapter 21. Seeing that his father was not injured, Qin Xiao was relieved. However, his hatred for the Desert Guard in front of him grew stronger. Strength. To put it bluntly, it was still strength. It was because he did not have strength that he was bullied. That was why he did not dare to do anything when his father was being bullied. This feeling was too painful. After experiencing life and death once, Qin Xiao did not want this feeling again. He never wanted this kind of thing to happen again. Therefore, he had to become stronger. He had to stand at the peak. Only with enough strength could he better protect his family and maintain his dignity. On what basis did he, young Master Yin, dare to step on the Qin clan's head and act as he pleased in the Qin clan? Because he was a great desert guard, because he was a bone-changing realm martial artist, because he could easily destroy the Qin clan with his own strength. Therefore, even if he stepped on the Qin family's head to eat, drink, and defecate, even if he ruthlessly trampled on the Qin family's dignity, the Qin family could only endure. This was strength. You are Qin Xiao. Lord Yin looked at Qin Xiao condescendingly and asked. Qin Xiao straightened his chest with difficulty and looked straight at Lord Yin. Yes, I am Qin Xiao. Your Excellency is a desert guard, high and mighty. Don't you feel that you have lost your dignity by attacking a weak girl? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, many people gasped. He actually dared to speak to a desert guard like this. He was really crazy. Of course, there were also people who were very happy. Qin Tao said fiercely, Brother Yu, this boy is stubborn. He is dead today. This desert guard's temper is obviously not very good. He still dares to talk back. He is really courting death. Bastard, how dare you be so presumptuous? Lord Yin is a desert guard. How can he tolerate your nonsense? Hurry up and apologize. As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, Qin Dinghu berated him. He stepped forward and winked at Qin Xiao. At the same time, he said respectfully to young Master Yin, Lord Yin, my nephew doesn't know how to speak. If he has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Qin Dinghu's actions caused the Qin family to be somewhat puzzled. Qin Dingxing and Qin Dinghe also looked at each other for a while. What's wrong with Big Brother today? Her words sounded like she was scolding Qin Xiao, but in fact, she was defending Qin Xiao. One had to know that just this sentence alone could possibly anger young Master Yin, and it could possibly bring about a fatal disaster. However, Qin Dinghu stood out to protect Qin Xiao, which made people a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Qin Dinghu shouldn't want Qin Xiao to have an easy time. Could it be that he was afraid that Qin Xiao would implicate the whole Qin family? If that was the case, it made sense. Qin Xiao couldn't help but look at his uncle strangely. To be honest, he had always had a bad impression of this uncle, especially this time, after he secretly colluded with Song Xiongyin to frame him and take away his father's position as the head of the family. Qin Shao had a strong dislike for this uncle. Even if they were family, they were like enemies. Qin Dinghu's move really made Qin Shao somewhat confused. Could it be that this uncle of his had a kind side? To be honest, Qin Shao really didn't dare to believe it. The corners of young Master Yan's mouth rose slightly. He said with a faint smile, "Master Qin, did I ask you to speak?" Well, Qin Dinghu knew that young Master Yan was displeased, so he also smiled apologetically. "Get out of here." Young Master Yan's face darkened slightly, and he said coldly without any trace of politeness. From his words, one could feel his anger. If Qin Dinghu dared to say more, he was afraid that he would kill him. Qin Dinghu's face darkened. He didn't dare to say anything more. After giving Qin Shao a meaningful look, he retreated. The other members of the Qin family were as quiet as cicadas in winter, and they were very worried. Young Master Yan's face regained its playfulness. He looked back at Qin Shao and laughed. "Dignity and strength are dignity. Do you know that in my eyes, you're just a group of ants? Since you are ants, I can step on you whenever I want. What is there to lose dignity?" Qin Shao gnashed his teeth fiercely and clenched his fists. "Ants?" Qin Shao wanted to refute, but he didn't have the ability to do so because he didn't have the strength. However, he would remember this humiliation. In the future, he would definitely return it in full. "Why do I see that you are not convinced?" Young Master Yin said with disdain. Qin Shao didn't say anything, but his silence was the best answer. Young Master Yin sneered. "Do you think you are a genius? Awakening a second-grade innate divine ability at the early stage of the reincarnation realm at the age of 16? Then I can tell you that your talent is dog shit in my eyes. Do you know? It's just the reincarnation realm. I had already reached it before I awakened my innate divine ability. It's just a second-grade innate divine ability. I awakened a third-grade innate divine ability. No matter what point you are comparing, you are far inferior to me. No genius, in my eyes. You're just a little better than trash. So, what are you not convinced about? This world is a world where strength is respected. Only with strength can you have everything. I have strength, so I can step on you. Do you understand, ants?" Such humiliation made the faces of everyone in the Qin family become a little ugly, but no one dared to refute anything. The anger in Qin Zhao's heart had also reached a limit. A little more and it would burst out. Endure, endure, endure. Can only endure. He had to endure it. Seeing that the pressure was about to be suppressed, young Master Yan's face sank. His voice was a little cold. "Qin Shao, your talent is average, but you were able to break through from the early stage of the spirit energy realm to the early stage of the reincarnation realm in a short period of 1 month. You have crossed an entire realm. With your talent, I don't think you have half a chance to do so. So, the rank 4 wild beast that I was chasing was a big bargain for you, right? If you can honestly hand it over, maybe I can let your Qin family go. If not, oomph." This cold snort made everyone in the Qin family involuntarily shiver. They felt as if a cold knife fell on everyone's heart. Everyone could feel young Master Yan's killing intent. If they dared to provoke him, he would definitely start a massacre today. "I don't have much patience. I will only give you one chance to speak. If you don't know how to cherish it, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. You have 10 breaths to consider. Begin." This sentence was like a death sentence for everyone. No one doubted young Master Yan's words. The atmosphere became even more oppressive and tense. Everyone in the Qin family was on tenterhooks. They looked at Qin Shao like candles. Now, the life and death of the Qin family was tied to Qin Shao. Many people also felt relieved. No wonder Qin Zhao's cultivation speed could be so monstrous. It turned out to be like this. This sentence was enough to force Qin Shao into a desperate situation. Chapter 22. What was a strong man? This was a strong man who could decide a person's life or death with just one sentence. A single sentence was enough to suffocate an entire clan. Song Xiongyin smiled insidiously and looked at Qin Shao with a teasing gaze. Based on his understanding of Qin Dingtian, he was eager to protect his son. If young Master Yin wanted to kill Qin Shao, Qin Dingtian would definitely not be able to hold back. At that time, if young Master Yin was enraged, Qin Dingtian and Qin Shao would not be able to escape the misfortune and would die here today. Once these two people died, the Qin family would not be a threat anymore. Then, his next step would be to completely eradicate the potential threat of the Qin family. Since this threat was not big, he could not allow the Qin family to continue to grow. Without an iron hand, there would be no firm rule. This was his policy for governing Nanyang. Qin Dinghu looked dignified and sullen, with a strange and complicated look flashing in the depth of his eyes. He naturally understood that the fate of the Qin family might be tied to Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian, but he had no ability to change anything. The people of the Qin family were anxious and scared. Many of them even urged Qin Shao to confess quickly. In the face of life and death, there was no such thing as family affection. Many people of the Qin family probably wished for Qin Shao to die. Qin Shao had seen through the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human relationships. Naturally, he was not surprised. Qin Shao, even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Qin Tao could not help saying. Qin Shao turned around and glanced at him, but did not bother to say anything. Qin Tao was severely humiliated by Qin Shao a month ago. He hated Qin Shao so much that his teeth itched. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Obviously, young Master Yin was not so patient. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Qin Dingtian stared at young Master Yin. He was eager to protect his son, so he did not care so much. As long as young Master Yin dared to make a move, he could only risk his life. If they're going to die, they would die together. If Qin Shao died, what was the point of him living? Young Master Yan's murderous intent was like an apocalyptic waterfall that enveloped the entire front yard, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breaths. Killing intent. What a terrifying killing intent. But Qin Shao still stood there with a calm expression. He just looked at young Master Yin like that, without the slightest awareness of impending doom. Faced with young Master Yan's murderous intent, Qin Shao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I've heard that the Desert Guard takes in all the geniuses of the day, stunning and peerless figures. All geniuses should be smarter than others. But when I look at you, I don't see any outstanding intelligence in you." Hearing this, Lord Yin couldn't help but frown. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao, showing that he was very angry. What was the subtext? Didn't she say he was stupid? What is this? Blatant humiliation. Everyone in the Qin clan was also frightened by Qin Zhao's words. This guy was really crazy. He didn't want to live, but the rest of the Qin clan did. Was this guy really going to drag the entire Qin clan down with him? Many people were already cursing Qin Shao in their hearts. Even Song Xiongyin couldn't help but laugh. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this guy had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Qin Shao looked at Song Xiongyin and said, "City Lord Song, it's too early for you to laugh. Why? Are you satisfied with your own wishful thinking? You've always been good at scheming, ruthless, and unscrupulous. But don't you think it's a little too stupid for you to use such methods in front of Desert Guard?" The smile on Song Xionyin's face abruptly stopped, and his expression immediately darkened. Young Master Yin frowned and glanced at Song Xiongyin. How could he not understand what Qin Shao meant by now? "Boy, I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. You're about to die, but you're still so stubborn." Song Xiongyin immediately shouted coldly. He looked at young Master Yin and said, "Young Master Yin, this guy's always been scheming and scheming. He's just stalling for time. This guy actually dared to humiliate young Master Yin. He deserves to be killed." "I don't need you to teach me how to do things," young Master Yin said coldly. Song Xiongyin was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything else. Young Master Yan's gaze returned to Qin Shao. The corners of his mouth curled up coldly. "Boy, I admire your courage, but courage alone is far from enough. You may have some talent, and your temperament isn't bad. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to grow. If I give you time, you won't be able to reach the bone-changing stage if you don't obey. However, you won't have that chance today. I'm willing to listen to what you said just now. I'll let you live a little longer. You'd better give me a reason. Otherwise, you'll regret what you said. No time? No. How unwilling. Was there really no way to fight for it? No. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't give up. He had to fight for it. Qin Shao thought of the words in his heart and continued. Your Excellency, Great Desert Guard. If I'm not wrong, it should be City Lord Song who told you that my father and I might have obtained the rank 4 wild beast that you were chasing and then kept it for ourselves, right? So what if we did? Young Master Yin said. Since this rank 4 wild beast was able to escape from your Excellency Great Desert Guard's hands, it means that this rank 4 wild beast's injuries aren't particularly serious. A rank 4 wild beast is equivalent to the bone-changing stage. Even if it's injured, it shouldn't be something that ordinary people can deal with. I'd like to boldly ask your Excellency Great Desert Guard, do you think that my father and I can kill that rank 4 wild beast if we join forces? Qin Shao continued. Young Master Yin fell silent. In fact, he had thought about this question before. However, he didn't think too much about it because of Song Xionyin's words. Besides, in his eyes, these people were just a bunch of ants. So what if he killed 1 or 2 of them? He would rather kill by mistake than let them go. Seeing that young Master Yin didn't speak, Qin Shao continued, I believe that your Excellency Great Desert Guard should have your own conclusions. If you still don't believe me, you can ask City Lord Song to send troops to search my Qin family. Then you'll know if I'm lying. If a rank 4 wild beast was really killed by my father and me, it's impossible that we didn't leave any traces behind. My father and I are upright and not afraid of evil. If we didn't do it, then we didn't do it. Young Master Yin remained silent, as if he was analyzing this matter. Seeing this, Song Xiongyan knew that he couldn't let Qin Shao continue to speak in case something unexpected really happened. He shouted angrily, Humph, your words are nicer than a song. Of course you won't admit it. If you didn't kill that rank 4 wild beast, how would you explain the fact that you advanced by a large realm in a month? You're so eloquent at such a young age. However, it's useless for you to quibble. Chapter 23. Whether or not I'm quibbling wasn't decided by you, City Lord Song. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean that others can't do it either. Why can't I break through a major realm in a month? I, Qin Shao, have always been publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in Nanyang City. City Lord Song, you can't deny that, right? Anyone here can testify to that. I've awakened a sky-grade innate divine ability, and my father has supported the Qin clan for 16 years. Don't tell me he doesn't have any foundation. I have my father's help. Plus, I have my own innate divine ability. Why can't I break through a major realm in a month? City Lord Song, it's fine if you accuse me of something under normal circumstances. But today, you actually accuse me of something in front of the Great Desert Guard. Who are you trying to deceive? Song Xiongyan was clearly trying to deceive young Master Yin. Young Master Yan's frown deepened. Song Xiongyan could even sense young Master Yan's anger, which made him flustered and exasperated. Impudent brat, don't spout nonsense. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't back down. Nonsense? Who in Nanyang City doesn't know that you've always viewed my father and me as a thorn in your side? You've always wanted to get rid of me and my father. A month ago, you schemed against me, crippled me, and forced my father to give up his position as the head of the family. Fortunately, the heavens gave me a chance to awaken my innate divine ability. City Lord Song, do you dare say that you're not trying to use the Great Desert Guard to get rid of my father and me? Oomph. City Lord Song, you've always liked to use this method of using someone else to do your dirty work. However, you've gone overboard this time. You actually dared to use the Great Desert Guard. You really have guts. You say that you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, but compared to you, City Lord Song, I'm a far cry. Qin Shao ignited the fire and directly burned Song Xiongyan's body. Song Xiongyan's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He hadn't expected that Qin Shao would actually be so eloquent. He had actually managed to drag him into this with just a few words. Most importantly, he did have the intention to borrow young Master Yan's hand in this matter. Therefore, even if he wanted to explain himself now, he naturally had a feeling that he would not be able to explain himself. This caused Song Xiongyan to fly into a rage. He was unable to restrain his anger. Arrogant brat, you dare to slander me like this? If I don't personally kill you today, I won't have any face left. After saying this, Song Xiongyan prepared to kill Qin Shao. Instead of backing off, Qin Shao took a step forward and stared at Song Xiongyan. He raised his voice and said, "What's wrong, City Lord Song? Are you finally angry and want to kill me to silence me? But you're trying to cover it up. Isn't it more obvious that you're hiding something? I've hit the nail on the head, haven't I? You still dare to say that? Aren't you audacious?" His voice was loud and clear, and it was sonorous and powerful, so that everyone present could hear it clearly. Song Xiongyan was also startled. He cried out in his heart, knowing that he had fallen into a trap. This brat had been deliberately infuriating him and leading him on. His goal was to make him angry and attack him, then convict him of the crime. This caused Song Xiongyan's face to darken. He had been a hero all his life, but he did not expect to fall into the hands of this brat today. At this moment, Song Xiongyan could also feel young Master Yan's anger. He knew that young Master Yan was already very dissatisfied with him. Therefore, Song Xiongyan immediately explained, "Young Master Yan, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. I've sent people to investigate the back mountain, where this brat often cultivates, and found that there are indeed traces of an intense battle there. Moreover, his explanation is too far-fetched. Even if the Qin clan had 16 years of savings, how much could they have? I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to exchange for a single vitality essence pill. Even if they could exchange for a single vitality essence pill, it wouldn't be enough for a person to break through to the embryonic shedding realm. Therefore, this brat must be lying. Young Master Yan, when you came here, I immediately issued a city lord's order and placed the entire city under martial law. That level 4 wild beast entered my Nanyang city, but it didn't leave. My people couldn't find it either. Therefore, it's most likely that it has been killed by someone. In this Nanyang city, other than me, I'm afraid that only Qin Dingtian has the ability to do so. Young Master Yan, you know that I've been in the City Lord's mansion recently. Therefore, other than Qin Dingtian, who else could it be?" Song Xiongyan's explanation made sense. Young Master Yan's anger seemed to lessen a little. Right or wrong, the Great Desert Guard will make the decision. I believe that the Great Desert Guard won't bully the weak. Qin Shao had said everything that needed to be said. Now it was up to young Master Yan to decide. Young Master Yan was indeed suspicious, but these suspicions weren't enough to make him change his mind. He smiled coldly and said, "Although your words are pleasant to hear, I won't believe your words. As long as you have this suspicion, I'll kill you no matter if it's true or not. The person who dared to humiliate me hasn't appeared yet. Do you know that just based on what you said just now, I can sentence you to death?" Young Master Yan's words were as domineering as a god's judgment. Qin Zhao's anger was burning in his heart. He was angry, he hated, he wanted to fight with his life, but he had to endure it. Without personally experiencing this pain, one would not be able to understand it at all. So young Master Yan's hand was about to move. If he wanted to kill someone, it was very simple. He didn't need to use any strength at all. It was just an early-stage reincarnation realm expert. You're just crushing an ant to death. But right at this moment, Qin Shao spoke up again. "Your Excellency Desert Guard, if you insist that we father and son snatch your rank 4 desolate beast, and you want to kill me, my strength is lacking, and I can't change anything. However, even an ant has the desire to live. Naturally, I cannot have it. Great Desert Guard strength is extraordinary. I'm not strong enough. However, I'm willing to receive a sword from Great Desert Guard. If I can receive a sword from Great Desert Guard and not die, please let me and my father go. How about it? Lunatic. A complete lunatic. He actually wanted to challenge a Great Desert Guard. Young Master Yin laughed in amusement. However, his laughter was still so playful. So what if I don't agree? Qin Shao said, I can't think of any reason why Great Desert Guard won't agree. Oh, then why don't you casually give me a reason? Young Master Yin said. Qin Shao said, if the strong person issues a challenge to the weak, then it's bullying the weak. The weak person naturally can refuse. If the weak person challenges the strong person, then it's a sign of courage. If the strong person doesn't agree, then wouldn't it seem weak? As a Great Desert Guard, don't tell me you don't even dare to accept a challenge from a brat at the early stage embryonic shedding realm? Chapter 24. A man in the initial stage of reincarnation realm actually dared to challenge a desert guard in bone-changing realm. Moreover, young Master Yin had the strength to chase down a fourth-level wild beast. Obviously, he was not in the initial stage of bone-changing realm. He should be at least in the middle stage of bone-changing realm. Moreover, it was a third-grade talent ability. Such strength was absolutely terrifying. Compared with young Master Yin, Qin Shao was not on the same level at all. The difference was probably more than 80 streets. The huge gap of many realms was absolutely an insurmountable gap. Such an action was also extremely crazy in everyone's eyes. Xiao Chan could not help admiring Qin Zhao's courage. I'm just afraid of bullying you too much. However, if you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. It's interesting to take my sword. You're really arrogant. I've seen a lot of arrogant people. You're the first one who dares to be arrogant without strength. Young Master Yin sneered. It could be seen that he was really irritated by Qin Shao. Qin Shao curled his lips. Really? It should be an honor to be the first one. Yes, it's an honor to die under my sword. Young Master Yin said. With a move of his hand, a very domineering sword appeared in his hand. Obviously, this sword was not an ordinary thing. It was a treasure at first sight. Young Master Yin looked at the sword in his hand and said to Qin Shao, I won't bully you. I won't use my talent ability, and I won't activate the power of the origin of this sword. Of course, you're determined to die. Since I'm going to use my sword, I won't disgrace it. This sword of mine must drink your blood. Boy, use your sword. Qin Shao took out his own sword. It was just an ordinary sword. However, this sword had an extraordinary meaning to Qin Shao, because this sword was left by his mother. It was also the only relic left for him. Qin Shao lost his mother when he was young. Therefore, this sword had always been something that Qin Shao missed his mother. Looking at the sword in his hand, Qin Shao gnashed his teeth and pulled out the sword. Then he turned around and glanced at Qin Dingtian. Qin Dingtian looked at Qin Shao worriedly. He hated himself for not being able to protect his son. Qin Shao turned her head back. Her conviction was incomparably firm, and her face was filled with determination. Since he had chosen a fight, he could only give it his all, and this was his only chance of survival. No matter what, he did not want to die. Let's fight. With a thought, Qin Shao unleashed her innate divine ability. The surging dark clouds immediately covered the entire front yard. The anger and fighting spirit in Qin Zhao's heart also seemed to be reflected in the mystique phenomenon, becoming even more violent and turbulent. It was indeed quite frightening to look at. It was as if there were countless gods and devils roaring inside the Abhijna, ready to charge out at any moment. Qin Zhao's blood vessels were swelling. His fighting spirit was extremely high. His blood was burning and boiling. Well, it's a second-grade divine ability. But why is it so weird? Why does it make my heart palpitate inexplicably? Young Master Yan's eyes fell on Qin Zhao's magical vision. He could not help frowning slightly. There was indeed an indescribable feeling. It was not a good feeling, but at this moment, young Master Yin did not think too much. After all, it was just a second-grade divine ability. So what if it was weird? At best, it was just a guy in the initial stage of the reincarnation realm. Let's end this. The sword in young Master Yan's hand suddenly moved. Although he didn't use any of his innate powers, this sword slashed down directly. It even felt as if he didn't use any martial techniques. The sword slashed down leisurely, but made people feel as if the sky had suddenly darkened and the whole world had suddenly quieted down. This sword slashed down as if it was going to split the world into two halves and destroy the world. The sword's sharpness made its owner tremble with fear. The sword's coldness made people feel cold all over. Young Master Yan's sword did not look domineering, but its sharpness was unparalleled. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block this sword. The power of this sword, all the obstacles, existed in vain. They were all as weak as a thin piece of paper and could not withstand a single blow. Young Master Yan's sword looked light and slow, but in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. There was no doubt that Qin Shao could not block this sword at all. It could even be said that the next scene would be blood splattering 3 feet, and Qin Shao would die tragically under this sword. All of this was reasonable and normal. Although young Master Yin did not use his full strength, it was still a sword attack from an expert in the intermediate stage of the bone transformation realm. Moreover, it was a sword attack filled with anger. Young Master Yan's first move was to kill Qin Shao under his sword. Naturally, he would not show mercy. If this sword attack could not kill Qin Shao, wouldn't it be a disgrace to young Master Yan's reputation? This sword attack was terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Even the people in the distance could feel the destructive power of this sword attack. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was under the sword attack, naturally also felt the terrifying power of this sword attack. It was as if he was standing in the mouth of an erupting volcano and could be burned to ashes at any time. Under such pressure, even Qin Zhao's hair stood on end. His nerves were stretched together as if they were about to be directly torn apart. Qin Shao desperately displayed his innate magical powers. The power of his innate magical powers pressed down, but he still could not block this sword attack. Under such pressure, there was no trace of hope at all. It was a completely destructive blow. However, Qin Shao could not admit defeat. He absolutely could not. If he admitted defeat, it would mean destruction and death. He could not die. He could not die like this. No. Qin Shao let out a hysterical roar in his heart. The sword in his hand also furiously lashed out like an angry dragon. All the power in his body was gathered in this sword attack. The tyrannical thunder sword was directly pushed to the extreme. Moreover, under such extreme pressure, his potential was completely stimulated. In such a dangerous situation, Qin Shao actually had a hint of epiphany and grasped some ideas. With a stir of his mind, the sword intent also changed. It became more powerful and more than doubled in an instant. The sword momentum seemed to have changed. Moreover, what was even stranger was that Qin Shao actually felt an inexplicable power coming from the sword in his hand, causing the power of the sword to increase by more than twofold. Under such circumstances, the sword momentum, which was obviously very weak, suddenly became strong. Boom! The sword momentum of the two people soon collided in the air. Young Master Yan's sword naturally destroyed Qin Shao easily. Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of blood and flew more than 10 meters away before he was caught by Qin Dingtian. But what also surprised everyone was that Qin Shao actually blocked the sword attack of young Master Yin and did not die. Chapter 25. How could it be possible? Blocked? Such an outcome was indeed out of everyone's expectations. For a dragon to deal with an ant, even if it was just a casual kick, how could it not be crushed to death? This was completely illogical. Many people were deeply shocked by such a scene. Qin Dingtian's eyes flashed with an undetectable light. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Haha, blocked. I really blocked. I didn't die. Puff. Qin Shao was also a little excited. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. But the pain at this time had already been covered by the joy in his heart. He felt like he had picked up his life. Qin Shao was very clear about the horror of young Master Yan's sword just now. If it wasn't for his last outburst, the breakthrough in swordsmanship, the outburst of his innate divine ability, and the sword in his hand. Speaking of the sword, Qin Shao couldn't help but take a look at it again. Just now, he clearly felt a strange power gushing out from the sword, and it was this last power that helped Qin Shao block young Master Yan's sword. If it wasn't for this, it was still unknown whether Qin Shao could block it or not. Such a thing really made Qin Shao feel very strange. This saber had been with him for more than 10 years. It was very ordinary. Other than having a special meaning, there was nothing special about it. But he didn't expect that it was the outburst of power from this sword that helped him this time. But now, it returned to calmness. It was still so ordinary. This sword. But at this time, Qin Shao was not in the mood to think about it, because he had already felt a pair of eyes with incomparable anger staring at him fiercely. At this time, the one who was most irritated was obviously young Master Yin. He had dignified desert guard, unexpectedly failed to deal with a guy in the initial reincarnation realm. To be honest, he believed that he could kill this guy with his sword with all his strength. But there was only one chance, and he couldn't make a second move. Moreover, he had used a bit of his strength in that sword strike just now. Under such circumstances, he was actually unable to kill this brat with his sword. You actually managed to block my attack. Young Master Yan's voice was somewhat hoarse. From his voice, one could tell just how angry he was. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. If word of this got out, where would his face be? Qin Shao wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he had been wounded quite badly by Sir Yan's sword, escaping death was still a happy thing. Sir Great Desert Guard, thank you for showing mercy. I was only lucky enough to receive your sword. Please let today's matter end here. I believe that you won't go back on your word, right? Song Xiongyan frowned deeply. He looked at young Master Yin. If this matter ended like this, it wouldn't be good for him. At that time, the accumulated anger in young Master Yan's heart might be vented on him. Even if a desert guard killed Song Xiongyan, it would not violate the laws of the desert country. His death would be in vain. Therefore, Song Xiongyan's heart clenched. Going back on my word. Did I say that I would let you go? Young Master Yin snorted coldly and said with a cold expression. Qin Zhao's expression immediately changed, and his brows furrowed deeply. There was clearly anger in his eyes as he looked at young Master Yin. Sir Great Desert Guard, didn't we agree before that I would receive a strike from you? If I could receive it, then you would let me and my father go. Is today's matter over? Sir, you have already sent out a strike just now, and I received it. Does that not count? Brat, I didn't say anything just now. I didn't promise you anything either. Did you hear me agree? Young Master Yin said coldly. Qin Shao understood the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but sneer. So the Great Desert Guard is nothing more than this. How can you be such a sore loser? I think you're just a shameless person. What nonsense is this Great Desert Guard? A loss is a loss. How can you play such a small game after losing? Don't you think it's damaging to the reputation of the Great Desert Guard? Qin Shao was completely enraged as well. He already knew that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Since young Master Yin had said such words, it meant that he was prepared to kill someone and see blood. With such a temperament, it could be said that he was vicious. Since it had already come to this point, why should he still bow and bend his knees? Why should he still speak politely? The fury in his heart also completely gushed out. Qin Dingtian clenched his fists tightly and stared at young Master Yin. He was also ready to fight to the death. You're really brave. Unfortunately, you've borrowed the right place. Song Xiongyan sneered in his heart. How dare he insult a Great Desert Guard like this? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Young Master Yin was completely enraged. I didn't agree personally, so I didn't agree personally. Brat, go to hell. While speaking, the sword in young Master Yan's hand moved again. But this time, it was obviously different from before. This time, he mobilized the power of the sword momentum. The terrifying sword momentum roared and rushed over, as if it was going to cut the heaven and earth apart. Shower, let's fight together as father and son. Even if we're going to die, we'll die a heroic death. Qin Dingtian's face was full of determination. Rays of light gushed out from his body and formed countless rays of sword chi. They were incomparably sharp and went straight to the nine heavens. The sword in Qin Dingtian's hand also became incomparably brilliant. The light shone brightly, and the sword momentum surged wildly. Obviously, Qin Dingtian had displayed his innate magic skill. It was a magic skill of strength. Once it was displayed, it could increase his strength in all aspects by several times. It was quite terrifying. Qin Shao clenched his teeth and held his sword tightly. He stared at young Master Yin and said, "You're just a despicable person who only knows how to bully the weak. I really feel aggrieved to die in the hands of such a shameless person. You don't have the air of an expert at all. I don't think you'll go far. Die, brat." Young Master Yin was unable to restrain his anger. The destructive sword momentum had already rushed over. Such a sword move put the entire front yard of the Qin family in a solemn atmosphere. Everyone felt that the end of the world was coming. Some timid people even closed their eyes involuntarily and peed in their pants. In the entire Qin clan, who could withstand the fury of a great desert guard? Alas, in the crowd, Qin Dinghu sighed deeply with a helpless face. Everything was coming to an end. However, suddenly, a dazzling ray of light whizzed over from the sky. It was as dazzling as the scorching sun. His sword pierced through the sky and directly pierced young Master Yan's sword. The sound of the collision was like the ringing of a great bell. This sword directly destroyed all of young Master Yan's sword momentum. It collapsed and disappeared without a trace. It was like a pot lid that covered a pot of boiling water. Chapter 26. What was going on? Everyone was once again stunned by this sudden scene. A snow-white sword was inserted into the ground, but it emitted a supreme aura of a ruler. The sword aura emitted from the sword seemed to be able to make this space submit to its blade. It was just a sword, but it actually had such a terrifying aura. It was really shocking. Why is Bai Jinxiu here? Young Master Yin was also forced to take a few steps back by this sword. Looking at the sword, his expression became a little complicated and strange. A figure descended from the sky and flew over like a swallow. Dressed in white, he landed lightly in front of the white sword. With a casual wave of his hand, the white sword flew into the scabbard on his back. His posture was like that of a god. That white robe was so handsome that it would make any man jealous. With a slender figure and a resolute face, there was a hint of indifference. He was like a god who did not care about worldly affairs and was not tainted in the slightest, especially that pair of eyes that were like the stars. With just a glance, it was as if he could see through everyone. Under his gaze, everyone could not help but lower their heads, and respect for him grew. Unparalleled in his generation, his robe was like that of a god. Looking at these handsome men, the girls of the Qin family were completely infatuated. It even made people who looked at him involuntarily have the impulse to kneel down and worship him. Qin Shao looked at the back of the white-robed figure and was also in a daze. This was the demeanor that a strong person should have. A strong person, this was the path that he wanted to walk. However, Qin Shao was somewhat familiar with the white-robed figure in front of him. It was the senior who gave him pointers on his swordsmanship at the back of the mountain. He did not expect that at the moment of his life and death, it would be this senior in white who saved him again. The whole place was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the white-robed man, and their eyes were filled with endless worship. Everyone yearned to become a strong person, but most people could only dream of never reaching it. Bai Jinxiu's gaze fell on young Master Yin and said, "Yin Fei, as a great desert guard, why do you have to make things difficult for a reincarnation realm expert? Don't you feel that such actions are degrading your status? Just now, he had already received your sword. Don't you know how to stop?" Although the words were said lightly, when it came out of Bai Jinxiu's mouth, the meaning was completely different. Young Master Yan's expression turned ugly. However, he was clearly afraid of Bai Jinxiu. He clenched his teeth and said, "Then today's matter will end here." After he finished speaking, young Master Yin waved his hand and left with a gloomy face. Song Xiongyin and the other 3 people also left. Young Master Yan's group of 5 left, and the tense atmosphere in the Qin residence's front yard was instantly dispelled. Only then did the Qin family's anxious hearts finally settle down. Even Qin Dinghu was secretly relieved. What no one noticed was that his palms were covered in cold sweat. Qin Shao immediately bowed respectfully to the white-robed man and said, "Senior, please accept this junior's bow for saving my life." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down, but he was immediately held up by an invisible force, making Qin Shao unable to kneel down. Bai Jianxiu turned around and revealed a friendly smile as he looked at Qin Shao and said, "You and I can be considered to be fated. Last time, I was fated to meet you, and today I just happened to pass by. Your talent in sword Dao is not bad, your temperament is excellent, and your courage is outstanding. You can remain calm in the face of danger. It can be seen that your state of mind is very good. If you can maintain it, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a great desert guard in the future. Who knows? We might have a chance to meet in the future." Such words of praise were also extremely praiseworthy. Hearing this, Qin Shao also knew that the white-robed man in front of him was also a great desert guard. But, judging from a reaction of the great desert guard just now, the strength of the great desert guard in front of him was absolutely terrifying. Why wait for the future? Since I have the opportunity to meet you today, I really want to express my gratitude. I wonder if you can step aside and let me treat you to a drink to show my sincerity. Qin Shao was very straightforward. Inviting a great desert guard was not an ordinary thing. Even Song Xiongyin might not be able to do so, but Qin Shao directly sent out an invitation. Bai Jianxiu was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that Qin Shao would send him an invitation. After a slight hesitation, Bai Jianxiu agreed and said, "Well, let's go." "Okay, senior. This way, please." Qin Shao immediately showed a smile on his face. But judging from his behavior, it seemed that he had already expected that the other party would agree. Such confidence and calmness were not something that ordinary people could have. Qin Dingtian was completely stunned by such an unexpected surprise. When Qin Shao took a step forward, he suddenly came back to his senses and quickly went to the front to prepare. To be able to invite a great desert guard to drink with him was a great honor. After Qin Shao and the other 2 left, the Qin family's front yard suddenly burst into an uproar. "I really saw a ghost. How can this guy's luck be so good? Even when death is at hand, there is still such a big shot coming to save his brother Yu. That white-robed man's background seems to be very big. This is not good for us." Qin Tao spat out a mouthful of saliva and said with an unhappy face. Just thinking about it made him feel very unwilling. In such a situation, Qin Shao was still able to escape. Qin Yu's face was cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Dingsheng and Qin Dinghe looked at Qin Dinghu with strange expressions. Qin Dinghu's brows were deeply furrowed. Meeting hall. "Big brother, say something. I feel that the current situation is very bad for us." This time, City Lord Song borrowed the hand of a great desert guard, but he still failed to get rid of Qin Shao and Old Six. "I'm afraid that there will be no more chances in the future." "Big brother, you also heard what that white-robed man said just now. Qin Shao is likely to grow to the level of a great desert guard. Once that happens, we will be in trouble. Big brother, you won the position of family head with great difficulty, but it will also change hands." Qin Dingsheng said anxiously. Qin Dinghe was also very worried. "Yes, big brother. We must think of a way. We can't let such a situation happen. We must take precautions before it happens. Now we still have a way to stop it. If we let Qin Shao grow a bit more, I guess we won't be able to stop him. Look at Qin Shao today. He even blocked a sword attack from a great desert guard. His potential is too terrifying. He is much more terrifying than Old Six. Why don't we think of a way to kill them?" Qin Dingsheng was very ruthless. He directly used a killing move. "Yes, killing them is a good idea. We can join forces with Song Xiongyin. I believe that Song Xiongyin will be willing to do this. Qin Dinghe also agreed. Chapter 27. Bang! However, Qin Dinghu slammed his palm on the table. He glared at the two of them and said, "Third brother, fourth brother, it's fine that we use some tricks to seize the position of family head. But now, do you want to kill sixth brother and Qin Shao? Don't forget, they're also members of the Qin family. Sixth brother is also our brother. Do we really want to kill each other? Don't you know that we are cooperating with that old fox Song Xiongyan? Song Xiongyan still doesn't dare to do anything to the Qin family because of sixth brother's existence. If sixth brother dies, will the Qin family still be like it is now? I'm afraid that before Song Xiongyan can do anything, some other forces will do something to us. At that time, the 50 years of the Qin family's foundation will be destroyed. At that time, all of us will die. Can't you understand this problem?" This, Qin Dingxing and Qin Dinghe were so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't think too much about this problem. Now that they thought about it carefully, this was really the case. Song Xiongyan was definitely a vicious and merciless old fox. As long as he had the opportunity, he would definitely kill the Qin family. Once Qin Dingtian died, there would be no one in the Qin family who could compete with Song Xiongyan. At that time, the Qin family would be at Song Xiongyan's mercy. After a moment of silence, Qin Dinghu's eyes flashed. He looked at the two of them with an incomparably serious face and said, "Sixth brother can't die, not because he can protect the Qin family, but because he is a member of the Qin family. He is our brother, a close relative of flesh and blood. If we can even kill our own brother, are we still human?" Seizing his position of family head doesn't mean that we are cold-blooded and heartless. Which man is wrong? Power and strength are filled with endless desire. And sixth brother sometimes does things too inflexibly, so I want to take over the position of family head. Firstly, I do have a strong desire and ambition for power. Secondly, I also want to display my talent and make the Qin family better. I don't want the Qin family that father built up single-handedly to be destroyed in our hands. Do you understand this point? Qin Dingxing and Qin Dinghe couldn't help but look somewhat ashamed. They nodded their heads. "Big brother, you're right. We were thinking too much just now. Speaking of which, Old Sixth has always been very good to us. We can't kill him just because of a power struggle. If Sixth brother is really gone, then our Qin clan will indeed be in danger." Qin Dingsheng finally changed his mind. Usually, he and Qin Dingtian were the ones who had the most grudges against each other. We're a family. No matter how fiercely we fight, we're still a family, Qin Dinghu said meaningfully. In the small house, Qin Dingtian was pouring wine enthusiastically. "My humble abode is rather simple and crude. I hope Senior won't take offense if I have neglected you," Qin Shao said. Bai Jinxiu smiled faintly and waved his hand. "It's fine. I'm not one to stick to these small details. You don't have to call me Senior. My name is Bai Jinxiu. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take advantage of you. Call me Brother Bai." Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Bai, then I've picked up a big bargain. I'm just a kid at the initial stage of reincarnation realm, and I can actually address you as Brother Bai, an experienced great desert guard. No matter how I look at it, I'm taking advantage of you." "That's not necessarily true. You might be taking advantage of me now, but I might be the one taking advantage in the future. I always have a feeling that your future growth is limitless. Your strength is still weak now, but the speed of your growth will definitely be very fast. I can be considered to have read a lot of people. I'm quite confident in my ability to read people. On the path of martial Tao, talent isn't the most important thing. Temperament is the most important. You don't necessarily have exceptional talent, but you have a temperament that even I admire. This will also be your trump card for success. Therefore, I think highly of you." Such praise indeed made Qin Shao very happy. He said with a smile, "Brother Bai, if you continue to praise me like this, I'll feel embarrassed. However, thanks to Brother Bai's auspicious words, I'll definitely work harder. I'll definitely become a great desert guard. To me, this is just the first small challenge in life. If I can't even overcome this small challenge, then I can't possibly have any achievements. And it's very good that you have such self-confidence. Becoming a great desert guard earlier will have more opportunities to meet in the future. The Great Desert Guard has an assessment every year. Today's is still 3 months away. If you miss this time, you'll have to wait another year. 3 months' time is still a bit too tight for you. Bai Jianxiu said. 3 months. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. 3 months' time was indeed a bit tight. To become a great desert guard, then the entry qualification required the strength of the peak stage reincarnation realm. Moreover, this was the rigid requirement of the registration condition. Without reaching the peak stage reincarnation realm, one didn't even have the qualifications to register. 3 months' time, wanting to advance from the initial stage reincarnation realm to the peak stage reincarnation realm, thinking about it also felt that it was an impossible thing. However, Qin Xiao didn't want to wait another year. With another year's time, then Qin Xiao had full confidence that he could reach the peak stage reincarnation realm. However, he didn't want to wait. Therefore, 3 months, he also had to go all out. If it was according to normal cultivation speed, then there was indeed no possibility at all. However, Qin Xiao had the innate divine ability. As long as there were enough desolate beasts for the innate divine ability to devour, then it was completely possible. And this was also where Qin Zhao's hope lay. Bai Jianxiu also saw through Qin Zhao's thoughts and praised Qin Xiao even more in his heart. This temperament indeed made even him somewhat ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Jianxiu's heart stirred, and he said, "How about this, Qin Xiao? This time, I'm also preparing to enter the great wilderness once and properly gain experience. Why don't you enter the great wilderness with me? Although it will be a bit more dangerous with me by your side, there shouldn't be any problems. In 3 months' time, if you want to go all out, I'm afraid you can only enter the great wilderness to see if there are any opportunities. Otherwise, you really can only wait another year. Enter the great wilderness." Qin Xiao also couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Bai, I won't hide it from you. Even if you didn't mention this matter, I'm afraid I'll also have to go all out and enter the great wilderness once. Previously, I've already thought of entering the great wilderness 3 days later. If I can go in with you, Bai Ku, that would naturally be the best thing that could happen. Riches and honor are found in danger. I can only go all out." Bai Jianxiu smiled. "In that case, then we hit it off." Qin Xiao looked at Qin Dingtian. Qin Dingtian said, "Since you've decided, then go ahead and do it. Father will never be your shackle. No matter what you decide to do, Father will support you. This time, with young master by taking care of you, Father is even more assured. Young master Bai, I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Bai Jianxiu nodded and said, "Since you've decided, then pack up. We'll set off immediately." "Okay, there's nothing to pack. Let's just leave it at that." Qin Xiao also nodded immediately. Chapter 28. Nanyang City, City Lord's Mansion Room. After carefully sending Lord Yin away, Song Xiongyin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Fortunately, Lord Yin didn't vent his anger on us. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Lord Yin has left. It's just a pity that this matter was ruined by Bai Jianxiu. Otherwise, Song Yin's expression was still a bit ugly. Yesterday, she had been severely humiliated by Qin Xiao. She had thought that she could get her revenge today. She hadn't thought that the final result would be like this. They had almost lost the City Lord's mansion. Thinking about it, she was a bit scared. "Father, what is the background of that Bai Jianxiu? Why is Lord Yin so afraid of him?" With just one sentence, he made Lord Yin obediently stop. Young Master Yin was actually able to swallow such humiliation. They were both great desert guards. Young Master Yin didn't need to be so afraid. Young Master Yin was also an expert at the middle stage of the bone-changing realm. Moreover, it was said that he had some background. This Bai Jianxiu's surname is Bai, not Liu. He is definitely not from the Lufeng County. There is no one with the surname Bai in the top 10 factions of the Lufeng County. Song Yuyin's face was full of curiosity. He was only around 20 years old. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be that old. His strength shouldn't be that strong. Song Xionyin's expression became very serious. He said, Lord Yin and Bai Jinxiu are not on the same level. Naturally, this would be the result. Bai Jinxiu's strength is said to be at the late-stage bone-changing stage. It is even possible that he is at the peak of the bone-changing stage. Moreover, he is on the Lu County's ranking list. What do you think if he is strong or not? He has no background. As long as he is strong enough, he can do it. What? He is on the Lu County's ranking list? No wonder. At such a young age, he is actually on the Lu County's ranking list. He is a monster. Song Yuyin was also quite shocked. In front of such a monster, she was just a piece of trash. Song Xiongyin sighed softly. Yes, he is a monster. Those who can rely on their own strength to become a desert guard are all rare geniuses. Our Nanyang city is only a small place. Naturally, we can't produce any geniuses. Nanyang County was the real stage. Yuyin, Qin Zhao's rise is something we can no longer stop. Just based on his relationship with Bai Jinxiu, we cannot touch him anymore. Moreover, this kid is definitely not a good person. Once he grows up, he will definitely take revenge on us. Thus, you must leave Nanyang City. Leave Nanyang City. Song Yuyin was also stunned. She looked at Song Xiongyin in confusion. Song Xiongyin nodded solemnly. Yes, leave Nanyang City and go to Lufeng County to become a great desert guard. What? How is it possible to become a great desert guard? Father, these words frightened Song Yuyin quite a bit. With her strength, she was still too far away from the great desert guard. She couldn't even touch the edge of it. However, her words were interrupted by Song Xiongyin. Song Xiongyin said, Father naturally has a way. It seems like Father can only put down his face and beg your uncle. Even if he had to pay a high price, as long as he could make him a great desert guard, it would be worth it. Leave this matter to Father. Make some preparations. You should be able to leave within 3 days. The Great Desert Country was located at the northwest edge of the Sky Dragon continent. It was only separated from the Songlang Empire by the Great Wilderness. The Great Wilderness that stretched for more than 3,000 miles was like an invisible black line that completely separated the Great Desert Country and the Songlang Empire. The Great Wilderness was about 3,000 miles wide at its widest point. The entire Great Wilderness was about half the size of the Great Desert Country. The Great Wilderness was also a place where desolate beasts gathered. Even peak bone-changing experts would not easily enter the depths of the Great Wilderness. The dangers of the Great Wilderness were something that everyone knew. Without a certain level of strength, entering the Great Wilderness was simply courting death. The Great Wilderness was filled with endless dangers, but it was also filled with endless opportunities. It was the best place for warriors to gain experience. Thus, even though it was very dangerous, there would still be many warriors rushing into the Great Wilderness every day. There were also some desolate beast hunters who relied on this to make a living. A desolate beast, even if it was only a Tier 1 desolate beast, was worth a lot. A third-tier desolate beast was equivalent to an entire year's income for the Qin clan. If it was a Tier 4 desolate beast, then the entire Qin clan's assets would not be comparable. A desolate beast's entire body was a treasure. Xiang Town was adjacent to the Great Wilderness. Hence, Xiang Town was near the border of the Great Wilderness. It was also desolate and uninhabited. There were only a few small villages in the mountains. 2 figures were walking on an official road. A handsome young man in white was walking with a young man in sky blue clothes. The 2 of them were talking and laughing along the way. They didn't walk too fast and seemed to be quite comfortable. Bai Jinxiu pointed at the majestic mountain range in front and said, Qin Xiao, the Great Wilderness is in front. The Great Wilderness that stretches for 3,000 miles is only a corner of it from here. If we were to overlook the entire Great Wilderness from high up in the sky, that would be called magnificent. This place was only 2 to 3 miles away from the Great Wilderness. However, the atmosphere here had already become a little eerie. In the air, there seemed to be a dangerous aura. Being in the middle of it, one could not help but be on high alert. It felt as if there were dangers lurking in the surroundings. This was the first time Qin Xiao felt such an aura. Although he had always heard of the great wilderness, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was like thunder in one's ears. As a warrior, he naturally had the hot-blooded desire to adventure. Entering the great wilderness to train and kill desolate beasts was naturally something that warriors yearned for. Coming to the great wilderness for the first time and seeing the real great wilderness, naturally Qin Xiao could not help but feel a little excited. So this is the great desolate lands. It's truly an exceptionally dangerous place. From afar, it looks like an ancient giant beast is sleeping there. This aura can really train one's temperament. Qin Xiao looked at the great wilderness with a burning gaze. Bai Jianqiu smiled. Yes, an ancient giant beast. An exceptionally ferocious giant beast. The first time I came to the great wilderness, I felt the same. After a few more times, you will get used to it. As the two of them spoke, they walked towards the great wilderness. However, not long after, they saw two young men carrying a giant desolate beast out. These two young men were almost the same age. It was just that one was slightly older and the other was slightly younger. The older one was around 20 years old, while the younger one was around 17 or 18 years old. One of them was carrying a grade 3 desolate beast, while the other was a grade 2 desolate beast. It was very difficult for an ordinary reincarnation realm expert to kill a grade 3 desolate beast. If they could kill it, it meant that they had some strength. Chapter 29. The number of reincarnation realm experts in Nanyang City was pitifully small. On average, each town only had one or two. A young embryonic shedding realm expert was even rarer. Once there was one, they would definitely be influential figures in Nanyang City and would definitely have a good reputation. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the two. Although he had never seen them before, he could guess their identities. The two brothers, Lei Minghua and Lei Jiufeng of Lai Hua Town's Lei clan, had quite a reputation in Nanyang City. Lei Minghua's reputation wasn't too great before, but since he broke through to the reincarnation realm half a year ago, his reputation had suddenly soared. Among the younger generation of Nanyang City, he was the second genius to break through to the reincarnation realm after Song Yuyan. For a time, Lei Minghua, Song Yuyan, and Qin Zhao's names were always being talked about. Lei Minghua should only be at the initial stage of the reincarnation realm, but to be able to kill a tier 3 desolate beast, it meant that he had some means. As for Lei Jiufeng, he had previously been compared to Qin Xiao, but Lei Jiufeng had only awakened a grade 1 divine ability, which was very disappointing. He was known as one of the Lei clan's young heroes, more or less because of his brother. However, in Nanyang City, to be able to awaken an innate divine ability, it meant that he was a genius. However, Qin Xiao didn't have a good impression of these two brothers. He had long heard that these two brothers had always been arrogant because of their talents, were extremely arrogant and overbearing, and were very savage. Today, seeing them, Qin Xiao could feel their arrogance from between their eyebrows. Qin Xiao didn't want to pay attention to these two, but their eyes had already noticed Qin Xiao. Oh, isn't this our Nanyang City's #1 genius, young Lord Qin Xiao? A light voice came from Lei Minghua's mouth, and Lei Minghua's face had a trace of ridicule. Lei Jiufeng laughed strangely and said, "Brother, the Qin clan's patriarch has already changed. He is no longer the young master. Haha, say, this person doesn't look like much, but his guts are really not small. He even dares to take advantage of Song Yuyan. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? Is his hair all grown out? Some people just don't know their own limits." Lei Minghua said coldly. His gaze landed on Qin Zhao's body. "However, your luck is not bad. Your meridians are broken and your soul is damaged, but you still managed to awaken your innate ability." Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard the two brothers' strange conversation. He had heard the news of Lei Minghua pursuing Song Yuyan before, and it seemed like it was true. Otherwise, Lei Minghua would not be so hostile towards him. Qin Shao was too lazy to explain this matter. Those who believed in it would naturally understand that there was something fishy going on. Those who didn't believe in it would not believe it even if the truth was right in front of them. Besides, Qin Shao didn't have any interaction with the Lei Minghua brothers, so he naturally didn't want to pay attention to them. He calmly said, "Move aside." "What if we don't move aside?" Lei Minghua looked at Qin Shao provocatively, and there was even a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Don't move aside?" Qin Zhao's mouth raised, and he chuckled. "It said that good dogs don't block the road. Then you want to admit that you're good dogs? There is such a wide road, but you don't want to walk and block in front of me. Good dogs are cheap." Hearing such words, Lei Minghua and Lei Minghua were furious. Lei Minghua had the strength of the reincarnation realm, and he had the ability to kill a rank 3 desolate beast. Although there was some luck involved, there was also strength in it. He believed that in the entire younger generation of Nanyang City, except for Song Yuyin, there shouldn't be anyone who could compete with him. Moreover, he had always been unhappy with Qin Shao, so when he met him today, he naturally wanted to humiliate him and ruthlessly trample on him. However, this guy actually dared to speak rudely. Wasn't this courting death? Lei Minghua put the corpse of the rank 3 wild beast on his shoulder aside and walked towards Qin Shao with a ferocious look on his face. One could tell how angry he was at this moment. However, facing the angry Lei Minghua, Qin Shao didn't have the awareness of an impending disaster. Instead, he looked at Lei Minghua and Lei Minghua indifferently with a calm expression. "Qin Shao, are you courting death? Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you awakened your innate ability. You only awakened your innate ability a month ago. In a month's time, how much can your strength increase? You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I think you're itching for a beating. You need me to loosen your bones." Lei Minghua said with a fierce expression. "However, I, a dignified embryonic realm expert, won't bully you. As long as you kneel down and apologize to us, I can let today's matter go." "Kneel down and apologize?" "Yes." Qin Shao sneered and said, "All right then. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me, I won't make things difficult for you." Lei Minghua and Lei Jiufeng couldn't help but frown deeply. They looked at each other and thought that this guy's brain wasn't damaged, right? Lei Minghua suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Are you deaf?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Why? My words weren't clear enough. All right, I'll say it again. Kneel down and apologize to me. Then you can get lost. Is this clear enough? Do you still have any questions?" "You're courting death." Lei Minghua and Lei Jiufeng were completely enraged. Their endless anger was aroused. The two of them rushed towards Qin Shao at the same time. They looked like they wanted to kill Qin Shao. They didn't dare to kill Qin Shao, but they still wanted to teach him a good lesson. Lei Minghua was an early-stage embryonic realm expert. Lei Jiufeng was also at the peak of the spiritual energy realm. These two people were definitely among the top experts of the younger generation in Nanyang City. The two of them were furious. They joined forces and attacked together. Their killing intent was monstrous and terrifying. Perhaps even Song Yuyin could only retreat when facing these two people. However, they were facing Qin Shao. Therefore, they were destined to lose. Seeing the two of them make the first move, Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a sneer and said, "Clowns, you don't know what you're talking about." After speaking, Qin Shao also made his move. The sword in his hand slashed out. Although it was still the Tyrant Thunder Sword, Qin Zhao's sword had already surpassed the perfect realm of the Tyrant Thunder Sword. It had reached a whole new level. Qin Shao didn't know how to describe this level, but the power of the sword was indeed a lot stronger. Qin Shao also felt that this level still had room for improvement. Therefore, Qin Shao used this realm as soon as he made his move. Firstly, he wanted to solve this problem cleanly. Secondly, he wanted to use it again to see how it felt to improve. Chapter 30. When this sword came out, The mighty and overbearing power of the sword was like a mountain crushing towards Lei Ming and Huo Ming. Although this sword did not use any special ability, the power of this sword was absolutely domineering and overwhelming. How could Lei Ming and Huo Ming be able to block such a sword? What kind of domineering sword power is this? What a terrifying sword. This. Lei Ming and Huo Ming felt Qin Zhao's sword power and were instantly dumbfounded. Their hearts turned pale with fright, and their faces were filled with horror. However, it was already too late. They could not react at all. Qin Zhao's sword power slammed into their swords, making them feel as if they had been ruthlessly smashed by a huge mountain. The terrifying power shook the two of them, causing their blood and qi to churn. They were sent flying like meteors. Pucci. Both of them vomited blood in the air, spurting out a few gorgeous flowers of blood. After flying out for more than 10 meters, they landed heavily on the ground, creating two shallow pits. Dust flew everywhere, causing the two of them to be in an extremely sorry state. Both of them crawled up with a painful and frightened expression. Their injuries were not light, and the way they looked at Qin Zhao had greatly changed. How could this be? How could the power of this sword be so strong? The shock in their hearts was like a huge wave that could not be calmed down for a long time. They really did not dare to believe that Qin Zhao's strength could be so strong. How long had it been since he awakened his special ability? It had only been a month. Moreover, didn't the news spread that he had only awakened a first-grade special ability? What happened a month ago had indeed spread throughout the entire Nanyang city. However, what happened after that had not spread yet. Qin Yu had suffered a great loss in the Qin family's annual competition. Naturally, Qin Dinghu had to issue a gag order to prevent the Qin family members from spreading this news. Of course, the gag order could not be stopped, but the speed of the news spreading would be slower. In addition, Lei Ming and Huo Ming had already been training in the vast wilderness for a month and had just come out today. Naturally, they did not know about this. If they knew Qin Zhao's strength, they naturally would not dare to be so excessive. Qin Zhao walked towards the two of them. Lei Ming and Huo Ming stared at Qin Zhao and said, "Embryonic shedding realm, you have actually broken through to the embryonic shedding realm. A 16-year-old shedding body realm in our Nanyang city for the past 100 years. How could you have broken through to the shedding body realm in just a month? What kind of monster are you?" Lei Ming and Huo Ming and Huo and Huo Ming and Huo. Huo Ming and Huo Ming and Huo Ming. Previously, he had been dissatisfied that Qin Zhao had been called the #1 youth genius in Nanyang City. He had believed that the #1 youth genius in Nanyang City should have been him or Song Yuyan. However, it had fallen to Qin Zhao. Naturally, he had always been dissatisfied. This was also one of the reasons why he felt like he was meeting an enemy today. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. Don't you think it's ridiculous to use your incompetence to measure the growth of others? Qin Zhao said indifferently. PFFF. Lei Ming and Huo Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. Qin Zhao coldly looked at Lei Ming and Huo Ming and Huo Ming and Huo Ming and Huo Ming. You like Song Yuyan, that's your problem. If you have a brain, you should know that Song Yuyan is framing me. If you want to step on me because of this matter, humph, don't you think your brain has been flooded with water? PFFF. Also, with your strength, you have a nerve to show off in front of me. I just don't want to argue with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You haven't forgotten what I just said, right? I don't have much patience. Don't try to wear down my little bit of patience. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Lei Ming and Huo Ming were arrogant people. Since childhood, he was used to being arrogant and despotic. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? Lei Ming fiercely clenched his teeth. His face was covered in blood, making him look somewhat ferocious. His eyes were cold and sharp. What if I don't? Then you'll die. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Zhao's sword once again attacked Lei Ming and Huo Ming. His killing intent was incomparably decisive. He immediately attacked without the slightest hesitation. Qin Zhao originally didn't want to kill Lei Ming and Huo Ming, but this guy was too arrogant and insisted on meeting force with Qin Zhao. Since that was the case, he could only kill him. Qin Shao had never shown any mercy to his enemies. Today, Lei Ming and Hua Ming were courting death. He couldn't blame others. Moreover, because of Qin Dinghu's seizing of the throne, the entire Nanyang city was probably laughing at him and his father. Now that Qin Shao had the strength and the opportunity, he naturally had to do something to shut the mouths of others. It wasn't impossible to knock down a mountain to scare off a tiger. Lei Ming and Hua Ming were Qin Zhao's chances. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for doing the wrong thing at the wrong place at the wrong time. Seeing that Qin Shao actually dared to kill him, Lei Ming's face turned gloomy. He also became somewhat mad. Qin Shao, you dare, you lunatic. If you dare to kill me, my Lei clan will not let you go. We will definitely not let you go. However, Qin Shao didn't care about Lei Ming and didn't withdraw his sword. Instead, he rushed over with an even sharper and more overbearing aura. Lei Ming was completely anxious and immediately displayed his innate ability. His innate divine ability was an illusory giant beast. This illusory giant beast roared at Qin Shao. It was awe-inspiring, and its aura was somewhat frightening. However, this wasn't a threat to Qin Shao at all. After Lei Ming had displayed his innate ability, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be careless. After all, his cultivation level was the same as Lei Ming was. If he didn't use his innate ability, Qin Shao obviously wouldn't be able to kill Lei Ming today. Since he had decided to kill to establish his prestige, he naturally couldn't be careless. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately displayed his innate ability, Destruction of Gods. The mighty power of the innate ability gushed out from Qin Zhao's body and enveloped a radius of dozens of meters. Dark clouds covered the sky and surged like the wrath of the devil, devouring everything. Die! Qin Shao coldly spat out a word. The sword in his hand was shining brilliantly and slashed towards Lei Ming with unstoppable force. It was as if everything in this world would be cut in half by this sword. What second-grade innate ability? How is this possible? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qin Shao, please spare my life. Lei Ming was terrified and immediately begged for mercy. However, it was all too late. Chapter 31, I Don't Want to Die. Lei Minghua's heart let out a hysterical roar. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, but everything was too late. He, Lei Minghua, was the #1 genius of the Lei clan, the #1 youth of the Lei clan, the #1 youth of the Raging Fire Town, and the #1 youth of the entire Nanyang city. His future was bright, and the future patriarch of the Lei clan would definitely fall on his shoulders. How could he die like this? Lei Minghua desperately urged his innate ability and went all out to attack. However, there was still a gap between his strength and Qin Zhao's. A second-grade innate ability could completely crush a first-grade innate ability. Although the two of them were at the same realm, Qin Shao had an absolute advantage in terms of martial skills and innate ability. When the two of them were stacked together, it became terrifying. Qin Zhao's sword fell and directly smashed Lei Minghua away. He vomited blood, and the sword in his hand was also shaken away. For a moment, Lei Minghua almost had no strength to resist. Lei Minghua desperately wanted to get up, and his eyes were filled with horror. He repeatedly begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. I beg you, Jiufeng, save me, quickly save me. Lei Jiufeng was stunned on the spot, and his whole body was trembling with fear. At this time, he did not have the courage to come up and save Lei Minghua. He was only at the peak of the spirit energy realm. How could he dare to come up and die? Qin Zhao's sword once again slashed down and did not care about Lei Minghua's begging for mercy. The tip of the sword fell down and blood spurted out. The ball-like head was chopped off and hot blood sprayed on the ground. With extreme horror and unwillingness, Lei Minghua died tragically on the spot. a shedding body realm martial artist, was actually beheaded like this. There were only a dozen or so reincarnation realm martial artists in the entire Nanyang city, and the death of one of them was definitely a big deal. After killing Lei Minghua, Qin Shao did not spare him another glance. This kind of person deserved to die, so he could not blame anyone else. Qin Zhao's eyes turned and fell on Lei Jiufeng. One look was enough to make Lei Jiufeng's soul tremble. His legs did not listen to him, and he actually knelt down with a plop. 2 words came out of his dry mouth: "Spare my life." Lei Jiufeng and Lei Minghua were both prideful people. At the age of 17, they already possessed the strength of the peak of the spiritual energy realm. They were only one step away from the reincarnation realm and could become one of the strongest in Nanyang City. Moreover, he also had full confidence that he could step into the reincarnation realm in a few years and become an expert. Strength and talent naturally gave Lei Jiufeng the right to be arrogant. However, he was nothing in front of Qin Shao. In the face of death, the so-called dignity was worthless. No matter how high one's pride was, it had to be obediently turned into nothingness. Qin Shao kept his sword and glanced at Lei Jiufeng indifferently. "I disdain to kill you." Lei Minghua's death was his own fault. "I, Qin Shao, am not a person who likes to kill. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. As for what happened here, it is your business how you explain it when you return. If your Lei clan wants to take revenge on me, then just come at me. However, you must be sure that you have the strength to kill me. If you can't kill me, then you will end up like Lei Minghua." After finishing his words, Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu left together. From the beginning to the end, Bai Jianxiu was like a spectator, watching everything indifferently. Regarding Qin Zhao's way of doing things, he rather admired it. Lei Jiufeng only dared to stand up after Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu left. His gaze fell on Lei Minghua's corpse, and his heart could not help but tremble. Lei Minghua was really dead. Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu quickly entered the wasteland. The moment they stepped into the wasteland, a feeling of extreme vicissitudes rushed towards them, making them feel as if they had entered an extremely dangerous place. The dangerous aura in the air made people tense up involuntarily, and they became more alert. Towering trees could be seen everywhere, and the tallest ones were more than 50 meters tall. At a glance, it was quite shocking, as if these trees were about to become spirits. Moreover, the canopy was extremely large and dense, like an incomparably huge mushroom. On the ground, there was also a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. Light shone through these branches and leaves, forming countless spots. The shadows of the trees swayed with the wind, and it really looked a little demonic. Creak! The friction of feet on the ground was like a demon eating human flesh, and it was very ear-piercing and unpleasant to the ears. If it was a timid person, their soul would have been scared out of their wits. However, Qin Zhao's temperament had always been very good. Although it was his first time entering the wasteland, he did not show a trace of fear. What a strong smell of blood! Qin Zhao's nose suddenly wrinkled. Bai Jianxiu chuckled. Yes, the whole wasteland is like this, and the smell of blood is incomparably strong. Because there's a lot of killing every day. Every day, there will be a large number of wild beasts and humans dying, and the blood will naturally drift in the air, accumulating and becoming so dense. This is also the unique atmosphere of the wasteland. Without such an atmosphere, it would not be like the wasteland. Fresh blood will stimulate our blood, and it will make us erupt with some of the fanaticism that martial artists should have. The wasteland is a place that makes people impulsive. That's why there is so much killing here. Qin Shao nodded. It was indeed so. The moment he entered the wasteland, Qin Shao had an impulse to kill. His blood could not help but boil, and his fighting spirit was incomparably high. He could not wait to have a big battle immediately, so that he could feel more comfortable. No wonder people often said that the wasteland was a martial artist paradise. Of course, the wasteland was also a martial artist hell. Even if one was a powerful person, If they were unlucky in the great wilderness, they might die in there. There was no lack of confident geniuses who entered the wasteland and died tragically in the end. The wasteland was like an ancient beast that would devour people's lives at any time. Bai Jinxiu said, "The wasteland also has its own rules of survival. You are entering the wasteland for the first time, so I will tell you. This way, you will mature faster and not suffer any hidden losses." Many people who enter the wasteland often die not because of danger, but because of their lack of experience. Understanding the rules of the wasteland will definitely greatly increase your chances of survival in the wasteland. Oh, then I'll have to ask Brother Bai to enlighten me. Qin Zhao's heart was overjoyed, and he immediately perked up. Such a matter naturally had to be listened carefully. Bai Jinxiu asked, "What do you think is the most dangerous thing in the wasteland?" Chapter 32. What was the most dangerous thing in the vast wilderness? Qin Shao did not answer this seemingly simple question immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "It's not a desolate beast, but a human." Hearing Qin Zhao's answer, Bai Jinxiu's face revealed a trace of astonishment. "Qin Shao, it seems that I have underestimated you. Your temperament is indeed much more mature compared to your peers. For this question, to a youth who enters the vast wilderness for the first time, I dare say that at least 9 out of 10 people will answer that it's a desolate beast. If it's such an answer, then it's obviously wrong and you've entered a big misunderstanding. Your answer surprised me quite a bit. It seems that you have a deep understanding of things and don't just look at things from the surface. Since you said that it's a human, then tell me your thoughts." At the beginning, Qin Shao did not think much about this question. However, after hearing Bai Jinxiu's question, Qin Shao realized that this question was not a small one. Therefore, he pondered over it carefully. For Bai Jinxiu to ask a question, Qin Shao knew that it would not be so simple. Otherwise, Bai Jinxiu would not ask this superfluous question. After thinking carefully, Qin Shao also understood the crux of the matter. Desolate beasts are everywhere in the vast wilderness. There are as many level 1 and level 2 desolate beasts as there are hairs on a cow. There are also quite a number of level 3 desolate beasts. Even level 4 desolate beasts often appear. Or there might be level 5 desolate beasts overseeing an area. It seems that desolate beasts are indeed the most dangerous. However, the danger of desolate beasts is obvious and straightforward. This kind of danger can be encountered and will not be hidden. This kind of danger is indeed very dangerous, but as long as you have the strength, you can still deal with it easily. Moreover, the vast wilderness also has some rules. If you're closer to the periphery, you basically won't encounter any desolate beasts. You can use the bigger bowl you have. If you're stronger, you can go deeper. If you're weaker, you can train in the periphery. This kind of danger can still be controlled. Unless your luck is really bad and you can encounter a desolate beast in the periphery, then it can't be counted. However, people's hearts are unpredictable and the weak are prey to the strong. It's not easy to hunt desolate beasts to obtain their cores. If you kill people and rob them, it is indeed a more effective way. Therefore, the most dangerous thing in the vast wilderness should be humans. Bai Jinxiu nodded. It seems that you understand the crux of the problem. The first principle of safety is not to trust anyone, even if it's someone who entered the vast wilderness with you. Even your friends or even your family could become the ones to kill you. Such things happen every day in the vast wilderness. I've been to the great wilderness a few times and have encountered many similar situations. Some people can really do anything. If it was the Qin Shao of the past, he might not have understood this situation. But after experiencing the incident at home, he completely woke up. The fickleness of the world and people's hearts were not what they used to be. Even if they were a family, there would still be cases of mutual deceit and deception. They would also do things to such an extent. Because he understood it deeply, Qin Shao could easily understand Bai Jinxiu's words. Perhaps you don't have to trust me too much. Bai Jianxiu suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Bai Jianxiu and smiled. I can distrust anyone in the world, but I won't distrust 4 people. One is my father, one is Qin Jizi, one is my second uncle, and the 4th is you, Brother Bai. Qin Shao spoke very seriously, without the slightest hint of ambiguity. Bai Jianxiu's eyebrows moved slightly. Oh, why are you so firm? Are you really sure that I won't do anything to you? Qin Shao said, with my little strength, if Brother Bai wants to kill me, it'll be no different from killing an ant. Besides, Brother Bai, you saved my life. My life is yours. If you really want to take it back, you can take it back now. I won't fight back. Of course, I don't have the strength to fight back. To trust someone, first, you have to rely on your vision, and second, you have to rely on intuition. If I can't even trust Brother Bai, then there's probably no one in this world who is worthy of my trust. Ha! Bai Jianxiu laughed and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. I'm just testing your temperament. Your temperament is indeed very good. Moreover, you'll believe unwaveringly. This was a good point. Some distrust often starts from suspicion. Then, it will slowly magnify until it finally breaks. Some life and death brothers would even turn against each other and become enemies because of their suspicions. From the very beginning, you didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion towards me. This is a pure heart. It's rare and precious. To be able to befriend you is indeed one of my blessings. Handing it over to you is not a waste of my trip. Qin Shao, I have a hunch that your future is immeasurable. I feel that you'll catch up with me in a few years. For a moment, you've made me feel so pressured. It seems that I have to work hard to cultivate. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Brother Bai, you're giving me pressure. There's only motivation when there's pressure. By giving you pressure, I'm also creating pressure for myself at the same time. If I see your rapid progress, then wouldn't I be anxious if my progress is slightly slower? Bai Jianxiu said. Qin Shao smiled. The two chatted casually, and their relationship improved rapidly. The trust between them was also established invisibly. It formed an iron wall that was unbreakable. Friends were often like this. Those who were worthy of deep friendship only needed to meet once and say a word to confirm it. Those who were not worthy of deep friendship, even if they were together every day, it was still not worth it. Friendship was often built on such trust. The two walked in the vast wilderness. Because there was an expert like Bai Jianxiu by his side, Qin Shao seemed very relaxed. He did not have to worry about anything at all. In addition, he had nothing to be afraid of. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar interrupted their conversation. A wild beast the size of a calf pounced out from the forest and blocked in front of the two. Its bell-like eyes emitted a strange light as it looked at Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu. It opened its bloody mouth and walked towards the two of them step by step, wanting to eat them. Ordinary ground shell beast, rank 1. Qin Shao immediately recognized the wild beast in front of him. It was only a rank 1 wild beast. To him, it was not a threat at all. Bai Jianxiu was even more indifferent. He did not even bother to look at it. A rank 1 wild beast's intelligence is really low. It actually charged out like this. Qin Shao, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 33. The ground-shell beast was indeed considered an ordinary wild beast. It was only a level 1 wild beast. Therefore, its intelligence was very low. Other than its thick skin, its attack power was not very strong. A level 1 wild beast was equivalent to a brute force realm expert. A person at the peak of the brute force realm could almost deal with a ground-shell beast. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to kill them. However, Qin Shao was at the initial stage of the reincarnation realm. In other words, as long as he did not encounter a level 3 wild beast, Qin Shao was not a threat. Qin Shao still had some confidence in killing a typical Tier 3 desolate beast. Only those Tier 3 desolate beasts that were especially dangerous could be tricky to deal with. This was Qin Zhao's first time facing a wild beast. With Qin Zhao's temperament, he was not nervous at all. Holding his sword, Qin Shao charged directly at the beast. The ground shell beast seemed to be greatly provoked. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. A foul smell assailed his nostrils, making Qin Shao feel nauseous. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it wanted to eat Qin Shao in one bite. Qin Zhao's sword was incomparably sharp. When the sword fell, a ray of light slashed down, turning into an afterimage, but it was unusually sharp. It was as if the void was about to be torn apart. Slash! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Zhao's sword had completely sunk into the ground shell beast's head. Hot blood spurted out. The ground shell beast immediately let out a mournful howl. After struggling for a while, it fell to the ground and died. Qin Shao withdrew his sword. However, facing this ground shell beast, Qin Shao was a little worried. The wild beast's body was full of treasures. To Qin Shao, its entire body was worth a lot of money. However, he came to the great wilderness to gain experience. He could not possibly carry the entire wild beast away. The most valuable part of a wild beast was its core. Qin Shao had never taken its core before. Naturally, he was a little worried. Bai Jinxiu walked over and said, "The first time I killed a wild beast, I was also like this. I did not know where to start. Haha, this requires a certain amount of experience. Let me teach you." "Brother Bai, thank you." Qin Shao heard and immediately laughed. Bai Jinxiu took charge of Qin Shao and taught him how to take out the core in the fastest speed. How to take out the valuable parts of a wild beast, such as its skin, horns, teeth, bones, and blood essence. The most worthless parts of a desolate beast were its innards and meat. These were also the largest parts of a desolate beast. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these two items would not be taken away. The rest would be taken away, unless they really could not take them away. Even so, after sorting out all the things, there was still a big pile. It was enough to make a big bag. In this way, if Qin Shao killed a wild beast in the future, he could only collect its core. "I forgot that you don't have a Chinquan bag yet." Bai Jinxiu suddenly slapped his head. He took out a Chinquan bag from his body and handed it to Qin Shao, saying, "This is for you." Looking at the bag that Bai Jinxiu handed over, which was the size of an exquisite seminal vesicle, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. This was a Chinquan bag. Qin Shao was not unfamiliar with it. His father had it when he was still the family head. The so-called Chinquan bag had another universe inside. It looked small, but in fact there was a space of a few square feet inside. It could store many things. A Chinquan bag was incomparably precious. It was difficult for the Qin family to buy one with all their savings. The Qin family only had one Chinquan bag, and the rule was that only the family head could have it. Therefore, the Qin family's Chinquan bag had fallen into Qin Dinghu's hands now. Qin Shao knew the value of a Chinquan bag. He naturally waved his hand immediately and said, "Brother Bai, I can't accept such a precious gift." Bai Jinxiu forcefully stuffed it into Qin Zhao's hands and said, "Take it. It's incomparably precious to you, but it's nothing to me. These are just my spoils of war. It's really inconvenient to go out without a Chinquan bag. These are just small things. They're not worth mentioning. Keep it." Since Bai Jinxiu said so, Qin Shao did not refuse anymore. He silently remembered this favor and nodded heavily. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Opening the Chinquan bag, Qin Shao was immediately surprised. 100 square feet. It's so big. The Qin family's Chinquan bag was only 50 square feet. The Chinquan bag that Bai Jinxiu casually gave him actually had a space of 100 square feet. It was enough to store a house. This kind of space was more than enough to store 100 ground shell beasts. "Is it big?" Bai Jinxiu chuckled lightly. "My Chinquan bag is 1,000 square feet. This one of yours belongs to the inferior kind." Okay." Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Different horizons. The feeling of looking at things was naturally different. After putting away the battle weapons, the two continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered Stage 1 and Stage 2 desolate beasts. Most of them were Stage 1, and Stage 2 were rarer. And these desolate beasts were naturally all used for Qin Shao to practice. Such intensive battles dealing with all kinds of situations, naturally allowed Qin Zhao's strength to have a very obvious improvement. His sword art also became more refined, completely surpassing the tyrannical Thunder Sword's grand completion level. With a sword to the throat, a stage 2 boss serpent died under Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao's sword became increasingly swift and fierce. He deftly took out the valuable items and stored them into his Chinquan bag. At this time, Qin Zhao's Chinquan bag was already piled up like a small mountain. 20 already. This kind of battle is really very delightful. No wonder martial artists all like to enter the vast wilderness to train. No matter how dangerous it is, it's also worth it. Qin Zhao's face had quite a bit of excitement. Such a cultivation speed was indeed much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Bai Jianqiu said, "Don't be happy too early. This place is only the periphery. Stage 2 desolate beasts are very rare. Furthermore, they are basically all moving around alone. Further in, there are more situations of moving around in groups. There are also more Stage 2 desolate beasts. There are even Stage 3 desolate beasts appearing. Even with your Shurha, it's also very dangerous." Hee, don't I have Brother Bai here? Qin Zhao curled his lips and laughed. Bai Jianqiu also laughed. Your talent in sword art is indeed too shocking. If you take another step, you will be able to reach minute subtlety in sword art. Minute subtlety in sword art. Qin Zhao frowned slightly and looked at Bai Jianqiu with a puzzled expression. Clearly, he did not understand what minute subtlety in sword art was. It was also his first time hearing this term. Bai Jianqiu was slightly stunned. You don't know? Qin Zhao shook his head. He really did not know. Chapter 34. Bai Jianqiu said, "Then let me tell you. Looks like you didn't have the chance to come into contact with such a deep level of knowledge. It's no wonder. The sword has its sword Tao. Actually, everything in the heavens has its Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth is omnipresent and supreme. The ultimate goal of us martial artists is to pursue this ethereal and supreme great Tao. There is even an ancient legend that those who have attained the great Tao can live forever, live as long as heaven and earth, and shine as brilliantly as the sun and moon. No one knows what kind of realm that is. Live forever, live as long as heaven and earth, shine as brilliantly as the sun and moon." Qin Zhao couldn't help but feel his blood boil when he heard this. However, it was just a legend. The first level of sword Tao is minute subtlety. Minute subtlety means that your mind can be integrated into the sword. With a thought, the sword can move according to your will. It's like giving life to the sword. This kind of feeling can only be truly felt when you reach it. Minute subtlety is the first level of sword Tao. As for me, I'm only at minute subtlety. To be able to reach minute subtlety at bone-changing realm, you could be considered a rare sword Tao genius. As for minute subtlety at shedding body realm, it's rare even in the entire Lufeng County. At least among the people I know, there hasn't been one. And you're very likely to be the first. I'm looking forward to this. Faced with Bai Jianqiu's high expectations, Qin Zhao couldn't help but be stunned. I'm the first. Then he smiled. All right, since Brother Bai is giving me so much pressure, it seems that I have to work hard. Although I can't understand minute subtlety at the moment, I believe I'll slowly figure it out. Yes, cultivation can't be rushed. One step at a time is the right path. Cultivation depends more on one's own luck. Bai Jianqiu said. Qin Zhao asked, then what's above minute subtlety? Above minute subtlety is transcendent. I've also been pursuing this level. I've been fumbling, but I haven't found the door. Therefore, I can't explain it to you. Above transcendent is subtlety, the so-called transcendent. I don't know what's above that. I'm afraid even our desert country doesn't have a single sword subtlety. This level is far, far too high, Bai Jianqiu said. Only then did Qin Zhao have some understanding of sword Tao, which he had never come into contact with before. Now that she knew about refinement, Qin Zhao also knew what she should do next. She lit up a lamp for Qin Shao. And to Qin Shao, this was naturally an incomparably huge help. Bai Jianxiu glanced at Qin Shao and said, "With your talent in the sword Dao, it's only a matter of time before you cultivate to the next level. Right now, you are completely capable of learning a middle-grade martial skill." Unfortunately, my sword techniques and martial skills were all obtained from the Great Desert Guard and cannot be privately imparted to others. So, I have no way of imparting it to you. What you lack now is only a slightly better sword art martial skill. Otherwise, your swordsmanship would definitely improve very quickly. Without a martial skill to cultivate, it would be difficult to just fumble around like this. Qin Shao laughed bitterly. This is something that can't be helped. My Qin family only has 3 low-grade martial skills. It's said that in the entire Nanyang city, only the city lord has one. Martial skills were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. It was said that above supreme grade there was king grade, and even above king grade there was divine grade. Of course, king grade and divine grade were just rumors. Whether they existed or not was still something that was unknown. Yes, middle-grade martial skills are naturally rare in a small place like your Nanyang city. However, when you become a great desert guard, martial skills will not be a problem, Bai Jianxiu nodded. The two of them did not discuss this question in depth, but stopped at this point. Qin Shao was still a distance away from refinement. The two of them continued to advance deeper into the vast wilderness. Finally, the two of them encountered a rank 3 desolate beast saber-toothed tiger. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, as if it was on fire. Its body was more than twice the size of a normal tiger, and it was comparable to an adult water buffalo. It did not appear very ferocious, but made people feel that it was very powerful. However, the 2 fangs that were exposed were like 2 long swords, and it made people feel a little cold. A rank 3 desolate beast was something that Qin Shao had always longed to encounter, and he had finally encountered it. However, it was slightly stronger. Among the rank 3 desolate beasts, the saber-toothed tiger was also at a mid-tier standard. Ordinary early-stage reincarnation realm martial artists would definitely not be able to deal with it. However, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was still incomparably high. He now yearned for a battle, yearned to use such a battle to improve himself and force his limits. Desolate beasts below rank 3 did not pose the slightest threat to Qin Shao, and there was indeed not much meaning in training. Only with a difficult challenge could one stimulate one's potential. If he wanted to break through to the peak of the reincarnation realm in 3 months, he could only go all out. "Come on, let's fight!" Qin Shao shouted. His feet slammed on the ground, and the whole person rushed to the rank 3 saber-toothed tiger like a meteor. The rank 3 desolate beast already had some wisdom. It felt Qin Zhao's fighting spirit, and it gave a thunderous roar to Qin Shao. Its 4 hooves flew, and it rushed to Qin Shao at a very fast speed. Its 4 hooves were very thick and powerful, and the fiery red fur all over its body was also tough and tough. The saber-toothed tiger's speed was too fast. Its 2 sword-like fangs, flashing a cold light, stabbed at Qin Shao. As long as he was stabbed by this saber-toothed tiger, it was inevitable that he would die on the spot. In the face of the ferocious saber-toothed tiger, Qin Zhao's nerves could not help but tense up. His eyes were slightly enlarged, and his spirit was highly concentrated, staring at the saber-toothed tiger. The strength of the whole body was fully mobilized. While trying his best to dodge the attacks of the saber-toothed tiger, he launched a fierce attack on the saber-toothed tiger. The two of them avoided each other again and again. Qin Shao did not dare to be too close to the saber-toothed tiger, otherwise he might be hurt by it. But if he did not get close, Qin Zhao's sword could not fall on the saber-toothed tiger at all. After several rounds, Qin Shao did not touch the saber-toothed tiger, which made Qin Shao frown involuntarily. He knew that it could not go on like this. If it went on like this, there was no way to hurt the saber-toothed tiger at all. Moreover, In terms of physical strength, Qin Shao obviously could not compete with the saber-toothed tiger, so it was obvious that Qin Shao would be at a disadvantage if he continued to fight. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth and rushed to attack the saber-toothed tiger again. After several rounds, Qin Shao dodged all the attacks. The saber-toothed tiger was also angry. After a roar, it rushed to Qin Shao furiously. Qin Shao kept squeezing his potential, pushing the limit of his speed, and exceeding the limit again and again. Faster, faster. The two of their bodies were about to collide, and the saber-toothed tiger's two long fangs were about to pierce Qin Shao's body. The situation became extremely dangerous and tense. Chapter 35. The distance between Qin Shao and the saber-toothed tiger was getting closer and closer. He could even feel the scorching hot air coming out of the saber-toothed tiger's mouth. Mixed with the stench of blood, it was really suffocating. The saber-toothed tiger's long fangs, which were shining with cold light and carried a peerless, murderous aura, were about to pierce Qin Zhao's body and make two big bloody holes in Qin Zhao's body. Under such dangerous pressure, Qin Zhao's mind finally touched something mysterious, which made his will seem to be able to integrate into the space for a moment. No matter how small the thing was, it could not escape such perception. Qin Zhao's body moved. He was so agile that he brushed past the saber-toothed tiger's two long fangs, which almost touched his clothes. Qin Zhao's sword also stabbed at the saber-toothed tiger's vital parts like lightning. This move was really thrilling. A little carelessness could even cause Qin Shao to fall into an irrecoverable situation. However, Qin Shao did it. The saber-toothed tiger immediately smelled the danger, but was in no hurry to dodge at this time, because Qin Zhao's sword had already pierced its body. Puff! The sword was still not sharp enough. It only pierced about 5 inches into the saber-toothed tiger before it was stopped and could not go any further. If the sword was sharp enough, it would be enough to pierce the saber-toothed tiger's body and directly kill it. If only I had a low-grade spiritual sword. Qin Shao felt that it was a pity, but at this time, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately withdrew his sword and quickly retreated, avoiding the saber-toothed tiger's crazy attack. Blood spurted from the saber-toothed tiger's vital parts, causing it to roar angrily. Its eyes, which were looking at Qin Shao, became abnormally terrifying. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger turned its head and wanted to run away, which was beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. Desolate beasts were supposed to be bloodthirsty and battle-hungry. This desolate beast was rather interesting. Before victory or defeat was decided, it had run away. In terms of speed, Qin Shao was no match for the saber-toothed tiger. This was a desolate beast that excelled in speed. Even if he was injured at this time, Qin Shao could not catch up with him. Therefore, seeing that the saber-toothed tiger wanted to escape, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little helpless. If they continued to fight, Qin Shao was confident that he could kill the saber-toothed tiger. If he could kill this saber-toothed tiger, it would be considered a good victory. If they took it back to the Qin family, they could use it to show off, although Qin Shao disdained to do so. However, the value of a Tier 3 wild beast was still very tempting to Qin Shao. If one wanted to grow and improve, external resources were also indispensable. For example, martial skills, cultivation methods, spirit weapons. These were all things that could increase one's strength. However, the Qin family didn't have any of these things. If he wanted to obtain them, he had to save up more valuable things. The next time he went to Lufeng County, he could exchange them for primordial stones and buy them. It was said that as long as one had enough primordial stones, one could buy anything in Lufeng County. Martial skills, cultivation methods, spirit weapons, and many other treasures and elixirs could all be bought. In other words, as long as one had money, one could arm oneself to the teeth. Although external things were not necessary, one still needed to have some. After chasing for a while, Qin Shao stopped and did not chase anymore. He saw Bai Jianxiu suddenly open his palm. Immediately, an incomparably huge, illusory palm appeared in the air, enveloping an area of a few thousand meters. In the center of this illusory palm, there was a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, there seemed to be a huge black hole that could swallow everything. It could even swallow the entire mountain range, as long as Bai Jianxiu's strength was strong enough. The fleeing saber-toothed tiger was directly sucked in by a force. No matter how hard it struggled, there was no way for it to escape. Very quickly, it was sucked into the illusory palm. This is a divine ability phenomenon. What a terrifying divine ability phenomenon. What a powerful aura. It's more than 100 times stronger than my Tier 2 divine ability. This should be a Tier 4 divine ability. It's really powerful. Qin Shao looked at the illusory palm with a burning gaze. His heart was not small. This was the second time he saw Bai Jianxiu make a move. Every time, he felt that it was so amazing. Bai Jianxiu retracted his palm. Immediately, the illusory palm returned to him. Then, he placed his palm in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao's gaze fell on Bai Jianxiu's palm. He saw a whirlpool rotating in his palm. It was very mystical. Within the whirlpool, the saber-toothed tiger was still struggling. It was clearly a small palm, but there seemed to be another world inside. It looked really magical. Bai Jianxiu gently clenched his hand. Then he opened his palm and gently shook it on the ground. The saber-toothed tiger flew out from his palm. Then it slowly grew bigger. When it landed on the ground, it returned to its original size. Looking at this process, it was indeed very flabbergasting. Even Qin Shao could not help but exclaim in amazement. This method was really powerful. Just this one move was enough to kill a Tier 3 wild beast. This strength was really not something Qin Shao could imagine. Bai Jianxiu seemed to have done something very ordinary. He smiled and said, "This is my divine ability, Heaven and Earth Palm. I use my hand to transform the universe. As long as I'm strong enough, I can even swallow the entire wasteland into my palm. Then, I only need to clench my hand gently, and I can kill all the wild beasts inside. Of course, I still don't dare to imagine such a realm. It's still too far away." Qin Shao was also a little shocked. What kind of strength was this? However, your divine ability is a little weak. Although divine ability isn't absolute, the lower the grade of the divine ability, the lower the possibility of becoming a powerhouse. Your path will be more difficult than mine. Bai Jianxiu looked at Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao curled his lips. He naturally knew this logic. However, he would not bow down to this. Because his divine ability could be upgraded, he was not worried about anything. He was now hunting wild beasts in the wasteland and collecting as many cores as possible. Then, he would let his divine ability devour them and see if it could be upgraded to a Tier 3 divine ability. You can keep this saber-toothed tiger. Although I killed it, it's also your prey, Bai Jianxiu said. After this journey, Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu had already become friends. Hence, Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony and directly kept the entire saber-toothed tiger into his heaven and earth pouch. Bai Jianxiu flipped his hand. A sword emitting a powerful aura appeared in his hand. This was a heavy sword without an edge. It was much bigger than ordinary swords. It was wide, thick, and long. Its entire body was black, but it emitted a gloomy aura. Chapter 36. This is a low-grade spirit weapon. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Spirit weapons were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Above supreme grade, there was still king grade. It was the same as martial arts techniques. However, low-grade spirit weapons were much more precious than low-grade martial arts techniques. As a result, the large Qin clan only had one low-grade spirit weapon, which was his father Qin Dingtian's sword. Anything below low grade was called ordinary grade. They were all unrated items. The use of weapons could still be reflected in battle. For example, just now, if Qin Shao was holding a low-grade spirit weapon sword, then the sword just now might not be able to kill the local saber-toothed tiger, but it would at least be able to make it lose the ability to resist. With another sword, it would naturally be killed, and it would not allow the saber-toothed tiger to escape. Bai Jianxiu said, "I'll give it to you. It's useless to me, but I can earn a favor from you." Haha, with the help of a good weapon, you'll be more proficient, especially when dealing with dire beasts. However, I feel that your sword is a little special. Special? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Actually, he also felt that it was a little special. This was because when he fought with young Master Yin previously, he clearly felt a strange power surging out from his sword. However, after he studied it carefully, he really could not find anything special about it. This sword had been with him for so many years, and it was only a little strange that time. Perhaps, but I don't know. This sword was left to me by my mother. If I'm not dealing with dire beasts, I'm still used to using this sword. Brother Bai, I'll take your sword first. As for the favor I owe you, I'll return it to you in the future. Qin Shao said. Bai Jianxiu smiled. I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. All right, let's go. If we go any further, it will be dangerous. You have to be careful. Even I can't take care of you. Yes, I know. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. The deeper they went, the more obvious the aura was. After advancing for another 2 hours, a man in golden robes suddenly stood in front of the two of them. He was in his early 20s and had an extraordinary aura. With just a glance, Qin Shao felt like he was being stared at by an ancient, fierce beast. It was very uncomfortable. This let Qin Shao know that the person in front of him was very powerful and very dangerous. At least, he was far from being a match for him. In the depths of the vast wilderness, there were indeed many experts. Bai Jianxiu, when did you accept? But your taste is really not good. Just a country kid. Reincarnation. The young man in golden closed his eyes. What, brat? Are you not convinced? The golden-robed youth looked at Qin Shao with disdain. It was the gaze of a dragon looking down on an ant. Qin Shao felt such a look from young Master Yin, but the young man in golden clothes was more powerful. Qin Shao had always been a person who did not admit defeat. Being bullied, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to retreat. He looked at the young man in golden clothes and said, "Don't you feel tired to meddle in other people's business?" Hearing that Qin Shao dared to refute, the young man in golden clothes was obviously very unhappy. His eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent. "Kid, no one dares to talk to me like this. A country kid who has never seen the world. You don't know what you're talking about. Kill yourself. I don't want to do it." In one sentence, Qin Shao was sentenced to death. Qin Shao had always hated this kind of person who wanted to take people's lives. Do you think you are a god? Everyone's life should be in their own hands. Who are you? How can you trample on others like this? Well, seeing that Qin Shao dared to talk back, the young man in golden clothes' face darkened slightly. The sharpness in his eyes became peerlessly fierce. It was very terrifying. You are really courting death. Saying this, the young man in golden clothes was about to attack. Bai Jianxiu stepped in front of Qin Shao. He looked at the young man in golden clothes very unhappily and said, "Xian Yin, are you really going to attack my friend in front of me?" "Friend?" Xian Yin frowned as if he had heard a funny joke. He laughed strangely. "Bai Jianxiu, have you lost your mind? You're the captain of the Desert Guards, a person on the Lu County's ranking list. Don't you think it's too bad for your reputation to be friends with a country bumpkin?" "I don't think so." Bai Jianxiu said, "This is my business. You don't have to worry about it." "Then what if I have to kill this kid?" Xian Yin said coldly. His eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not a pushover. He stared at Xian Yin and said, "You can't kill me just because you want to. Don't speak too early." Qin Shao was very clear that he was not a match for Xian Yin. From Bai Jianxiu's words, Qin Shao knew that Xian Yin was definitely an expert on the same level as Bai Jianxiu. He was definitely not someone that young Master Yin could compare to. For such an expert, killing Qin Shao would be as easy as flipping his hand. But a tree has a bark, and a tree has a face. So what if you were an expert? Would I, Qin Shao, allow you to step on my face without daring to resist? Perhaps others might be like that, but Qin Shao was definitely not like that. No matter who you are, if you provoke me, Qin Shao, I will fight back. If you have the strength, I, Qin Shao, will immediately kill you back. Impudent! How dare you? You are courting death. Xian Yin was infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. A mere early-stage reincarnation realm brat was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Yet he dared to speak to him like this. Xian Yin was enraged. He coldly glanced at Bai Jinxiu and said, "If you don't want me to fall out with you, then immediately get out of my way. If we really fight, you are still not my match. If I want to kill someone, you, Bai Jinxiu, can't stop me. In the Willow Wind region, there are not many who dare to provoke me. This brat, I will definitely kill him." Bai Jinxiu's face turned solemn and said, "If we really fight with our lives on the line, then who knows who will win and who will lose? I've said it before, Qin Shao is my friend. With me around, you can't touch him. Today's matter was started by you. You can't blame my friend. I think we should just forget about this matter." "Forget it," Xian Yin sneered. He pointed at Bai Jinxiu's nose and cursed. "Bai Jinxiu, are you determined to be my enemy? How can I allow a country brat like him to offend my dignity? If I don't kill him, then where will my face go? Since you dare to block me today, then don't blame me for being impolite to you." "Impolite?" Bai Jinxiu was surprised. His hand moved, and a very fast-shaped object flew out from his hand. It spiraled above his hand. This object didn't look big. It was only half a meter tall. It emitted a 7-colored light and looked rather dazzling. However, the cold aura emitted from it was frightening. Chapter 37. This is a spirit treasure, a mid-grade spirit treasure. You actually have a mid-grade spirit treasure. Xian Yin looked at the item in Bai Jinxiu's hand with anger and shock. Only then did Qin Shao realize that this was a numinous treasure. He had only heard his father mention spirit treasures once, but he had never come into contact with one. In the entire Nanyang city, it was impossible for anyone to have a spirit treasure. The preciousness of spirit treasures was not something that martial skills or spirit weapons could compare to. Since they were of the same grade, spirit treasures were obviously of a higher grade. A low-grade spirit treasure was enough to pose a threat to a martial artist at the peak of Reincarnation Realm. If used well, it could completely kill a martial artist at the peak of Reincarnation Realm. Even Song Xiongyan was afraid of such a thing. A mid-grade spirit treasure could pose a threat to a martial artist at the peak of Bone Transformation Realm. Bai Jinxiu and Xian Yin were both martial artists at the peak of Bone Transformation Realm. In Bai Jinxiu's hands, a mid-grade spirit treasure could display its greatest power. If they really went all out, Bai Jinxiu might really be able to threaten Xian Yin's life. That was the reason why Xian Yin was so frightened. He had a slightly fearful expression on his face. Bai Jinxiu had actually risked everything to fall out with Xian Yin in order to protect him. Qin Shao remembered this kindness in his heart. All these years, other than his father, second uncle, and Qin Jizi, Qin Shao had not felt the kindness of others. Bai Jinxiu was the fourth person. However, along the way, he had received Bai Jinxiu's kindness, which made Qin Shao feel very apologetic. Why was this? Wasn't it because he was too weak, so he needed to be protected by others everywhere? Strength. Everything depended on strength. Bai Jinxiu had a bit of madness in his bones as he said, "Xian Yin, you should know my character. I've already said it very clearly. Whether you want to fall out with me or not, it's all up to you." Xian Yin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect Bai Jinxiu to fall out with him for a country boy. "Good, very good. Bai Jinxiu, let's wait and see. Xian Yin, will definitely get my revenge." Xian Yin waved his hand and was about to leave when a voice rang out. "Wait." The speaker was none other than Qin Shao. Hearing Qin Shao's voice, Xian Yin stopped and looked at Qin Shao coldly. Even Bai Jinxiu looked at Qin Shao doubtfully. Everything had been settled. What was he trying to do? Can I ask you a few questions? Qin Shao asked calmly. Xian Yin disdainfully snorted, but he still said, "What's the problem?" "First, because I don't have the strength. You can humiliate me and step on me as you wish, right?" "Yes." "Secondly, because I refuted you, I offended your dignity. So you want to kill me, right?" "Yes." "Thirdly, because my strength is far inferior to yours, I should be bullied by you and not be able to resist, right?" "That's right." "Fourth, if you don't have strength, you don't have the right to speak, right? So you're aware of that." "Fifth, if one day I'm stronger than you, does that mean I can also ruthlessly trample on you, humiliate you, trample on you, and ravage you like what you did to me today? If I'm not happy, I can also kill you." If you have the strength, you naturally can. Unfortunately, that's not possible. All right, I've already asked the 5 questions. Now I can clearly tell you that within a year, I will definitely fulfill what I said today. This is my promise, as well as my bet with you. I, Qin Shao, will use my strength to prove to you just how stupid your actions today were. As for you, you will also pay the most painful price for your crimes today. Qin Zhao's expression was still calm, but his tone was incomparably firm, as if he was saying something very certain. Qin Zhao's action stunned by Jianxiu for a moment, but he immediately understood. This was also why he admired Qin Shao. If it were him, he was afraid that he would swallow his anger and admit it, or at most silently keep it in his heart. However, Qin Shao was so confident that he could say it directly. In a year's time, it was simply impossible to surpass Xian Yan's strength. Perhaps anyone who heard it would take it as a big joke. Between the two of them, there is simply a gap between heaven and earth. How could there be any comparison? Qin Shao was now only at the initial reincarnation realm, and his talent was only at grade 2. As for Xian Yin, he was at the peak of the bone transformation realm and could step into the next realm, the martial movement realm, at any time. His innate divine ability was an astonishing 4th grade. In terms of strength, there was a gap of about 2 realms of full 7 realms. In terms of talent, it seemed that there was a big gap between them. How could there be a comparison? If others heard this, they would definitely scold Qin Shao for being a complete madman. Xian Yin also seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and laughed wanly. After a while, he stopped laughing and glanced at Qin Shao with a look of contempt. "Kid, did you take the wrong medicine today? You're still the same as by Jianxiu, with water in your brain. In a year's time, I think you can only reach the intermediate reincarnation realm. In a year's time, I will definitely step into the martial spirit realm. I'm in the sky, and you're on the earth. What do you have to compare with me?" "Kid, I've seen arrogant people who talk big, but I've never seen one who is as unrealistic as you. Don't you think you're ridiculous?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Ridiculous? That's just your subjective opinion. I've already talked big. Whether I can be realistic or not, don't you think it's too early to say?" "I hope you'll still have the chance to speak after a year." You're completely ignorant." "All right, kid, I'll wait for you. I'll remember what you said. There are still 3 months before the Great Desert Guard's annual selection. I'd like to see if I can see your figure. I'll give you 3 months' time. If I don't see your figure participating in the selection, then it'll be the time of your death. Not only you, I'll also destroy the clan behind you. And all of this is because of you." Xian Yin sneered. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at Xian Yan's departing figure, Qin Zhao's heart was incomparably firm. 1 year is enough. I'll definitely succeed. Bai Jianxiu couldn't help but shake his head. "You're really crazy. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. I'm also giving myself endless pressure. However, after going crazy like this, my mood is really a lot better. It's delightful." Qin Shao curled his lips, but there wasn't the slightest bit of worry on his face. Since he dared to talk big, he naturally was mentally prepared. Chapter 38. You only want to be happy for a while, but you might get into trouble. Bai Jianqiu's face turned serious. Xian Yan's strength, character, and background. He knew it all. Qin Shao offended Xian Yan completely. It was not a wise move. To be honest, even he did not dare to offend Xian Yan. On this point, Bai Jianqiu could not help but admire Qin Shao. He dared to offend someone that even he did not dare to offend. It was really shocking. In his opinion, Qin Shao was still very calm. He did not know why he would do such a crazy thing this time. Could it be that he really had some confidence? But thinking about it, it was impossible. It was completely impossible. The difference was too big. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Xian Yan was also a peerless genius. In the Lufeng region's younger generation, he was definitely a famous figure. In a year's time, Xian Yan could possibly take another step forward and step into the martial movement realm. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, how could he reach the martial movement realm from the initial stage of the reincarnation realm in a year's time? Even the most monstrous genius of the desert country in the past 1,000 years would not be able to do it. Therefore, he felt that Qin Zhao's move was undoubtedly a shocking madness. How could Qin Shao not know all of this? Even he himself felt that he had gone crazy for once, but the pride in his bones really wanted to fight back once. So he did it. He went crazy. Since he had already gone crazy, it did not matter. In a year's time, he might be able to fight for it. If he could achieve the strength to become a great desert guard in 3 months, then he might have a chance in a year's time. Qin Shao felt more and more that if he gave himself enough pressure, then he might be able to create a miracle. Bai Jianqiu patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Since you have already made up your mind, no matter what, I will still support you. I hope that you can give me a big surprise. Perhaps I can create a miracle." Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "I hope so. I will try my best. But Brother Bai, I've implicated you. Because of me, you also offended Xian Yan. With this person's temperament, I'm afraid he will find trouble with you in the future." "Huh?" Bai Jianqiu laughed. "I'm not afraid of Xian Yan. He can't do anything to me. So, you don't have to worry about me. You should worry about yourself. Don't say, I was sweating for you just now. I admire you more and more now." "Ha, it's also a kind of pride to be admired by Brother Bai." Qin Shao smiled. "Ha, you brat." Suddenly, the ground began to shake, causing their expressions to change. Their eyes quickly scanned their surroundings. The trembling of the ground came from afar, and it was getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying tremor? What's going on in the Grand Desolate? Bai Jianqiu stared into the depths of the Grand Desolate. He could faintly sense that the source of this tremor was from the depths of the Grand Desolate. That was a place that even he didn't dare to rashly enter. The ground is shaking. Could it be that an ancient vicious beast is about to awaken? Asked Qin Shao. Bai Jianqiu shook his head. "I don't know. I've never encountered such a thing." He had a bad feeling about this. Something huge must have happened in the depths of the Grand Desolate. Perhaps a peerless opportunity has appeared. But whenever a great opportunity appears, it will be accompanied by a huge phenomenon. A great opportunity. Qin Zhao's heart was moved. This was the thing he desired the most. If he cultivated normally, it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of the reincarnation realm in 3 months. Unless he had enough core cores and enough origin stones for him to cultivate, then it would be possible. He had collected quite a few core cores, but he didn't have any origin stones. Riches and honor are found in danger. If there really is a great opportunity, then we must be fated people. Since the opportunity is placed in front of us, there's no reason not to give it a try. No matter how dangerous it is, we can't shrink back. Qin Shao said quickly. Bai Jianqiu nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't give up. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to give it our all. As long as it's a peak existence, there must be countless opportunities. Let's go and take a look. The two of them rushed towards the depths of the Grand Desolate at lightning speed. At the same time, almost the entire Grand Desolate could feel the intense tremors. Those who were more timid ran out, as if they were escaping, and sent some news back. Those who were braver rushed towards the depths of the Grand Desolate with all their might. The entire great desolate lands instantly became lively. All the desolate beasts went crazy and gathered towards the center. Moreover, these desolate beasts became abnormally violent. Therefore, along the way, Qin Shao and Bai Jianxiu were attacked by desolate beasts time and time again. Most of the time, they were even surrounded by over 10 Tier 3 desolate beasts. Fortunately, they had Bai Jianxiu by their side. Bai Jianxiu displayed his invincible might and was unstoppable along the way. Who knew how many desolate beasts died in his hands? On the other hand, Qin Shao was very relaxed and picked up a lot of benefits along the way. Of course, there were also many desolate beasts that died under Qin Zhao's sword. After killing for half a day, the two of them rushed out of the encirclement. Fortunately, they did not encounter any desolate beasts that were too dangerous. They did encounter 2 Tier 4 desolate beasts, but Bai Jianxiu's strength was too strong. Therefore, those 2 Tier 4 desolate beasts also died in his hands. Finally, the two of them stepped into the deepest part of the Grand Desolate. This was supposed to be a forbidden area, but at this moment, it became abnormally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little eerie. It was as if it was a land of death and no sound could be heard. The sound of wind, the sound of birds and beasts, there was no sound at all. Everything was silent and dead. A huge crack appeared in front of the two of them. Obviously, it had just split open. It was more than 10 feet wide, and its depth was unknown. It was also thousands of feet long. At a glance, it was as if it was slashed out by a deity with a sword. It was abnormally shocking. The two of them looked at the crack in the ground. It was eerie, as if a path to hell had been opened. Below, they could not see the situation clearly. However, this aura was enough to indicate that there must be a peerless danger below. Even with Bai Jianxiu's strength, the possibility of death was very high if he went down. However, since they had already come this far, the two of them naturally would not shrink back and give up. The two of them looked at each other and then nodded firmly. Then they jumped down. After descending for 100 feet, their vision suddenly opened up. The two of them seemed to have arrived at a huge underground world. Chapter 39. The ground was filled with fiery red rocks that emitted scorching energy, causing the temperature below to be extremely high. Waves of heat hit their faces, making them feel as if they were about to be burned. Looking at these fiery red rocks in detail, one would even feel as if there was something terrifying flowing below. It was a long and winding passage. It was unknown where it led to. There were many strangely shaped rocks all around. Some were like blades, some were like swords, some were like ferocious beasts, and some were like huge dragons. Under the illumination of the fiery red light, it looked especially mysterious. Even Bai Jianxiu frowned when he saw such a place. It was obvious that he had never seen such a place before. Qin Shao, follow me closely. I feel that this place is very dangerous, Bai Jianxiu said with a stern face. Qin Shao nodded. Even without Bai Jianxiu's words, Qin Shao could also smell the dense, dangerous aura here. Such an aura made people not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of them held their swords in their hands, ready to fight at any time. After walking for a while, 2 swords were scattered on the ground. At the same time, there were 5 piles of white ashes. The two of them could not help but frown. Bai Jianxiu walked over and said with a surprised look on his face, "It's human ashes. There are 5 piles of ashes, which means that 5 people died here and were directly burned to ashes. What a terrifying flame. It can actually burn people to ashes in an instant." Moreover, the 5 of them did not leave anything behind. Only 2 swords were scattered. The rest should have been burned to ashes in the flame. It seems that there are unknown dangers here. We have to be more careful. Qin Shao was also shocked. What kind of terrifying flame could burn people to ashes in an instant? In Qin Zhao's heart suddenly jumped. He had a premonition of unknown danger. Danger, be careful. Bai Jianxiu suddenly shouted. The two of them quickly retreated. Almost at the same time, when the two of them left, a ball of flame spewed out from the place where they were standing. A destructive wave of heat surged towards them. Fortunately, the two of them dodged quickly. Otherwise, if they were touched by the flames, they would probably die instantly. What a terrifying flame! Bai Jianxiu frowned and said, "This isn't an ordinary earth fire. I feel that this kind of flame is quite threatening to me. If we really touch this hot pot, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive." Such a terrifying flame was most likely a deviant flame. The flames below are all fiery red. Could it be that there is a huge sea of strange flames below this rock? What kind of place is this? How could such a place exist in the wasteland? How could it be that no one has discovered it? This is indeed an inconceivable matter. What happened today that caused it to open up a passage? The two of them fell into deep thought, unable to figure it out. Qin Xiao didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if there was something in the depths of this underground world that was attracting him. This feeling seemed to be there, but not there. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of it, but it would quickly disappear. Just what kind of heaven-shaking secret is hidden below? Qin Xiao was incomparably curious. Wasn't this a great opportunity for him? Regardless of whether it was or not, since he had encountered it, he must give it a try. "Brother Bai, let's go down and take a look," Qin Xiao said. Bai Jianxiu nodded, and the two of them continued to move forward. This passage seemed to be going down without an end. Dangerous flames would appear from time to time, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. If one was careless, the flames could hit one's body. Once one was touched by the flames, the consequences would be unimaginable. Along the way, they saw some bone ashes one after another. It seemed that many people had died. Moreover, it was certain that many people had already gone down. "Someone's here." The two of them suddenly saw a man with a frightened expression. Moreover, he was running towards them in a battered and exhausted state. There were some bloodstains on his body. A piece of flesh was missing from his arm. It was really a ghastly sight. Leave quickly. It's too dangerous inside. Don't go to your death." The man saw Qin Xiao and Bai Jianxiu and kindly reminded them before continuing to run. However, he was unlucky. Not long after he ran, a ball of flames emerged from the rock. The man's strength wasn't weak. He was an intermediate stage reincarnation realm martial artist. He tried his best to dodge. However, as he was injured, his speed was naturally slower. He managed to dodge, but his injured arm was touched by the flames. As soon as it touched the flames, it was like a spark of fire. It rapidly expanded and soon enveloped the man's entire body in the flames. "Oh no!" The man let out a desperate cry of horror. However, his voice was quickly drowned out. The man quickly turned into ashes and fell. Soon, the flames disappeared. The intermediate stage reincarnation realm martial artist also turned into a pile of white ashes. From the beginning to the end, it was less than 3 breaths of time. What they saw was really enough to make one tremble with fear. What a terrifying flame. I'm afraid it's the blazing fire. It's a very dangerous, strange flame. It is said that as long as the blazing fire touches it, it can burn a person to death. What's hidden under this rock is probably a large amount of blazing fire. Bai Jianxiu said, in surprise. Blazing fire. It was the first time Qin Xiao heard of it. However, after listening to Bai Jianxiu, he knew it was very terrifying. Strange flame. Qin Xiao had heard of this term before. It was said that only the most terrifying and special flames in the world could be called strange flames. No matter how many ordinary flames there were, it wouldn't pose any threat to them. This kind of blazing fire looked similar to ordinary flames. However, it was incomparably terrifying. The use of strange flames was very broad. It was said that spirit artifact masters, and alchemists all required strange flames, because ordinary flames didn't have any effect at all. Moreover, there were some rare materials that could not be melted without a terrifying deviant flame. A small bottle of blazing fire can be sold for at least 1,000 low-grade essence stones. It's a pity that we can't even touch this kind of flame, let alone collect it. Blazing fire can't be collected casually. Bai Jinxiu shook his head and said. Qin Shao said, just now, that person said that it's very dangerous below. I wonder how dangerous it is. To be able to scare a middle-stage reincarnation realm martial artist like this, it seems like it's very terrifying below. However, since we're here, we naturally won't back down easily. Riches and honor are sought in danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yes, fight for a fortuitous encounter. If you want to become a powerhouse, you must fight for fortuitous encounters. Without good fortuitous encounters, everything is empty talk. Bai Jinxiu said in agreement, let's go. Chapter 40. After advancing for a while, the two of them finally heard the sounds of fighting, and it was very intense. If there was fighting, it meant that there were people. The two of them quickly rushed over, and indeed, they saw 5 men being besieged by dozens of desolate beasts. And there was a rank 5 desolate beast, Black Demon Dragon. The Black Demon Dragon was huge, with a length of more than 10 meters. Its entire body was black, and its body was covered with palm-sized black scales that glowed eerily. Its huge head was like a giant python. Its dark green eyes were even more eerie, as if it had magical powers. It was very scary. A rank 4 Black Demon Dragon was considered an overlord in the vast wilderness. Even if Bai Jinxiu wanted to deal with the Black Demon Dragon, it would not be an easy task. At this moment, the Black Demon Dragon was fighting with Xian Yin extremely fiercely. In addition to the Black Demon Dragon, there were dozens of desolate beasts that were launching crazy attacks. Among these dozens of desolate beasts, all of them were rank 3 desolate beasts. Such a lineup was indeed terrifying. Therefore, even with an expert like Xian Yin here, the 5 of them were obviously at a disadvantage. The 4 men were tightly surrounded, and all of them were covered in blood, looking very tragic. At this moment, they were also resisting with all their might, and could lose their lives here at any time. The strength of the 4 of them was not bad, and the weakest should be at the mid-stage reincarnation realm. However, the attacks of these desolate beasts were a little too fierce. Bai Jinxiu, hurry up and help. Xian Yin's voice suddenly sounded. Bai Jinxiu and Xian Yin did not have much of friendship, and because of the incident with Qin Shao, they were not on good terms. Originally, if Xian Yin was in trouble, Bai Jinxiu would naturally not help. However, the situation now was different, and there were many unknown dangers. If they were to rely on the strength of one person, they would probably only regret it. Under such circumstances, it was more important to unite all forces and borrow some power. Therefore, Bai Jinxiu did not hesitate and went to help Xian Yin. A rank 4 Black Demon Dragon might not be able to do anything to Xian Yin, but the Black Demon Dragon skin was too thick, and it was definitely not an easy task to kill the Black Demon Dragon. With Bai Jinxiu's support, Xian Yin immediately relaxed. On the other hand, Qin Shao was not idle either. Along the way, he had killed no less than 30 wild beasts. Killing wild beasts to gain experience was definitely very effective. Qin Shao chose a tier 3 dire beast and charged towards it. The dire beast was attacking the 4 men ferociously and did not seem to be aware of the incoming danger. Even when Qin Shao arrived in front of it, it still did not notice anything. Die! It wasn't until Qin Zhao's sword arrived in front of its body that the wild beast finally reacted. It immediately roared at Qin Shao. However, the sword in Qin Zhao's hand directly pierced through the vital part of the wild beast, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. A 3rd-grade wild beast was killed by Qin Shao in a clean and efficient manner. The spectators couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After killing the 3rd-grade wild beast, Qin Shao waved his hand and stored it in his Chinquan bag. What a fast sword, what a sharp sword. That's not right. I clearly feel that he is only at the initial stage of reincarnation realm. How can he kill a third-grade wild beast in a single sword strike? This doesn't make sense. This friend is quite young, right? His strength is really strong. When the four men saw Qin Zhao's skill, they were all surprised. After all, the four of them were around 20 years old. Compared to them, Qin Zhao was indeed very young. Everyone, it's better to focus on dealing with the wild beasts. Qin Zhao reminded them and continued to kill other wild beasts. The four men were also slightly stunned. One of the green-clothed men glanced at Qin Zhao with some displeasure and snorted, "You're young, but your temper is not small. You even came to remind us. Humph, you should look at your own strength." "All right, stop talking. Let's kill," a young man in blue said. The man in green clothes did not say anything else. With support, the four of them naturally saw the hope of survival and fought back with all their strength. Die. Qin Zhao made a move again. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was a fatal blow. Another third-grade wild beast died under Qin Zhao's sword. This was also a brilliant experience that he had honed along the way. Hunting wild beasts experience was really very important. One must know where the weak points of various wild beasts were. One must know how to find the weak point and then kill it in one strike. It was clean and efficient, and the efficiency was the highest. Moreover, the speed of the sword strike must be very fast. Qin Zhao's sword skill was originally very sharp. Needless to say, the speed of the sword strike was naturally needless to say. In other words, the speed of the body was slightly slower, but there was no other way. After all, Qin Zhao's realm was only at the initial stage of reincarnation realm. Moreover, in terms of martial skills, he was also lacking. The Qin clan didn't have any movement-type martial skills. It would be great if he could cultivate a movement-type martial skill. The fourth one. Did you see this kid's sword? It is really sharp. If it goes one step further, it will be minute. TSK. If he can really reach minute sword skill at such a young age, then he will definitely be a peerless genius in Sword Dao. The azure-clothed man originally did not find Qin Zhao pleasing to the eye. Now that he heard someone praising Qin Zhao, he could not help but feel very sour. How can it be so easy to reach minute sword skill? There are only a few bone transformation realm martial artists who can do it. Those who could do it are geniuses. This kid is only at the initial stage of reincarnation realm, and he wants to reach minute sword skill. Isn't that a fool's dream? Wu Sanliang, you can't say that. No matter what, he is here to help us. The man who spoke said. The azure-clothed man, Wu Sanliang, did not think so. Everyone is here for the opportunity. It's not about who is helping who. With his strength, he can't help us. The one who really helped us is the one who killed the black demon dragon with Xian Yan. That person's strength is not below Xian Yan's. He must be an experienced desert guard. Right, I think I heard Xian Yan call him by Jinxiu. He is by Jinxiu. TSK. 2 experienced desert guards are in front of us. Moreover, they are experts on the Lu County's ranking list. They are our idols. Let's work hard. There's still 3 months. We might have a chance to participate in the desert guard selection. If we can become a desert guard, we could be considered to have brought honor to our ancestors. The opportunity is in front of us. We have to work hard. Yes, we have to work hard. We all have the same goal, so we teamed up to train in the vast wilderness. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Qin Zhao did not pay attention to these people and continued to kill the desolate beasts. After dealing with the 4th beast, Qin Zhao looked at the 5th beast. Killing 4 rank 3 desolate beasts was not a small harvest. At this moment, another group of people swept over. The scale was not small. There were as many as 20 people. Chapter 41. The leader of this group of people was a man in a black python robe. He was not young and looked to be in his 30s. His face was cold, and his eyes flashed with a green light. He was like a poisonous snake, making people feel a little scared. Behind him were 4 men in the same style of clothes as him. They all looked to be in their early 20s. And if one looked carefully, one would find that the 4 of them had the same badge on their clothes. It was a ferocious black python. In addition to these 5 people, the other 15 people were more messy. Obviously, there were people who were temporarily together. Their purpose was to come here for the opportunity. People who dare to enter the depths of the vast wilderness should at least have the strength of the reincarnation realm. And generally, they would not be ordinary reincarnation realm experts. If they only had the strength of the initial stage of the reincarnation realm, at most, they would dare to explore the periphery and not the depths of the vast wilderness. Without a certain level of practice, entering the depths of the vast wilderness was simply courting death. With so many shedding body realm martial artists all gathered together, it was really a relatively powerful force. Bai Jinxiu and Xian Yin teamed up. Even if the Black Demon Dragon was stronger and was not comparable to the Flame Beast, it was still far from being a match for the two of them. Therefore, the Black Demonic Dragon was quickly slain by the two of them. Then the two of them took action and domineeringly killed all the other rank 3 wild beasts. At this point, all the wild beasts were cleaned up. Wu Sanliang and the other 3 were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the 4 of them were in a somewhat difficult situation, at least they managed to avoid a disaster without any mishap. The 4 of them still survived. Bai Jianxiu's gaze fell on the leader of the Python Row Boy and said, "So, it is the heavenly Python, Sex Mang Wu. Why are you in the vast wilderness with 4 subordinates? It doesn't look like you are here to train." "What? He is Mang Wu, also a person on the Lu County's ranking list. But it is said that he is about to turn 30 and will be removed from the list. The Lu County's ranking list only includes the youngsters with real strength. But it is said that Mang Wu was on the list 8 years ago and has been on the list for 8 years. He is also a very powerful person. Isn't that so? Mang Wu is definitely going to become the future sect master of the Heavenly Python sect." Wu Sanliang and the other 3 were surprised. Their gazes fell on the man in the python robe. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had naturally heard of the Heavenly Python sect. Although the Lufeng County was under the rule of the Lufeng County, there were still some powerful forces that emerged. Although it was not enough to compete with the county government of Lufeng County, it was still many times more powerful than the City Lord mansions. The Heavenly Python sect was one of the top 10 forces in the Lufeng County. The Lufeng County was very big, and there were more than 100 cities within its borders. The situation of some cities was not like Nanyang City. Some cities could not fully support all the forces within their borders. Furthermore, Nanyang City was only a small, remote city at the border. Some of the larger cities were several times the size of Nanyang City, and their strength was more than 10 times that of Nanyang City. There were even some desert guards who did not have any ambition, who took the initiative to request to be allocated a city and become a city lord with peace of mind. Mang Wu's gaze had already fallen on by Jinxiu and Xian Yin. The corners of his mouth revealed a sinister smile as he said, "By Jinxiu, you and Xian Yin can be in the vast wilderness. Why can't I bring some subordinates for a stroll? This vast wilderness does not belong to your family." Bai Jinxiu frowned slightly. Why did this guy come to quarrel with him? However, Bai Jinxiu did not have much interaction with Mang Wu, so he was too lazy to say anything. However, Xian Yin said, "Brother Mang Wu, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. I see that you are still as elegant as ever. It's just that you didn't bring any female attendants this time, so it's missing some of the beautiful scenery." Brother Xian Yin, you know me the best. If it were not for the dangers in the vast wilderness, I would have brought my 4 beautiful attendants out. Mang Wu's laughter was somewhat strange and sinister. It sounded like a laugh, but it actually felt like a devil's cry. Xian Yin said, "Since everyone has coincidentally met in the great wilderness and encountered such a strange thing, then why don't we go to the great wilderness together? Perhaps this is an opportunity for us. However, the situation below is unknown. At least for now, it should be very dangerous. We must not be careless. Since we came for the same goal, why not gather together and twist into a rope? Only in this way can our strength be completely concentrated and maximized. Only then can we deal with the many unknown dangers. I wonder what Brother Mang Wu thinks." Mang Wu said, "Since Brother Xian Yin has spoken, there is naturally no problem. I just don't know if a certain someone will have an opinion." As he said that, he looked at Bai Jianxiu. The certain someone he was talking about was clearly him. Bai Jianxiu was somewhat displeased. He had not provoked Mang Wu before. Why was this guy staring at him? Xian Yin said, "Bai Jianxiu naturally agrees. Just now, we even joined forces to fight. Since the three of us intend to join forces, then it is settled." "That's good," Mang Wu said. Xian Yin's gaze swept to the others. With a serious and dignified face, he said, "You have already heard what I said just now. I don't want to say it a second time. The opportunity is now in front of us. If you're willing to fight, then come with us. If you're not willing to fight, then leave directly. Whether you can obtain the opportunity or not depends on your own ability and luck in the end. However, I have some ugly words to say first. Since we are in an alliance, then you must abide by the rules. You must listen to our orders. If anyone dares to act without permission and break the rules, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. At that time, I'm afraid the sword in my hand will not recognize people." Xian Yan's words were very sharp. It was obvious that he was not joking. This kind of person was likely to do anything. Qin Shao in the crowd was silent. His cultivation realm should be the lowest here. In terms of strength, he was not strong. At least there were many peak reincarnation realm experts here. Even Bai Jianxiu, Xianhua, and Meng Wu were not the only bone transformation realm experts. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had his own thoughts. For the time being, he would follow them. If there was a suitable opportunity, he would fight for it. With a few bone transformation realm experts overseeing, it would be much safer. No one had any objections. They all nodded one after another. Many people said to Xian Yin to be at ease. They all understood the rules. Xian Yin was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. "Good. Since no one has any objections, then it is decided. Let's go. We will explore this place properly." Therefore, the group of more than 30 people prepared to continue forward to an unknown place. Chapter 42. I don't have any other opinions, but a mere shedding body realm kid actually joined our team. I'm afraid he will drag us down and affect our progress. Some people just don't know what's good for them. They don't have the strength to come to the depths of the vast wilderness. Are they looking for death? A harsh voice suddenly sounded. The one who spoke was the man named Wu Sanliang. He had been very unhappy with Qin Shao. When he saw Qin Shao killing the desolate beast so cleanly, he felt that he had stolen his limelight. Besides a 16 or 17-year-old boy who was clearly at the shedding body realm early stage, could actually have such a performance. Even he, who was at the shedding body realm late stage, felt a little ashamed. In such a situation, how could he endure it? Now that there was this opportunity, he naturally wanted to seize it well to provoke Qin Shao. One must know that everyone present, the lowest was at the shedding body realm late stage. More were at the peak of the shedding body realm, and there were a few at the bone-changing realm. Moreover, there were 3 powerhouses on the Lu County's ranking list here. Qin Shao, who was only at the shedding body realm early stage, naturally received the supercilious look. When Wu Sanliang said this, the other people's eyes also swished over, and some discussion sounded. "Hey, how did a shedding body realm early stage kid sneak in here? This will definitely drag us down. This is full of unknown dangers. How can it be a child's play? Kid, if you don't have the strength, it's better to leave early. It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't implicate us." That's right, just at the shedding body realm early stage, it's not enough to look at. Be aware, don't waste our precious time. For a time, Qin Shao became the target of public criticism. Seeing everyone's condemnation, the sinister smile on Wu Sanliang's face deepened. Xian Yin on the side didn't speak. He was already unhappy with Qin Shao. If it wasn't for Bai Jianxiu's protection, he would have killed Qin Shao. As for the python worm, it looked at Qin Shao with some deep meaning, as if there was a hint of playfulness. Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Wu Sanliang. She said calmly, Reincarnation realm means that you are very weak. If not, it also means that your strength is very strong, right? Wu Sanliang seemed to have heard a funny joke, and he laughed wantonly. That's right. You may come from a remote place. In a small place, a shedding body state is indeed quite strong. However, it was better to keep a low profile outside, especially here. Look at everyone here. They're all capable of throwing you off. If you're not weak, then who's weak? There are people here who can beat me by 8 or even 18 streets, but at least... Qin Xiao curled her lips and chuckled. She pointed at Wu Sanliang and said, "You can't beat me in seconds." Such a frivolous tone, coupled with such an expression and gesture, immediately made Wu Sanliang feel deeply humiliated. In front of so many people, he originally wanted to humiliate Qin Xiao, but he did not expect to be humiliated instead. How could he bear this? A kid in the shedding body realm initial stage actually dared to point at his nose and humiliate him. Isn't this courting death? Wu Sanliang suddenly became angry, and his face sank. He became ruthless. Kid, you have a good courage. However, you used in the wrong place. It seems that I said that you are weak and you're not convinced. Since you are not convinced, then I will give you a chance to prove that your strength is not really weak. Kid, do you dare to fight with me? Didn't you say that I can't throw you off? Then let's try and see if I have the ability to throw you off by 8 streets. Kid, do you dare? The words were full of provocation. He was worried that he couldn't find a good opportunity to attack Qin Xiao. He didn't expect this kid to bump into him, which helped him instead. Therefore, how could Wu Sanliang let go of this opportunity? Other people were naturally happy to watch a good show. Some people still like to watch this kind of drama. In a world where martial arts were respected, everything depended on the fist. It was normal for the strong to bully the weak. Besides, the strong had the arrogance of the strong. Each of them was also an outstanding existence in their respective forces. They thought that they were the proud sons of God and had a halo. Being able to step on a kid in the shedding body realm initial stage was naturally something that they were very happy to do. Dare? Qin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "You are wrong. Shouldn't it be a question of whether you dare or not? Since I dare to say that you can't kill me in seconds, then I have confidence. So you ask this, aren't you being funny?" Good courage. Wu Sanliang gritted his teeth for a while. Good eloquence. At such a young age, you are so reckless. Since you insist on dying today, then I will fulfill your wish. Lest you die in the mouth of the desolate beast and ruin our big event. After that, Wu Sanliang made the first move to gain the upper hand. He held a curved blade like a silver moon and rushed to Qin Xiao. Wu Sanliang was a martial artist in the shedding body realm late stage. In terms of realm, he was 2 small realms higher than Qin Xiao. Don't underestimate 2 small realms. The gap between each small realm was not small. In theory, 2 small realms had reached an insurmountable level. In such a situation, anyone would feel that it was impossible to counterattack. Wu Sanliang came to kill with anger. The silver moon curved blade in his hand struck out sword chi like a silver moon. His blade was very fast and very cold. It was like a devil's claw, which could easily tear the void. Slash after slash, forming a killing net, making Qin Xiao unable to escape. His killing intent was soaring. Obviously, Wu Sanliang wanted to kill Qin Xiao as soon as he made a move. He wanted to kill Qin Xiao here in one fell swoop, not giving Qin Xiao any chance to breathe. This move could not be said to be not ruthless. The world of martial artists was so cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the law of survival in this world. If your strength was not strong, then others could bully you, humiliate you, or even kill you. If your strength was not good, then no one would sympathize with you, and they would even treat you as a joke. What's wrong? Are you angry from embarrassment? Does that mean you have a guilty conscience? You're just SOSO. You're not worthy of being my opponent. Qin Xiao sneered and threw a sarcastic remark at Wu Sanliang. Wu Sanliang was so angry that his face turned green. Madman. He was simply a madman. Many onlookers couldn't help but scold Qin Shao. A kid in the shedding body realm was so arrogant. It was really rare. Python Venomous Centipede's face showed a grim smile. Interesting kid, really arrogant enough. Hee, but I like it. Young people should be frivolous. I just don't know how strong this kid is. In the face of Wu Sanliang's killing intent, Qin Shao naturally did not dare to be careless. After all, the opponent's realm was 2 realms higher than himself. If he was not provoked, Qin Shao really did not want to fight with such a person. Chapter 43. Hey, tell me, how many swords can you block? How many swords? I think 1 sword is enough. At most 2 swords. The first sword will seriously injure him, and the second sword will directly kill him. You don't even need to use your innate ability. Ha, I bet 3 swords. Do you dare to bet with me? 3 swords? You think too highly of this kid. Come on, let's bet. Huh? Damn, he was blocked. How is this possible? Is he still at the initial stage of reincarnation realm? Soon, everyone was stunned. Qin Shao actually blocked Wu Sanliang's sword with all his strength. Indeed, he had blocked the attack without using any of his innate abilities. Qin Zhao's realm was indeed at the initial stage of reincarnation realm, but Qin Zhao's swordsmanship was somewhat superb. Although Qin Shao didn't cultivate a middle-grade martial skill, his sword power had touched a little bit of the subtle level. Even if it was just a little bit, it made Qin Zhao's sword terrifying. Middle-grade martial skills weren't something that ordinary people could cultivate. Wu Sanliang only cultivated low-grade martial skills, so he didn't have an advantage in this aspect. Although he had used all of his strength just now, it was the most direct sword attack. It was a sword attack that met force with force. There was not much skill involved. It was straightforward and completely relied on his own realm to suppress Qin Shao. He just didn't expect that Qin Shao would block it, which made him feel like vomiting blood. There was no doubt that it was equivalent to giving him a slap, which made his face feel a little hot and painful. Python Worm and Xian Yan's brows slightly frowned at the same time. He actually touched a trace of the Sword Dao's subtle concept. If this continues, it is very likely that he can reach the subtle Sword Dao before the Bone Transformation realm. He is really a Sword Dao genius. If he wholeheartedly cultivates the sword, I am afraid that he will have some achievements. But this guy, I can't let him live. Xian Yan thought in his heart. The greater Qin Zhao's potential, the greater the threat to him. Xian Yan absolutely couldn't allow such a threat to exist. Even if it was just a potential threat, he must find a way to eliminate it. Would Xian Yan give him a year's time? How could that be possible? This time, he definitely wouldn't let this brat walk out of here alive. Xian Yan had already made up his mind, and a series of plans had already surfaced in his mind. Although Qin Shao managed to block Wu Sanliang's sword, it was still quite strenuous for him. Both of his arms were numb from the shock, which made him feel a little bitter. It's really hard to make up for the gap between realms. Fortunately, this Wu Sanliang was not too strong. If he was a little stronger, I might not have been able to block him. Fortunately, these days of training in the wilderness were not in vain. After killing so many wild beasts, I made a lot of progress in various aspects. Kid, it seems like I've underestimated you. You do have some strength. However, your realm is still too weak. This is a gap that you can't cross. Wu Sanliang was annoyed. He snorted again and raised his saber to attack again. Qin Shao retorted sarcastically. If I don't have some strength, how can I dare to fight with you? So what if you're at the late stage of reincarnation realm? So what if you're 2 realms higher than me? Strength doesn't depend entirely on one's realm. It also depends on martial skills, combat experience, and a fighting heart. You're not as good as me in these aspects. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible for you to win against me. You said that I'm weak, but it's just the words of a weakling without confidence. You only know how to use sarcasm to improve yourself. Don't you think you're very pitiful? Wu Sanliang's lungs were about to explode. What sharp mouth. Damn it. Wu Sanliang threw the silver moon scimitar in his hand. It seemed as if it had turned into a snake as it spun towards Qin Shao. This was a martial skill of saber technique. The speed of the silver moon scimitar was very fast. Every slash seemed to be able to cut the space, leaving afterimages in the air. Even a boulder could be easily cut by this saber. With the speed of this saber, as long as one was not careful, this silver moon scimitar would cut a bloody wound. Wu Sanliang's saber was fast, sinister, and ruthless. Like a venomous snake in the dark, it could kill people without a trace. It could kill people silently and without making a sound. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. His body and mind were completely immersed in the battle, and he entered an excellent state. It was as if his mind had been integrated into this space. Nothing in this space could escape his perception. The speed of the silver moon scimitar also slowed down in his mind. The trajectory of the silver moon scimitar was also perceived. In such a case, Qin Shao could naturally deal with the silver moon scimitar and the attack very well. The rushing thunder sword was pushed to the extreme. Qin Zhao's sword momentum was overbearing, and it exploded when it met force with force. Every sword move could make a fierce collision sound with the silver moon scimitar. Wu Sanliang had not succeeded for a long time. Naturally, he was a little anxious. He was the one who initiated the battle, and he had also declared that he would kill Qin Shao. If he couldn't win this battle, then what face would he have left? Therefore, Wu Sanliang hardened his heart, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he attacked Qin Shao. With a stir of his mind, he displayed his innate magical power. Vines spurted out from his body, like pythons coming out of their holes. They twisted their bodies and attacked Qin Shao. There were as many as 9 vines, like 9-tailed foxes. The 9 long vines were pitch black in color and as thick as a person's wrist. The 9 vines were like 9 gigantic pythons, each of which was more than 300 feet long. They attacked Qin Shao violently. This scene was really very scary. This was Wu Sanliang's innate magical power, the 9 soaring serpents, second-grade magical power. Its grade was not high, but its momentum was very good. Wu Sanliang displayed his innate magical power, so Qin Shao naturally did not dare to hesitate. If he did not display his innate magical power, he would definitely lose. It was a little difficult to block Wu Sanliang. Once he displayed his innate magical power, Wu Sanliang's strength naturally increased greatly. With a stir of his mind, Qin Shao displayed the destruction of gods. A huge dark cloud surged out of his body, completely enveloping the area within a radius of 10 feet, covering the sky and the sun. In the dark cloud, surging turbulently, it looked very scary. It was gloomy and was obviously particularly strange. It was just that there were all kinds of strange divine abilities in this world, and there were countless of them. Therefore, it wasn't anything new to see strange divine abilities. This kind of thing was not strange to everyone. Both of their magical powers were second grade, but in terms of momentum, Qin Zhao's destruction of gods was obviously more powerful. When the 9 vines touched the dark cloud, they shrank back as if they had seen something terrible. Chapter 44. His innate ability was actually suppressed, which made Wu Sanliang very uncomfortable and somewhat unacceptable. But it was no wonder, even if it was the same second-grade innate ability, there would be some differences in level. Since the gap was not big, but the small gap was naturally inevitable. Moreover, the performance of the innate ability still depended on the individual. Some people could easily exert 100% of the power of the innate ability. Some people may be able to exert up to 80%. This kind of thing could not be generalized. Damn this kid. Obviously, it is also a second-grade innate ability. Why can he suppress my innate ability, and I even feel that the power of his innate ability is so overbearing? Wu Sanliang scolded in his heart. At this time, he really regretted that he had just provoked this kid. Unexpectedly, a kid in the shedding body realm initial stage, he couldn't even handle it. Humiliation This was the biggest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. If this was spread back, then what face would he have? No, I can't let this happen. I can't lose. Wu Sanliang's determination in his heart made him become more violent. He rushed madly towards Qin Shao. He was also a shedding body realm late-stage martial artist. How could he be weak in this battle? No, absolutely not. Kill, 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 but the more violent he was, the easier it was to lose his sense of propriety, and this was exactly what Qin Shao wanted to see. Qin Shao was as cold as ever. He approached Wu Sanliang step by step. Wu Sanliang's innate ability couldn't stop Qin Shao at all. On the contrary, under the suppression of Qin Zhao's innate ability, he became a little weak. Qin Shao found a situation that was other people's innate ability would be suppressed by his own innate ability. This feeling was like you were a low-level wild beast in front of a high-level wild beast. There was a suppression of the soul. At least, this was the situation Qin Shao was currently encountering. As for whether or not higher-grade innate abilities would be suppressed, that was unknown for the time being. Qin Zhao's sword power became increasingly fierce. Finally, Qin Shao found an opportunity and approached Wu Sanliang with his sword. Unexpectedly, he arrived in front of Wu Sanliang in an instant. Such a situation almost made Wu Sanliang break out in a cold sweat. Not good. Danger. Damn it. Wu Sanliang roared inwardly. He used his full strength to block and did his best to retreat. However, it was too late to retreat now. Qin Shao had already arrived in front of Wu Sanliang. Naturally, he would not give Wu Sanliang a chance to retreat. Therefore, he could only force Wu Sanliang to fight. However, in a state of panic, it was natural that he was struggling to make ends meet. Qin Zhao's sword power smashed heavily on Wu Sanliang's silver moon scimitar. Under the pressure of his innate magical ability, Qin Zhao's sword power became even more terrifying. Boom! The last sword directly smashed Wu Sanliang backward. He retreated more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. However, at this time, he looked a little embarrassed. His face was extremely ugly. It was as if he had been severely beaten. Wu Sanliang lost. He actually lost in the hands of a boy in the early stage of shedding body realm. One by one, invisible slaps mercilessly slapped his face. He was ashamed. Such a shame was also the biggest one that Wu Sanliang had ever suffered. Others were dumbfounded. Perhaps except for Bai Jinxiu. No one here expected that the final winner would be Qin Shao. Even Python Worm and Xian Yin probably wouldn't think so. Many people looked at Qin Shao with a completely different look. An early stage of shedding body realm could actually defeat an early stage of shedding body realm. He was indeed an evildoer. An evildoer is an evildoer. It's a pity that his innate magical ability is too poor. It's only second grade. If it's third grade or fourth grade, it's really amazing. Alas, it seems that we have lost the bet. It's really like seeing a ghost. The wind vein of everyone's discussion also turned to Qin Shao. The sarcasm and ridicule just now are all gone now. That's it. If you have strength, you can win the respect of others. Respect, to put it bluntly, was something that was won by strength. Qin Shao did not pay attention to these people's discussion. Instead, he looked at Wu Sanliang, whose face was gloomy and ugly, and said, "You just said that I'm a weakling, but you lost in my hands. Who is the weakling?" Pa, what a loud slap. It made Wu Sanliang gnash his teeth for a while, but unfortunately, he could not refute. He lost. The loser had no right to speak. He hated, he was unwilling, but what could he do? So what if I'm only in the early stage of shedding body realm? You're in the late stage of shedding body realm. Didn't you also lose in my hands? Your realm is 2 levels higher than mine, and the grade of your innate magical ability is the same as mine. But your strength is not as good as mine. If we're talking about the weakling, it should be you. Pad's second invisible slap came over. I kind of want to know where your confidence comes from, where your sense of superiority comes from. You were trapped by the wild beasts just now. If I didn't make a move to deal with a few wild beasts, I'm afraid you wouldn't have had a good time. You don't know how to feel, but you have to speak ill of me to humiliate me. Don't you think that you are very ridiculous, very pitiful, and even very sad? Path's third invisible slap came over. Wu Sanliang was unable to restrain his anger. He roared angrily, "Enough! Is it enough?" Qin Shao disagreed. He curled his lips and continued, "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. When you humiliated me just now, why didn't you say it's enough? Now that I'm humiliating you, you say it's enough. But what qualifications do you have to say this? You just said that you want to kill me. Have you ever thought that you would be defeated by me? You just said that you want to kill me in seconds. Have you ever thought that you would be defeated by me? You just pointed at my nose and acted all high and mighty. Have you ever thought that you would be defeated by me? You were so arrogant and despotic just now. You were so insufferably arrogant just now. The humiliation you are suffering now, I have also experienced it once. Now, I'm just returning it to you. If you can't accept it, why did you do that just now?" Puffed. Finally, Wu Sanliang couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Shao condemned him verbally and with incomparably sharp words. Even to others, every word was as sharp as a knife and as sharp as a sword. His mouth was really capable of blooming a lotus. Qin Shao wanted to kill Wu Sanliang directly, but Qin Shao knew very well that he didn't have the strength for the time being. It was already not easy to defeat Wu Sanliang, so Qin Shao knew to stop. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge later. Now, naturally, he took the opportunity to vent his anger. It could also be regarded as knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger and establishing his prestige. Otherwise, he was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble. And this was also what Qin Shao didn't want to see. This battle could be regarded as a battle to establish his reputation. Chapter 45. Qin Shao used practical actions to prove his strength, and the others naturally shut their mouths obediently. Even if they were dissatisfied, Bai Jianxiu showed his friendliness toward Qin Shao, and it also let others know that this guy had a backer, and naturally, they didn't dare to provoke him. The group continued to move forward, and the passage became narrower and narrower, and the temperature became higher and higher, as if they were slowly approaching a volcano. The dangerous aura became denser, and it made many people's hearts tighten, and they even wanted to give up and go back. However, there were many people now, and there were 3 experts by Jinxiu, Xinyan, and Mang Mang. Naturally, they had some confidence. Look over there, what a huge magma pool. Is there no end to the path? Following a voice, everyone's eyes looked over, and indeed, there was a huge magma pool of 100 feet square at the end of the passage. The magma in the magma pool was bubbling, and it was surging and churning. Incomparably hot heat surged out from the magma pool, and if it was an ordinary person, they would probably be burned to death. Even these reincarnation realm martial artists were sweating profusely. If they stayed in here for a long time, they were afraid that it would be dangerous. It's gone after the path is cut off? Such a situation caused everyone to be puzzled. Originally, they thought that there was a huge opportunity below, or some kind of peerless item that was about to be born. However, the current situation didn't seem to be the case. Bai Jianxiu and the other 2 frowned deeply, and their eyes fell on the magma pool, which made them feel that something was wrong. Crash! Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the magma pool, and magma spurted out like a water column. The entire magma pool was suddenly stirred up, and it was like a volcano eruption, which was very scary. "Retreat quickly," Bai Jianxiu shouted, and at the same time he slapped out a palm, and the universe-encompassing palm phenomenon was unleashed, cutting off the passage. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated, and they were really impressed with Bai Jianxiu's means. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the magma pool, and it actually shook the entire passage like a huge earthquake, causing people's hearts to tighten, and they hoped that the passage wouldn't collapse. What was that sound? What horrible sound! Qin Zhao's eyes were also fixed on the magma pool. She could smell a strong sense of danger. But at the same time, Qin Zhao felt as if there was a summoning force coming from the magma pool. This time, it wasn't faintly discernible. Instead, it had always been there, and it seemed to be slowly becoming stronger. Such a feeling was truly too strange. It wasn't a magma pool. Along with this loud roar, a behemoth drilled out of the magma pool. Its entire body was made of fiery red rocks, as though it was made entirely of rocks. It was extremely huge. Just the upper half of its body that was exposed above the surface of the lava was already more than 15 meters long. A single head was probably much larger than a 10,000-kilogram boulder. Hot magma was still flowing on his body. He did look a little frightening. Its eyes slowly opened. They were as big as a wash basin and were also fiery red. It was as if two balls of fire were burning there. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a man being burned to ashes by the flames that came out from behind. This made the people who were originally retreating no longer dare to retreat. They hurriedly squeezed forward. The way back had already been cut off by the flames. This time, the flames didn't dissipate. Instead, they continued to gush out. As long as someone stepped through that area, they would definitely end up being burned to ashes. Danger! Everyone's face became gloomy and grave. They all knew that the situation was not good. Bai Jinxiu said, "Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Later, you must listen to our orders. If we don't work together, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to survive here." Bai Jinxiu's words were not alarmist words. Everyone was also very clear about this point. Naturally, they didn't dare to be careless. Each and every one of them was on high alert. They formed small groups of 4 to guard the surroundings. Lowly humans, you actually dare to barge into the cave of the flame giant and worry that I'm in a deep sleep. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. This huge creature suddenly opened its mouth and let out a huge roar like a large bell, expressing its endless anger. This wild beast not only had spiritual intelligence, it could even speak human language. A rank 6 wild beast? Normally, only rank 6 wild beasts can speak human language. Not necessarily. Extremely rare rank 5 wild beasts can also speak human language. This is a flame giant. An adult flame giant is indeed a rank 6 wild beast. This flame giant might not have fully matured. Whether it's rank 6 or 5 wild beasts, it is definitely not something that we can fight against. It's over, it's over. This time, we are all going to die here. Indeed, greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Bai Jinxiu, Xinhua, and Mang Pai stood there side by side. Their faces were grave as they stared at the flame giant. Naturally, they also felt that it was very dangerous. Bai Jinxiu opened his mouth and said, "Flame giant, we have no intention of disturbing your deep sleep. It's just that there's a strange phenomenon in the depths of the vast wilderness. Therefore, we also want to come down and see what's going on. If we have disturbed you, we have offended you. Today's matter, how about we shake hands and make peace?" Shake hands and make peace. The flame giant laughed. Its laughter was unusually sharp and ear-piercing. Lowly human, hypocritical human. Do you think that I can shake hands and make peace with you? Or rather, do I need to? I, the flame giant, am the king of the vast wilderness. Millions of wild beasts in the vast wilderness listen to this king's orders. This king doesn't care what excuses you have. Since you dare to barge into this king's cave, you must die, and you will become this king's delicacies. Roar. There was no room for discussion. The flame giant opened its huge mouth like a volcano and charged towards Bai Jinxiu and the other 2. Bai Jinxiu and the other 2 were bone-changing realm warriors. They were one step away from the martial movement realm. The martial movement realm corresponded to rank 5 wild beasts. However, the flame giant was the king of rank 5 wild beasts. It was an existence that was almost invincible among rank 5 wild beasts. Therefore, even if a martial movement realm warrior was here, he might not be able to deal with the flame giant. Moreover, it was only 3 bone-changing realm warriors. The difference in strength was an entire realm. Bai Jianxiu, Xianhua, and Meng Pai had a tacit understanding. When the flame giant attacked, they also attacked. If the 3 of them joined forces to deal with an ordinary rank 5 wild beast, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if they wanted to deal with the flame giant, it would be a little difficult. Therefore, when the 5 of them attacked, they used all their innate abilities. Chapter 46. Fortunately, they had an advantage in this aspect. Desolate beasts did not possess innate divine abilities. With the assistance of their innate divine abilities, Bai Jianxiu and the other 2's strength had increased explosively. Even so, they were still unable to withstand the flame giant's attacks. The situation had become precarious. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Their path of retreat was blocked by a wall of flames, causing the space inside to not be much at all. The flame giant charged over. It was simply rampaging without any restraint. Oh no! The 4 men were unable to dodge and were trampled to death by the flame giant's foot. Quickly scatter! All of you scatter! Everyone was alarmed. Fortunately, the flame giant's speed was not too fast. Perhaps it was because it was too large, causing it to appear somewhat clumsy. At that moment, Bai Jianxiu and the other 2 could only use their slight advantage in speed to restrain the flame giant. It was a roundabout battle tactic. However, it was clear that this was not a long-term situation. The flame giant was born from fiery rocks. Its entire body was made of incomparably hard fiery rocks. It did not even have a single weakness. Even if it was a flame giant that had yet to mature, it was likely that even an existence in a wondrous technique realm would not be able to do anything to it. In the martial path realm, brute force was the foundation. Spiritual energy was the root. Rebirth was the beginning of change. Only by changing one's bones would one be able to show one's prowess. Above that would be the wondrous technique realm. Wondrous technique realm. Regardless of where one was, one would be a true expert. They possessed the qualifications to roam the heavenly dragon continent. Even in the entire great desert country, they were high and mighty existences that stood at the apex of a country. If it was an adult flame giant, it would be a rank 6 desolate beast, an existence comparable to the wondrous technique realm. Its strength was extremely frightening. The only thing that gave the crowd some comfort was that the flame giant had yet to mature. However, even with everyone's combined strength, they still did not see much hope for survival. Could it be that we are truly all going to die here today? I'm unwilling to accept this. I have yet to become a great desert guard. I'm unwilling to die like this. The might of the flame giant was indeed unstoppable. It was unrivaled. Qin Shao naturally knew that he could not fight the flame giant. Thus, he was also dodging with all his might. The outer region was too dangerous. Even with Bai Jianxiu and the other 2 risking their lives to block the flame giant, there were still people that died by its hand. The aura of death spread out, and many people began to despair. I can't die. I can't die. Qin Zhao's face was cold. She secretly gritted her teeth and quickly approached the magma pool. For the time being, this place was relatively safe. However, the good times didn't last long. Immediately, someone discovered this safe place and rushed over. The more people there were, the more unsafe it became. The flame giant also noticed the situation and naturally charged over. Qin Shao was ready. He had been keeping a distance from the others. Naturally, he wanted to leave this place. But just as he was about to leave, he saw a sinister face appear in front of him, smiling coldly at him. Not good. It's dangerous. Qin Shao was startled. The one who had sneered at him was none other than Xian Yan. As soon as Xian Yan attacked, a ball of terrifying flame shot toward Qin Shao. The so-called flame breath was the airflow emitted by the hottest flames. It was an extremely terrifying force. Flame breath was Xian Yan's divine ability. It was also a 4th grade divine ability. Xian Yan's cultivation level was higher than Qin Zhao's by almost 2 major realms and 5 minor realms. In terms of divine ability, it was 2 grades higher. At this time, he took the opportunity to attack. Naturally, Qin Zhao was caught off guard. There was no way for her to stop him. Her whole body was shrouded by the flame breath. It made Qin Zhao feel like she was going to be torn apart by this force. She flew towards the magma pool. There was no way to stop it. She was powerless to resist. She could only watch herself fall into the magma pool. Everyone knew how terrifying the magma pool was. If she fell into it, she would definitely die. Am I going to die? At this time, Qin Zhao saw the complacent sneer on Xian Yan's face. This guy actually tricked her. Qin Zhao. An angry roar came. It was by Jianxiu. He desperately rushed over to save Qin Zhao. However, it was too late. Because of the flame giant blocking in front of him, he had no way to save Qin Zhao. Even if he could, he would not be able to save Qin Zhao. Xian Yan, you despicable and shameless villain. If I, Qin Zhao, don't die, I will definitely kill you. Qin Zhao hysterically roared in her heart. However, before her voice died away, she had already fallen into the magma pool. She was instantly engulfed by the magma. Suddenly, Qin Zhao felt an incomparable heat surging from all directions, tightly wrapping around him and seeping into every inch of his body. The terrifying heat was enough to burn a person to ashes. This kind of pain was indescribable with any words. She was really going to die. At this moment, she was really desperate. However, Qin Zhao's obsession was incomparably strong. No, no, no. I can't die. If I die, my father will not live alone. If I die, who can help my father fulfill his wish? If I die, how can I take revenge? I haven't killed that old fox Song Xiongyin yet. That woman Song Yuyin, I will not let her live well. So I can't die. However, life and death were not something that could be decided just because you did not want to. At this moment, Qin Zhao was completely shrouded in death. Her consciousness was gradually fading and she was quickly engulfed. However, what Qin Zhao did not know was that there was a faint layer of light on her body. However, this light was protecting her from being engulfed by the magma. Instead, it was bringing her down. Qin Zhao, seeing that Qin Zhao was completely engulfed by the magma, Bai Jianxiu went crazy. He angrily glared at Xian Yan. Xian Yan, you are really despicable. I did not expect that a dignified desert guard, a dignified person on the Lu County's ranking list, would actually sneak attack others. You are actually so shameless. This brat offended me. Naturally, I have to punish him. If you hadn't protected him before, he would have already died by my sword. Now that this brat is dead, are you going to shed all pretense of cordiality with me over a dead person? Xian Yan coldly snorted, not caring about Bai Jianxiu's anger. In any case, he had already killed the person. He was not afraid of Bai Jianxiu. Bai Jianxiu said, I consider Qin Zhao a friend. You killed my friend. That is openly provoking me. If I don't kill you today, how can I have any face? Crazy. Meng Qi said, Bai Jianxiu, Xian Yan, if you want to argue, wait until you get out alive. If we don't think of a way, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Don't say that you don't have any life-saving methods. At this time, don't hide anything. If you don't fight, only death awaits. If the 3 of us fight together, we might still have a chance of survival. Fight! Chapter 47. His eyelids were so heavy that he could not open them. His body felt empty, as if it had been emptied of everything, or as if he had no body at all. His consciousness seemed to be drifting in an infinite reincarnation space, which was a very strange feeling. I should be dead now, but will I still have consciousness after death? Qin Zhao had a question in his mind, and he found that his consciousness was slowly recovering, as if he could feel his body more and more. What's going on? Am I not dead yet? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Zhao suddenly became excited. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly opened his eyes. A red light was imprinted into Qin Zhao's eyes. Above Qin Zhao's eyes was a fiery red rock, which was somewhat similar to the passage when he came in. Qin Zhao scrambled to his feet, only to discover that he was currently in a sealed secret chamber. This secret chamber was at least 1,000 feet square. Surrounded by fiery red rocks, the whole secret room was reflected in red, which looked very beautiful. But what surprised Qin Zhao was that the rocks inside were not as hot as the outside. The fiery red rocks inside were very warm, and he could clearly feel that there was fire flowing inside, but they were not hot at all, which was really strange. I'm really not dead, but where is this place? I was obviously swallowed by the magma. How can I be fine? Qin Zhao was surprised and happy. Looking at his body, he was surprised to find that he was not injured at all. Qin Zhao tried hard to recall, but only remembered that after he fell into the magma pool, he was quickly swallowed, and his consciousness was slowly annihilated. He did not expect that he would miraculously survive. But Qin Zhao felt that things were a bit strange, and it was not so simple. How did he survive? Where was this place? The flame giant said that this was its cave, but why did he feel that something was wrong? Big questions emerged one after another, which made Qin Zhao puzzled. Qin Zhao looked around several times, but he still couldn't find an exit. This place was like a completely sealed prison. Even if he survived, there was no way out now. Fated person of the younger generation, I have waited for 1,000,000 years. You are finally here. Suddenly, an ancient and faint voice rang out. It was impossible to tell where the voice had come from. It sounded as though it was coming from all directions. The sound of Sanskrit rang in Qin Zhao's mind like a flood. Moreover, this voice seemed to have passed through the ages. It was filled with the vicissitudes of life, and it carried a peerless desolation. Who is it? Hearing the sudden voice, Qin Zhao was also shocked. But Qin Zhao looked around. There was no one there. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Qin Zhao. The shadow slowly condensed and finally turned into a red-haired old man about 5 meters tall. They were short and fat, just like a big rubber ball. His fiery red robe swept the floor, and he seemed to be quite awe-inspiring. His entire body, except for his eyes and teeth, was red. How was this a normal person? He looked extremely strange. Moreover, this person could appear out of thin air and stare at him out of thin air. Qin Zhao was dumbfounded. This was too amazing. Even Qin Zhao felt that this was too unreal. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man also looked at Qin Zhao with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Fated person, how could you wait for 1,000,000 years? No matter how powerful a warrior is, he can't live for so long, unless he is a god in heaven. But is there really a god in this world? It is said that the great desert emperor's strength is unfathomable and has reached the peak, but he is only 300 years old. This is something that can't be imagined in 1,000,000 years. The red-haired old man spoke again. I am the spirit of the divine beast. I was injured 1,000,000 years ago and have been sleeping here until now. I was awakened by the breath of the ancient gods in your body. You have the breath of the ancient gods in your body, which means that you are the fated person chosen by the gods. You are a person with great luck. I am just a divine beast who has lived for millions of years. My death is not regrettable. It is just that my master had no disciple and no one to pass on his legacy. It is really regrettable that my master died with hatred. That's why I brought you, the fated one, here to see if you can pass the tests left behind by my master, inherit his legacy, and fulfill his dying wish. Listening to the red-haired old man's words, Qin Zhao felt a headache. The information here seemed to be quite huge and complicated. Qin Zhao could not understand it for a while. Senior, forgive me for being presumptuous. Senior, you said that I have the breath of the ancient gods in my body. How is this possible? Qin Zhao could not help but ask. Ancient gods? Weren't they gods? How could he have the breath of the gods? Thinking about it, he felt that it was an impossible thing. The red-haired old man looked at Qin Zhao and nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. I can feel the breath of the ancient gods. Qin Shao was stunned. Really? What was going on? Could it be that his innate magical power, the extinction of gods? In the name of his innate magical power, there were the words gods. Moreover, when he awakened his innate magical power, there was a vision of heaven and earth. Could it be that because of the vision of heaven and earth, he obtained the will of the ancient gods and became the messenger of the gods in the human world? If that was the case, then he was indeed a person with great luck. However, this kind of thing was far beyond Qin Zhao's understanding. For a moment, Qin Shao was also very puzzled. Qin Shao asked again, "Senior, are there really gods in this world?" Of course there are gods. However, I am afraid that they all fell in the battle of the ancient gods. I don't know whether there are still gods alive now. Well, something is wrong here. As he spoke, the red-haired old man furrowed his brows and shook his head. He seemed to be mumbling something, but Qin Shao couldn't make out what he was saying. "Senior," Qin Shao shouted, but the red-haired old man was still murmuring to himself, as if he did not hear Qin Zhao shout. After a long while, the red-haired old man calmed down. He looked up at Qin Shao again and said, "Fated One, you don't have to worry about this for the time being. You're still too weak now. There are many things you don't know and can't know. When you have enough strength in the future, you will naturally understand everything. Well, Fated One, it is your peerless opportunity that you can come here. In front of you, there is a great opportunity in front of you. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not. As long as it is an expert, all of them are people with great luck and great opportunities." Chapter 48. Qin Shao still wanted to ask something, but looking at the red-haired old man, he knew that he wouldn't say anything. So Qin Shao was tactful and didn't ask anything else. Qin Shao was naturally excited about the great opportunity that the red-haired old man mentioned. He had already guessed that the change in the vast wilderness this time was probably due to the arrival of an opportunity. If he could grasp the opportunity, it would definitely make his strength advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be of great benefit to his future. If there was an opportunity, Qin Shao would naturally try his best to grasp it. Qin Shao said, "Senior, please enlighten me." The red-haired old man said, "My master left behind a total of 9 tests. If you can pass all 9 tests, you can become my master's true disciple. Each of the 9 tests is more difficult than the previous one. If you want to pass my master's 9 tests, it's too difficult. I'm afraid that no one in the Tianlong continent can pass them." You all, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. The red-haired old man actually said that. No one in the entire Tianlong continent could pass the tests. Was it really that difficult? Qin Shao didn't know how big the Tianlong continent was. He only knew that the world he lived in was called the Tianlong continent. But Qin Shao knew that the vast desert country was nothing compared to the Tianlong continent. There were countless experts in the Tianlong continent, but no one could pass the 9 tests. Then wouldn't it be even more impossible for him? If you want to pass the 9 tests and directly become my master's disciple, it's definitely impossible for you at the moment. The only thing you can count on now is to work hard to pass the first test. As long as you can pass the first test, you can become my master's disciple in name and get a lot of benefits. With these benefits to help you cultivate, your strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and you'll be able to sing proudly all the way. However, where you can go in the end depends on your own luck. The red-haired old man continued. Pass the first test. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. There was a huge contrast between what he said just now. The red-haired old man nodded. Yes, pass the first test. This is also my expectation for you. I hope you can do it. If even you can't do it, then I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a long time again. I spent the last 1,000,000 years in a deep sleep, so I didn't think it was too long. But now that I've woken up, if I have to wait another 1,000,000 years, I'll probably die. Although I hope you can pass the first test, I won't help you. Everything depends on your own luck. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown again. Listening to his tone, it seemed that the first round was very difficult. It wouldn't be easy to pass. So, When has Qin Shao ever been afraid of a challenge? The red-haired old man nodded at Qin Shao with some praise in his eyes. It's good for young people to have such confidence. Then I bless you. But there's one thing I can tell you in advance. If you fail, you won't be able to leave here alive. What? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. If he failed, he would have to die. What kind of logic was that? But after thinking about it, Qin Shao immediately felt relieved. The secret here can't be revealed by me, right? Although I can swear and promise, for the losers, their words can't be trusted, right? The red-haired old man nodded. Yes, not entirely. This order was given to me by my master before he died, so I must obey it. Moreover, the secret behind this could not be leaked out. If you fail, you'll die. You're the destined person. Since you've come in, you can either go out successfully or fail and die here. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can live or die depends on your own luck. Qin Shao chuckled. He wasn't angry, but rather, he felt relieved. No wonder the flame giant outside said that this was his cave. It was completely used to confuse others. In fact, it was really used to cover up the existence of this place. If you fail, you'll die. I have nothing to say about this. But Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Senior, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. The red-haired old man said, Do you want to ask about those people outside? Yes. Those 3 desert guards are quite capable. The 3 of them joined forces and used all their trump cards. They actually hurt the flame giant and let the 3 of them escape. As for the others, they all died here. As the red-haired old man spoke, he waved his hand, and 10 Chinquan bags flew over and landed at Qin Zhao's feet. These things were left by those who were killed by the flame giant. They're useless to me. I'll give them all to you as a small greeting gift. Qin Shao glanced at the 10 Chinquan bags on the ground. This was definitely a huge temptation for him. Those who could have Chinquan bags were obviously powerful and influential. The wealth of these people, at least at Qin Shao, was definitely huge. With 10 of them added together, it was probably enough to make even a great desert guard jealous. If I can't successfully pass the first level, I don't care about these things. If I fail, these things are useless to a dead person. Since you've given them to me, I'll accept them without hesitation. Qin Shao pursed his lips and waved his hand to collect the Chinquan bags. He was too lazy to look at them. Looking at them now, there was no point. Only after he cleared the first trial would he be able to feel a sense of accomplishment. Although Qin Shao had his own confidence, this confidence was not blind. Qin Shao was also mentally prepared for everything. For Qin Shao, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, death did not seem to be so terrible. That's not necessarily true. Your talent is very likely to be related to the ancient gods. A talent that can be upgraded is extremely rare. Devour energy to improve yourself. I can give you some time to improve your strength. Maybe it will increase your chances, the red-haired old man said. Qin Zhao's heart was moved, and his face immediately showed a joyful expression. Haha, since there is still time, I won't waste it. Qin Shao did what he said. He directly poured out all the elixir cores and the corpses of the wild beasts that he had collected in his Chinquan bags these days. Then he checked the things in the 10 Chinquan bags. Unfortunately, they were all poor, really poor. In addition to some elixir cores, some wild beasts, and a few low-grade primordial stones, there were some worthless things. There were also some low-grade spiritual weapons, which were not worth much to Qin Shao. But it was better than nothing. Not to mention other things, just the 10 Chinquan bags and more than a dozen low-grade spiritual weapons were quite valuable. Qin Shao collected the elixir cores, the corpses of the wild beasts, and the low-grade primordial stones with a greedy face. Chapter 49. After sorting it out, there were really a lot of things. There were as many as 22 tier 3 desolate beast corpses, more than 100 tier 2 cores, and countless tier 1 cores. There were probably close to 1,000. Then there were some important desolate beast corpses and 15 low-grade primeval stones. Qin Shao roughly estimated that the total value of the things here should be about 50 low-grade primeval stones. It might not be a lot, but for Qin Shao, this was undoubtedly a huge fortune. The entire wealth of the Qin clan should not exceed 10 low-grade primeval stones. Facing such a huge amount of wealth, Qin Shao did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. He started cultivating right away and unleashed his innate mystic skills. Those items were devoured by Qin Shao swiftly, turning into the purest form of energy that surged into his body. The red-haired old man stared blankly at Qin Zhao's divine ability phenomenon, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The ancient battle of gods, the conspiracy to destroy the world, master. The red-haired old man was like a child who had lost a family member at this time, and his eyes became red. Mid-stage reincarnation realm. The speed of improvement is so fast. Such pure primeval energy is really good. The things in front of Qin Shao were also rapidly decreasing. Although the divine ability had obviously improved a lot, there were no signs of advancement. Instead, Qin Zhao's cultivation realm had increased by 1 level. When all the things were devoured, there was no energy replenishment, but the divine ability still had not advanced. This made Qin Shao frown slightly, and he shook his head with pity. It feels like it is still lacking a little. After consuming so many things, there is no way to advance the divine ability by 1 level. It seems that the higher the level of the divine ability, the harder it is to advance. Last time, I used 10 low-grade primeval stones. This time, it is equivalent to 50 low-grade primeval stones. It seems that it is too little. It seems that it will take at least 100 low-grade primeval stones. Qin Shao thought in his heart and estimated the pattern. For the past few days, he had followed by Jinxiu and killed his way through the great wilderness. He had also picked up quite a bit of Bai Jinxiu's loot. Then, there were the 10 cosmos pouches that the red-haired old man had given him. Even after searching through everything, he was barely able to gather this much. If he had to accumulate them himself, it would not be an easy task. But after thinking about it, he understood. Leveling up one's innate ability was a shocking thing. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy. Logically speaking, the innate divine ability was something that was destined by the heavens. Once one had it, there was no way to change it. The fact that Qin Zhao's innate ability could be upgraded was already a great blessing. Qin Shao didn't complain about this, but it was a pity that he didn't manage to upgrade his innate magical powers before the challenge. In terms of confidence, he was naturally much less confident. Right at this moment, a wave of pure origin energy suddenly surged over, causing Qin Shao to be involuntarily stunned. He immediately realized that the red-haired old man was helping him. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately cultivated. With the new origin energy replenishment, it also allowed Qin Shao to faintly feel that his innate magical powers were about to transform and upgrade. This feeling was really indescribably wonderful. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. It was a qualitative leap and a new life. Buzz Qin Zhao's body moved and broke through again. Late-stage reincarnation realm. Reincarnation realm was actually relying on origin energy to transform the physical body. When one reached the perfection stage of reincarnation realm, the physical body would be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. Reincarnation meant shedding off the mortal body. Peak reincarnation realm. Not long later, the body's realm was upgraded again. It was as vigorous as taking drugs. It was quite frightening just looking at it. After a while, the dark cloud-like, innate magical powers were overturning the seas and rivers. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was incomparably spectacular. A peerless fiendish aura surged out from inside. It was really incomparably terrifying. It even vaguely felt that something was about to rush out from inside. It was as if there was an ancient, desolate beast locked inside. At this moment, it had awakened and was about to break free. However, The binding power of this dark cloud was too strong. It forcibly grabbed the thing that was about to rush out, making it unable to break free. Under the Peerless aura, Qin Shao had a feeling of suffocation. This feeling lasted for a full 15 minutes before it stopped. Qin Shao also let out a long sigh. The smile on his face deepened. Phew, my innate magical powers have finally been upgraded to Grade 3. A Grade 3 innate magical powers was considered a rare sight in Nanyang City. However, when compared to the entire Lufeng County, I'm afraid it was nothing. Bai Jian, Xiao Xian, Huo Manglai, and the other two's innate magical powers were all Grade 4. Compared to them, there was still a gap. However, it doesn't matter. With such a gap, I will soon catch up. Qin Zhao's heart was full of confidence. The improvement of his strength and the upgrade of his innate magical powers naturally made Qin Zhao feel a little more heroic and comfortable at this time. After putting away his innate magical powers, Qin Zhao also felt his body. This feeling of strength was indeed somewhat unparalleled. The peak of the reincarnation realm is indeed very powerful. Compared to before, my strength has probably increased by dozens of times. If I meet Wu Sanliang again, I can easily kill him. It's a pity that he has already died at the hands of the flame giant. It's too easy for him. Qin Shao curled his lips. After feeling his body, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown again. I keep feeling that something is about to rush out of my innate magical powers vision. When I broke through just now, this feeling was stronger. If it is upgraded again, will something really rush out? What is in the innate magical powers vision? Qin Shao had this doubt since the first time his innate magical powers were upgraded. This time, it was even stronger, so Qin Shao couldn't help but think about this question. However, he couldn't get an answer. Unable to think of a reason, Qin Shao could only shake his head. Forget it. Let's not care about this for the time being. Qin Shao looked at the red-haired old man and bowed respectfully. Senior, thank you for your help. The red-haired old man waved his hand casually and said, You are the first fated person and the first to come here to take the test. Consider it a small reward for you. With your realm just now, the possibility of failure is too high. Increasing your strength a little will also increase your chances of passing the test. In principle, I can't give you any help. Fortunately, you are the first, so I have something to say. Well, now start the test. After saying that, Qin Shao was surprised to find that the scene in front of him had changed. The red-haired old man disappeared, and the sealed secret room also changed, turning into a huge martial arts platform. And all around the martial platform, there were actually many huge swords inserted into the ground. It looked very mighty. A silver-armored warrior with a sword on his back appeared in front of Qin Shao. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were cold and empty, like a wooden man. There was actually someone inside. Isn't that a little bit too crazy? But why did this silver-armored warrior look so strange? Chapter 50 that you can pass if you defeat me with pure swordsmanship. The silver-armored warrior said mechanically. Pure swordsmanship? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. So, I can't use my innate ability. Yes. The silver-armored warrior was a man of few words. Qin Shao nodded to show that he understood. Although Qin Shao couldn't feel his opponent's strength, he also knew that it wouldn't be so easy for him to pass this level. Pure swordsmanship meant that his swordsmanship was going to be tested. However, Qin Shao was also in high fighting spirit at this time. He pulled out his sword and attacked with all his strength. Just as he arrived in front of the silver-armored warrior, Qin Shao felt a blur in front of his eyes. A sword shadow flashed past, and he immediately felt a chill on his neck. At a glance, he found that the silver-armored warrior's sword had been placed on his neck. Qin Shao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This so fast. I didn't understand what was going on at all. The gap between us is simply too big. Swordsmanship. This is swordsmanship. The swordsmanship I practiced before was just child's play. Qin Shao wasn't discouraged. but his face was burning with madness. Swordsmanship. This was the swordsmanship he pursued. Haha again. Qin Shao attacked again, but he was easily repelled by the silver-armored warrior every time. The silver-armored warrior had been standing there motionless. His sword was very fast, and his strength was very terrifying and overbearing. It was not that his strength was too strong. In fact, Qin Shao could feel that the silver-armored warrior's strength should be the same as his, which was also at the late stage of reincarnation realm. This was the power of pure swordsmanship. When the strong beat your weak, you naturally felt that the opponent was very strong. This battle lasted for half an hour, during which Qin Shao was repelled hundreds of times. However, Qin Shao became braver as he fought, and he was not discouraged. With such a good opponent, Qin Shao's understanding of swordsmanship improved rapidly. It was as if a brand new door had been opened. At the same time, it was as if he had been carefully taught by an experienced master. Actual combat was always the best way to increase one's strength. Even though she was defeated again and again in this kind of battle, it was still very satisfying, which made Qin Shao feel intoxicated. The silver-armored warrior suddenly stopped. His cold voice rang out again. An hour has passed. Today's challenge ends here. In the future, I will come out every 3 days to accept your challenge for an hour. You have a total of 10 chances. You have used 1 today, so you have 9 chances left. After 10 chances, if you still can't defeat me, then you can only die. After saying that, the silver-armored warrior turned around and left. He quickly disappeared from the martial stage. No one knew where he went. Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 10 chances once every 3 days. Doesn't that mean you only have 1 month? To defeat this silver-armored warrior in 1 month is easier said than done. I'm afraid it's harder than ascending to heaven. At this moment, Qin Shao finally understood why the red-haired old man said that. If one couldn't use their innate ability and could only rely on their swordsmanship, then it would be too difficult to defeat the silver-armored warrior. Such a test, even a genius would find it difficult to pass. How can I possibly defeat the silver-armored warrior? Qin Zhao's face looked thoughtful. Suddenly, my heart moved. That's right, Brother Bai told me about the levels of swordsmanship. The first level is minute subtlety. Right now, I have only touched the threshold. It's still far away from minute subtlety. Generally speaking, there are very few people in the bone-changing realm who can cultivate to minute subtlety. Those who can cultivate to minute subtlety in the bone-changing realm are rare sword geniuses. If one can cultivate to minute subtlety in the reincarnation realm, then they are peerless sword geniuses. Even Brother Bai hasn't seen one. In the vast Willow Wind County, I'm afraid there won't be one in 1,000 years. And if I want to defeat this silver-armored warrior, I'm afraid I must have minute subtlety in swordsmanship. With only 1 month, it will be difficult to reach minute subtlety in swordsmanship. Although it was difficult, Qin Zhao's gaze was still incomparably firm. His belief did not diminish in the slightest. No matter how difficult it is, I will face it head-on. In 1 month, I must reach minute subtlety in swordsmanship. Fortunately, I have a certain foundation now. It is not impossible for me to reach minute subtlety in swordsmanship. If I want to reach minute subtlety in swordsmanship, just relying on this kind of battle and practice is definitely far from enough. The most important thing is the comprehension and understanding of swordsmanship. Thinking this point, Qin Shao sat down cross-legged. In his mind, he replayed the scene of the battle with the silver-armored warrior. The silver-armored warrior's swordsmanship had already reached the minute subtlety level. Qin Shao entered into a frenzied state of cultivation. He completely devoted himself to the cultivation of swordsmanship. Combined with the thunder swordsmanship and his comprehension of swordsmanship, he constantly dissected, practiced, and touched the profound mysteries of swordsmanship at a deeper level. He simply entered into a state of selflessness, and the effect was obviously very obvious. Every 3 days, the silver-armored warrior would come on time to accept Qin Zhao's challenge for an hour. Once the time was up, he would leave, and he would never stay for a second more. Of course, every time he challenged, he would be beaten. But actual combat could be used to test Qin Zhao's previous cultivation. At the same time, it could also give Qin Zhao new comprehension. In actual combat, he could correct himself, improve himself, and walk step by step to the minute subtlety level. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zhao had already challenged 8 times. There were 2 more times before the 10th time was up. If he still could not win the 10th time, only death would await him. There was not much time left for Qin Zhao. But Qin Zhao still felt that there was still some distance between him and the minute subtlety level. This step was like a big mountain, and it was too difficult to cross it. In terms of swordsmanship, after these 8 challenges, Qin Zhao had indeed improved a lot. After these days of challenges and cultivation, there are many things in my mind. However, they are still too messy. I must sort them out properly. Perhaps only then will I be able to find the right path. Qin Zhao sat down again and began to sort out some of the messy thoughts in his mind. He sat down for a whole day. Only then did Qin Zhao suddenly open his eyes. There was a substantial sharpness in his eyes. I already have a clear way in my mind. It's difficult to reach the minute subtlety level by simply following the path of others. It's easier to succeed only by following my own path. Others' path can't be copied to me. So, I have to start by creating. I have always felt that the Tyrant Thundersword was not very good. It was overbearing, but not strong. It tried its best to be overbearing, but relatively weak in lethality. Moreover, I feel that the Tyrant Thundersword should not only have 9 moves. I should be able to create the 10th move, the 11th move, or even more. Now, let me revise the Tyrant Thundersword. Chapter 51. If someone heard Qin Zhao's words at this time, they would be shocked. What realm was Qin Zhao at? He was only at the late-stage reincarnation realm. Such a realm sounded okay, but it was only limited to a small place like Nanyang City. If it was placed in Lufeng County, it would be very ordinary. A low-grade martial skill could become a clan treasure of a small force. Its value was not cheap. If one really wanted to buy it, it would probably cost 5 low-grade spirit stones to learn one. Creating a martial skill was not something that ordinary people could do. Even Bai Jinxiu might not be able to do it easily. Qin Zhao was ambitious at this time. He actually wanted to create a martial skill. Of course, it was an improvement on the foundation of the Tyrant Thundersword. It was not a true, complete creation. Since it was an improvement, it was definitely not an easy thing. But Qin Zhao wanted to do so. The idea in his mind had already been set. Qin Zhao began to practice. On the foundation of the Tyrant Thundersword, he simplified and added some moves to achieve the effect of strengthening the lethality. The first 9 moves were improved. It did not take too much effort. In half a day, all the improvements were done. After the improvement, the Tyrant Thundersword was still very satisfied. In terms of power, it had at least increased by 30%. It was also a low-grade martial skill, but there was still a difference in quality. The Tyrant Thundersword was just an ordinary low-grade martial skill. But after Qin Zhao's improvement, it could become a mid-high level martial skill. Don't underestimate a martial skill. For a force, its significance was extraordinary. The first 9 moves had been improved, but Qin Zhao did not stop. Instead, he continued to create the 10th move. And in his heart, there was already a prototype. He had a strong idea to create the 10th move. Creation was not as easy as improvement. Qin Zhao tried more than a dozen times, but he still failed every time. He could not achieve the effect he wanted and could not really be fixed. He always felt that something was missing. Qin Zhao overturned again and again, experimented again and again, meditated again, and added new elements in, but still did not succeed. What is the problem? Why can't it be fixed? I feel that I am just a little bit away. Just a little bit, and I will succeed. Qin Zhao frowned and pondered. Over the past 20 days, he had thought about this question too much. Yes, the concept of the sword art, sword heart. The sword has the sword intent, the sword heart. If I were to create the 10th move, then I would almost be able to touch the threshold of the minute subtlety of swordsmanship, and my sword intent would rise to another level. Thinking of the crux of the problem, Qin Zhao's face immediately revealed a smile. The sword in his hand moved, and the sword slashed down like it could split a mountain. It looked like a very simple slash, but it contained a terrifying sword intent and sword momentum. As the sword slashed down, a series of crackling sounds of sword explosions rang out. It was like setting off firecrackers. With a slash of the sword, it seemed as if a hole had been cut open in the space. This sword was incomparably domineering and ferocious. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Ah, it's done. Hard work pays off. The 10th move had finally been created. Phew, I have to admit that it is really too difficult to create 1 or 2 moves. It's not too difficult to improve it. These days, I have been immersed in this kind of research. Fortunately, I finally have some small gains. Qin Xiao was in a good mood and smiled. Such a Tyrant Thunder Sword is enough to be called the best of the low-grade martial arts techniques. It is not too far away from a middle-grade martial arts technique. If I can create the 11th move and improve it, it can completely become a middle-grade martial arts technique. But the 11th move is definitely more than 10 times more difficult than the 10th move. It must be integrated into the concept of the sword art. That is too difficult. I will talk about this matter later. Even if I step into the realm of the sword art, I am afraid there is no way to create it in a short time. Creating it is really too time-consuming. If it is not necessary, I will not do it again in the future. Soon, Qin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and continued to cultivate. Swordsmanship. How on earth can I take this step? In fact, Qin Xiao now felt that he had touched the threshold and was just 1 step away. It felt like a small step, but it was easier said than done to take this small step. Difficult. It was indeed very, very difficult. After cultivating for another 2 days, the silver-armored warrior appeared. It was the 9th time that it appeared, which meant that there were only 3 days left. Qin Xiao curled his lips and stood up. He pursed his lips hard, pointed his sword at the silver-armored warrior, and said in a deep voice, "Come on, let's fight." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Xiao raised his sword and attacked. He used the 10th move of the Tyrant Thunder Sword that he had just created. The speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning, slashing toward the silver-armored warrior's head. As the sword slashed down, the mighty power of the sword also came crashing down. The silver-armored warrior blocked it with his sword. The confrontation of strength actually made the silver-armored warrior take a step back. This was the first time in these days that Qin Xiao forced the silver-armored warrior to take a step back, which was enough to show the power of the sword. However, Qin Xiao knew that he only forced the warrior to take a step back. It was impossible for him to defeat the silver-armored warrior with his current sword art. Qin Xiao struck again, 1 strike after another. However, all of them were blocked by the silver-armored warrior. Fortunately, Qin Xiao could still fight with the silver-armored warrior for many rounds. It was not like the situation at the beginning, where he lost as soon as he attacked. An hour passed quickly, and the silver-armored warrior left. Qin Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange look. There are only 3 days left. If I still can't reach the Tyrant Sword Art, I will die here. In 3 days, I must reach the Tyrant Sword Art. I must. I don't have much time left. My life is in my own hands. I don't believe that Qin Xiao, will die here. No one will be able to stump me. I will reach the Tyrant Sword Art. Let's start. Qin Xiao soon entered into a selfless state of cultivation. His craziness was really frightening. Time was like fine sand at the fingertips, quietly flowing away without anyone noticing. After cultivating for 2 days, Qin Xiao sat down cross-legged. Unexpectedly, an entire day had passed since he had started cultivating. When a series of footsteps rang out, the silver-armored warrior once again stepped onto the stage with his sword in hand, signifying that the final challenge had arrived. If Qin Xiao still could not win in half a quarter of an hour, then there was only the road to death. There was only 1 chance left. The situation had become precarious, and the atmosphere had become tense. Chapter 52. The silver-armored warrior stood there, looking at Qin Shao with cold eyes. Time waits for no one. This was the last chance. If he couldn't succeed, he would have to die here. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and a beam of light shot out. His eyes locked on the silver-armored warrior, and the sword in his hand had already slashed out. It was silent. The sword had already moved, but no movement could be felt. Only a beam of sword chi arrived in front of the silver-armored warrior. The silver-armored warrior also drew his sword, but this time, the silver-armored warrior's sword was slower than Qin Zhao's sword by a beat. A spark splashed out, and Qin Zhao's sword left a white wound on the silver-armored warrior's body. The battle had just begun, but it was already over. Qin Shao finally showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. You lost. So this was the minute's swordsmanship. When the sword moved, you couldn't detect it at all. It was silent. You obviously felt that it didn't exist, but it suddenly appeared in front of you. Of course, the minute swordsmanship was not only reflected in this point, but also in many wonderful aspects. The minute swordsmanship was a new realm, representing a kind of height of swordsmanship. In a vast Lufeng County, there was no one who could cultivate the minute swordsmanship in the shedding body realm in 1,000 years. The silver-armored warrior turned and left. The scene in front of him quickly changed back to the closed secret room when Qin Shao first came in. The red-haired old man appeared in front of Qin Shao again, and the red-haired old man's face showed a somewhat gratified smile. Fated person, you really didn't let me down, and it was not in vain that I helped you a little. Now, you are the master's nominal disciple. Qin Shao, I hope you can practice well, pass the 9 tests in the future, and become the master's real disciple. At that time, you can know everything about the master and me. The red-haired old man said. Looking at Qin Zhao's eyes, there seemed to be some sincerity. Qin Shao said, Senior, can I know some information about my master now? The red-haired old man said, No. Although you are a nominal disciple, you are only temporarily accepted by me, so you can't call me master. Okay. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Senior, how should I address you? My name is Fun Yen. The red-haired old man said. Senior Fun Yen. Qin Shao repeated the name in his mind. Fun Hua waved his hand and said, All right, Qin Shao, there's something I need to tell you in advance. You're not allowed to mention anything about this place to anyone. Even the people closest to you are not allowed to reveal a single word. Fun. Qin Shao nodded seriously. I understand, Senior. I will definitely remember your words. Yes, that's for the best. If you violate it, then you will never be able to return here, Fun Yen said with a serious face. After saying that, his face recovered a bit of kindness and said, You are my master's nominal disciple. Although you can't get my master's core inheritance, there are naturally many benefits. I am afraid that such an opportunity will make countless young geniuses of your Tianlong continent go crazy. I've given you an opportunity. I hope you'll grasp it well and use it to improve your strength. To be honest, you are very ordinary in all aspects. Maybe it is rare in the small Lufeng County, but in the entire Tianlong continent, you are too ordinary. So, you need to work harder. Qin Shao smacked his lips. Such words were really a blow to him. But thinking about it, Qin Shao felt relieved. It was really so. In terms of talent, I am afraid that my swordsmanship is passable, but it is not too heaven-defying. In terms of innate magical power, I am only a 3rd grade innate magical power. It is said that some geniuses in the desert country have 5th grade, 6th grade, and even 7th grade innate magical power, let alone other places. 3rd grade innate magical power is indeed not worth mentioning. Qin Shao still has this self-awareness. However, Qin Shao is confident that he will not be worse than anyone. As long as his innate magical power can be upgraded, then he will have the hope to walk to the peak step by step. Fun Yin waved his hand, and a ray of light gushed out and directly shot into Qin Zhao's mind. Suddenly, a huge amount of information poured into it. It took Qin Zhao a full hour to digest the information in his mind. The sword principle true explanation points to the great way of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship goes into detail, transformation, and integration. Swordsmanship is broad and profound, with endless mysteries. Endless sword skills, sword power, and sword moves, but the essence is still the sword principle and the great way of swordsmanship. 10,000 swords return to the origin. In the end, walk the great way of swordsmanship. Martial skills are just the kind of power of the great way of swordsmanship. The swordsmanship that I am practicing now is just the tip of the iceberg. I still have to slowly comprehend the ocean of swords. The information that Qin Zhao received was a lot of insights on the great way of swordsmanship. It was simply a priceless treasure for people who practice swordsmanship. After digesting some of the information, Qin Zhao's understanding of swordsmanship also increased a lot. If this sword principle true explanation had been given to him earlier, he could have cultivated to the level of subtlety of swordsmanship earlier. His next goal was to reach the trance stage of swordsmanship. With the sword principle true explanation, Qin Zhao now had a clear way to cultivate to the trance stage of swordsmanship. As long as he had time to cultivate and comprehend, he would definitely be able to achieve it. The road of swordsmanship seemed to have been placed in front of Qin Zhao. This kind of benefit was indeed endless. Fun Yan's voice sounded again. This sword principle true explanation is some of my master's own insights on swordsmanship. This is only a small part. When you become my master's true disciple, I will give you the complete sword principle true explanation. What? This is only a small part? Hearing this, Qin Zhao was really shocked. He thought that this was already enough to point him to the great way. He didn't expect that it was only a small part. Just thinking about it made him feel a little scared. Fun Yin nodded and said, "A complete great way is not something that you can imagine for the time being. What you see is just some of the things that you know with your own ability to understand. There are many more things that you can't imagine right now. Well, this is the first benefit for you. I will give you 2 more life-saving treasures. Since you are my master's registered disciple, I can't let you die so easily. Of course, I can't give you unlimited protection. If you still die after using these 2 treasures, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. I can only find a new fated person. Treasures are only external. If you rely on them too much, it's not a good thing. Of course, you can't live without them. After all, the world is ever-changing. No one can predict what dangers you will encounter. Chapter 53. Qin Zhao nodded. Qin Zhao did not deliberately pursue external things. Burning Flame waved his hand, and 2 items flew in front of Qin Zhao. One was a red gourd the size of a palm, and the other was an item the size of a token. It flickered with a terrifying light. This was obviously a spirit treasure, and it didn't seem to be of bad quality. However, Qin Zhao's knowledge of spirit treasures was still too little. He had only seen Bai Jianxiu take out a middle-grade spirit treasure last time. Fun Yin said, "That red gourd contains blazing fire. Although the quantity is not much, its power is terrifying. If you use it sparingly, you might be able to use it 2 or 3 times. If you don't, you can only use it once. The other is a middle-grade spirit treasure. It is more convenient to use. If you are in an extremely dangerous situation, you can use this middle-grade spirit treasure to save your life. However, this middle-grade spirit treasure is for defense, not offense, so it can only be used temporarily to save your life." This style was indeed out of the ordinary. Qin Zhao immediately took the 2 treasures in his hands with joy. He looked at them lovingly for a while before he was willing to put them away. A gourd of blazing fire was absolutely priceless. If he sold it, he would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. Qin Shao had seen how terrifying blazing fire was. This gourd of blazing fire was enough to easily burn an expert at Xian Yan's level to ashes. There was also a middle-grade spirit treasure, which was absolutely priceless. One must know that a middle-grade spirit treasure was a certain threat to an expert at the peak of the bone-changing realm. To Qin Shao, this was an absolute protection talisman. After receiving these two treasures, Qin Shao suddenly felt a lot more confident. Just like what Lin Yan had said, this world was too chaotic. There was no telling what would happen that would bring about a fatal disaster. For example, last time in the vast wilderness, Xian Yan wanted to kill Qin Shao without saying a word. If it were not for Bai Jianqiu's protection, Qin Shao would have been a dead man. Only with a protective trump card could he be more confident. After all, Qin Shao would definitely continue to explore the outside world. If he was unlucky, he might provoke some dangerous characters. Okay, Qin Shao, you can leave now. You must remember what I told you, Fan Yin said. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. Many thanks to Senior Burning Flame. This junior will engrave this in his heart and never dare to forget. All right, I'll send you out. You won't be able to pass the second stage for now, so there's no need for you to attempt it. Come again when you've reached the martial movement realm. Every time you pass a level, there will be some benefits for you. The test would still focus on the Sword Dao. Of course, the subsequent tests would not be as simple as the first one. Therefore, you must be well prepared before you take the test. I will only give you 2 chances for each level of the test. If you do it more than twice, you will lose the opportunity to take the test, Fan Yin said. Qin Shao nodded and made a mental note of this. There were only 2 chances for each level, so he could not be careless. Without sufficient preparation, he should not attempt the test. Fan Yin waved his hand, and immediately, a pale white light gushed out, covering the sky and the sun. It instantly swallowed the entire space, causing Qin Zhao's vision to turn white. He could not see anything at all. A formless energy wrapped around Qin Shao, causing Qin Shao to feel as if he had fallen into a space-time continuum. Fated person, I wish you good luck. I look forward to your growth. Fan Yan's incomparably ancient voice slowly entered Qin Zhao's ears, as if it came from a very far distance. When the light dissipated and his vision recovered, Qin Shao discovered that he had returned to the vast wasteland. Furthermore, he was in the central region. Looking around, Qin Zhao's face was relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I'm out. I'm finally out alive, and there's actually such a great opportunity. It's really amazing. I was still in that sealed secret room just now, and now I'm back in the vast wasteland. What kind of method is this? That Senior Fan Yin is really experienced. If he's so experienced, then what about his master? Sleeping for millions of years without dying, wouldn't that be a god? After thinking about it, Qin Shao immediately shook his head and did not think too much about it. For the time being, his strength was still too weak. Knowing those things would not be of any benefit. After tidying up his mood, Qin Shao was ready to go home. This trip to the vast wasteland, the harvest was really too much. His own realm had now been promoted to the peak of the reincarnation realm, and his innate magical ability had been promoted to the 3rd grade. The biggest harvest was naturally the minute sword technique, as well as the opportunity this time. With a full harvest, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally very happy. This time, it only took 1.5 months to come to the vast wasteland. There was still 1.5 months before the annual Great Desert Guard selection would begin. This time, after going back to make preparations, it was about time to set off for the Willow Wind County. Originally, Qin Shao thought that it would take 3 months to improve his strength to the peak of the reincarnation realm. He did not expect that it would be completed in 1.5 months. The peak of the reincarnation realm, in the entire Nanyang city, only Song Xiongyan was at the peak of the reincarnation realm. And now, there was one more Qin Shao. I believe that when I go back this time, many people will be shocked and their jaws will drop. I'm afraid that Uncle and the others will also panic. And Song Xiongyan, that old man, it's time to settle the score. What my father and I lost, I will definitely take back with my own hands. The humiliation we suffered, I will definitely return it. Whether it's Song Xiongyin or the people of the Qin clan, I will definitely do what needs to be done. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. There were some things that he had wanted to do for a long time, but he did not have the strength to do it before. Now that he had the strength to do it, he naturally had to do it. After understanding the matters in his heart, he could then participate in the Great Desert Guard selection without any worries. Qin Zhao's footsteps were very fast. He was like a desolate beast that excelled in speed. He sprinted through the vast wasteland as if he did not care about all the hidden dangers in the surroundings. One had to know that this was the vast wasteland. It was very rare to see someone who dared to run recklessly here. Such unbridled behavior would definitely cause a lot of commotion. And those desolate beasts had the most sensitive ears and noses. Once they detected a human, they would rush over to hunt. Therefore, it was estimated that Qin Shao would soon be blocked by a rank 4 desolate beast. Fortunately, the one that blocked Qin Shao was just a more ordinary rank 4 desolate beast, the lion mandarin. It had a pair of huge wings and could fly in the sky. However, its strength was relatively weak. It relied on its ability to fly to be treated as a rank 4 desolate beast. Its lethality was estimated to be at the level of a rank 3 desolate beast. Chapter 54. Rank 4 Wild Beast Lion Mandarin. Qin Shao had no fear in his eyes. Instead, his face was burning, and his fighting spirit was extremely high. Qin Zhao's current realm was still at the peak of Reincarnation Realm. Logically speaking, even if it was a weak rank 4 wild beast, it was difficult to win against a rank 4 wild beast. However, Qin Shao was not afraid. Firstly, his innate ability was at the level of the 3rd grade. Secondly, his swordsmanship was at the nuance level. With his swordsmanship at the nuance level, it was enough to have some confidence to fight with the lion mandarin. Chirp! An extremely sharp beast cry came from the lion mandarin's mouth. The lion mandarin flapped its pair of big wings and pecked at the lion mandarin with its sharp and long beak. There were also 4 hooves with sharp claws. They were like sharp knives as they attacked. The speed was very fast. The long beak and 4 hooves attacked from 5 directions, forming an inescapable net, making Qin Shao unable to escape. This was the terrifying part of the lion mandarin. Once it launched an attack on you, it was difficult to dodge. In a head-on battle, if one's strength was not enough, then he would die here with a grievance. Qin Shao licked his dry lips, and the corners of his mouth raised into a light smile. When the lion mandarin arrived in front of him, the sword in his hand suddenly moved. As soon as the sword moved, light came out, and the sword momentum was faint. It seemed to be a light sword, but it contained a terrifying sword momentum. The swordsmanship was at the nuance level, and the power burst out, attacking with all his strength. At the same time, the innate ability was also displayed, and the innate ability covered the lion mandarin in it. Under the pressure of the innate ability, the lion mandarin was suddenly suppressed, as if it had fallen into a swamp. Die! Qin Shao spat out a word coldly. The sword in his hand had already pierced the lion mandarin's vital point, and hot blood spurted out. Woo! After the lion mandarin let out a mournful cry, it struggled for a while and died. A rank 4 wild beast was actually killed by Qin Shao with a sword. If such a thing was seen by others, they would feel very incredulous. They would probably be scared half to death. How could a martial artist at the peak of Reincarnation Realm kill a rank 4 wild beast with a sword? This was too unbelievable. Such a thing was probably unheard of. But Qin Shao did it. The swordsmanship at the nuance level, Qin Shao was also the first time to verify it in actual combat. After swiftly collecting the lion mandarin's core and the valuable things on its body, Qin Shao curled his lips and laughed. The swordsmanship at the nuance level, it's really powerful. Right now, even if I were meet a bone transformation realm martial artist, I would still be able to put up a fight. Below the bone transformation realm, I wouldn't dare to say that I was invincible, but at the very least, it would be difficult for me to meet an opponent. I'm determined to win the Great Desert Guard selection this time. With the guarantee of strength, Qin Shao naturally became ambitious. With the strength of the bone changing realm, one could definitely become a desert guard. This was an ironclad fact. Only martial artists at the peak of reincarnation realm still needed to struggle. Although Qin Shao was still at the peak of reincarnation realm, his strength was already comparable to the initial stage of bone-changing realm. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, becoming a desert guard was already a sure thing. Such a thing naturally made Qin Shao feel comfortable and happy. When he returned this time, he must tell this good news to his father first. His father had been looking forward to it for so many years, and it could finally give him some comfort. Qin Shao quickly arrived at the edge of the vast wilderness. The wild beasts he saw along the way were all killed by Qin Shao with a sword, using them to hone his swordsmanship at the nuance level. At this moment, somewhere at the edge of the vast wilderness, an adult ground shell beast was looking down at the 5 youths. It walked towards them step by step and opened its huge mouth, wanting to devour the 5 youths as if they were delicacies. An adult ground shell beast was a rank 3 wild beast. Even if it was just an ordinary rank 3 wild beast, it was still not something that spirit energy realm martial artists could block. Ordinary reincarnation realm martial artists would be at a disadvantage. At this time, the 5 youths were all pale with fright. They retreated in panic, but where could they escape? The ground shell beast was a rank 3 wild beast. It already had some intelligence. It was like it was playing a game of cat and mouse with the 5 youths. It seemed to enjoy the 5 youths' terrified appearance. It approached step by step, but it was not in a hurry to eat the 5 of them. Instead, it wanted to play with them. Brother you, we are too unlucky. How can we encounter a rank 3 wild beast in the periphery? What should we do? The one speaking was Qin Tao. He was only at the initial stage of spirit energy realm. Although he had awakened his innate ability, his strength was still too weak. Qin Yu, quickly think of a way. Otherwise, we will all die here today. The one speaking was a youth 1 or 2 years older than Qin Yu. Among the 5 of them, Qin Yu was the strongest. He was at the peak of spirit energy realm and had awakened the rank 2 innate ability mountain suppressing seal. Although the others were at the spirit energy realm, they were only at the initial and middle stages. Such strength was indeed a bit weak. This time, the 5 of them formed a small group and entered the periphery of the wasteland. It was also Qin Yu's idea to bring the 5 of them out to gain experience. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Yu wanted to gain experience. He was ruthlessly humiliated and oppressed by Qin Shao, causing a trace of an inner demon to grow in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to break through his inner demon. He wanted to use the experience of the wasteland to improve himself and break through to the reincarnation realm. With his rank 2 innate ability, breaking through to the reincarnation realm should not be a problem. However, if he did not break this inner demon, it would always be a high wall in front of him. The periphery of the wasteland was basically filled with rank 1 and 2 wild beasts. Originally, there should not be much danger. They had actually been in the wasteland for more than 10 days and had been wandering around the periphery. But even so, they still encountered a level 3 dire beast, ground shell beast, for the first time ever. This probability was indeed like hitting the jackpot. Qin Yu shouted angrily, "All of you shut up. What can I do? Wait and see what happens. Listen to my command. If there's a chance, run. If we fight head-on, we will only die. Run? How can we escape? Not good. The ground shell beast is coming. It's over. We are all going to die. No, I don't want to die. Roar." The ground shell beast let out a thunderous roar and turned into a stream of light, charging towards Qin Yu and the others. Facing the ground shell beast's attack, the 5 of them turned pale and their faces were ashen. They all fell into despair. However, at this moment of life and death, a young man rushed towards them. The sword in his hand looked ordinary, but it was incomparably mysterious. It was just a sword, a light sword, but it directly slashed through the ground shell beast's neck. When the young man's sword left, time seemed to stop. Space froze, and everything became quiet. Chapter 55. The ground shell beast, which had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, froze in the air. Blood slowly seeped out of its neck. More and more blood accumulated until it finally erupted. Its huge head actually rolled to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. The huge corpse of the ground shell beast also fell to the ground with a loud crash. It couldn't be any more dead. Such an unforeseen event also stunned Qin Yu and the other four. They were all dumbfounded and their eyes were wide open. They were extremely shocked. Their gazes were fixed on the corpse of the ground shell beast. They didn't even see clearly what happened just now, but this level 3 ground shell beast's head had already been chopped off. This strength was too strong. Was he in the bone-changing realm? But when Qin Yu and the other four's gazes fell on the young man who killed the ground shell beast and saved them, they all felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their expressions became strange, because the young man in front of them was none other than Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao just happened to see this scene when he passed by. Originally, he could have turned around and left. Qin Yu and Qin Tao were against him previously. Although the other three didn't trample on Qin Xiao, their relationship was considered average. But Qin Xiao didn't. He still saved them without any hesitation. After this trip to the vast wilderness, Qin Xiao's state of mind had unknowingly improved a lot. His horizons had also widened a lot. So when he saw Qin Tao and Qin Yu again, to be honest, there wasn't much hatred left in his heart. He had already taught Qin Tao and Qin Yu a harsh lesson, trampling on them until they were overshadowed. The hatred was actually more or less gone. Of course, the main thing was that Qin Yu and Qin Tao were really not worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes now. One was at the peak of the spiritual force realm, while the other was at the beginning stage of the spiritual force realm. The gap between them and Qin Xiao now was too big. If Qin Xiao really wanted to torture them now, he could easily crush them to death, just like stepping on ants. So naturally, there wasn't much meaning to it. Qin Xiao did not pay any attention to the 5 of them. Instead, he was collecting the core of the ground shell beast and some other valuable items. Qin Xiao, it's actually Qin Xiao. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Qin Tao's face was filled with disbelief. This was a huge blow to him. Qin Yu could not believe what he was seeing. A month ago, Qin Xiao was only slightly stronger than him. They were both at the peak of the spirit force realm. However, in less than 3 months, Qin Zhao's strength had already reached a height that he couldn't even look up to. To be able to kill the ground shell beast with a single strike, what kind of strength was this? Just what kind of peerless monster was this guy? Qin Xiao put away the things and turned to leave. Qin Yu finally couldn't help but say, "Qin Xiao." Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment and stopped. However, he didn't turn around. He just calmly replied, "Yes." At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and sweetness. It was as if a 100-flavor bottle had been knocked over. His heart seemed to be blocked by thousands of words. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "I don't understand," Qin Yu said. "You don't understand why I saved you," Qin Xiao said. Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, I really don't understand why you saved us. Qin Tao and I humiliated you and stepped on you. Logically speaking, there should be an irreconcilable hatred between us. Logically speaking, since you have the strength, you should find a way to step on us, humiliate us, and take revenge for what we did to you. But why did you save us? Could it be that you were afraid that we would die in the hands of the ground shell beast, and you wouldn't be able to humiliate us again?" Qin Xiao sneered. "Do you really think so?" "No." Qin Yu shook his head. "It's just that I really don't understand. To be honest, I don't mind owing others favors, but I don't want to owe you. After all, there's nothing to talk about between us. So you're saying that we're enemies? Could it be that you still think of me as a friend?" Qin Xiao smiled. His smile was a bit strange. He finally slowly turned around and looked at Qin Yu. Then he glanced at Qin Tao and the other three. He said, "Actually, you're not wrong to think so. I, Qin Shao, am indeed a vengeful person. It's not that I'll take revenge for the smallest grievance, but it's close. If you provoke me, I'll definitely return the favor several times over. You, Qin Tao, and Qin Yu have both provoked me. Although I did humiliate you and step on you last time, it could be considered as repayment. However, if you weren't from the Qin family, even if there wasn't the ground shell beast, I would still have killed you. But you are from the Qin family. I'm also from the Qin family. The blood that flows in our veins is the Qin family's blood. If you've done anything wrong, I'll just teach you a lesson. Do you really want me to kill you? As a member of the Qin family, I definitely won't kill a member of the Qin family easily, unless you've committed an unforgivable crime." Buzz. Qin Zhao's words were like thunderbolts that struck the hearts of Qin Yu and the other four. The five of them blushed with shame. A family will always be a family. There's no knot that can't be untied. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't harm my family. Qin Yu, Qin Tao, I don't care if you continue to hate me or view me as your enemy. However, I hope that you'll remember one thing clearly. We're all members of the Qin family. If we're not united as a family, then how can the Qin family continue to prosper? In this world, the warmest thing is family. If you're so cold-blooded that you don't even care about family, then aren't you worse than beasts? Eldest uncle did a good job on this point. Therefore, although I hate him, I won't kill him. Fighting for power and profit is a scholar's ambition, but there must be a bottom line. As a family, the bottom line should be that we can't kill each other. If we can't even do this, then how can we be called a family? Kinship is priceless. After Qin Shao finished speaking, he turned around and left again. The faces of Qin Yu and the other four were already extremely red. This touched their hearts greatly. Yes, we're a family. Why do we have to be so ruthless? Qin Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. He also felt that what he had done in front of the Qin family was really too much. Qin Shao, thank you. Qin Yu shouted at Qin Zhao's back. However, Qin Shao didn't stop. Instead, he quickly disappeared from the sight of the five people. After Qin Shao left, Qin Tao opened his mouth. After a while, he asked with difficulty, "Brother Yu, are we really wrong?" Qin Yu nodded firmly. "Yes, we're really wrong. Qin Shao is right. We can fight and fight on a small scale, but at least we should have a bottom line. If we don't even care about the bottom line, then how can we be a family? We're all members of the Qin family. The same blood flows in our bodies, so we should be united." Chapter 56. Xiang Town was as peaceful as ever. Even on the main street, there wasn't much excitement. Qin Shao went straight back to the Qin clan. Many servants greeted Qin Shao respectfully when they saw him. After all, Qin Zhao's status in the Qin clan was still good. He was definitely the #1 person in the younger generation. The last Desert Guard incident had raised Qin Zhao's status a lot. At least now, no one in the Qin clan dared to provoke Qin Shao. However, since Qin Dinghu took over the family, the atmosphere always felt a little strange. There was no sense of harmony like before. There seemed to be some faint smell of gunpowder in the air. If a family loses its cohesiveness, it will become very scary. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort came over. A figure appeared in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked over calmly. He had already seen his third uncle, Qin Dingsheng, walking over. To be honest, compared to his eldest uncle, he hated his third uncle more. Although his eldest uncle was a bit ruthless in his actions and took away his father's position as the patriarch and colluded with Song Xiongyin to set him up. But at least, Qin Dinghu still had a bottom line. However, his third uncle probably couldn't wait for him to die early. Qin Shao really didn't like Qin Dingsheng. He even hated him a bit. If Qin Shao didn't care about family ties, then he would have directly killed him at this time. Just based on the fact that he had been targeting and humiliating him and his father, it was enough to sentence him to death. Qin Shao quietly released his aura and suppressed Qin Dingxing. As soon as the terrifying aura pressed over, Qin Dingxing's face suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Shao in shock. This is the aura of the peak of Shedding Body Realm. How is it possible? He is actually at the peak of Shedding Body Realm. For a moment, Qin Dingxing felt that the world was too crazy. 1.5 months ago, Qin Shao was only at the peak of Spirit Energy Realm. In just 1.5 months, his strength had increased to the peak of Reincarnation Realm. In such a short period of time, his strength had increased by an entire realm. How is this possible? Qin Zhao's father, Qin Dingtian, was also a genius, but he still couldn't reach the peak stage of Shedding Body Realm after 20 years. Until now, he was only at the late stage of Shedding Body Realm. What kind of evildoer was this Qin Shao? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. When Qin Dingsheng came back to his senses, Qin Shao was already gone. At this moment, his body was already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, they were still in shock. Although he said it was impossible, he had to admit it in his heart. He knew very well that the truth was right in front of him. He definitely didn't sense it wrongly just now. The aura released from Qin Zhao's body was the aura of the peak of Reincarnation Realm. It seemed like the sky of the Qin clan was about to change again. Maybe the sky of Nanyang City was about to change, too. When Qin Shao returned to his courtyard, Qin Dingtian had already been informed by a servant and had been waiting at the door early. "Father, I'm back." Qin Shao came over with a smile. Seeing Qin Shao, Qin Dingtian also showed a kind smile on his face. "It's good that you're back. It seems that you have gained a lot this time." Cough. "Yes." Qin Shao frowned suddenly, and his face darkened. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Of course, Qin Shao could see that Qin Dingtian was injured. Qin Dingtian waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just some minor injuries. It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about this trivial matter. Let's go. I'll cook something delicious for you. Call your second uncle, second aunt, and Yinzi over later. You come back from the wilderness. It's worth a little celebration." Crack. This was the sound of Qin Shao clenching his fist. Qin Shao said, "Father, was it that old man's Song Xiongyan?" "Shao, it's over. Don't mention it again." Qin Dingtian's face also became a little serious. He knew Qin Zhao's temperament, so he didn't want Qin Shao to know too much about this matter. But how could Qin Shao not ask clearly? During the time when he was away, what did Song Xiongyan do to his father? How could he hurt his father? Abominable. Really abominable. Father, Shao, has to figure out this matter, Qin Shao said with a resolute face. At the same time, he released his aura. Qin Dingtian was about to scold Qin Shao, but he immediately felt an aura more powerful than is oppressing him. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. He looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly, his eyes full of disbelief. This is the aura of the peak of Shedding Body Realm. "Shao, are you?" Qin Shao said. "Yes, father. I'm indeed at the peak of Shedding Body Realm now. Not only that, but my innate ability has also been upgraded to the 3rd grade. And I've also cultivated the sword art minute subtlety." In front of his father, Qin Shao would never hide anything. Except for the opportunity that he promised Senior Finyan, Qin Shao didn't hide anything else. The shock just now had not subsided, and a new wave of shock came. Qin Dingtian felt that his brain was not enough for a while. What? It's really the peak of Shedding Body Realm, the 3rd grade innate ability, and the sword art minute subtlety. The sword art minute subtlety represents the realm of Sword Dao. The great Dao of sword is illusory. I didn't expect Shao, to cultivate the sword art minute subtlety. As far as I know, generally, only the martial artists of bone-changing realm can cultivate the sword art minute subtlety. I'm afraid you can't find a second person of Shedding Body Realm who can cultivate the sword art minute subtlety in the whole Lufeng County. Shao, it seems that your talent in Sword Dao is really amazing. With such a son, what else can I ask for? Cough, cough. Qin Dingtian was so excited that his face turned red, and his eyes were full of tears. A thought that had been dormant in his heart for a long time suddenly lit up like a flame from the ashes. Judging from Qin Zhao's current performance, it might be possible for him to accomplish that thing. What he couldn't do in his life, Qin Zhao might be able to do. It seemed that all this was the will of God. Qin Zhao said, "Father, I was fortunate to have Big Brother Bai's help on this trip to the Grand Desolate World. Moreover, I obtained quite a lot of fortuitous encounters due to my karmic luck. That's why my strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and I've been leading the way. This can also be considered a great fortune for me." Qin Dingtian nodded. Luck and opportunities are also part of one's strength. All the experts must have incredible luck and countless opportunities to set foot on the peak. Xiao, it's great that you can have a great opportunity. If you can grasp it, you must be skyrocketing. It seems that Xiao, you are indeed a person with some luck. Your future must be limitless. Chapter 57. Qin Dingfei and his wife, as well as Qin Yinzi, rushed over as well. After Qin Xiao gave them a simple account of the harvest of this trip to the great wilderness, Qin Dingfei and his family were overjoyed and happy for Qin Xiao. Qin Yinzi said, "Qin Xiao, I really didn't expect that in just a short 2 to 3 months, you would have already left me behind by 80 streets. I'm only at the middle stage of the spiritual energy realm now, but you're already at the peak of the reincarnation realm. You've already reached a level that I can't catch up with. But I'm still very happy for you. The future of our Qin clan can only be handed over to you. I believe that you can certainly make our Qin clan flourish." Qin Xiao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Sister Yinzi, your talent is also not bad. What you lack may be opportunity. If you can also have a good opportunity, your strength may also advance by leaps and bounds." Opportunity. Qin Yinzi shook her head and said with a smile, "This kind of thing can only be encountered but not sought. It's easier said than done to obtain an opportunity. I don't want to think about this kind of thing for the time being. I'm a girl, and I don't have that big of an ambition. You're a man, and you should be ambitious. Sixth uncle has always had high expectations for you. Now sixth uncle is gratified. Yes, very high indeed, very high. Even now, Qin Xiao vaguely felt that perhaps he had not yet met the expectations in his father's heart. But this matter could not be rushed. Qin Xiao believed that his road would be very far. His stage would not be limited to the Lufeng County or even the desert country. Now Qin Xiao was indeed very confident and ambitious. He wanted to pass the 9 tests. He wanted to become the master of Senior Funyan. He wanted to know more things. Only the first test could pass, and it required the swordsmanship to be in the refinement realm. There were 8 more tests, and each one was more difficult than the last. To be able to pass the 9 tests, one's strength must be unbelievably strong. Today, everyone was very happy to celebrate Qin Xiao. Qin Dingtian and Qin Dingfei drank wine. Later, they simply hid in their room to drink. In the room, Qin Dingfei suddenly said, "Old 6, Qin Xiao is destined to embark on an extraordinary path. His achievements in the future will definitely reach a level that we can only dream of but can't reach. Perhaps he can help you with the matter regarding sister-in-law." But before Qin Dingfei finished his words, he was interrupted by Qin Dingtian, who waved his hand and said, "Second brother, we can't tell Qin Xiao about this yet. His current strength is still too weak. Actually, I didn't have any hope at all. Even now, I don't have much hope. After all, it was too difficult to reach that step. If Xiao finds out about this matter, I'm afraid that with his stubborn temper, he will definitely keep this matter in mind." I'm afraid that if he pushes himself too hard, it will harm him instead. Alas, speaking of which, it was also I who caused Father's death. Otherwise, Father would have already stepped into the bone transformation realm. Our Qin family wouldn't have been bullied by that old bastard Song Xiongyan. I've already harmed Father. I can't harm Xiao anymore. He can't reach the peak of the martial movement realm. I won't tell him this secret even if I die. And this is what told me before she left. Shui left in a hurry and didn't leave anything for Xiao. Perhaps she was afraid that she would remember Xiao. That sealed sword is the only keepsake. But with Xiao-Er's current strength, there is no way for him to unseal that sword. The peak of the martial movement realm is the minimum requirement. Alas, Qin Dingtian and Qin Dingfei both sighed at the same time. Qin Xiao naturally didn't know about their conversation. He was still watching the stars with Qin Yanzi in the yard. The atmosphere here was quite cheerful, but somewhere in the Qin family, the atmosphere was not so good. In Qin Dinghu's study, Qin Dingsheng was like an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, looking anxious and uneasy. Qin Dinghu sat there with a deep expression. Qin Dinghe also pulled a long face. Obviously, they were not in a good mood. After pacing back and forth for God knows how many times, Qin Dingsheng said to Qin Dinghu, "Big brother, you should express your opinion on this matter. What should we do now?" I didn't feel wrong. Qin Xiao only went to the wasteland for a month and a half. But this time, he came back with the strength of the peak of the reincarnation realm. His powerful aura is actually suppressing me to the point that I can't breathe. I really don't know what kind of monster this kid is. How can his strength increase from the peak of the spirit power realm to the peak of the reincarnation realm in a month and a half? This is really crazy. Big brother, if this is really the case, I'm afraid that even if the three of us join forces, we won't necessarily be Qin Zhao's opponent. This kid has always had no respect for his elders. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. If he really has this strength, I'm afraid that he will wait for an opportunity to take revenge on us. So we must prepare a foolproof plan. Qin Dinghu lightly knocked on the table and said, "How can I not know this point? But third brother, are you sure that Qin Zhao's strength is already at the peak of the reincarnation realm?" Big brother, can I still be the slightest bit vague about this kind of thing? I'm naturally very sure about this point. I'm also at the reincarnation realm. I can still feel it from the aura. Qin Dingxing said. Qin Dinghu's frown deepened. Third brother, it's not that big brother suspects you. It's just that such a thing is really a bit too inconceivable. If Qin Xiao really broke through to the peak of the reincarnation realm, then our days won't be easy. It's estimated that Bai Jinxiu helped him. It's also estimated that he had some opportunities in the wasteland. No matter which point it is, it's very unfavorable for us. Qin Dingxing nodded anxiously and said, yes. Big brother, that's what I mean. I'm just worried. How are we going to deal with this matter now? Qin Dinghu fell into silence. Soon, the three of them fell into silence. In this world where martial arts were respected, the fist had always been the power to speak. If their strength was inferior, then what else could they do? Qin Xiao wasn't Qin Dingtian. This brat's character and methods were even more ruthless than his father's. If they really infuriated him, then anything could be done. After a long time, Qin Dinghu let out a long sigh with a helpless look and said, "Looks like all of this is heaven's will. Heaven's will can't be defied. Perhaps I, this family head, will also have to move my butt. If it really comes to this step, then there's no other way." What? Qin Dingsheng and Qin Dinghe were both stunned and looked at each other for a while. No way, big brother. No matter who is the family head, we won't accept it. So what if he, Qin Xiao, is stronger? Could it be that he still dares to mess around? Big brother, you're the Qin family's oldest. The family head position should naturally be big brother's. I want to see if Qin Xiao dares or not. At most, we'll all stand out and see what he can do. Qin Dingsheng said. Chapter 58. At night, Qin Dingfei and his family didn't leave because they were called back by Qin Xiao. After they sat down, Qin Dingfei said, "Xiao, do you have something to tell us?" Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, uncle. I have a plan in mind, so I want to discuss it with you." Qin Dingtian looked at Qin Xiao. It seemed that it was not a small plan since Qin Xiao wanted to discuss it with him. Vaguely, he had guessed what Qin Zhao's plan was, which made him frown slightly. Qin Zhao continued, "Father, uncle, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. I'm a member of the Qin family, and I'll always be a member of the Qin family. The blood in my body is the blood of the Qin family, so I won't do anything harmful to the Qin family. I do have a lot of hatred for them, but it's all in the past. Even if I want to take revenge, I know when to stop. I won't kill my own family members, unless someone really wants to die and has to provoke me." Qin Zhao's words made Qin Dingtian and Qin Dingfei feel relieved, and they nodded. Qin Zhao had always been mature and steady, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. Now that I have the strength to do so, I naturally have to settle the score for what happened in the past. As for Song Xiongyin, I'll definitely seek justice for my father, for myself, and for the Qin family. During Qin Zhao's absence, Song Xiongyin had used a series of thunderous means to suppress the Qin family, causing great damage to the Qin family's business. Qin Dingtian wanted to talk to Song Xiongyin, but he didn't expect that Song Xiongyin would fight with Qin Dingtian and hurt him directly. Of course, if Song Xiongyin was alone, he might not be able to hurt Qin Dingtian. But Song Xiongyin, the old man, had planned it beforehand. He asked his subordinates to ambush in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Naturally, Qin Dingtian suffered a loss. Fortunately, Qin Dingtian was quite powerful, so he was only slightly injured. It was not a big deal, but in Qin Zhao's eyes, this kind of thing was unforgivable. In addition, Song Xiongyin and Qin Dinghu had previously joined forces to frame him. The new hatred added to the old hatred, so naturally, Qin Zhao would not let Song Xiongyin go. Although Song Xiongyin was also at the peak of reincarnation realm, Qin Zhao was confident that he could take Song Xiongyin down. With such strength, it was time to take revenge. Qin Zhao wanted to take revenge on Song Xiongyin, and Qin Dingtian and Qin Xian didn't object. They knew Qin Zhao's character. It was impossible for Qin Zhao not to do such a thing. Besides, with Qin Zhao's strength, they really didn't need to worry. "Father, the position of clan head has always been yours. Only you have the ability to take care of the Qin clan well and contend against Song Xiongyin." After eldest uncle ascended to the throne, the Qin clan situation was deteriorating. The situation was not good. "So, father, I will help you take back the position of clan head," Qin Zhao said again. "No." Qin Dingtian shook his head and refused directly. Qin Zhao looked at Qin Dingtian with a puzzled face and said, "Why, father? Are you afraid that I will make a big fuss?" "Father, you don't need to worry about this. With my current strength, I believe eldest uncle won't make trouble for himself. He will definitely give up the position sensibly." Qin Dingtian waved his hand and said, "Xiao in fact, your eldest uncle should be the clan head of the Qin clan. It's true that strength is respected, but in a clan, it's better to be orderly. The reason why I can become a clan head is that no one in the Qin clan was able to shoulder the burden at that time. So I had to be the clan head. But now the situation is different. Your eldest uncle is able to shoulder the burden of the Qin clan. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to give the position of clan head to your eldest uncle. Besides, I'm a little tired these years. I really don't want to do things like scheming against each other anymore. Just let your eldest uncle continue to be the clan head." Qin Zhao didn't expect that his father would give up the position of clan head. And Qin Zhao could tell that his father's words were from the bottom of his heart. He didn't say it to comfort him or to prevent him from acting recklessly. Since his father didn't want to, Qin Zhao wouldn't force him to do it. "Well, father, since you've made up your mind, I'll listen to you. But I still need to make it clear to eldest uncle and the others. If they continue to bully us like before, I definitely won't tolerate it," Qin Zhao said. Qin Dingtian shook his head and said, "Qin Zhao, in fact, your eldest uncle is not a bad person. It's just that he has too much desire for power, so he took the wrong path. But your eldest uncle is absolutely sincere to the Qin clan. He's really working hard for the development of the Qin clan wholeheartedly. And your eldest uncle is not a cold-blooded and ruthless person. You saw what happened last time. Your eldest uncle tried his best to protect you. As for your third uncle, he's indeed a little cruel and merciless. You don't need to worry about him. Anyway, it's not up to him to make decisions in the Qin clan. Qin Xiao nodded. If it weren't for this point, Qin Zhao's anger might not have subsided. In fact, Qin Zhao's view of his eldest uncle Qin Dinghu had changed a little. At least in that case, he dared to stand out and protect him. After this matter was settled, Qin Dingfei and the other two went back. Qin Xiao chatted with his father for a while and then went to rest. It was night. The starry sky was vast and boundless. In the sky, there were flashes of light flashing from time to time. Some were shooting stars, while some were warriors who emitted an extremely powerful aura, as if they were kings who could trample on heaven and earth. They could fly in the void like shooting stars. If someone saw them, he would definitely exclaim that they were gods. These incomparably powerful martial artists were actually all flying in the same direction. The next morning, Qin Xiao got up early. Facing the first ray of sunlight, he had already practiced in the yard for 2 hours. Every morning, getting up early to practice had become Qin Zhao's habit. Even though he had a great opportunity, Qin Xiao didn't slack off in his practice. He was as diligent as before. To Qin Zhao's surprise, Qin Yu and Qin Tao knocked on the door and came in with some gifts in their hands. "Why are you here?" Qin Xiao curled his lips and asked. Qin Yu and Qin Tao's faces were full of shame and apology. They both apologized to Qin Xiao, saying that they shouldn't have done that before. Qin Xiao wasn't completely sure whether Qin Tao's repentance and apology were sincere or not, but Qin Yu was indeed very sincere. It was very difficult for Qin Xiao to completely let go of this matter immediately. Qin Dingtian heard the news and hurried over. When he saw Qin Yu and Qin Tao, he couldn't help but be stunned. After learning about the situation, Qin Dingtian smiled and said, "We're a family. It's normal to have some conflicts. Now that things have been cleared up, there's nothing more." Qin Xiao didn't say anything more and forgave them for the first time. Chapter 59. The South Sun City was located in the center of the South Sun City territory. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it was like a secluded valley surrounded by mountain ranges. The construction of the South Sun City appeared somewhat old-fashioned. The city walls also appeared somewhat low and not imposing enough. Such city walls were only used to block ordinary people. Although the establishment of the Great Desert Country was complete, of course it was difficult to implement in such remote and small places. For example, on the surface, Song Xiongyan had unified the entire South Sun City. He possessed a prefecture army and could collect taxes. He could be counted as the local emperor of this remote place and the master that held everyone's life and death in his hands. However, a major powerhouse like the Qin family would not be easily manipulated by Song Xiongyan. In the past, when the Qin family was powerful, they had always been a thorn in Song Xiongyan's eyes. Now, Song Xiongyan viewed the Qin family as a target to suppress. After Qin Dingtian's power was taken away, although Qin Dinghu intended to govern the Qin family, he did not have enough deterrence. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in the competition with Song Xiongyan and was suppressed by Song Xiongyan. In this month, Song Xiongyan had used different methods to suppress the Qin family and caused a great impact to the Qin family's business in the South Sun City. The Qin textile shop was one of the biggest businesses of the Qin family in the South Sun City. Usually, Qin Dingfei was in charge of it. Qin Dingfei was the weakest among the 6 brothers of the Qin family. Therefore, he took care of most of the business matters. Recently, the Qin textile shop had been suppressed by the city lord's mansion and had left Qin Dingfei badly battered. In less than 2 days of peace, Song Xiongyan's capable subordinate, Zhan Qi, had brought a group of people to cause trouble. They had used the excuse of inspection to deliberately destroy the business of the Qin textile shop. Since they had come to cause trouble every 2 or 3 days, it would naturally cause the business of the Qin textile shop to decline slowly. In the long run, the Qin family would be greatly weakened. It was also Song Xiongyan's new move to suppress the Qin family economically. In terms of martial power, with Qin Dingtian here, Song Xiongyan would not dare to advance recklessly. If Qin Dingtian truly wanted to risk his life, he would not have a good time. Therefore, Song Xiongyan had shifted his focus. Now, he was using his power to suppress the business of the Qin clan. Such a method would naturally cause a lot of invisible harm. The Qin family's daily expenditure was a huge figure. It was these businesses that supported the Qin family's many people. If the industry was suppressed, once there was a food crisis, then the family would definitely decline. This matter also made Qin Dingfei very worried. Facing Zhang Qi's deliberate oppression, Qin Dingfei's face turned red with anger. Zhang Qi, what do you mean by bringing people here every few days? Do you still want us to do business? Zhang Qi was a mortal reincarnation realm expert and one of the 3 generals under Song Xiongyan. In South Sun City, his status wasn't low. Naturally, he was under Song Xiongyan's orders, which was why he dared to deploy troops here to suppress them. In the face of Qin Dingfei's anger, he smiled lightly. I'm just doing my job. Nanyang City hasn't been very peaceful recently, so we have to do a thorough check to ensure your safety. We're doing this for your sake. Do you really think our Qin clan is easy to bully? Qin Dingfei, who had always been steady and gentle, clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. If he had the strength, he would probably have directly attacked. Zhang Qi's face had a trace of disdain as he glanced at Qin Dingfei. He scolded with a smile. You're just a spirit energy realm weakling. You dare to show off your fists in front of me? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash, a spirit energy realm weakling. I can kill you with a slap. Do you know that? You. Qin Dingfei was furious. At this time, an unfriendly voice sounded. Is that so? You're just a mortal reincarnation realm weakling. You dare talk nonsense here? Where did your confidence come from? Hearing this voice, Zhang Qi's brows immediately furrowed. He was very angry and unhappy. He was a mortal reincarnation realm martial artist. In South Sun City, he was definitely considered an expert. There was actually someone who dared to call him a weakling? A mere mortal reincarnation realm? What kind of joke was this? In the entire South Sun City, there were only about 20 mortal reincarnation realm experts. Every mortal reincarnation realm expert was a famous figure. They were all experts who could oversee a region. In Qin Xiao, it's you. Zhang Qi turned around. His gaze fell on Qin Xiao, who was walking towards him. The corner of his mouth raised. He couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. I heard that you're at the peak of the spirit energy realm. At your age, it's really not bad. A rare genius. Unfortunately, a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. Today, since you're courting death to provoke me, I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. A month and a half ago, Qin Xiao defeated Song Yuyan. However, Song Yuyan and Song Xiongyan naturally kept such a thing a secret. They wouldn't publicize it, so even Zhang Qi himself didn't know. In fact, a month and a half ago, Qin Xiao had the strength to defeat a mortal reincarnation realm expert. He, a mortal reincarnation realm expert, actually dared to say such words in front of Qin Xiao. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. It's just that he didn't know about this situation. The commotion here also attracted a lot of people to watch. As for Qin Xiao, there were a lot of people there who were pointing fingers at him. Qin Xiao's reputation in South Sun City was indeed very resounding. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was like thunder piercing the ears. Previously, he was the #1 genius. Later, because he took liberties with Song Yuyan, he provoked the city lord's anger. The city lord led an army to kill the Qin clan and personally crippled Qin Xiao. Originally, this #1 genius of South Sun City had walked down the altar since then. However, the heavens didn't stop people. Qin Xiao actually awakened his innate divine ability at the memorial ceremony. He once again flew up the altar and took back the title of #1 genius of South Sun City. Such an experience could be called a legend. Naturally, it was talked about enthusiastically. Today, Qin Zhao's appearance was also very bold. The moment he arrived, he directly humiliated and provoked Zhang Qi. This courage was indeed admirable. Courting death? Why don't you say that the one courting death is you? Qin Zhao curled his lips. With his current strength, he didn't put Zhang Qi in his eyes at all. This is my Qin clan's shop. You brought people here to cause trouble for no reason. You are deliberately suppressing my Qin clan. Everyone is well aware of this matter. You don't have to come up with any excuses. So what if it is? You can only blame your Qin clan for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Zhang Qi sneered and was very unrestrained. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and said coldly, "Since that is the case, then you can die." Huh? Zhang Qi seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. This kid actually dared to ask him to die? Zhang Qi sneered. Kid, it seems like your brain hasn't fully recovered. Today, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Kid, hand over your life. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Qi immediately made his move. He really wanted to kill Qin Zhao. Chapter 60. Seeing that Zhang Qi was completely defeated by Qin Zhao and even wanted to kill Qin Zhao, many of the surrounding onlookers also pointed and whispered among themselves, feeling pity. Qin Zhao dared to offend a shedding body realm martial artist. He was really bold. Even when his father was the Qin clan head, he couldn't be so presumptuous. After all, this world respected martial arts. If the weak dared to challenge the dignity of the strong, it was normal for the strong to teach them a lesson. Qin Zhao had just counterattacked Zhang Qi. Now that Zhang Qi wanted to kill him, everyone felt that it was reasonable and reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. That was how the world worked. The so-called rules were set for the weak. As long as you were strong enough, you could break the rules. Qin Zhao is going to be miserable. Isn't that so? Zhang Qi is the city lord's favorite general and a shedding body realm martial artist. He dared to suppress the Qin clan's business here. He must have been instructed by the city lord. The Qin clan can be considered a tall tree that attracts the wind. Yes, among the younger generation of the Qin clan, there are two geniuses who think that they have second-grade innate divine abilities. If they can grow up in the future, they might be able to shake the city lord's rule. Therefore, it is normal to suppress the Qin clan now. Don't talk nonsense. Let's not talk about this matter. There were many discussions in the surroundings, and they all felt that Qin Zhao was going to be in big trouble. The Qin clan servants in the cloth workshop were also a little nervous. They were all in charge of business here. Naturally, they didn't care about the Qin clan's internal strife. Therefore, they were still worried about Qin Zhao's safety. However, Qin Dingfei's expression was a little calm. Yesterday, Qin Zhao's plan was to take revenge on the city lord's mansion. Today, Qin Zhao really came. Qin Dingfei understood that Qin Zhao wanted to use his own method this time to sound the alarm bell for the city lord's mansion and everyone in Nanyang City. The Qin clan was not a clan that anyone could bully or provoke. Boy, go to hell. Zhang Qi's face was gloomy and cold. Anyway, the governor's mansion was ready to take action against the Qin family. Now that he had killed Qin Zhao, he was not afraid that Qin Dingtian would go crazy. The Qin clan's good days were about to come to an end. What awaited them was the misfortune of destruction. A huge storm of blood was brewing in the dark. You're courting death. Qin Zhao's face was cold, and there was even some disdain on her face. Zhang Qi relied on the strength of the reincarnation realm to suppress Qin Zhao and wanted to crush Qin Zhao on the spot. However, his wishful thinking was obviously not quite right. Qin Zhao flipped his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Crash! Qin Zhao directly slashed out with her sword. The sword seemed to be light, but it had an unparalleled sharpness. It even tore a long hole in the void. The sword slashed down, destroying Zhang Qi's attack, as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The sword momentum was not weak, and it slashed toward Zhang Qi's body. The aura of destruction suddenly engulfed Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "What? What a terrible sword momentum! How can it be so powerful? Oh no, it's dangerous. No, no, no." Zhang Qi was thoroughly alarmed. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Zhao's strength was actually strong to such an extent. The power of this sword was so terrible. In front of this sword momentum, he even felt that he was as weak as an ant. The sharp sword momentum fell, and he smelled the smell of death. He was going to die. How could it be? This brat was clearly only at the peak of the spirit power realm a month and a half ago. How strong had his strength become now? However, Zhang Qi did not have the slightest strength to resist. His consciousness was directly destroyed under Qin Zhao's sword, and he died tragically under Qin Zhao's sword. He did not even have the chance to let out a final scream. A shedding body realm martial realm was killed on the spot by a sword. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. 100 or 200 gazes stared blankly at Qin Zhao. All of them were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. This scene was simply too inconceivable and shocking. Young Master Qin Zhao. My Qin clan has finally produced a peerless genius. Let's see who dares to look down on our young Master Qin Zhao in the future. Zhao is the hope of our Qin clan. Although Qin Dingfei was already mentally prepared, seeing Qin Zhao kill Zhang Qi on the spot with such a light sword, he was really shocked. It took him a long time to recover, and his face was filled with gratification and praise. With Qin Zhao, there was hope for the Qin clan. The Qin clan had been suppressed by the City Lord Mansion for so many years. It was time for them to rise. Monster. Too monstrous. Qin Zhao is only 16 years old, and his strength is already so terrifying. He is definitely the #1 youth in Nanyang City. No wonder he was called the #1 youth genius in Nanyang City. He really lives up to his reputation. TCH, what's the use of that? His innate ability is only grade 1. No matter how talented he is, the shedding body realm is the limit. That's true. He really dared to kill Zhang Qi. This time, he has completely offended the City Lord. I reckon another bloody storm is coming. The soldiers that Zhang Qi brought with him were stunned for a long time before one of them shouted, "Qin Zhao, you have guts. You actually dared to kill Lord Zhang. You are challenging the dignity of our City Lord Mansion. Quickly surrender and follow us back to the City Lord Mansion. We will wait for the City Lord to deal with you." However, when the soldier was glanced at by Qin Zhao, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. His throat felt like it was being choked by an invisible hand. He couldn't breathe. Qin Zhao glanced at the soldiers and said, "Zhang Qi was courting death. Don't blame me. How did the City Lord's Mansion provoke the dignity of your City Lord's Mansion? How could I be heartless? Even if that old man Song Xianghua doesn't come a fine trouble with me, I will personally go find him to settle the new and old scores. Quickly bring Zhang Qi's corpse back to the City Lord Mansion. Also, help me pass a message. Tell that old bastard Song Xianghua to wash his neck clean and wait for me to kill him." Wah! What? A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. If this was the case, it could not be said that he was not bold and arrogant. It shocked everyone to the point where they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Who was Song Xianghua? This was the City Lord of Nanyang City, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Nanyang City, and an official of the Great Desert Nation. When the various family heads of Nanyang City saw him, they would have to respectfully greet him as the City Lord. However, Qin Zhao actually pointed at the soldiers and called Song Xianghua an old bastard in front of so many people. What kind of behavior was this? This was definitely the greatest humiliation and provocation to the City Lord. No matter how good-tempered a person was, they definitely couldn't tolerate this. This was clearly putting the Qin family on the opposite side of the City Lord Mansion and inviting a huge disaster. Was this courage or stupidity? Chapter 61. For a moment, everyone thought that Qin Shao was crazy, a complete madman. If he wasn't a madman, how could he do such a thing and say such a thing? Not only did he call Song Xiongyan an old man, but he also asked him to wash his neck and wait for Qin Shao to kill him. Wasn't this the biggest joke? The city lord of Nanyang City, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert, was not someone that an immature brat could deal with. However, everyone saw Qin Zhao's domineering aura at this moment, and he really did have the demeanor of a young king, especially that pair of eyes that flickered with incomparable sharpness. They were like peerless swords, piercing everyone's eyes until they hurt. How did Qin Zhao's aura become so strong? How dare you? A soldier shouted angrily, but he was immediately glared at by Qin Shao, and he didn't dare to say anything more. The soldiers looked at each other, then lifted Zhang Qi's body and quickly left. Although the Qin clan's people had vented their anger, they were still very angry in the past month. However, when they thought about how they had completely offended the city lord's mansion, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, once this kind of battle started, the Qin clan was very likely to be removed from Nanyang City. When the time came, their fate would obviously be tragic. However, as servants, they had no choice at all. They could only live and die with the Qin clan. After killing Zhang Qi, Qin Zhao's expression didn't change much. He was still calm and indifferent, as if he had done something very insignificant. This was a change in his state of mind. Now, Qin Shao really didn't care about a small place like Nanyang City. His vision was broadened, and his mentality when looking at problems was naturally different. Of course, the main thing was that he had strength. The current Qin Shao was indeed a different person from the Qin Shao 1.5 months ago. Second uncle, I'll go to the city lord's mansion first to meet that old man Song Xiongwa. Qin Shao chuckled. This was the revenge plan that Qin Shao had formulated yesterday, and Qin Dingfei also knew about it. Since Qin Shao had the ability, then let him do it. He also knew that if he did not do this, Qin Shao would probably leave Nanyang City with some regrets. There was still more than a month before the selection of the Great Desert Guard in Willow Wind region. If he was unhappy, it might affect his performance. Naturally, he could not allow such a situation to occur. As long as Qin Shao could become a Great Desert Guard, then what was a mere city lord's mansion to fear? However, at this moment, a member of the Qin clan hurriedly ran over and said with a nervous expression, Second Master, the clan head has requested for you to return immediately." "Yes, what's the matter?" Qin Dingfei frowned deeply. If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't be so anxious to invite him back. The Qin clan member shook his head and said, "Second Master, I don't know the exact situation. I only know that the situation is very tense. The clan head and the others all have ugly expressions. I think something big is going to happen." "Something big?" Qin Dingfei was very puzzled. Hadn't it been quite peaceful recently? How could something big happen? However, Qin Dingfei didn't dare to hesitate. He knew that something big was going to happen. He glanced at Qin Shao. Qin Shao also frowned slightly. Since something big had happened to the Qin clan, he naturally couldn't ignore it. "As for Song Xiongyan, I'll go later." "Second uncle, let's hurry back." "Okay." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Dingfei inexplicably felt much more at ease. The two of them hurried to the Qin clan as quickly as possible. At the Qin clan's meeting hall, the core members of the Qin clan were gathered together. Qin Dinghu and his brothers, as well as some core members of the older generation, Qin Zhao's generation, only Qin Yu, Qin Tao, Qin Yinzi, and the eldest of the younger generation, Qin Xian, were present. Then there was Qin Shao. At the moment, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was unusually tense. Everyone's face was gloomy. Seeing that Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian had returned, Qin Dinghu's gaze involuntarily fell on Qin Shao. Yesterday, Qin Dingsheng had told him about Qin Zhao's situation. To be honest, he still found it hard to believe. Qin Shao walked to Qin Dingtian's side and asked, "Father, what's going on?" Qin Dingtian said, It said that Song Xiongyin has spent a lot of money to invite 3 experts to join forces to deal with our Qin clan. Their purpose is to remove our Qin clan from Nanyang City. According to reliable sources, Song Xiongyin has already gathered his troops. I'm afraid that they will attack our Qin clan in a few days. This news was passed to me by a spy I planted in the mayor's mansion. There should be no problem with its reliability. 3 experts. Qin Shao frowned. Qin Dingtian said yes. It said that one of the 3 experts is at the peak of the reincarnation realm. The other 2 are at the late stage of the reincarnation realm. Together with Song Xiongyin, who is at the peak of the reincarnation realm and a subordinate at the late stage of the reincarnation realm, the strength of these 5 experts is not something our Qin clan can resist. 2 at the peak of the reincarnation realm and 3 at the late stage of the reincarnation realm. Song Xiongyin is really generous. In order to deal with our Qin clan, he is actually so ruthless. Qin Shao sneered and clenched his teeth. Such strength sounded terrifying enough. However, Qin Shao had nothing to fear. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with these people. Shao, father knows that your strength is not bad. However, the opponent this time is not trivial. I'm afraid that Song Xiongyin is determined to destroy our Qin clan this time. I'm afraid that the people he invited are not simple. It seems that Song Xiongyin is indeed somewhat afraid of our Qin clan's rise. Therefore, we have to be careful. If you really can't do it, you must escape. As long as you are still alive, there is hope for our Qin clan. Qin Dingtian said. Qin Shao curled his lips. Would he escape? That was absolutely impossible. No matter how dangerous it was, he must stand on the same side as the Qin clan. As long as it was not the bone transformation realm, Qin Shao really had nothing to be afraid of. However, if the 2 experts at the peak of the reincarnation realm joined forces, it was indeed a little troublesome. Qin Shao dared not be careless about this matter. He could only risk it all. Everyone discussed for a while, but they couldn't come up with a good plan. In the end, someone suggested that some of the Qin clan members should be transferred away first. At least some of the bloodline could be preserved and the Qin clan members would not be completely wiped out. This suggestion also received the support of the majority. Qin Dinghu's eyes were incomparably deep. His gaze suddenly fell on Qin Shao, Qin Yu, Qin Tao, and Qin Yanzi. He said in an incomparably heavy voice, "The 4 of you leave Nanyang City immediately and go to Willow Wind County. The 4 of you are the hope of our Qin clan's younger generation. As long as you can survive. So what if our Qin clan is eliminated? I believe that you will definitely grow up and avenge our Qin clan in the future." Qin Dinghu's words also startled everyone. Qin Yu immediately shook his head resolutely and said, "No, father. As a member of the Qin clan, how can I drag out an ignoble existence? I must fight with you to the end. No matter what, I will not leave. Let Qin Shao, Qin Tao, and Qin Yanzi leave. I will stay." Chapter 62. Nonsense. Are you staying here to die? Qin Dinghu's face was solemn, and his tone brooked no refusal. His gaze swept across the crowd, and Hong Li's voice rang out. "We are from the Qin family. Our Qin family has been in Purple Suntown for more than 50 years. This is our home. Song Xiongyin wants to destroy our family, so we can only risk our lives to fight him. As martial artists, for our family, for our honor, we are not afraid of bleeding. We are not afraid of losing our heads. We must have such a fearless spirit. None of our Qin family members are cowards. Song Xiongyin, that old fox. I knew he was not a good person, but I did not expect him to be so impatient to destroy our Qin family. It seems that he has been forced into a corner. He is truly afraid of our Qin family's rise. This is because there are a few outstanding disciples in our Qin family's younger generation. This is the pride of our Qin family, but it is also a disaster for our Qin family. This is how the world works. The weak are prey to the strong. With Song Xiongyan's character, He will definitely not tolerate the appearance of a family that is stronger than the city lord's mansion in his territory. His dignity will not be challenged by anyone. That is why he wants to destroy our Qin family at all costs. In this world, there is no reason to speak. Everything is done with one's fists. Our Qin family cannot blame the heavens and accuse others. This disaster can only be faced by ourselves. This is the cruel reality. This is life. It had to be said that Qin Dinghu's words had stirred up everyone's emotions, making their blood boil and their veins swell. They all wanted to go all out against the city lord's estate. Reason? Only the weak would reason. In fact, Song Xiongyin did not even need to give an outsider a reason to destroy the Qin family. This was because he was the master of Nanyang City. He had the power to destroy the Qin family. Song Xiongyin had always been an extremely sinister and domineering person. Yes, we old bones are not afraid of death. If the city lord's mansion wants to kill us, we will fight it out with them. It's just that these children will have to suffer. Our deaths are not regrettable, but Qin Yu and the others must live. You're not living for yourselves, but for the entire Qin family. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was extremely intense. Qin Yu's eyes turned red. He wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he closed it in the end. If there was really no other way, then he could only leave with shame. Qin Xiao, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. An old man urged. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth curled up. He walked out and said, I won't leave. Qin Yu and the other two will leave. I have to stay. Qin Xiao said with a resolute face, and her tone left no room for doubt. No, Qin Dinghu's loud and clear voice rang out. He looked at Qin Xiao obscenely and said, Everyone can stay, but you have to go. Qin Dinghu's words truly stunned everyone. They looked at Qin Dinghu with astonishment. Everyone knew that Qin Dinghu did not see eye to eye with Qin Xiao. Moreover, he had secretly joined forces with Song Xiongyin to frame Qin Xiao once before, so that he could snatch the position of patriarch from Qin Dingtian. Logically speaking, Qin Dinghu should hate Qin Xiao very much. However, they did not expect him to say such words. Could it be that in his heart, Qin Xiao's life was more important than his son Qin Yu's? These words made Qin Xiao look at Qin Dinghu with astonishment. However, from his serious face, Qin Xiao could not see any falsehood. Obviously, this sentence was indeed sincere. Originally, Qin Xiao's hatred for his uncle had been reduced a lot, but now it was somewhat diluted. In fact, his uncle was not as bad as he had imagined. He just had a desire for power. Because you're the Qin family's greatest hope. Qin Dinghu added, the Qin family's greatest hope? Once upon a time, when Qin Yu had awakened the second-grade talent, Qin Dinghu had said that the future of the Qin family would be in the hands of his son Qin Yu. But now, Qin Dinghu said that Qin Xiao was the Qin family's greatest hope. Such a contrast left many people confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on. The patriarch's attitude towards Qin Xiao had changed a little too quickly. Qin Dinghu glanced at the crowd. Seeing some people's puzzled faces, he said, I only look at the matter, not the person. Everything I do is for the Qin family. I have a clear conscience for the Qin family. I am the patriarch of the Qin family. The honor of the Qin family should be my first priority. For the Qin family, even if I have to pay with my life, so what? The Qin family was built by my father. I am incompetent and can't lead the Qin family to glory. Even the Qin family will be in danger. So what I can do now is to preserve the Qin family's bloodline, so that the Qin family will not be destroyed. Qin Zhao's talent is extraordinary, and his temperament is excellent. Give him time, and he may be able to achieve boundless. With Qin Xiao, our Qin family is enough. Such an evaluation made everyone speechless. Qin Xiao could not help but smile and say, Uncle, I still won't leave. Qin Xiao. Qin Dinghu was angry. But before Qin Dinghu could speak again, Qin Xiao continued, Uncle, I understand your heart for the Qin family. But do you understand my heart for the Qin family? Hearing this, Qin Dinghu was stunned. He was stunned on the spot. Qin Xiao said, the Qin family is in trouble. As a member of the Qin family, my first priority is to consider the future of the Qin family. I dare to stay, not because I'm acting on a whim, but because I have some confidence that I can stop Song Xiongyan and the others and preserve the Qin family. If I leave, the Qin family will have no hope. With me here, at least the Qin family still has some hope. So I can't leave. As for Qin Yu and the other two, they don't need to leave because I have full confidence in myself. Full confidence? These words caused everyone to stare at Qin Xiao with their mouths agape. Wasn't these words a little too big? Qin Dingsheng said in a strange tone. Even if you are at the peak of the reincarnation realm, you have too little experience and lack of martial skills. It is impossible for you to be Song Xiongyan's opponent. What's more, he has invited a peak of the reincarnation realm. You are really boasting shamelessly. You actually dare to say that you have full confidence. Song Xiongyan has cultivated a mid-grade martial skill. Just in terms of martial skills, you will be at a great disadvantage. Do you really think that you can be arrogant now, unless you are at the bone transformation realm? But are you? Peak of the reincarnation realm? This, Qin Dingsheng's words caused an uproar. Numerous gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Qin Xiao, filled with astonishment. Qin Xiao had cultivated to the peak of the reincarnation realm. Chapter 63. Qin Dingsheng has always looked at Qin Xiao with disdain. Qin Xiao has never had a good impression of Qin Dingsheng. Even if he doesn't have much hatred for his uncle now, he still has a lot of hatred for Qin Xiao and Qin Dingsheng. If I say there is, then there must be. You don't have to worry about this. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said. Qin Dingsheng was furious. He lifted Qin Xiao's nose and scolded. Impudent! Impudent! Don't you know how to call me uncle? In front of so many people in the Qin clan, Qin Dingsheng really felt that his face had been swept to the ground. Qin Xiao has always been a straightforward person. In the face of Qin Dingsheng's criticism, he sneered, I will only call people worthy of my respect. You. Qin Dingsheng's face turned green. He was actually hit by a junior like this. Qin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Dingsheng. Instead, he glanced at the elders and said, My current strength is indeed at the peak of the shedding body realm. I'm not bragging. I'm afraid there aren't many 16-year-old peak of the shedding body realm in the entire Lufeng County. I can advance from the peak of the spirit power realm to the peak of the shedding body realm in a month and a half. To be honest, I did have a good opportunity in the wasteland. And with the help of Big Brother Bai, I was able to achieve this. I have some methods. As long as it's not the bone transformation realm, no one should be able to do anything to me. Qin Xiao is not boasting. Just with his minute subtlety sword art, it is enough to fight with an ordinary bone transformation realm expert. Moreover, he has 2 life-saving treasures on him. If he is really forced into a corner, he can still use his trump card. Even if there is a bone transformation realm expert, Qin Xiao is not afraid. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone was silent. Many people still looked at each other because this information is too shocking. They now understand why the patriarch values Qin Xiao so much. Qin Dinghu said, Are you sure? Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, uncle, I am sure. Leave the safety of the Qin family to me. Well, with your words, I can rest assured. Qin Dinghu nodded, expressing his trust in Qin Xiao. Even though it was just a small trust, it was incomparably precious. But at this moment, a panicked voice came from outside the meeting hall. Not good, Patriarch. There is a large army coming towards our Qin clan. I estimate that there are more than 500 of them. In a short while, they will surround our Qin clan. What? Everyone cried out in surprise. They had just received news that Song Xiongyan was going to bring people to destroy the Qin family. Who would have thought that in such a short time, they would already be here? In the entire Nanyang city, only the city lord's mansion had the ability to mobilize 500 cultivators. Without strong financial resources, there was no way to raise so many warriors. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness and killing intent. Humph, you're quite fast. However, I think you're here to die. City Lord's Mansion, Humph. In the future, your City Lord's Mansion will have no dignity. The City Lord's Mansion had its supreme dignity. Firstly, it was a local manager recognized by the Great Desert Country and was protected by the Great Desert Country. With the country's prestige, it naturally had dignity. Secondly, Song Xiongyan was the publicly recognized #1 expert in Nanyang City. The City Lord's Mansion was also publicly recognized as the #1 power in Nanyang City. These two factors combined to create the City Lord's Mansion's supreme dignity. If it lost its strength, the City Lord's Mansion would naturally lose its luster. Let's go. Blow the bugle horn. Close all the clan gates. Everyone, prepare for battle and guard all the entrances. Qin Dinghu's eyes flashed with an extremely cold light as he spoke. Following Qin Dinghu's order, the Qin family members quickly moved. All the core members followed Qin Dinghu and quickly rushed to the front gate. The loud bugle horn resounded in the sky above Xiang Town, startling the entire town. This bugle horn sound was only heard once a year during the Qin family's year-end drill. The purpose was to let the Qin family members become familiar with this bugle horn sound. But this time it unexpectedly sounded. Xiang Town was also stirred up. Everyone quickly hid in their homes and tightly closed their doors, afraid that they would be affected. What's going on? Why is the bugle horn sounding? That's not right. It's not the year-end drill yet. What's going on? Is there really going to be a battle? Everyone in the Qin family was also in an uproar. But when they heard the bugle horn sound, everyone knew that there must be danger. So, they did not dare to hesitate and rushed out one by one. The entire Qin family moved. The City Lord Mansion's army was also getting closer and closer. The rumbling sound of horse hooves caused the entire ground to tremble violently. It could be heard from afar. It was like thunder. Only then did the Qin family members know that the City Lord's Mansion had come to kill them. The atmosphere in the clan grounds also became tense and oppressive. Qin Xiao and his group had already arrived at the square in front of the clan grounds. The Qin family members also quickly walked out and got into formation. It was just that the Qin family members were obviously not as strong as the City Lord's Mansion. Other than some old and weak women and children, there were also some people who were sent out. There were only about 100 warriors left in the Qin family's territory. Moreover, most of them were only in the most basic brute force realm. There were no more than 20 martial artists in the spirit force realm. Whether it was the number of warriors or the number of shedding body realm warriors, there was obviously a big gap between them and the City Lord's Mansion. Such an incomparable situation naturally made the Qin family members incomparably nervous. They smelled the scent of danger. The neat and well-trained army of the City Lord's Mansion pressed over in a grandiose manner. From afar, one could feel an incomparably turbulent and peerless aura. It was as if an ancient, desolate beast was walking over step by step. Some of the more timid people in the Qin family even directly knelt on the ground. Where had the crowd seen such a formation before? Even in the crowd, there were already Qin family members nervously discussing something. It's over, it's over. With such a big formation, it seems like the City Lord's Mansion wants to destroy our Qin family. What should I do? What should I do? I feel like I'm going to die. No, I don't want to die. The Qin family members were obviously in a bad mood. Not to mention the young disciples. Even the elders of the Qin family were worried. Song Xiongyan rode on a tall and mighty blood-colored horse. He was in high spirits as he led the army to the city gates and arrived in front of the Qin family's territory. More than 500 soldiers quickly formed a long formation. They formed a huge semicircle and surrounded the Qin family's territory. Besides Song Xiongyan, there were 5 men with valiant auras. 2 of them were his subordinates, and the other 3 were helpers he had invited. Chapter 64. Qin Zhao's gaze had already swept across Song Xiongyan's group of 6. Naturally, he could tell that they were 6 reincarnation realm martial artists. Sure enough, there were 2 peak-stage reincarnation realm experts, 3 late-stage reincarnation realm experts, and 1 mid-stage reincarnation realm expert. Originally, Song Xiongyan's subordinate was at the early-stage reincarnation realm, but he had already been killed by Qin Zhao. However, just the strength of these 6 reincarnation realm experts was enough to intimidate everything. Such a battle was only a competition of reincarnation realm experts. As for the others, they didn't have much effect at all. On the other hand, Qin clan only had 4 reincarnation realm experts. Qin Dingtian was at the late-stage reincarnation realm. Qin Dinghu was at the mid-stage reincarnation realm. And Qin Dingsheng was at the early-stage reincarnation realm. Fortunately, there was still Qin Xiao, who was at the peak stage reincarnation realm. However, if they were to compete openly, there was indeed a big gap. Qin Dinghu was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "City Lord Song, why are you mobilizing so many people? Your City Lord Mansion's troops and experts have gathered and surrounded my Qin clan's land with great fanfare. What are your intentions?" Song Xiongyan laughed wantonly. He looked at Qin Dinghu like a wolf that had seen its prey and said, "Everyone is well aware of this matter. Why'd I have to say some hypocritical words? Today, I am going to exterminate your Qin clan and remove your Qin clan from Nanyang City. Don't you already know this point? Why do I need to say more? City Lord Song, you are the City Lord of Nanyang City and an official of the great desert nation. Isn't it too lawless to act like this? With such a style, how can you convince the masses and govern well?" Qin Dinghu was so angry that his veins were popping out. "Ha ha!" Song Xiongyan laughed instead of being angry. "Qin Dinghu, that is not something you should be concerned about. If I want to exterminate your Qin clan, I can easily give 100 justifiable reasons. Those who know the situation, do you dare to say anything? Those who don't know the situation, isn't it up to me to say anything? For example, I say that your Qin clan colluded with bandits and committed a heinous crime. For example, if I say that the Qin family refuses to pay taxes and is breaking the law. For example, I can say that your Qin clan rebelled against your superiors and intended to do something to my City Lord Mansion. As for excuses, you can always find them, right?" The corners of Song Xiongyan's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. He clenched his fist and said, "In this world, fists are the most important after all. Strength was everything. History would always be written by the successful. When the Qin family is no longer around, I will write the history. I will write it however I want." I wrote it down. That's the truth. Whether you want to accept it or not, this is the truth. Your Qin family is a threat to me, and I don't like threats. So, it's better to nip these threats in the bud. Humph. Everyone from the Qin clan was incomparably furious. Sure enough, they were treacherous and sinister. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao walked out and looked at Song Xiongyan with a cold gaze. "It's a pity that you won't have the chance to write history." Once Qin Zhao's words came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. They looked at Qin Xiao in an incomparably strange manner. There were even a lot of disdainful sneers that followed. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to say such things to Song Xiongyan? Song Xiongyan frowned and immediately sized up Qin Xiao with a playful look. "Kid, you said that I won't have the chance?" "Yes, you indeed won't," Qin Xiao said again. "Ha ha ha." Song Xiongyan laughed brightly. "Do you think that you could be so arrogant to the extent that you can go against me after killing Zhanqi? Although I have to admit that your strength is indeed not bad, your innate talent is extraordinary, and your future is limitless. If you're given time to grow, it is very likely that you will pose a threat to me. But I'm very sorry. This potential danger will be personally nipped in the bud by me today." What Qin Xiao actually killed Zhanqi? Wasn't he an early-stage reincarnation realm martial artist? Song Xiongyan's words also surprised many people. "Is that so?" Qin Xiao curled his lips and said with a mocking expression, "Unfortunately, you don't have the strength to do so. You are right. History is written by the successful. Therefore, the person who should write history should be me, Qin Xiao, and not you, Song Xiongyan. Boom. Arrogant. This was extreme madness. Everyone in the Qin clan looked at Qin Xiao with an incomparably strange gaze. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Yes. Song Xiongyan couldn't help but frown deeply. In the entire South Sun City, there was really no one who dared to speak to him like this. Oomph. Song Xiongyan immediately became angry. Kid, you really have guts. Today, this city lord will use your blood to wash my blade. Kid, hand over your life. After finishing his words, Song Xiongyan roared and rushed towards Qin Xiao. In his hand was a blood-red broadsword, which emitted a peerlessly fierce aura. It was obviously a low-grade spirit weapon. Just the saber aura emitted by this blood-red broadsword was enough to make many people tremble with fear. Song Xiongyan was a martial artist at the peak of Reincarnation Realm. Naturally, his attack was extraordinary. He executed a mid-grade martial skill, 9 overlapping waves. When the broadsword slashed down, the momentum was like a huge wave, rolling over and attacking Qin Xiao. It was about to engulf and swallow him. Song Xiongyan obviously came to kill with anger. Naturally, his attack was also a little bit of true anger. When the broadsword slashed down, even Qin Ding Tian smelled a trace of dangerous aura. Many people in the Qin clan were so oppressed that they even held their breaths and were sweating profusely. It was really too terrifying. Although Qin Dinghu and the others believed that Qin Xiao must have some strength, Song Xiongyan was after all a person who had stepped into the peak of Reincarnation Realm early on. He had a mid-grade martial skill and had the advantage. Qin Xiao did not gain any advantage from fighting with him. Qin Xiao was not in a hurry. He even looked a little calm. Many people were greatly stimulated by such an expression. Qin Xiao turned his hand over and held the low-grade spirit sword that Bai Jianxiu gave him in his hand. Qin Xiao did not do anything. He only gently swung the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand turned into a streamer and rushed to Song Xiongyan's broadsword. Boom! The broadsword and the sword instantly collided in the air, bursting out a loud sound. The terrible energy was as fierce as the collision of planets. It even blasted out airwaves. Dang, 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 everyone widened their eyes and looked astonished. After this collision, it was not Qin Xiao who was at a disadvantage. The tragic scene of Qin Xiao being killed by Song Xiongyan's broadsword was not what they imagined. What everyone did not expect was that Song Xiongyan was the one who was shaken back. Moreover, it was Song Xiongyan who was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. At this time, Song Xiongyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he looked at Qin Xiao. It was incomparably deep and strange. Chapter 65. That how is it possible with your strength? After stabilizing his body, Song Xiongyan said in surprise. He was actually repelled by a single sword strike. Even if he didn't go all out, the power of his attack was no small matter. It was impossible for an ordinary person to block it. However, Qin Xiao blocked it easily. Not only that, but he also repelled him. Such a situation really made Song Xiongyan unable to believe it. How could this be? He knew that Qin Zhao's talent was extraordinary, but half a month ago, he was only at the initial stage of Reincarnation Realm. How could he break through to the peak of Reincarnation Realm now? Moreover, his swordsmanship, even with Song Xiongyan's eyesight, he couldn't see Qin Zhao's sword strike clearly. It obviously didn't feel that it was a powerful martial skill, but the power of the sword strike still made him feel some lingering fear. What a fast sword strike! What a terrifying sword strike! What an exquisite sword strike! In the way of a sword, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. When speed reached a certain level, The power that could be unleashed would also be shocking. Qin Shao actually repelled the city lord with a single sword strike. Damn, am I seeing things? Or am I seeing things? That's not right. When did Qin Shao become so powerful? Everyone in the Qin clan was dumbfounded as if they were struck by lightning. They opened their eyes wide and stared at Qin Shao. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Shao had completely changed. It became reverence and worship. Yes, this kid is so monstrous. He's so young, but his strength is so powerful. He actually forced Brother Song to retreat 3 steps. A gloomy gaze stared at Qin Shao. This person was abnormally tall and sturdy, just like a beast. He was holding 2 huge black stone hammers in his hands. He had a big beard and looked abnormally fierce. This person had a fierce aura, and it could be felt that this person was definitely an extremely dangerous person. There were 2 men behind him, and they also had a fierce aura. These 3 people were the 3 helpers that Song Xiongyin had managed to invite over through some unknown means. Song Xiongyin, your strength is only SOSO. Looks like your reputation as the #1 expert in Nanyang City is undeserved. Today you brought people to invade my Qin clan and tried to exterminate my Qin clan with a groundless accusation. Today, I will make you bleed so much that you will know how to write the word death. Qin Shao pointed his sword at Song Xiongyin and said coldly. Song Xionyin's face turned gloomy. He was actually humiliated by a youth. Damn it! Boom! Song Xionyin's aura was completely released. A ferocious wild beast appeared and let out an earth-shattering roar. Song Xiongyin seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast in human form under the influence of this dire beast. He became even more ferocious and terrifying. Boy, the one who should know how to write the word death is you. Song Xiongyin shouted, and once again charged towards Qin Shao. Under the pressure of a grade 2 innate divine ability, Song Xionyin's strength naturally became abnormally strong. Many people were worried for Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He moved his body and displayed his innate divine ability. The surging dark clouds covered the sky. It was as if a peerless calamity was brewing within these dark clouds. Such a strange, innate divine ability really made people tremble in fear. They had never seen such a strange, innate divine ability before. The power of the innate divine ability was so oppressive that many people could not breathe. What strong power! What? How could it be? Everyone was petrified again. How could this grade 3 innate divine ability be possible? At this moment, the only person who could remain calm was Qin Dingtian. However, he was also shocked and clenched his fist. The excitement in his eyes was hard to suppress. Although he knew that Qin Zhao's innate divine ability could be upgraded, he did not expect it to be upgraded to the grade 3 innate divine ability so quickly. It was known that there had not been a genius with a grade 3 innate divine ability in Nanyang City for 100 years. Even in the whole Lufeng County, there were not many geniuses who could awaken a grade 3 innate divine ability. However, Qin Shao really did it. The people of the Qin family were surprised because they clearly remembered that Qin Shao had awakened a grade 2 innate divine ability. How could it become a grade 3 innate divine ability? In such a situation, they really did not understand what was going on. Did Qin Shao hide it from them before? Grade 3 innate divine ability. Song Xionyin's face suddenly became ugly, but his eyes flashed with a more determined look. In this case, he had to get rid of him. Otherwise, the City Lord Mansion would be the unlucky one. This man must be eliminated. Today, even if he had to risk his life, he must get rid of him. Qin Zhao's mouth curved into a faint, evil smile. The power of a grade 3 innate divine ability was really strong. Once he displayed his innate divine ability, it immediately made Qin Shao feel extremely powerful. He even had the confidence to fight with a warrior of the bone-changing realm. This feeling of power also made his battle intent extremely high. It was as if the blood in his body was burning. Once again, he slashed down with his sword. It was the 10th move of the tyrannical Thunder Sword. It was also the move that Qin Shao had created. Although this move was not at the level of a middle-grade martial skill, it was not far from it. It could even be said that when Qin Shao displayed it, it could reach the level of a middle-grade martial skill. Boom! After another exchange, Song Xiongyin was actually at a disadvantage again. He was sent flying by Qin Shao. Qin Shao took advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. He did not give Song Xiongyin a chance to catch his breath. Such a situation really made people click their tongues in admiration. "Brother Mo Luo, quickly help me take down this man." Song Xiongyin finally asked the giant man for help. Mo Luo's mouth was full of a cold smile, like a wild beast that had seen its prey. He leaped into the air and flew high into the sky. The two huge stone hammers in his hands were like two huge rocks as he smashed down at Qin Shao. From afar, one could feel the terrifying power contained in the stone hammers. It was probably enough to smash a house into pieces. Moreover, his body actually swelled up in the sky. It made people feel as if his body contained a huge waterfall of energy. It looked very strange. It's an energy type innate ability. It's an energy explosion. That's why such a strange situation happened. Yes, I can smell the danger from so far away. Qin Shao also felt the dangerous aura from the peak-level reincarnation realm warrior called Mo Luo. However, he could only fight with all his strength at this time. Let's fight. The battle intent in Qin Zhao's heart was completely stimulated. The sword in his hand slashed out again. He did not retreat, but advanced. Sixth brother, Qin Zhao's sword art is like the tyrannical Thunder Sword. Why do I feel that it's much stronger than the tyrannical Thunder Sword? Qin Dingfei asked with a puzzled look. Qin Dingtian said, "Yes, it's indeed the tyrannical Thunder Sword. However, it's not the 9 moves that we know. I feel that it's an extension of the tyrannical Thunder Sword's 9 moves. It could be said that it's the 10th move." What creation? Qin Dingfei was shocked. Chapter 66. Although Qin Shao had the advantage in terms of innate ability, Song Xiongyin and Mo Luo were both martial artists at the peak of reincarnation realm. Moreover, they were experts who had been famous for a long time. Not only did they have profound attainments in martial skills, but their experience was also far from what Qin Shao could compare with. In addition to the two of them joining forces, the lethality was naturally incomparably terrifying. The remaining 4 reincarnation realm martial artists from the City Lord Mansion were also prepared to make a move at any time. The 3 late-stage reincarnation realm martial artists stared at the reincarnation realm martial artists from the Qin clan. As long as they dared to make a move, they wouldn't hold back. On Qin Zhao's side, there were only 3 reincarnation realm martial artists left. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, the City Lord Mansion's side had the advantage. Qin Shao wasn't reckless. He didn't go head-to-head with Song Xiongyin and Mo Luo. Instead, he used his minute's subtlety to dodge and avoid the sharp edge. Since his sword art was at the minute's subtlety, his movement technique was naturally at the minute's subtlety as well. If it was a pair, Qin Shao had full confidence to defeat Song Xiongyin and Mo Luo. However, it would be a little troublesome if the two of them joined forces. Therefore, Qin Shao could only pretend to be strong first, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Qin Shao indeed didn't have much combat experience. However, this trip to the Great Wilderness had made him understand a lot of principles of life. The battle here was very intense. Song Xiongyin and Mo Luo had the upper hand by joining forces. However, the two of them were also unusually angry because Qin Zhao's movement technique was too strange. They couldn't do anything to Qin Shao at all. What a powerful movement technique. Minute subtlety, this is minute subtlety. Qin Dingtian muttered something as a strange look flashed across his eyes. It was as if he had touched something. Brother Song, is this the small clan that you said is easy to handle? Mo Luo was a little resentful when he saw that he couldn't do anything to Qin Shao at the moment. The three brothers had received benefits from Song Xiongyan, so it wasn't a big deal for them to put an effort. However, it was originally agreed that they were only going to deal with a small clan. However, the current situation didn't seem to be the case. The small Qin clan actually had a young, peerless genius who could fight against the two of them. Song Xiongyan's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "Brother Mo Luo, I was indeed careless this time. However, Brother Mo Luo, don't worry. After this matter is settled, I will naturally increase the benefits I promised." Hearing that the benefits would be increased, Moro's expression became slightly better. All right, since the three of us have come here today, we can't let this trip go in vain. He didn't believe that a brat who was still wet behind the ears could cause any waves. Hey, kid, your movement technique is not bad. Do you think you can keep dodging like this? I want to see how long you can keep dodging. Genius? Hee hee. I love to destroy geniuses the most. This Mo Luo was originally a bandit leader. His whole body was filled with unorthodox ways. Therefore, when he spoke, he had the air of a bandit. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Grandson, come and catch your grandpa if you dare." "How dare you? Kid, I'm going to cut off your tongue first." Mo Luo immediately exploded. He was incomparably furious. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up, revealing a sly smile. He wanted to provoke the other party on purpose so that he could find an opportunity. "Attack!" Song Xiongyan also shouted at the four people. The four of them were already prepared to attack. Once Song Xiongyan shouted, the four of them naturally attacked immediately. Kill! 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 More than 500 Mansion soldiers also charged forward in an orderly manner, forming a grand formation. Qin Dinghu pulled out his sword, raised it high and shouted, "Every one of the Qin clan, listen to my command. Kill these invaders with me." The men of the Qin clan are never afraid of bleeding, never afraid of sacrifice. The dignity of the Qin clan must be defended with our blood. Kill! Although many people were still very timid, under such circumstances, they could only have the courage to pick up the sword in their hands and fight with their lives. Kill! The battle broke out completely. Battle cries soared into the sky. The troops of both sides rushed to kill. The four reincarnation realm experts on the city prefecture lord's side naturally targeted Qin Dingtian, Qin Dinghu, and Qin Dingshin. Qin Dinghu's face was dignified. He took the lead and stood at the forefront. He was the Qin clan's patriarch. He had to rush to the forefront. "You don't know the difference between life and death." A man holding a long spear sneered. He shook the spear in his hand, and countless spear shadows flew out from it. The space seemed to ripple like a lake. It looked very strange and scary. It made people feel as if the space was directly pierced by the spear. The long spear whistled like a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring. The spear momentum shook the sky. Die! The spear-wielding man's target was Qin Dinghu. After all, Qin Dinghu was only at the middle stage reincarnation realm. The other party was at the late stage reincarnation realm, which was one level higher. Moreover, the other party's spear momentum was very overbearing. This strength was definitely not something that Qin Dinghu could compare to. Qin Dinghu frowned deeply. Naturally, he knew that the situation was not good. He was afraid that he was doomed. But he had no way out. He could only fight to the death. At this moment, a figure rushed out like lightning. It turned into a streamer and arrived in front of the spear-wielding man. The sword rose and fell. A faint light flashed across the spear-wielding man's chest. Time suddenly seemed to be frozen. The spear-wielding man suddenly turned into a fossil. All his movements were frozen in an instant. Streams of blood spurted out from his chest like arrows, and one could see the fear and unwillingness in his widened eyes. Very quickly, his body fell straight to the ground, and blood splattered all over the ground. He was dead. A martial artist at the late-stage reincarnation realm was killed by a sword. This sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. Qin Dinghu and the others looked at Qin Dingtian in amazement. It was Qin Dingtian who attacked just now. That sword strike was too magnificent, and it was like a graceful sword strike. With just one sword, a late-stage reincarnation realm expert was killed without a trace of resistance. The peak of reincarnation realm. Sixth brother actually broke through. Qin Dinghu was the first to recover. Qin Shao, who was dragging Song Xiong and Yin Mo Luo, saw his father's strength. He was very happy and couldn't help laughing. Father was also known as a peerless genius. He reached the late-stage reincarnation realm more than 10 years ago. With father's talent, how could there be no progress in the past 10 years? How could he not break through to the peak of reincarnation realm? It's just because father has too many worries in his heart. It suppressed him and became the barrier for him to break through. This time, I came back from the great wilderness. I have grown to a point that even I can't imagine. Father must be relieved because of this. That's why he broke through to the peak of reincarnation realm overnight. Qin Shao was naturally happy for his father to take this step. Chapter 67. What? Qin Dingtian. He has also broken through to the peak level of reincarnation realm. At this moment, Song Xiongyin was naturally the one who suffered the greatest blow. He was afraid of the rise of Qin clan, which was why he invited 3 helpers to help him at all costs. He wanted to eliminate Qin clan in one fell swoop and not give Qin clan any chance to rise. He had completely cut off his path and could only succeed. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Shao, a brat who was still wet behind the ears, was actually powerful to such an extent. What he didn't expect was that Qin Dingtian, who had been fighting with him for so many years, had also broken through to the peak level of reincarnation realm. Previously, Qin Dingtian had always been able to fight with him. It wasn't easy for him to win against Qin Dingtian. Now that Qin Dingtian had broken through to the peak level of reincarnation realm, he didn't dare to say that he could definitely win against Qin Dingtian. From Qin Dingtian's domineering attack, just now, it could be seen that Qin Dingtian's strength was indeed very terrifying. Qin Dingtian didn't care about others. After killing the spear-wielding man, he didn't stop moving. Instead, he charged towards another person. Qin Dingtian's attack speed was too fast. His innate ability was a terrifying sword chi. Therefore, his sword was very lethal. The reason why he could fight with Song Xiongyin when he was only at the late stage of reincarnation realm was because of his terrifying sword chi innate ability. Once the sword chi was released, it was domineering. When the sword slashed down, it was unstoppable. After witnessing Qin Dingtian's overbearing killing intent, the man who was targeted by Qin Dingtian became nervous. He wanted to escape, but Qin Dingtian's sword had already arrived in front of him. Second brother, third brother, no? Mo Luo was completely furious. The one who died under Qin Dingtian's sword was his second brother. The 3 brothers became sworn brothers when they were young and had been adventuring until now. Their relationship was as deep as the sea. When Mo Luo was furious, he was like a ferocious wild beast. Qin Shao moved and blocked in front of Mo Luo. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. You want to save them? Unfortunately, you can't. With me here, you can only watch your brother die in front of your eyes. This is the result of helping Song Xiongyin, this old man. Arrogant brat, I'll kill you first. Mo Luo roared furiously. After saying that, he roared at Song Xiongyin, hurry up and save my third brother. If you want to leave, you'll have to ask me first. Qin Shao sneered. After blocking Mo Luo's attack, he moved his body and blocked Song Xionyin's attack. The 2 of them wanted to ask for help. Naturally, Qin Shao would not let them succeed so easily. On the other side, Mo Luo's third brother couldn't stop Qin Dingtian either. Although he was in a better condition, he only managed to block one sword and died under Qin Dingtian's second sword. Song Xiongyan's two subordinates desperately ran towards Song Xiongyan, hoping that Song Xiongyan would protect them. However, they were not as fast as Qin Dingtian. Qin Dingtian's sword was too fast. Although the two of them tried their best to resist, they could only resist 2 strikes. They were killed by Qin Dingtian on the 3rd strike. So far, the 4 reincarnation realm martial artists had all died under Qin Dingtian's sword in such a short time. Their blood dyed the sword in Qin Dingtian's hand red, making Qin Dingtian look like a god of slaughter. Qin Dingtian walked towards Song Xiongyan. Since the people had been killed, Qin Shao naturally didn't waste any more energy to block him. Qin Dingtian people. Song Xiongyan's face was extremely ugly. He glared at Qin Dingtian with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect that his 2 subordinates and the 2 late-stage reincarnation realm experts would all die under Qin Dingtian's sword. In addition to Zhang Qi, who was killed by Qin Shao, the 3 reincarnation realm experts of the City Lord Mansion were all killed by the father and son. Now, he was the only reincarnation realm martial artist left in the big City Lord Mansion. Obviously, the City Lord Mansion's strength was greatly weakened. Such a blow almost made Song Xiongyan spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Luo's eyes were bloodshot. 2 of his brothers had died under Qin Dingtian's sword. What a great Qin Dingtian! What a great Qin clan! Today, I will definitely turn this place into a river of blood. I will annihilate your entire Qin clan. Mo Luo had transformed into a devil and let out an extremely sinister laugh. Qin Shao pointed the sword in his hand and said, "I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Your 2 brothers are dead. This is your fate. You, go down and accompany your 2 brothers." Qin Shao didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Now that his father was dealing with Song Xiongyan for him, Qin Zhao's pressure was reduced a lot. He didn't have to deal with 2 people alone. In a one-on-one battle, his strength could be fully exerted. The situation was suddenly reversed. The morale of the City Lord Mansion's soldiers fell. On the other hand, the morale of the Qin clan naturally rose. Qin Dinghu gave the order and led the Qin clansmen to counterattack. With Qin Dinghu and Qin Dingsheng, the 2 reincarnation realm experts, charging and breaking through the enemy lines and taking the lead to kill the enemy. The Qin clansmen's fighting spirit was naturally high as they fought while bathed in blood. Such a situation immediately put the City Lord Mansion into a crisis. Song Xiongyan was full of hatred. If he had known, he would have taken action 1.5 months ago. Why wait until today? I can't lose. I can't lose. Song Xiongyan roared in his heart. He madly rushed towards Qin Dingtian and used all his means. However, Qin Dingtian was no longer the Qin Dingtian of the past. The previous Qin Dingtian could fight with Song Xiongyan. The current Qin Dingtian was even more powerful. This is the feeling of the sword. Qin Zhao's mouth slightly curved into a smile. His body movement was at the minute level, and his sword art was at the minute level. It made his sword extremely strange and powerful. He could easily kill in front of Mo Luo, but Mo Luo couldn't touch him. This kind of feeling was like a stupid big fool standing there and letting others hit him. In such a situation, no matter how strong this big fool was, he would only lose if he kept getting hit. Moreover, Qin Zhao's strength wasn't inferior to Mo Luo's. Mo Luo was about to go crazy. He had roamed the underworld for so many years, but he had never encountered such a difficult opponent. Damn it! Damn it! Brat, if you have the ability, fight with me fair and square. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. Mo Luo's anger was useless. Qin Shao didn't pay attention to him. He continued to torture Mo Luo with his own tactics. Now is the time. The opportunity is here. Die. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of coldness. The sword in his hand suddenly became extremely strange. It was like a ray of light in the dark night. It gently rushed towards Mo Luo. Mo Luo raised his eyebrows. He suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. However, by the time he reacted, Qin Zhao's sword had already arrived in front of him. What a fast sword! Retreat! Retreat! Mo Luo was shocked and desperately retreated. Chapter 68. Although Mo Luo retreated quickly, Qin Zhao's sword was simply too fast. It was so fast that Mo Luo had no way to block it at all. Hua! The tip of the sword drew a bloody wound on Mo Luo's body, causing Mo Luo's hideous face to have a horrified expression. You actually managed to kill me. Mo Luo touched the wound on his body. How noisy! Not only do I want to injure you, I want to kill you. Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. After he succeeded in his attack, he charged forward again. Although Mo Luo was full of arrogance, he had no choice but to lower his head in front of Qin Zhao's strength. He had no choice but to admit that he was no match for the young man in front of him. As the saying went, how can one's shoes not get wet if one often walks by the river? He was a dignified martial artist at the peak of reincarnation realm and had always been carefree. But this time, he didn't expect that his greed would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He actually suffered a huge setback here. Lao Er and Lao San were already dead. This was a mistake in his strategy. Song Xiongyan, you old man. I've been tricked to death by you. Mo Luo scolded furiously. Song Xiongyan wasn't having a good time either. Although Qin Dingtian couldn't do anything to him at the moment, he couldn't do anything to Qin Dingtian either. The battle between the two had always been in a stalemate. But Song Xiongyan was very clear that his momentum was now gone, and he was bound to lose. His prefecture soldiers had also suffered heavy casualties at the moment. They felt like they were utterly defeated. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't expect that what should have been a sure-win situation would turn out like this. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have arranged such a huge battle. Now, he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. Aiding the tyrant in his evil deeds, you deserve to die, Qin Zhao shouted coldly. Mo Luo knew that the situation wasn't good. He retreated frantically and said weakly, I was also deceived by Song Xiongyan. I was blinded by lard. Please forget about today's matter. I'll leave immediately. I might even help you deal with Song Xiongyan. When Song Xiongyan heard Mo Luo's words, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Mo Luo, you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I've been tricked by you to this extent. My second brother and third brother were killed by you. I'm absolutely irreconcilable with you. In order to express his goodwill to Qin Zhao, Mo Luo didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Song Xiongyan. Is that so? Qin Zhao smiled. Mo Luo immediately nodded and said, Yes, I'm a man of my word. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. You go and injure Song Xiongyan first, Qin Zhao said. Mo Luo's eyes were gloomy and ruthless. Without any hesitation, he charged towards Song Xiongyan. Song Xiongyan's expression was extremely ugly. Mo Luo, are you crazy? Can't you see that this brat is playing with you? You're about to die, and you still want to sow discord? I think you're the one who's fooling me. Song Xiongyan, give me your life. Mo Luo ignored Song Xiongyan. This made Song Xiongyan extremely angry. He scolded, Idiot! Qin shouted and sit back and watch the show. Instead, he charged towards Song Xiongyan as well. With 3 against 1, Song Xiongyan was naturally defeated immediately. He was severely injured and fell to the ground while vomiting blood. For a moment, he didn't have much strength to resist. I surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us. Once Song Xiongyan was defeated, the morale of the city lord's mansion's soldiers naturally plummeted. One by one, they put down their weapons and knelt down. At this time, more than half of the city lord's mansion soldiers were injured or dead. The rest had all surrendered. As for the Qin clan soldiers, they became more and more courageous as they fought. It was as if they were possessed by the god of war. However, The casualties weren't small either. Almost half of them were injured or dead. Of course, the main reason was because of the difference in numbers. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Song Xiongyan stared at Qin Shao. He had calculated everything, but he had missed this. Brat, what kind of reincarnation are you? Song Xiongyan gritted his teeth and said. Qin Shao sneered and said, if you have the heart to kill others, you should be prepared to be killed by others. You're the one who provoked my Qin clan time and time again. You only have yourself to blame. You can't blame anyone else. Ha ha ha. Song Xiongyan wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed crazily. Qin Shao looked at Song Xiongyan and said, you're still in the mood to laugh at this time? Why can't I laugh? Song Xiongyan stared at Qin Shao and said, I've lost, but so what? This time's failure doesn't mean anything. Does it mean anything? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Song Xiongyan said, as long as I don't die, I haven't completely lost. What I've lost today, I can slowly take it back in the future. Undying, Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. What? Do you still dare to kill me? Song Xiongyan said in a mocking tone. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Song Xiongyan laughed even more wantonly and said, I'm the governor of Nanyang City, the local official appointed by the desert country. If you dare to kill me, you'll be killing an official of the desert country. You'll be violating the laws of the desert country. This is a capital offense. If you dare to kill me, your Qin clan won't be able to survive. Besides, I'm a member of the Song clan in Lufeng County. If you dare to kill me, my Song clan will definitely destroy your Qin clan. You're threatening me? Qin Shao hated being threatened the most. Song Xiongyan sneered and said, then take it as I'm threatening you. At this time, do I still care about threatening you? Qin Dingtian walked over and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. He shook his head at Qin Shao, indicating that he couldn't kill Song Xiongyan. It was unwise to violate the laws of the desert country. If he killed Song Xiongyan now, it would indeed bring disaster to the Qin clan. Qin Shao raised the corner of his mouth and said, I won't kill you. My Qin clan won't kill you, but someone else will. Song Xiongyan's face darkened. Mo Luo's face also changed drastically. Brat you. Qin Shao turned to look at Mo Luo and said, why? Are you unwilling to kill Song Xiongyan? How can I kill Song Xiongyan? Do I still have a way out? Don't even think about doing such a thing. Mo Luo naturally refused. He didn't have the guts to kill a governor. Even if Song Xiongyan wasn't the governor, he was still a member of the Song clan in Lufeng County. The Song clan of Lufeng County was one of the top 3 forces in Lufeng County. It wasn't an existence that a mere peak stage reincarnation realm expert like him could provoke. I won't kill him. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. Fine, then you can go to hell. After finishing his words, Qin Shao pounced at Mo Luo again. Mo Luo roared crazily. Damn brat, you went back on your word. Why do I need to keep my word to someone like you? Die. Qin Shao naturally ignored Mo Luo's roar and attacked with all his strength. Qin Dingtian also joined the battle. He brandished his sword, and it was as graceful as a swan. Qin Dingtian's strength wasn't below Mo Luo's, but Qin Shao was stronger. How could Mo Luo withstand the joint attack of the two? No. Qin Zhao's sword directly pierced through Mo Luo's head and killed him. A peak stage reincarnation realm expert was killed just like that. Chapter 69. The whole place was dead silent. The people of the Qin clan did not feel the slightest bit of pain because of this bloody battle. Even those who were seriously injured were full of excitement and pride at this moment. The Qin clan had finally walked towards a new glory. The Qin clan was able to trample the city lord's mansion under their feet in such a grand manner. This was something that no one had dared to imagine before. The Qin clan, because of the existence of Qin Dingtian and Qin Shao, had already leaped into the clouds. The strength of the Qin clan had increased by more than one level. Just now, they were still in despair, thinking that the heavens wanted to destroy the Qin clan. They were already prepared to die. But now, it seemed that the situation had turned upside down. Such a matter naturally caused everyone to sigh with emotion. Qin Shao, the real pride of the Qin clan, a peerless genius. Through this matter, Qin Zhao's position in the hearts of the Qin clan naturally rose to a transcendent position, even surpassing the existence of a clan master. Even the elders of the Qin clan had to admit that. After dealing with Mo Luo, Qin Shao walked towards the ashen-faced Song Xianghua. However, Song Xianghua was full of confidence that no one dared to kill him. He was wearing the hat of an official of the desert country on his head. Song Xianghua, are you confident that I can't do anything to you? Qin Shao looked at Song Xianghua with a smile. Hearing this, Song Xianghua could not help but be slightly stunned. He said, "What do you want?" Qin Shao curled his lips. "You're right. I don't dare to kill you for the time being. But soon, I will dare to kill you. As long as I become a desert guard, killing a small official like you will naturally be a piece of cake. With strength, you can go beyond certain laws." Song Xianghua's face turned cold. He had already expected this. With the strength that Qin Shao had shown, there was basically no problem for him to become a desert guard. The status of a desert guard was very high. How could a small governor like him compare to it? If I'm from the Song clan of the Lufeng County. However, before Song Xiongyin could finish, Qin Shao snorted and interrupted him. "I don't care about your bullshit Song family. So what if they dare to provoke me? I won't show them any mercy. Even now, you still dare to threaten me. Don't you think you're stupid?" Song Xionyin's expression was so ugly that he couldn't say anything. He was a dignified city lord. When had he ever been scolded? "I don't dare to kill you for the time being, but don't tell me that I don't dare to ruthlessly humiliate you here. Tell me, you're the Grand City Lord. If news of you being ruthlessly humiliated in the Qin clan spreads, will you still have any face left?" Qin Shao continued to say. "Why you?" Song Xiongyin was really scared. To him, his reputation was more important than his life. He completely believed that Qin Shao would dare to do such a thing. If that was the case, he would rather die. However, seeing that Qin Shao didn't directly attack him, Song Xiongyin knew that there was still room for negotiation. He said, "Qin Shao, what do you want? Just say it directly. Why beat around the bush?" "Song Xiongyin, it seems that you're a smart person. If you want to save your face, you naturally have to pay a price. Today, you brought people to my Qin clan and caused us to suffer huge losses. Why? Shouldn't you compensate us for our losses?" Qin Shao said. Song Xiongyin almost vomited blood. Whose losses were greater? However, there was no fairness in this world. The winner took all. The loser had no right to speak. Song Xiongyin could only clench his teeth and say, "Fine, I'll compensate. Listen carefully. First, compensate us with 50 primeval stones." "What do you mean, 50 primeval stones? How is that possible?" Song Xiongyin was dumbfounded. He was afraid that he would go bankrupt. Qin Shao continued, "That's your problem. 50 primeval stones is already very cheap for you. Second, 70% of your Song clan's businesses in Nanyang City must be given to my Qin clan within 3 days. You can choose not to agree. In any case, I'll take those things back sooner or later." Song Xionyin's expression completely darkened. He could only clench his teeth and say, "Fine, I can agree to these 2 conditions. What else?" Third, Qin Shao looked at the surrendered soldiers. "If any of you are willing to submit to my Qin clan will accept you and treat you well. If you don't and continue to work for Song Xiongyin, then you'll be my Qin clan's enemy. When I return as a great desert guard, it will be the day you all die." Boom! Song Xiongyin finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. This move was too ruthless. This move completely emptied the City Lord's Mansion's forces. This time, the City Lord's Mansion had turned out in full force and gathered all their forces. More than half of them had already been killed or injured. If all these people surrendered now, then Song Xiongyin would become a commander without an army. Then, the city lord's mansion would no longer have any deterrence. Qin Zhao's move was also for the sake of the Qin clan. The Qin clan had suffered too great a loss this time. If they wanted to regain their prestige in a short period of time, they had to quickly recruit soldiers and buy horses. The elite soldiers of the city lord's mansion were obviously the best choice. If they could recruit these people under the Qin clan's command, then the Qin clan's power would definitely increase by a lot. The Qin clan's prestige would also soar. In terms of strength, they would directly occupy the position of the overlord of Nanyang City. In fact, this move directly made the city lord's mansion a mere figurehead. What was the use of a city lord's mansion without an army? This move could be said to be a double win. It could be said to be ruthless. The eyes of the Qin clan's people lit up. They could not help but admire Qin Zhao's ruthlessness. It was indeed ruthless. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion were not fools. They all saw the situation clearly. Therefore, not long after, some of them expressed their willingness to pledge their loyalty to the Qin clan. With someone taking the lead, there was naturally an avalanche effect. The other soldiers also knelt down to pledge their loyalty. Not long after, all the soldiers changed sides and pledged their loyalty to the Qin clan. Song Xiongyan was not provoked. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This time, he had really lost completely. He was no longer able to compete with Qin Zhao. All right, you can go back now. Remember, prepare the first 2 conditions within 3 days. Otherwise, I will directly kill my way to the city lord's mansion and humiliate you. Then, you won't look good. Qin Zhao waved his hand at Song Xiongyan. Song Xiongyan took a deep look at Qin Zhao and his soldiers. After that, he dragged his heavy body and leaped onto his horse and left. Chapter 70. Song Xiongyan returned with a crushing defeat. He had mobilized all his soldiers and displayed his strength. However, the final result shocked everyone and caused an uproar in Nanyang City. Such news naturally spread throughout Nanyang City like a tsunami in a very short period of time. It even spread to the neighboring Huyang City and Giant Sword City. For a moment, there was a tide of discussion. The prestige of the City Lord Mansion was swept to the ground. The empty City Lord Mansion also became the place where many people gathered to watch. There were only a few soldiers left in Nanyang City. Moreover, the remaining soldiers all had some thoughts of betrayal. Nanyang City naturally became a little chaotic. As for those clans and forces that had already received the secret report, they were really frightened by such a result. For a moment, thousands of people came to congratulate, and Purple Sun Town became incomparably lively. Some of the reputable forces in Nanyang City all sent people to congratulate the Qin clan with valuable gifts. Some of them came to inquire about the truth, some came to curry favor with the Qin clan, and some came to express their goodwill. The strength of the Qin clan was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the forces. It made all the forces understand that the Qin clan had the final say in Nanyang City in the future, and not the city lord. The prestige of the Qin clan was directly pushed to the peak under such a huge wave. Everyone from the Qin clan was naturally proud of it. They truly felt superior to others. When they walked out, they could also hold their heads high. In fact, there were even many people who came to join the city. However, the Qin clan naturally did not dare to take them in easily for the time being. The Qin family was also very busy. There were many funeral matters that needed to be dealt with and many things that needed to be arranged. There were also many important guests that needed to be received. Qin Shao naturally did not care about these matters and gave full authority to Qin Dinghu to deal with them. Qin Dingtian also had some free time and accompanied Qin Shao in the house. Qin Dingfei and the others also went to work. Perhaps the two of them were the most free people in the Qin clan at this time. However, this was understandable. Everyone felt that it was right for them to be free. Qin Dingtian had broken through to the peak of reincarnation realm. Naturally, his status rose again and he was respected again. Therefore, according to Ming Fan, Qin Dinghu was still the head of the Qin family. However, everyone in the Qin family knew that Qin Shao and Qin Dingtian were the real decision-makers of the Qin family. Their words carried more weight than Qin Dinghu's, the patriarchs. In fact, if Qin Dingtian stood out and asked Qin Dinghu to give up his position, Qin Dinghu would have no choice but to do so. However, Qin Dingtian didn't do that. He wasn't greedy for power. Since Qin Dingtian was willing to be this guy, he naturally wouldn't take it back. What he cared about the most was Qin Shao. Haha, father, our harvest this time is really not small. Mo Luo and the other spoils of war. Qin Shao also laughed heartily. There are 6 Qinquan bags and 50 primordial stones. From the looks of it, Mo Luo and his brothers had really accumulated quite a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, it's all in our hands now. It's a low-grade spirit weapon. It's a pity that no one in our Qin clan is suitable to use such a big stone hammer. Most importantly, there are 3 low-grade martial arts skills and 1 middle-grade martial arts skill. However, I'm not suitable to practice saber skills. These 4 martial arts skills are left to the Qin clan. They can increase the Qin clan's foundation. Qin Dingtian nodded with a smile. With so many spoils of war, the Qin clan's foundation can be more than doubled. Our Qin clan can be considered to have really risen this time. Qin Dingtian was naturally very pleased and carefree. As a member of the Qin clan and the old master who had been in charge of the Qin clan for more than 10 years, Qin Dingtian naturally wanted to make the Qin clan prosperous in his lifetime. This was not only an honor for him, but also a kind of mission for him as a member of the Qin clan. The prosperity of the clan was the mission of each generation. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Father, this is just the beginning. Our Qin clan's road to glory has just taken the first step. As for the second step, it's to replace Song Xiongyin and support Nanyang City as an official. This step is very fast. In a little more than a month, I'll become a desert guard. At that time, I'll definitely make you the lord of Nanyang City." "Ha!" Qin Dingtian laughed heartily, but waved his hand and said, "I don't care about being the lord of Nanyang City at all. In the future, I'll focus more on cultivation. Even if it's only in name, father, you can continue to be a hands-off manager. That's pretty good. A mere Nanyang City will definitely not be the home of our Qin clan for this generation. The further I go, the more glorious the Qin clan will be," Qin Shao said. Qin Dingtian nodded. This was Qin Zhao's ambition, so he naturally supported it. "By the way, father, is Song Xiongyin really a member of the Song clan in Lufeng County?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. Qin Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, Song Xiongyin is indeed a member of the Song clan in Lufeng County. However, Song Xiongyin doesn't have any status in the Song clan in Lufeng County. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the lord of Nanyang City. The Song clan is one of the top 3 forces in Lufeng County. There are many experts in the clan. In Lufeng County, I'm afraid only the County King's Mansion can firmly suppress the Song clan. They're also on par with the Heavenly Python sect. They're very powerful and far beyond what we can afford to provoke now." Qin Shao nodded and felt relieved. "I see. I only know a little about the Song clan. I was fortunate enough to meet a young genius of the Heavenly Python sect in the wilderness. He's indeed incomparably terrifying. If that's the case, the Song clan should also have such a person. Song Xiongyin should only be an insignificant figure. If the Song clan really wants to stand up for Song Xiongyin, then I won't be merciful in the future." Blackbeard Town was located at the southern border of Nanyang City, adjacent to Huyang City. In a small restaurant, a man in golden clothes in his early 20s was sitting at a table in the corner, drinking wine. He was handsome and imposing, and his clothes were unusually gorgeous. At first glance, one could tell that he wasn't an ordinary person. Compared to the people around him, he formed a sharp contrast. So when this man sat there, all the passers-by couldn't help glancing at him. However, this man was emitting a powerful aura that made people not dare to offend him. They quickly left after a single glance. The golden-robed youth had a satisfied and leisurely expression as he drank and ate. No one knew that this was a great desert guard, and a bone transformation cultivator at that. The golden-robed youth's ears twitched as he heard a few interesting conversations. Nanyang City's city lord. Isn't Song Xiongyan the city lord here? According to seniority, I should call Song Xiongyan uncle. Although Song Xiongyan isn't much, he does have a beautiful daughter. In this small Nanyang city, who would have the ability to make Song Xiongyan suffer such a loss? Who is Qin Xiao? He was actually able to defeat Song Xiongyan? How is that possible? Chapter 71. Nanyang City Lord's Mansion. The majestic building was no longer as lively and solemn as before. Instead, it had become desolate. It was quiet all around. There wasn't even a ghost to be seen. A golden-clothed young man stood in front of the city lord's mansion. He glanced at the city lord's mansion and chuckled. Looks like it really is, as you said. With that, the golden-clothed young man walked in. They found Song Xiongyan, who was drinking heavily, in a large hall outside. Trash will always be trash. Trash in the family, and trash outside. You're a disgrace to our Song family. Seeing Song Xiongyan's appearance, the golden-clothed youth couldn't help but say this. Hearing the voice, Song Xiongyan's gaze swept over. When he saw the golden-robed young man, he shuddered violently. His drunkenness instantly sobered him up. He immediately threw away the wine in his hand and rushed in front of the golden-clothed youth. With a face full of shock, he said, "Song Yu, why are you here?" Song Yu, on the other hand, had the demeanor of an elegant young master. He held a golden folding fan in his hand and gently tapped it. He said, "I was training in the wilderness and happened to pass by here. I heard that you, Song Xiongyan, had been humiliated to such an extent, so I came over to watch the show. Song Xiongyan, look at you. As the city lord, you're actually in such a state. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I feel embarrassed for you. How did our Song family produce someone like you?" In terms of seniority, Song Xiongyan was Song Yu's uncle. However, Song Yu dared to directly call him by his name, dared to point at his nose and lecture him. Song Xiongyan didn't even dare to fart. Song Yu was a genius. Even the Song family, his status was very high. He was far from someone a marginalized disciple like Song Xiongyan could compare to. Song Yu's strength was at the bone transformation stage, and he was also a great desert guard. Thus, he naturally didn't place Song Xiongyan in his eyes. Song Xiongyan's expression turned ugly. Only then did he say, "Song Yu, it's not that I'm incompetent. It's just that I miscalculated this time." "Oh, that kid called Qin Xiao. Is he really that monstrous?" Song Yu asked with some interest. A crafty look flashed in Song Xiongyan's eyes. He nodded and said, "Monster. He is indeed a monster." As a result, Song Xiongyan began to embellish in front of Song Yu about Qin Xiao's monstrous talent, how cruel, how arrogant, and how supercilious she was. In addition, he also emphasized the grudge between Qin Xiao and Song Yuyan. He also said that Qin Xiao had hurt and humiliated Song Yuyan. One had to admit that Song Xiongyan was a complete sly old fox. Naturally, he could tell that Song Yu didn't take the initiative to come here just to watch the show. Instead, he came with a certain purpose. Song Yu was a proud and arrogant person. Song Xiongyan's action was nothing more than to make Song Yu even more unhappy with Qin Xiao. He threw out Song Yuyan again because Song Xiongyan knew that Song Yu seemed to have some feelings for Song Yuyan. Later on, Song Xiongyan took the opportunity to curry favor with Song Yu. He asked Song Yu to take care of Song Yuyan in the Song family. It was obvious that he wanted to entrust Song Yuyan to Song Yuyan. After hearing the last part, Song Yu's mood improved greatly. Uncle Song, taking care of Yu Yin is something that I should do as her older brother. Song Yu also expressed his attitude. Song Xiongyan was delighted. It seemed that it was really as he had expected. Song Yu wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could tell what Song Xiongyan was thinking. He said, Uncle Song, I came here to gain experience. Since you said that Qin Xiao is such a monstrous talent, I would like to meet him. At the same time, I can also help Uncle Song vent your anger. Haha, Song Yu, it's rare for you to be so considerate. I thank you in advance. I will definitely tell Yu Yin about this matter. At that time, she will also thank you properly. Song Xiongyan said. Everyone in the Qin family was still very busy. After taking over the City Lore Mansion's property, the Qin family had to allocate too many people to take over. For the past few days, Qin Xiao had been cultivating in his own courtyard. He was further perfecting the Tyrant Thundersword. Moreover, he was also trying to create the 11th style. If he could create the 11th style, then the Tyrant Thundersword could immediately be promoted to a mid-grade martial skill. To the Qin clan, a middle-rank sword martial skill had an extraordinary significance. He created it again and again, but he didn't succeed. Qin Xiao always felt that he was almost there. However, when it came to the crucial moment, he was just a little bit short. Although it was just a little bit, it was like a magic barrier that was difficult to cross. Father, today is the end of the 3-day period. Song Xiongyan hasn't sent the 50 primordial stones over yet. Qin Xiao asked. Qin Dingtian frowned and said, It hasn't been sent over yet. 50 primordial stones is such a huge number. I'm afraid that Song Xiongyan won't be able to gather it in a short time. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, It's not that bad. Song Xiongyan, that old man, should have some foundation. As the city lord, he has been in charge of Nanyang City for more than 10 years. It's impossible that he hasn't accumulated such a small amount of wealth. At the very most, he would have to clear out all of his savings. He hasn't sent it over yet. I feel that something is wrong. Something is wrong. Qin Dingtian frowned. Yes. The two suddenly frowned, and their expressions changed greatly. The two figures moved and rushed out. They rushed to the front yard of the Qin family as fast as they could. At this time, the gate of the Qin family had collapsed, and several guards at the gate were dead. A young man in golden clothes walked in leisurely with a golden folding fan in his hand. There was a slight smile on his face. He looked at Qin Xiao with eyes as sharp as knives, full of hostility. He didn't come with good intentions. Qin Xiao and Qin Dingtian furrowed their brows when they sensed the powerful aura emitted from the other party. Bone-changing realm. Many people of the Qin family rushed out after hearing the news. Qin Dingtian gestured to them not to come over and asked them to step back and stay away from him. A warrior of this level came to their house with hostility. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. If anyone else came up, they would only be courting death. Qin Zhao's face darkened. He stared at Song Yu and said, Are you from a Song family? A bone-changing realm warrior has graced us with your presence. Our Qin family didn't come out to welcome you. May I know what orders you have for coming to our Qin family? Song Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose with his folding fan and said, You are Qin Xiao. Yes, I am, Qin Xiao said. It seemed that the other party came for him. However, Qin Xiao didn't understand. Did Song Xiongyan really have enough face to invite people from the Song family? If that was the case, then there was no need to invite Mo Luo and the other two. Chapter 72. Song Yu smiled with some disdain and said, A 16-year-old at the peak of reincarnation realm is not common, especially in such a remote place. Kid, it seems that you have some unspeakable secrets. Song Yu's eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through Qin Xiao. He knew from Song Xiongyin that Qin Shao entered the vast wilderness and advanced from the initial stage of Reincarnation Realm to the peak of Reincarnation Realm in a short period of 1.5 months. With such speed of advancement, not to mention that Qin Shao only had a grade 3 innate ability, even if it was a grade 4 or even grade 5 innate ability, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility, and that was that Qin Shao had some great opportunity in the vast wilderness, which was why he could advance to such a monstrous level. In the vast wilderness, it was indeed possible for opportunities to appear. Moreover, he had also heard about what had happened in the great wilderness in the past month. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to come to the vast wilderness to take a look this time. Therefore, Song Yu wondered if Qin Zhao's opportunity was related to the incident a month ago. If it was really like this, then it was not impossible to find something on this guy. Everyone has an unspeakable secret. Then I don't know which one your excellency wants to know. Qin Zhao replied calmly. Song Yu's eyebrows raised slightly, and he said with a chuckle, "Your tongue is a bit sharp, but unfortunately, I don't like people who speak against me. It seems that I still have to make a move." Hearing that Song Yu was going to make a move, everyone in the Qin clan suddenly became nervous. The great situation just now don't return to the original state all of a sudden. From the badge worn by Song Yu, one could also know his identity. In addition to being a member of the Song clan, he was also a desert guard. All desert guards wore an exclusive badge. Even ordinary people could recognize this badge. So, to determine if a person was a desert guard, the first thing to do was to see if this person was wearing a badge. Basically, desert guards would wear a badge, which is a symbol of identity. Unless at certain times, they didn't want others to know their identity as a desert guard. Then they could temporarily take off the badge. At least in Lufeng County, they had to wear badges. When the desert guards carried out missions, they also had to wear badges. Emitting such a powerful aura, the desert guard was clearly a bone-changing realm martial artist. The bone-changing realm. Countless people had never seen a martial artist at this level in their entire lives. Just like Nanyang City, it had been 100 or 200 years since a bone-changing realm martial artist had appeared. A bone-changing realm cultivator in a remote place like Nanyang City was indeed a very shocking matter. If a bone-changing expert came to kill people, how could the Qin family stop him? Qin Dingtian's eyes were incomparably cold. Apparently, he wanted to advance and retreat together with Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Lord Desert Guard, don't you think it a bit unreasonable for a desert guard like you to bully us? Aren't you afraid that this matter will spread and damage your reputation?" "Ha!" Song Yu laughed lightly. "Did I say that I was using the identity of a great desert guard? Don't you know that Nanyang City's City Lord Song Xiongyin is a member of the Song family? He's my uncle. Kid, you injured my Uncle Song. Now I'm here to demand an explanation for him. What's wrong with that? Kid, no matter how eloquent you are, it's useless. In front of me, it's just a joke. Kid, I'll give you a chance to choose. Either you cut your own throat in front of me to atone for your crime, or I'll personally take your life." Song Yu's killing intent frightened each and every one of the Qin family members badly. If a bone-changing realm martial artist wanted to kill Qin Shao, would Qin Shao be able to stop him? If he couldn't, then he would die. Qin Dingtian would definitely protect Qin Shao with his life. If Qin Shao died in battle, Qin Dingtian would obviously fight with his life on the line. When the time came, he would definitely end up dead. If Qin Zhao's Qin Dingtian was killed, then the Qin family would instantly return to its original state, and even worse than its original state. Such a sudden turn of events naturally caused everyone in the Qin clan to tense up and their hearts to clench. Qin Shao remained calm, but his face was filled with anger. "So you're saying that you're determined to kill me today? It seems that you've chosen to let me do it myself." Song Yu ignored Qin Zhao's question and said coldly. After saying that, Song Yu unexpectedly took a step towards Qin Shao. It seemed that he had taken a step, but the strange thing was that this step actually crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and directly rushed in front of Qin Shao. This was obviously a footwork martial skill, and it was very powerful. One step, and it actually felt like more than 10 steps. The golden fan in Song Yu's hand suddenly turned into a powerful spiritual weapon, and he attacked Qin Shao. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they wouldn't even have the chance to dodge, and would have been directly killed by Song Yu. But fortunately, Qin Shao had already entered his body, and his sense of space was extremely strong. Therefore, as early as Song Yu made a move, Qin Shao reacted. He moved his body, and naturally, he dodged with all his strength. His minute's subtlety was naturally not weaker than Song Yu's. Therefore, when Song Yu came in front of Qin Shao had already dodged. Well, he actually dodged it. Song Yu finally frowned slightly, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shao. He really didn't expect that Qin Shao could dodge his sudden attack. It seemed that this guy was really not simple. It's a bit interesting. It seems that I really need to pull myself together a little bit. Brat, I'd like to see just how capable you are. Song Yu laughed and continued to attack. The golden fan in his hand seemed to become dazzling, and it slashed out streaks of cold light in the air. Song Yu is a bone-changing realm, ancient martial art practitioner. Even if he didn't use his innate ability, his strength had reached an extremely strong level. This level was far from what Song Xiongyan and Mo Luo could compare with. Therefore, when Song Yu made a move, Qin Shao immediately felt a huge pressure, and Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and he raised his spirit to 200%. Qin Zhao's sword burst forth with all his strength, and his minute's subtlety was used to counter the fan with his sword. Song Yu's attack speed was extremely fast, and it was also extremely tricky. It was like the wind, and it could enter through any opening. Once he revealed even the slightest flaw, Song Yu would be able to grasp it and then kill you on the spot in one fell swoop, not giving you the slightest chance. However, Qin Zhao's minute's subtlety was naturally able to block all attacks. Well, how is it possible? Song Yu's expression finally changed. Minute's subtlety. It's actually minute's subtlety. You're just a reincarnation realm martial art practitioner, but you've actually cultivated minute's subtlety. No wonder your movement technique is so strange. I thought you've cultivated some powerful movement technique, but I didn't expect your movement technique to be minute's subtlety. Minute's subtlety sword technique is indeed powerful. Even if it's an ordinary sword move, it can also display a strong power. Qin Shao already had the embryonic form of the 11th move of the Tyrant Thunder Sword in his heart by combining the Sword Dao, true explanation, and some of the comprehensions he had gained. Now, Qin Shao wanted to use the battle with Song Yu to create this 11th move and turn the Tyrant Thunder Sword into a true mid-grade martial skill. This was a huge creation, a huge sublimation. If he succeeded, the significance would be extraordinary. A middle-rank martial skill, no matter how ordinary it was, if one could master it to a certain degree, its power would be absolutely shocking. Although Song Yu cultivated a powerful middle-rank martial skill, his mastery of it was only ordinary. After attacking for a long time without success, Song Yu felt a little embarrassed. He thought that if he went all out, he should be able to easily take down Qin Shao. However, he immediately discovered that he was wrong. The kid in front of him, who was only at the peak of the reincarnation realm, was actually so ruthless that he could block all of his attacks. Sword Dao Quintessence was indeed extraordinary. However, the more it was so, the stronger Song Yu's killing intent towards Qin Shao. He was a dignified member of the Song clan, a dignified Great Desert Guard, a dignified Bone Transformation Realm expert. If he could not kill a reincarnation realm kid, what face would he have left? Sword, what was a sword? Was a sword only a sword-shaped weapon? No, a blade of grass or a tree could be used as a sword, a hand could be used as a sword, a chi could be used as a sword, or even wind could be used as a sword, or water could be used as a sword. As for a weapon, it was just a carrier. It was only a supplementary method, and not the root. What was a sword Tao? The sword Tao was illusory and vast. Even the sword Tao quintessence did not explain this question. This was like a story of climbing the sky on foot. One had to climb the sky step by step to know what the sky was like. Qin Zhao's current understanding of the sword was still pitifully low. He could only slowly peel away the sword Tao quintessence and comprehend more things step by step. What he comprehended now was probably not even a small corner of the iceberg. Under the pressure of the battle, Qin Zhao felt that his comprehension had also made rapid progress. The creation of the 11th move of the Tyrant Thunder Sword had more and more clear ideas. 11th move of the Tyrant Thunder Sword, go! Qin Zhao suddenly shouted and slashed out with his sword. The momentum was like a thunderclap, and the sharpness was unparalleled. This sword was incomparably overbearing and slashed down. This sword, incomparably cold, arrived in front of Song Yu and ruthlessly struck Song Yu's body like a thunderclap. This sword also alarmed everyone. What a powerful sword! What a domineering sword! Such a sword was definitely not at the level of a shedding body realm martial artist. This sword had already surpassed the level of such a level. What? Song Yu was truly shocked. Qin Zhao's sudden attack had caused his sword power to increase by more than twofold. Moreover, the power of this sword attack directly exploded on his body, not even giving him any time to react. Damn it! At this time, Song Yu could only brace himself to receive this sword attack, but he was still sent flying by this sword attack. This sword attack was so overbearing that it even exceeded Song Yu's expectations. After his body was sent flying, the qi and blood in his body surged. If he hadn't suppressed it in time, he was afraid that he would have vomited a mouthful of blood. Even so, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked very embarrassed. You actually injured me. Song Yu stared at Qin Zhao in shock and anger. Qin Zhao sneered. So what if I injured you? You killed my Qin clan, intended to humiliate me and kill me, but now I injured you. Today, either you die or I die. Is the bone transformation realm so great? Can't the gap really be crossed? Maybe others can't, but I, Qin Zhao, will go against the heavens today. I will break this theory and let your Song clan's genius see if I, Qin Zhao, have this ability. Qin Zhao's words were still incomparably sharp, and for a moment, Song Yu was shocked speechless. What a big tone, what an arrogant child. However, Song Yu was also speechless for a while, and couldn't say a word to refute. Qin Zhao's sword moved, and without a word, he charged over again. Seeing Qin Zhao's reckless attack, Song Yu was startled. He thought to himself, don't tell me this fellow still has some other tricks up his sleeve? Although Song Yu did have some trump cards, Song Yu didn't want to take out those kinds of life-saving things so easily. Thinking of this, Song Yu didn't dare to continue fighting and coldly snorted, I still have things to do. I will settle accounts with you later. Finished speaking, he turned and left. Chapter 74. Whoosh! After Song Yu left, everyone in the Qin clan heaved a sigh of relief. A bone-changing realm expert came looking for trouble. Moreover, it was a great desert guard. Just thinking about it was a terrifying matter. Fortunately, it was resolved without any mishap. Qin Zhao's strength once again made everyone gain a new understanding of him. The Tyrant Thunder Sword can be considered as a preliminary completion. It barely reached the level of a middle-grade martial skill. For the time being, it's enough for the Qin clan. Only Father and a few others can practice middle-grade martial skills. Moreover, there are definitely people who can practice it to a high level. Because the improved Tyrant Thunder Sword has the foundation of the previous Tyrant Thunder Sword, there's a gradual process. It's much easier than practicing other middle-grade martial skills. Qin Zhao's mood was also very good. This battle could be considered as a test of his strength. The estimated 3 days had already passed. There was still more than a month before the annual Great Desert Guard selection. Therefore, Qin Shao was about to leave for Lufeng County. After Song Xiongyan learned that Song had been defeated by Qin Shao, he immediately sent someone to respectfully deliver 50 origin stones to the Qin clan. The Qin clan smoothly took over the 7th floor of the city lord's mansion. Naturally, the Qin clan's prestige had reached an unprecedented level. Qin Shao was even called the #1 genius of Nanyang City in the past 300 years by many people. After settling everything, Qin Shao bid farewell to his father and his second uncle, Qin Yanzi, and the other two. He quietly left the Qin clan and left Nanyang City. On the way out of Nanyang City, he took out a simple and crude map of Lufeng County. The journey to Lufeng County is more than 3,000 miles, passing through 10 cities. If I take the shortest route, I'll enter Song City. This is the Song clan's territory. I injured Songyu. Songyu must be holding a grudge and will probably come to take revenge on me. If I go through Song City, my faction will attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I can only take a detour. However, the journey will take 1 or 2 days, so this is the only way. Qin Shao had thought of this route before. With his current strength, he was far from being able to contend against the Song clan. After leaving Nanyang City and seeing the outside world for the first time, his feelings were indescribable. Nanyang City was indeed a remote place. Compared to other cities, the disparity was obvious. Along the way, Qin Shao didn't show any hospitality. He also paid attention to the cities they passed by. 5 days later, Qin Shao arrived at the city closest to the county capital. It was called Flame City. Looking at Flame City from afar was like looking at a huge ball of fire on a plane. If one were to look down from the sky, they would discover that Flame City was shaped like a ball of fire. Moreover, the buildings in the city were all fiery red. Therefore, at a glance, the entire city was fiery red, creating a unique characteristic of the city. Among the hundreds of cities in the Lufeng County, Flame City was definitely one of the top cities. The area it governed was also 3 times the size of Nanyang City. Moreover, Flame City also had an ancient great power called Flame Castle. It was also one of the 10 great powers in Willow Wind County. Although its reputation was slightly inferior to the Heavenly Python sect and the Song family, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. The past Flame City's castellans were all from the Flame Castle. The Flame Castle was the true ruler of Flame City. Within Flame City, everyone obeyed the orders of the Flame Castle. The Flame Castle could be said to be the supreme overlord of this area. Flame City is less than 200 miles away from the county capital. Let's take a stroll around Flame City. We'll go to the county capital tomorrow. Looking at Flame City from afar, Qin Shao was also shocked by the grandeur of Flame City. If Flame City was compared to a huge and magnificent castle, then Nanyang City was a small thatched cottage. Okay, Qin Zhao's ears twitched. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a battle not far away. Qin Zhao's gaze swept over and saw a canyon not far away. The sound of the battle was coming from there. Out of curiosity, Qin Shao flew towards the canyon. Very quickly, he saw 5 middle-aged men besieging a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The young girl was petite and dainty. Her appearance was very cute. Even though she was young and tender, she looked very lively, cute and beautiful. Most importantly, her strength was not bad. She was actually at the peak of the reincarnation stage. Moreover, the martial skill she used was a mid-grade martial skill. Even though her mastery was not high enough, she was already considered a genius to be able to cultivate a mid-grade martial skill at the reincarnation stage. Such a young girl's talent was also a little frightening. I originally thought that my talent was quite monstrous. Now, it seems that there is always someone better than me. It seems like I can't be the slightest bit careless. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. As for the 5 middle-aged men surrounding the young girl, 2 of them were at the peak of the reincarnation stage. The other three were at the late stage of the reincarnation stage. With such strength, it could be said to be very powerful. This made Qin Xiao feel very strange. How did a young girl offend these people and cause them to attack her? Under the siege of the 5 middle-aged men, the young girl was clearly stretched and was at a disadvantage. You're all big bad guys. So many people bullying a little girl like me. Don't you feel ashamed? The young girl pouted her mouth and looked very angry. The jade sword in her hand was as agile as a spirit snake. The oldest man among the 5 middle-aged men shouted coldly, "Little girl, you crippled my family's young master. We are also ordered to capture you back. Little girl, no matter what your background is, you must give your family an explanation for crippling my family's young master. If you don't follow us honestly, then don't blame us for being impolite. If you continue to fight, I am afraid we will really have to use our true strength. At that time, if you're injured, don't blame us for bullying the weak." Tui, shameless. Bullying the weak with the strong? How about you add the term bullying the weak with numbers? The combined age of the 5 of you can be my grandfather's grandfather. You only know how to bully me. Ba ba ba. The young girl's character was a bit strange. While talking, she made faces at the 5 people. Unfortunately, the 5 middle-aged men didn't care about the little girl at all. Instead, the rhythm of the attack sped up a bit. Obviously, they wanted to play serious and didn't hesitate to use a heavy hand. The young girl was also a little anxious. Her somewhat playful face showed a trace of hesitation. Seeing this, Qin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and jumped down. The appearance of Qin Xiao naturally attracted the attention of the 6 people. They glanced at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao said, "Don't you think it is disgraceful for several people to join forces to bully a little girl? If this kind of thing is spread out, it is not only you who will lose face, but also the forces behind you." Chapter 75. The girl's bright eyes fell on Qin Xiao. She nodded fiercely to Qin Xiao and said, "That's right. These people are really bad. Brother, you must help me teach these bad guys a lesson." It was the first time Qin Xiao met such a girl with such a character. The 5 middle-aged men's eyes fell on Qin Xiao. The oldest man's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Where did this young boy come from? This is our business. Don't get involved. This is not something you can interfere with." "What if I have to interfere?" Qin Xiao said. The 5 middle-aged men's faces turned cold. They looked at Qin Xiao with a bit of cold light in their eyes. Then you're courting death. A young boy who is still wet behind the ears is also so reckless. You are so young and you don't learn good things. If you want to be a hero, you should first consider whether you have the strength. A middle-aged man pointed at Qin Xiao's nose and shouted angrily. They were all martial artists at the peak of the late-stage shedding body realm. Their status and their forces was somewhat high. A young boy dared to jump out and ruin their good things, which naturally made them very angry. "Boy, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The middle-aged man who spoke was at the late-stage shedding body realm. He held a black heavy sword and slashed at Qin Xiao. The mighty power of the sword was like a mountain oppressing Qin Xiao. This sword was obviously not polite at all. It was full of anger. The sword slashed down with the intention of taking Qin Xiao's life. Whoosh! Qin Xiao turned his hand, and a sword light slashed out. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Even though he attacked later, he was the first to react. His sword slashed down heavily on the sword of the middle-aged man who attacked him. A huge force exploded and directly slashed the middle-aged man upside down. After flying for more than 100 feet, he crashed on the ground and smashed a small hole. As soon as he landed, the middle-aged man spat out blood and was seriously injured. The eyes looking at Qin Xiao became extremely strange. The other 4 people's expressions changed greatly. They looked at Qin Xiao in amazement. The strength of this young boy was so strong. With just one sword, he seriously injured a late-stage shedding body realm martial artist. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that he was a bone transformation realm master? But how could it be possible? There were only a few bone transformation realm masters at such a young age in the entire Lufeng County. Although it was unbelievable, the facts in front of them made them associate Qin Xiao in this direction. Hey, the swordsmanship, it is so powerful. I'm still a little bit away from reaching minute subtlety. The girl looked at Qin Xiao with a curious look. After the four of them looked at each other for a while, the oldest middle-aged man said with a cold face, "Young man, your strength is not bad." If one were to look at Qin Zhao's attire, she was indeed very ordinary. Therefore, the first impression he gave people should not be like a person from a big faction. But with such strength, it was reasonable to say that he should be a person from a big faction. If he was a disciple of a big faction, then they naturally did not dare to offend him. Qin Xiao knew that the other party was tricking him. "This is my private matter. It seems that there is no need to tell you. If you want to continue, then I will accompany you. Although your strength is good, I am not afraid of you if I join forces with this girl. If we continue to fight, it may not be us who will suffer. It is a very disgraceful thing for several people to join forces to bully a girl. I think it is better for you to stop. Otherwise, there will be blood." Qin Zhao's words were not polite. The last sentence showed his attitude. If the other party did not stop, then he would continue to fight. Naturally, the four people's expressions became unsightly. They were actually threatened by a youth. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the oldest middle-aged man made a decision. "We, the Mighty Tiger Gang, will remember today's matter. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the five people left. Qin Xiao had never heard of the Mighty Tiger Gang. It was not one of the top 10 factions in Lufeng County, so Qin Xiao was not worried about it. Even if it was strong, it should not be too strong. Moreover, he was about to enter the county city. In a month, he would become a desert guard. At that time, what would he need to help the Mighty Tiger Gang? Qin Xiao dared to offend the Song family, let alone a mere Mighty Tiger Gang. Qin Xiao directly threw this matter to the back of his mind. "Hee, thank you for helping out. I am Gu Lingwei. What's your name?" The girl walked over with a smile and patted Qin Xiao. Her smile was very sweet and bright, like a blooming lily, so beautiful that it was a little moving. Her cheerful personality was also very infectious. She was a little naive and sweet. Moreover, her body emitted a very fresh fragrance. Qin Xiao did not know whether it was her body fragrance or the smell of spices. "Gu Lingwei." Qin Xiao silently recited the name before saying, "My name is Qin Xiao." Any man with the slightest sense of justice would step in when encountering something like this. It's nothing much. You're quite modest. However, I can tell that you're not pretending, said Gu Lingwei with a smile. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This girl's words were really worth it. "Big brother Qin Xiao, how about I call you in the future? You should be a little older than me. I'm only 15. You should be 16, said Gu Lingwei. 15? Although Qin Xiao knew that Gu Lingwei wasn't very old, hearing that she was only 15 years old still shocked him. She was still not an adult at this age. She could awaken an innate divine ability even though she was not an adult. When Qin Xiao was her age, he was only in the brute force realm. He was pitifully weak. This caused Qin Xiao to feel rather curious. Just who was this Gu Lingwei? She was only 15 years old, yet her strength was already at such a level. If she really was from the Willow Wind Prefecture, then she had to be from one of the 10 great powers. As if seeing through Qin Xiao's thoughts, Gu Lingwei made a playful gesture at Qin Xiao. Don't guess blindly. I'm not from the Willow Wind Prefecture. Hee, but I won't tell you where I'm from. You can take your time guessing. Qin Xiao shook his head. I'm too lazy to guess. Gu Lingwei pouted and seemed a bit unhappy. Io, you really don't give me any face. Hee, forget it. Since you don't want to know, then don't know. You're going to the prefecture capital, right? So am I. Let's go together. Chapter 76. Since they were going the same way, Qin Shao naturally did not refuse. Moreover, he felt that Gu Lingyue was a rather interesting woman. Lively, cute, and a little mischievous. Most importantly, she was a peerless genius. Moreover, Qin Shao always felt that there was a layer of something on her that he could not see through. Of course, this was her secret, and Qin Shao naturally would not delve into it. Everyone had their own secrets that they could not tell others, and Qin Shao had his own as well. Qin Shao could understand the situation very well. After the two of them stayed a night in Flame City, they rushed to the county city the next day. The county city of Lufeng County was located on a flat plain with few mountains. It was a flat plain, and one could see the county city from afar. Dozens of miles away, one could see the county city that looked like an ancient wild beast sitting on top of it. The towering city wall that stretched for more than 100 miles was like an ancient dragon lying on its bed. Even though he had just seen Flame City yesterday, Qin Shao immediately felt that Flame City's grandeur paled in comparison when he saw the county city. Moreover, it was on a completely different level. The county city's grandeur could not be described with simple words. So this is the county city. It's really big. Qin Shao could not help but sigh with emotion. Two horses galloped on the official road. It was Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue giggled and said, "Yes, yes." The county city of Lufeng County has a population of over 5 million people. This city is naturally very big, occupying an area of 500 miles. It would take a day to travel from one end of the county city to the other on horseback. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed big." The two gradually approached the city. There were a total of 18 gates in the city, forming 18 official roads that connected the various cities of the Lufeng region. It was like a gigantic spider web that connected the entire region of Lufeng region. Each of the official roads led directly to the county city. This also ensured the economic lifeline of Lufeng County City, allowing the county city to prosper for a long time. The businesses of the various factions were mainly concentrated in the county city. For example, among the top 10 forces in the Lufeng County, there were actually 4 other forces in the county besides the county king's manor. The official road into the city was more than 50 meters wide. The people entering the city walked on one side, while the people leaving the city walked on the other side. The continuity was very good. Because the annual Great Desert Guard selection was about to be held, this was not only a grand occasion for Lufeng County, but also for the entire Great Desert country. Every year at this time, it was the day of selection for the Great Desert Guard. Every county held a selection at the same time. Therefore, the county city was naturally livelier than before. Those who entered and left the city were mainly caravans. Of course, there were still quite a few people who came to join the fun. Those who truly had the strength to participate in the Great Desert Guard selection were definitely not many. After all, the threshold for the Great Desert Guard selection was too high. The minimum strength requirement was the peak stage of the reincarnation realm. The age requirement was no more than 30 years old. There were only 200 or 300 people who fulfilled these conditions and had the qualifications to participate in the Great Desert Guard selection every year. In the end, the number of people who were accepted was pitifully low. It was said that only 1/10 of them were accepted. This ratio did not sound like much, but that was because the registration threshold had already blocked the vast majority of people outside the door. Those who had the qualifications to participate in the Great Desert Guard selection were all first-rate geniuses. Choosing geniuses among geniuses, a ratio of 10-to-1, was indeed too terrifying. Wow, so lively. Hee, big brother Qin Shao. Look at those city gate guards. They all look so funny. Gu Lingyue looked around curiously as if she had never seen the world. Her eyes were filled with curiosity towards everything. Qin Shao hurriedly covered her mouth and made a shushing gesture. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? The county city was not like other places. The management system here was very strict. Speaking nonsense would be bad luck. Don't look at these city gate guards. They were definitely not to be trifled with. Qin Shao could see that many of these guards were reincarnation realm martial artists. The weakest was at the peak stage of the spirit energy realm. It was as if, without the peak stage of the spirit energy realm, one did not even have the qualifications to be a prefecture soldier. There were about 100 guards at this city gate. Among them, there were 10 people in the reincarnation realm. The rest were all at the peak stage of the spirit energy realm. Such a configuration could not be said to be not luxurious. Moreover, a person dressed like a captain was actually at the late stage of the reincarnation realm. If such strength was placed in a city, he would be considered a big shot. But here, he was assigned to guard the city gate. From this, it could also be seen how terrifying the foundation of the county king's manor was. Qin Shao still knew a little about the rules in the county city. The laws here were strict, and no one was allowed to break them. Therefore, Qin Shao hurriedly covered Gu Lingyue's mouth to prevent her from talking so as not to cause any trouble. Gu Lingyue nodded to Qin Shao, indicating that she understood. Only then did Qin Shao let go of her hand. Hey, what did your hand do? Why does it smell weird? Gu Lingyue spat and looked at Qin Shao with a look of disgust. Qin Shao was a little speechless. How could he do that? You didn't do something bad, did you? Gu Lingyue suddenly came closer and asked softly. With such a serious look on his face, no one could tell that he was joking. Something bad? A black line immediately appeared on Qin Zhao's forehead. What was this girl thinking about? Hee, I'm just joking with you. You shouldn't be so impure. Gu Lingyue immediately stuck out her tongue and laughed. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and laugh. This little girl knew quite a lot. The speed of the team entering the city was not fast. It seemed that the inspection was more strict. Wow, look in the sky. Someone is flying. It was unknown who suddenly said this, but immediately, all eyes turned to the sky in unison. Qin Shao also looked over. Sure enough, he saw a majestic figure flying through the sky like a meteor. He directly entered the city. His speed was really fast. Qin Shao only had a glance. It looked like a man in his 30s. He was dressed gorgeously and had an imposing appearance. That was how powerful cultivators were. They could ignore the city wall, which was dozens of feet tall, and fly directly into the city. Flying through the air is an ability that only martial movement realm experts have. That person was so fast just now. He's probably a very powerful martial movement realm expert. TSK. This is the first time I've seen a martial movement realm expert flying through the air, so this is it. Qin Zhao's blood was instantly ignited. Flying through the air, how pleasant was that? How desirable was that? Such a realm was also the goal that Qin Shao had to work hard for now. I believe that soon, I will also be able to reach this step. Definitely. Qin Shao secretly made up his mind. Chapter 77. After lining up and entering the county city, one road after another appeared in front of Qin Shao. Counting carefully, there were as many as 18 roads. One had to know that in an ordinary city, there would be a main road upon entering the city gate. However, the county city was not like that. Upon entering the city gate, there would be a huge plaza. Moreover, there were 18 jade roads that were over 500 feet wide in the plaza. At first glance, it was quite a spectacular sight, and it was indeed a bit shocking. Along the way, Qin Shao also noticed that among the people coming and going, there were too many reincarnation realm martial artists with the aura of reincarnation realm martial artists. It must be known that in the entire South Sun City, there were only about 20 reincarnation realm martial artists, but in the county city, it was as if they were free and could be seen everywhere. As for spirit strength realm martial artists, they were everywhere. On the contrary, brute strength realm martial artists were rarer, and ordinary people were even less likely to see them. Why aren't there any people walking on those roads? And there are even city guards passing by. What's going on? Qin Shao observed for a moment and quickly discovered that most people entering the city took the left roads, and very few people walked on the right roads. Those who walked in were not people with gorgeous clothes, but people with powerful auras and some large caravans. This made Qin Shao feel that there was a bit of detail. Gu Lingyue giggled and said, "Idiot, of course there is a division of areas. The right side should be the important areas of Willow Wind County City, the wealthy areas, and the left side should be the more ordinary areas. Some of the important areas can't be casually entered. Let's go, we'll find a restaurant to eat first and find a waiter to ask about it, and we'll know everything." The Grand Delight Inn was quite lively, and it was somewhat overcrowded. Every year, the Great Desert Guard selection could bring about a month of prosperity to the county city. This could be considered a grand event every year in the Great Desert Country, and over time, it naturally became a major festival. Many martial artists used this opportunity to walk around the county city and see the world. At this moment, in front of a table, there were two groups of people who were at daggers drawn and quarreling. "We saw this table first, so it should belong to us. What right do you have to fight over it?" The one who spoke was a burly man with a rather fierce expression. There were 5 people in this group, and all of them were abnormally valiant. They wore strange clothes and looked a little different. Weapons were either held in their hands or carried on their backs, making them look very ferocious. Moreover, the aura of these 5 people were not weak. They were all shedding body realm martial artists. On the other side, there were only 3 people. Although they were all around 20 years old, looking at their clothes, they should have some background. These youths were also reincarnation realm martial artists. The leader of the group was a young man in green who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. However, he did not give in at all. "We were the ones who occupied this table first. Why do you have to be the first to see it? Isn't this a little too unreasonable?" The burly man snorted coldly. "You're being unreasonable. Humph, you brats, scram to the side. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Humph, then we'd like to see how you're going to be rude." The young man in green seemed to be somewhat arrogant, and his sword-like eyebrows furrowed. "You're courting death." The 5 burly men exuded a powerful, ferocious aura, and a bloody smell spread out. A waiter glanced at the 2 groups of people with a disdainful expression. He moved his mouth and said, "I say, everyone, this is the Grand Pleasure Inn. It's not a place for you to fight. If you argue endlessly, I don't think there will be any results. If you want to fight, then go out and fight. Don't affect our business." Although he was a waiter, he also had the strength of the spirit power realm. However, he did not put these shedding body realm martial artists in his eyes. As he said, this was the Grand Pleasure Inn. It was not a place for anyone to behave atrociously. After all, those who could open a large inn in the county city were all very powerful people. Ordinary people naturally did not dare to behave atrociously here. 3 brats, if you have the guts, go out and let me see how much weight you have." The burly man pointed at the nose of the young man in green with disdain. The young man in green did not back down. "Why wouldn't I dare? Let's go." Saying this, the 2 groups of people turned around and walked out. The waiter waved his hand unhappily and muttered, "What a waste of my time. Waiter, are there any more tables?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a young man who looked to be around 16 or 17 walked in with a cute girl who looked to be around 15 or 16. It was Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue. "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing that there were new guests, the waiter's face immediately brightened. He nodded and bowed as he made an inviting gesture. Gu Lingyue's eyes were sharp. She had already seen the table over there. She immediately ran over and sat down. Then, she said with a bit of heroism, "Waiter, bring out all of your good wine and dishes." However, when these words came out of this cute and tender face, it was truly a bit childish. Such a cute girl would be liked wherever she went. The waiter's mouth was sweet. "Oh, my little princess, all of the good wine and dishes are expensive. Take it easy. Our Grand Hyatt Inn is one of the top 100 restaurants in the county city. It's a 3-star restaurant. If you really go all out, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Gu Lingwei waved her small hand and slapped out a sore stone. She pouted and said, "Brother waiter, is this enough?" "Oh my, I misjudged you. You really are a little princess. All right, I'll immediately bring you good wine and dishes." The waiter's eyes immediately lit up, and he wanted to take care of it. A plate of food cost gold and silver coins. A sore stone was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. A single gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to eat and drink well for a month. Even if the Grand Hyatt Inn's expenses were high, a sore stone was enough for 2 people to eat extravagantly. If a meal could cost a sore stone, then Qin Shao really wouldn't dare to eat carelessly. Gu Lingwa looked around and said with a bit of disdain, "This place is really bad. It can even be rated as a 3-star restaurant. It seems the standard of the Lufeng County is really not worthy of praise." Qin Shao was a bit confused. "What's a 3-star? You don't know?" Gu Lingwa looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Qin Shao couldn't help but say, "What's there to be curious about? I've never been to the county city." Gu Lingwa nodded. "That's right. It's normal that you don't know." "Hee, then I'll tell you. In fact, it's not just the restaurant industry. Basically, all industries participate in the rating. As for the rating, it was based on the managers of each place. Of course, the desert country will also set some standards. It's divided into 1 to 5 stars, with 5 stars being the highest. If it was 3 stars, it would be considered pretty good. Even those that can be rated as 1 star have some scale. You saw it when you came in. The Grand Hyatt Inn sign has 3 golden desert stars, which means it's a 3-star inn. If you take a closer look, you'll find that many shops have this on display. It represents the grade. Chapter 78. Qin Shao finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder he saw so many shops with golden desert stars on them along the way. Qin Shao had never seen these things before, so he was curious. Even in Flame City, he hadn't seen them. Probably only the county city had them. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao smiled and said, "This is really interesting. This way, people can roughly know the standard of a shop and can make corresponding choices. If you don't have money, you can go to those small restaurants that can't even be considered stars. If you have money, you can go to a 5-star restaurant. It's really not bad. I really admire the person who came up with this kind of industry rating. Has this been in place for a long time?" It's not that long. About 100 years. Gu Lingwei smiled. A black shadow suddenly pressed down on the two of them. A murderous aura with a hint of blood spread out. 2 groups of people surrounded Qin Shao and a young man. There were the 2 groups of people who had fought over the table just now. They had just walked to the entrance of the inn when they saw Qin Shao and the young man occupying the table. Naturally, they turned back. "You 2 are looking to die." The burly man was the first to attack. His voice was like thunder as he glared at Qin Shao. Billowing murderous aura surged out. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned his head and looked at the other party. He was a little confused. "I don't think I know you. We're eating here. Why did you come up to us without knowing what's going on? Hey, you guys are really ugly and fierce. Go away, go away. You're affecting our appetite." Gu Lingwei glanced at the 5 burly men and waved her hand disdainfully at them. It was as if she was shooing away chickens. The 3 youths in green were a little amused. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of your tongue." The burly man glared fiercely at Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei pouted unhappily and snorted. Bad people. Go away." The burly man's gaze landed on Qin Shao. "Kid, this table is ours. Go away, or you'll suffer. Do you understand? Go away. Don't disturb our meal." Qin Shao didn't even turn his head and directly sent the burly man a C. In the eyes of outsiders, this indifference was extreme contempt and disdain. The 5 burly men's murderous aura surged out again, but Qin Shao still didn't even bat an eyelid. This calmness made the green-robed youth and the other 4 feel a wave of admiration. It was rare to see such a person's mind was so calm. Go the way. At this time, the waiter came over with the dishes and wine. He waved his hand at the 5 burly men in annoyance. Seeing that the 3 youths hadn't left, the waiter glared at them angrily. At this time, Qin Xiao said, "Anyway, this table is bigger. If you want to share a table, you can share it." Qin Xiao's words immediately won the favor of the 3 youths. They smiled and sat down. The youth said, "I'm Lu Hua. These 2 are my younger brothers, Lu Wei and Lu Chong. We're from Fushan City. How should I address you?" Qin Xiao knew about Fushan City. It was an ordinary city. Of course, it was much stronger than Nanyang City. It wasn't far from Lufeng Prefecture, only about 500 or 600 miles away. Qin Xiao said, "I'm Qin Xiao. She's my friend, Gu Lingwei." "Qin Xiao, Miss Gu, nice to meet you." Lu Hua bowed. Gu Lingwei stuck her tongue out at Lu Hua and said, You can call me Gu Lingwei or Little You. Don't call me Miss Gu. It sounds weird." "Miss Gu, is it weird?" Lu Hua was puzzled. "Yes, of course it's weird." Gu Lingwei nodded and said seriously, "I heard that women in that kind of place are called Mississippi, that kind of place." This time, it was Qin Zhao's turn to be puzzled. "Oh, it's that kind." Gu Lingyue's face flushed red. Qin Xiao was even more puzzled. He looked at Lu Hua and the other 2 who were snickering. Lu Hua straightened his face and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, Gu Lingwei is talking about places like brothels." Asterisk cough. Cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Qin Xiao choked on his wine and almost spat it out. He couldn't help but look at Gu Lingwei strangely. This little girl really knew a lot. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I just learned a lot. It's so embarrassing." Gu Lingwei held her face with both hands. Coupled with a blush on her face, she looked very cute. Then, she rolled her eyes at Lu Hua and said, "It's all your fault. I was originally very pure. Who told you to say that?" "It's all my fault." Lu Hua was stunned, but seeing the threat in Gu Lingyue's eyes, he could only smile. "Okay, it's all my fault. Well, that's more like it. You're not bad." Gu Lingwei was satisfied. Lu Hua couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After sharing a table and having a meal, both sides became familiar with each other. Lu Hua and the other 2 obviously knew more about the prefecture city. This was their 3rd time here. It just so happened that they could make up for Qin Xiao and Lu Hua's lack of understanding of the prefecture city. They chatted as they ate, and the meal was very enjoyable. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, they booked a room in the inn and prepared to go out for a walk. Wait, the youngest of the 3 brothers, Luo Chong, suddenly stopped everyone and said, "Look, those 5 guys are really guarding outside. If we go out like this, then we will definitely clash with them. Look at the 5 of them. They don't look like good people. If we really fight, we'll probably be at a disadvantage." "Why don't we ask the waiter if there's a back door? We can leave from there." Lu Hua was also a little hesitant. He wasn't afraid, but he was worried about Qin Xiao and Gu Lingwei. But the latter 2 obviously didn't take this matter to heart. They had no intention of slowing down at all, especially Gu Lingwei, who pouted and looked a little angry. These ugly and fierce bad people are still lingering around. It's too bad for my mood. I really want to beat them up. But I'm a sunny and kind, beautiful girl. I can't easily beat people up. It's so troublesome. Pfft. Lu Hua and the other 2 really wanted to laugh out loud. These words coming out of Hu Lingyue's mouth in such a serious manner really made them feel a little funny. She was only 15 or 16 years old. How bad could she be? Chapter 79. Seeing Qin Zhao's group of 5 come out, the 5 burly men suddenly surrounded them fiercely. This terrible, evil aura even made the passers-by consciously retreat. "Brat, you finally came out. Prepare to die." The burly man directly attacked in anger. Without saying a word, he attacked viciously. "Qin Xiao, be careful." The three brothers were sweating for Qin Shao. They didn't expect this burly man to be so ruthless. It was obviously too late for them to make a move. This burly man was actually a shedding body realm peak martial artist. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It was just that Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Until the burly man arrived in front of him, he turned his hand and directly slashed out with his sword. Crash! The casual sword had the power to break mountains and rivers. As the sword slashed down, it unleashed a terrifying sword force. With a boom, it slashed down heavily on the burly man's huge axe, producing a thunderous explosion. Puff! In the confrontation, the burly man's face suddenly changed. It twisted and turned ugly. Immediately, it was filled with pain and panic. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole person also flew out upside down. After flying out more than 100 feet, he crashed to the ground with a loud bang. He vomited blood and couldn't stand up for a while. In his mouth, he murmured, "How is it possible? How 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 is it possible?" The three brothers, the other four burly men, and many passers-by were suddenly petrified. They looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. This scene was simply too shocking. A 16-year-old boy actually seriously injured a shedding body realm peak martial artist with a light sword. What kind of strength was this? Could it be the bone-changing realm? But how could it be? Looking at the entire Lufeng County, such a young bone-changing realm was probably a rare existence. Qin Shao, the three brothers were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The other four burly men looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They knew clearly that they had kicked a hardboard today. If they continued to fight, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, without much hesitation, the four of them immediately lifted the giant man who had been injured by Qin Shao and ran away as if they were fleeing. On the other hand, Qin Shao had already put away his sword, as if he had expected such an outcome. From the very beginning, Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to these five people at all. He didn't even have the slightest interest in fighting them. How fierce! Locke couldn't help praising. She admired Qin Shao very much. Gu Linghua pouted. "Why are these people running away so quickly? I haven't even made a move yet. It's not fun at all." Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Heavenly Hong Pavilion to take a look." The Heavenly Hong Pavilion mainly dealt in all kinds of spiritual weapons, spiritual treasures, martial techniques, and the like. You could buy or sell them. As long as you had enough vitality stones, you could basically buy any treasure you wanted here. This was also one of the 2 5-star shops in the county city. Moreover, the Heavenly Hong Pavilion had branches in all the counties in the entire desert country. It could be considered the first treasure pavilion in the desert country. There were many different opinions about the origin of the Heavenly Hong Pavilion. Some said that it was backed by the royal family of the desert country. Some said that it was an aristocrat of the royal family. And some said that it was a capable person, and so on. Anyway, there was no conclusion. However, the prestige of the Heavenly Hong Pavilion was needless to say. No one dared to behave atrociously inside. Even if the commandery prince of Lufeng went to the Heavenly Hong Pavilion, he also didn't dare to act rashly. In addition to the Heavenly Hong Pavilion, there was also the Heavenly Hong Pavilion. Although they were both 5-star shops, the Heavenly Hong Pavilion was backed by the commandery prince of Lufeng, so its prestige was a few levels lower. Therefore, Qin Zhao's first choice was still the Heavenly Hong Pavilion. The 5 of them sat in a carriage and took a full half an hour to arrive at the Heavenly Hong Pavilion. Looking at the Heavenly Hong Pavilion that occupied an area of 100 acres, the buildings that were dozens of feet tall were indeed incomparably grand and imposing. At the door, there were 12 guards in bright armor. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. It was obvious that they were all in the reincarnation realm, and they were not ordinary reincarnation realm experts. Just these 12 dignified guards were enough to make people not dare to act rashly here. Perhaps if these 12 guards joined forces, they would be able to contend with a bone-changing realm martial artist. It's really a good style. Qin Shao couldn't help but say. Rockwell smiled and said, Yes, Brother Qin Shao. The Heavenly Hong Pavilion has branches in the entire desert country. A branch in a county city is already so grand. I really don't know how grand the headquarters in the desert country's imperial city will be. TSK. If I have the fortune to go to the imperial city in this life, it will be great. Haha, big brother, if you perform well this time and work hard to become a great desert guard, you'll have a chance. Rockwell laughed. Rockwell shook his head and said, It's not as easy as you say. The competition in the Great Desert Guard is too fierce. Each of them is a fierce dragon crossing the river. The ratio of 10 to 1 is scary just thinking about it. I just reached the peak of the reincarnation realm. My strength is ordinary. This time, I reckon that I will have to accompany the exam. Just treat it as accumulating some experience. In any case, I still have a certain distance to go before 30 years old. It's not like I don't have a chance to become a great desert guard. Big brother, you will definitely become a great desert guard. You are a rare genius in our Luo clan. Our Luo clan's glory still depends on you, big brother. Rockwell said. Rockwell smiled. Yes, the Luo clan's glory was pressing on him. It gave him a lot of pressure. He had to give it his all. Rockwell's gaze fell on Qin Shao and said, My talent is nothing. In front of Brother Qin Shao, there is nothing left. When I was Brother Qin Zhao's age, I had only just stepped into the reincarnation realm. With Brother Qin Zhao's strength, could it be that he is really at the bone transformation realm? Hearing this, Rockwell and Rockstrong also looked at Qin Shao curiously. They also wanted to know. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, How can the bone transformation realm be so easy to reach? I am also at the peak of the reincarnation realm. What peak of the reincarnation realm? You just seriously injured a peak reincarnation realm expert with a sword. Rockwell found it hard to believe. Rockwell also had a look of surprise. But why do I feel that your strength is completely at the bone transformation realm? Qin Shao waved his hand and didn't explain. The trio also knew that Qin Shao wouldn't lie to them. There was no need for that. It was inconceivable that a peak reincarnation realm expert strength was so strong. But it was also possible that they were frogs in a well. Ha! It seems that Brother Qin Shao is determined to become a great desert guard. Admirable, admirable. Rockwell quickly felt relieved. Qin Shao said, Don't just talk about me. You should work hard yourself. Maybe you still have a chance. With Brother Qin Zhao's encouragement, how can I not work hard? Ha! Rockwell nodded and encouraged himself again. Chapter 80. Brother Qin Shao. This should be your first time in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. This place is divided into many areas, such as the Spirit Artifact area, Martial Technique area, Elixir area, and so on. The Spirit Artifact area is the largest, and it is divided into many small areas. Not only are they divided into different areas, but they are also layered. We can only stroll around the first floor, and we are not allowed to go up to the second floor. It is said that the real good things are on the second floor. Unfortunately, we are not qualified to go and see them. Rockwell explained to Qin Shao and Mo Wuji excitedly. Qin Shao looked around. This place was really lively. The first floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion was open to everyone, so there were naturally many people. Even if they did not want to buy, they wanted to come in and see the world. The first floor is basically filled with low-grade items, and there are fewer mid-grade items. Spirit artifacts are too expensive, and there is no need for spirit artifacts. We could just look around. Rockwell said. Qin Shao nodded. He did not plan to buy any spirit artifacts. He had a low-grade spirit artifact sword on him, and that was enough for the time being. In theory, the higher the grade of a weapon, the better it was. However, the higher the grade, the stronger the weapon itself. It might not be able to be used. If the power of the spirit artifact could not be unleashed, then it was useless and useless. There were no restrictions on spirit artifacts, but they were too expensive. Even a low-grade spirit artifact would be sold for at least 50 primeval stones. Moreover, it was an ordinary low-grade spirit artifact. The more expensive ones could even be sold for 100 to 200 primeval stones. The items were good, but they were not something that ordinary people could afford. Qin Shao had 100 primeval stones on him. 50 of them were from Mo Luo, and the other 50 were from Song Xiongyan as compensation. Then, if it was a level 4 Lion Mandarin, it would only be worth about 10 primal stones. Therefore, Qin Shao only had around 110 primal stones on him now. Such wealth was a huge number for most people. Countless families' total wealth did not add up to that much. However, if one wanted to buy some good things in the Sky Treasure Pavilion, it would not be enough. Low-grade spirit artifacts were not expensive, ranging from a few primeval stones to 10 to 20 primeval stones. The 5 of them had nothing to do anyway. It was Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue's first time here, so they strolled around slowly. With Rockwell explaining things to them, Qin Shao was spared a lot of trouble. After strolling for a while, he finally arrived at the martial skills area. If Qin Shao saw a low-grade martial skill that he liked, he would prepare a few for the Qin clan. Moreover, Qin Shao also wanted to see if there were any agility-related martial skills. Thousand-layered waves. This palm technique is really exquisite. When cultivated to perfection, one palm strike can actually trigger the 1,000-layered waves. Not bad, not bad. But it really isn't cheap. It actually costs 18 primeval stones. Blazing Saber Technique. This is too overbearing. However, it is indeed powerful. Waves like light smoke, movement-type martial arts, it's really expensive. It actually costs 30 primeval stones. Along the way, Qin Zhao's heart was itching with hatred. He wished he had an endless supply of primeval stones and could buy everything he liked. Along the way, Qin Shao found that he actually wanted to buy a small part of the martial arts. Unfortunately, the primeval stones on hand were too limited. He could only choose a few that he liked. Rockwell and the other 2 were even more envious, but they obviously could not afford it. On the other hand, Gu Lingyue was like a curious baby, looking here and there. She was interested in everything, but also seemed to be not interested in anything. It sounded contradictory, but it was indeed the most suitable for Gu Lingyue. She was curious because she was playful. She was not curious because she did not seem to care about anything here at all. I must buy a movement martial skill. Although I have reached the refinement realm, if I encounter a real master who has cultivated movement techniques, I'm afraid I will have a hard time. Waves like light smoke is about lightness. Light like smoke, soft like waves, and shaped like water. This kind of movement martial skill is more suitable for girls. It is too defensive. Square inch. This movement martial skill is not bad. It is balanced in all aspects. When necessary, it can erupt in a square inch. It is most suitable for me. However, the price is really expensive. It costs 42 primeval stones. This price is almost enough to buy a low-grade spirit treasure. However, in order to improve my strength, I have to buy it no matter how expensive it is. The reputation of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is not to be underestimated. This is it. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao chose a movement martial skill. As for the sword martial skill, Qin Shao did not care about low-grade martial skills. Ordinary mid-grade martial skills were also not good enough for him. Moreover, the price of a middle-grade sword art was not cheap. Even the better ones could not be afforded. Seeing Qin Shao holding the square-inch martial skills information card, Rockwell was a little surprised. Brother Qin Shao, you want to buy this movement martial skill? He could not help but be surprised. In his opinion, Qin Shao should be from an ordinary family. How could he afford a martial skill that cost 40 to 20 primeval stones? Even his Luo clan could not take out so many primeval stones. Just as Qin Shao was about to say yes, an ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded. A group of country bumpkins. Can you afford it? 42 primeval stones are not 42 gold coins. This outfit is really old-fashioned. Qin Zhao's brows slightly wrinkled as he looked towards the source of the sound. The one who had spoken was a youth in his early 20s. A person with a bit of eyesight could see that this armor was a low-grade spirit tool. A low-grade spirit artifact armor was worth a lot. It was far more valuable than a low-grade spirit artifact sword. This armor was at least 30 primeval stones. Being able to wear a low-grade spirit artifact armor was enough to show off his wealth. Moreover, there were two tall and sturdy subordinates behind him. They were full of killing intent. They had a rather playful look. Their eyebrows were slightly raised, and their nostrils were facing the sky. Their eyes had a hint of squinting. Qin Xiao glanced at the three people. The strength of this youth was average. He should be at the early stage or mid-stage reincarnation realm. The strength of the two bodyguards behind him was not bad. They were actually two late-stage reincarnation realm martial artists. To be able to have two late-stage reincarnation realm martial artists as bodyguards, it was enough to show that this youth's identity was extraordinary. Ku Hua and the other two had discerning eyes. Naturally, they could see it. Therefore, they did not want to have any conflict with this youth. Instead, they said to Qin Xiao, "Let's go, and let's go." Qin Xiao did not want to easily provoke unnecessary trouble. However, Qin Xiao and company's avoidance made the youth in embroidered clothes somewhat uncomfortable. He felt like he was being ignored, especially when he saw Qin Xiao take away the square-inch space's information plate. It made the youth feel humiliated. He just ridiculed Qin Xiao and the others for not being able to afford the square-inch space. Now that Qin Xiao took the information plate, it was obvious that he wanted to buy it. This naturally made the youth feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 81. Swish. The youth in embroidered clothes moved and blocked in front of Qin Xiao. His eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as he looked at Qin Xiao and said, "It seems that this young master has misjudged. Can you really afford it?" Qin Xiao frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but the other party seemed to be a little unforgiving. "Hey, what does it have to do with you, whether we can afford it or not? Do you have to be so nosy?" Gu Lingyue pouted her lips with some displeasure. This young master just likes to be nosy. "What's wrong?" The youth in embroidered clothes said. Gu Lingyue snorted angrily at the youth in embroidered clothes. "Be careful that you don't live long if you meddle too much." The youth in embroidered clothes' face suddenly turned gloomy. Obviously, Gu Lingyue's words provoked him. "Talkative little girl, do you believe that this young master will cut off your tongue? TSK, you idiot." Although Gu Lingyue was a strange person, her personality was also a bit fiery. Her words were a bit sharp. "I really don't know where you, a middle-stage reincarnation realm person, get your confidence from. Just based on your two late-stage reincarnation realm bodyguards? It's no wonder. You are weak and don't have such eyesight. Didn't you see that three of us are at the peak stage of reincarnation realm? Any one of us can beat the three of you." The youth in embroidered clothes was slightly stunned. Among the 5 people, except for Lockwood, who was a little older, the other 4 weren't that old. Logically speaking, their strength shouldn't be that strong. The youth in embroidered clothes didn't quite believe it. He looked at his 2 bodyguards. The bodyguard on the left said, "Young master, these people are not to be trifled with. There are indeed 3 people whose aura we can't see through. It is very likely that they are at the peak stage of reincarnation realm." The youth in embroidered clothes suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. It was actually true. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and often used source stones to cultivate. His current strength was only at the middle stage of reincarnation realm. Among the 5 people in front of him, 3 of them were at the peak stage of reincarnation realm. This really made him feel very uncomfortable. He felt that he had received a great blow, and it severely damaged the pride in his heart. So what? Do you know who I am? I'm not afraid of scaring you. I'm the Ouyang family's Ouyang Ko. Haha, are you scared now? His face was filled with pride. As a complete young master, Ouyang Ko was very qualified to be one. He liked the feeling of showing off in front of others. He liked to gain a sense of accomplishment and pleasure from others' surprise, admiration, envy, and even fear. For a long time, bullying others had become his greatest pleasure. So what if others are unhappy? So what if others are angry? He was the young master of the Ouyang family. How many people dared to provoke him? However, the effect this time didn't seem to be very good because Qin Xiao and Gu Lingwei didn't react at all. Instead, it was Rockwell's group of three whose faces sank and became somewhat solemn. Is Ouyang Ku from the Ouyang clan that scary? Why don't I feel that way at all? Hey, you really are an idiot. Gu Lingyue's words were so shocking that Ouyang Ku almost coughed up blood. Is there anyone in Lufeng County who doesn't know the Ouyang family? Qin Xiao knew about the Ouyang family. It was one of the top 10 forces in Lufeng County. However, its reputation was far inferior to the Song family. It was also at the bottom of the top 10 forces. However, even at the bottom, it was still one of the top 10 forces in Lufeng County. Not many people dared to provoke it. It was no wonder that Ouyang Ku dared to be so presumptuous in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Rockwell pulled Qin Xiao and said softly, I have long heard that there is a young master in the Ouyang family who is a complete dandy. He is simply a scourge of the county. What he likes most is to bully people and take advantage of women. Today, we are unlucky to have met him here. Forget it, brother Qin Xiao. Let's just endure it and take a step back. Tell Gu Lingwei to stop talking so that she won't cause any trouble. Let's go, Qin Xiao said again. Once again, he was ignored. What Ouyang couldn't bear the most was that he had already revealed his identity, but these people still ignored him. In the past, when he bullied others, as long as he revealed his identity, the other party would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. This time, it didn't have any effect at all. Ouyang couldn't accept this, so he stopped Qin Xiao again. Boy, you didn't hear me. I heard you. Qin Xiao's eyes were a bit cold. Then why are you ignoring me? Ouyang asked. Qin Xiao sneered. Am I familiar with you? Ouyang was slightly surprised. He didn't understand why Qin Xiao would ask this question, but he still replied, We have met for the first time. Naturally, we are not familiar with each other. Since we are not familiar with each other, why can't I ignore you? Qin Xiao said. Ouyang was suddenly speechless. So, can you go now? Qin Xiao's tone was a bit impolite. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. This guy kept coming to make trouble. Anyone would be annoyed. Ouyang was slightly startled and immediately became angry. He wanted to rush forward, but Qin Xiao's cold eyes swept over him. He couldn't help but take a step back, feeling embarrassed. I don't care if you're the young master of the Ouyang family. I just want to warn you, don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a painful death. Scram! Qin Xiao coldly shouted. The last word scram caused Ouyang to take 2 steps back. His face was so ugly that he was speechless. Qin Xiao no longer paid attention to Ouyang and called everyone to leave. After Qin Xiao and the others left, Ouyang was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You're really audacious. Good. No one dares to make me suffer such a big loss. If I don't kill you, I won't care about Ouyang anymore. Let's go back and call for help. Ouyang waved his hand, and the 2 bodyguards behind him shook their heads helplessly. They knew their young master's temperament the best. He only knew how to cause trouble every day. But who told him to have such a good father? Qin Xiao, your words just now were full of killing power. Unfortunately, we can't do anything in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Otherwise, I would have taught them a lesson. Really, I hate this kind of playboy the most. Gu Lingwei said happily. But Ku Hua shook his head with a dignified expression and said, Brother Qin Xiao, although I don't want to say it, I have to say it. You really shouldn't have said those words just now. By doing this, you have completely offended Ouyang Ke. With this kind of playboy character, he won't easily give up. You have made him lose face, so he will definitely get back at you. Ouyang Ke's strength may not be great, but he must have the Ouyang family behind him. The Ouyang family is one of the top 10 forces in Lufeng County. They are very scary. But Qin Shao didn't care at all and said, I know, but so what? So what? Ku Hua and the others suddenly felt bad. What did he mean by so what? He's just a good-for-nothing silk pants. There's a limit to my tolerance. He asked for it. Forget it. Let's not care about this. Qin Shao said. Chapter 82. After another round of shopping, he did not find anything else that he strongly wanted to buy. Of course, it was also because he was embarrassed and could not afford to buy more things. Holding the information plate of the square-inch space, he found a waiter. This was an old man in his 60s. What surprised Qin Shao was that this waiter was actually at the peak of the reincarnation realm. In a small city, this kind of strength could be called a tyrant. But in the Sky Treasure Pavilion, he was actually just a waiter. This kind of extravagance really left people tongue-tied. Little brother, other than this, is there anything else that you like? Our Sky Treasure Pavilion has a lot of treasures. The waiter had a warm face and said with a smile. Qin Shao said, there are indeed a lot of good things. If I had money, I would really want to empty your Sky Treasure Pavilion. But I'm not poor, so I will take this. Haha, little brother is really modest. You are so young, but you actually have the strength of the peak of the reincarnation realm. It is rare. I am afraid that in the entire Lufeng County, there are only a few people who can compete with you. The waiter was not stingy with his praise. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior, you are too kind. I want another sword art martial skill, but I did not see a suitable one. As for grade 2, the ones that I am interested in are too expensive. The waiter's expression changed slightly and said, Oh, there is no suitable one that you are interested in. Then roughly tell me the price, and I will see if I have any good recommendations for you. There are so many things here. Maybe you have missed some. The waiter's enthusiasm made Qin Shao slightly happy. He nodded and said, I only have 100 primeval stones on me. This square-inch space will cost 42 primeval stones. So the limit is 58 primeval stones. 58 primeval stones. What a coincidence. Maybe this is fate. After listening, the waiter laughed. Qin Shao was slightly stunned and asked puzzledly, Senior, what fate? The waiter waved to Qin Shao and said, Come with me. As he spoke, he led the way. Qin Shao followed the waiter and soon arrived in front of an information board. He took it and handed it to Qin Shao. The smile on his face deepened as he said, Take a look at this first. Broken Sky Sword. Qin Shao glanced at the name on the information board and began to read the information on it. After reading it, she frowned. What a powerful swordsmanship. It's incomparably exquisite and domineering. Unfortunately, every single one of them is incomplete. How could this be? Gu Lingwei was very curious and snatched it over to take a look. The adept nodded and said, Yes, indeed. Every move is incomplete. If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't have been placed here. If it was complete, it would have to be placed in the headquarters. The Broken Sky Sword was at least a peak grade martial skill. It might even be a king grade martial skill. A king grade martial skill, even the royal family of the desert country, would be a national treasure. Rockwell said with disbelief, Senior, you're not joking, right? Why do I feel like you're scaring us? I'm afraid only the Desert King has a king-grade martial skill. If it's real, why would it be placed here and sell for only 58 origin stones? The waiter shook his head and said, I'm not scaring you. It's the truth. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's masters have appraised it, and they all think so. Not only is every move of the Broken Sky Sword incomplete, but the later moves are also missing. Currently, only the first 3 moves are left. Even if we only look at the 3 moves, if it's complete, it can be considered a high-grade martial skill. Therefore, the complete Broken Sky Sword is definitely a king-grade martial skill. Since it's incomplete, you still want to sell it to us? That's too much, Rockwell said. Qin Shao didn't say anything because he was searching for the sword Tao quintessence in his mind. He wanted to see if he had a way to repair the damaged Broken Sky Sword. If he could, then he would have really picked up a treasure this time. Such a thing naturally made Qin Shao very excited. After analyzing it, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of it being repaired was relatively high. If he could really buy a high-grade martial skill with 58 origin stones, it would definitely be a big profit. Although it was a little provocative, Qin Shao was never afraid of challenges. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Senior, I want the Broken Sky Sword." "What, brother Qin Shao? Do you want to consider the incomplete Broken Sky Sword? You can't learn it at all. Even if it's a high-grade martial skill, it won't be very useful," Rockwell kindly advised. Qin Shao patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Luo, it's okay. Since we hit it off, then let's believe in fate. Maybe it will give me an unexpected surprise." Since Qin Shao said so, Rockwell couldn't say anything more. After all, it wasn't his origin stones. The waiter smiled and made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao. "Little friend, come with me." Qin Shao also directly sold the rank 4 wild beast, Lion Mandarin, to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. The price the waiter calculated was quite fair, 10 origin stones. After paying another 90 origin stones, Qin Shao received the Fengsuan Space and the Broken Sky Sword's cultivation technique Jade Slips. With the 2 martial skills in hand, Qin Shao was delighted. Now he had something to do. There was still a month before the Great Desert Guard selection. This month was just enough to prepare well. Although Qin Shao was now fully confident that he could become a great desert guard, Qin Shao's ambition wasn't just to become a great desert guard. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He wanted to truly shine. It wasn't that Qin Shao wanted to be high profile, but Qin Shao was very clear that if he wanted to get better training, then he had to completely shine. The more outstanding his performance, the more cultivation resources he could get, and the faster he could improve. Moreover, the greater his reputation, the better it would be for the Qin family. The glory of the Qin family was now all on his shoulders. Therefore, Qin Shao also wanted to borrow this time's Great Desert Guard selection to push his abilities to the limit and see what kind of performance he could have. After buying the items, Qin Shao's group of 5 left the Sky Treasure Pavilion. This trip to the Sky Treasure Pavilion also had some gains. However, spending money was really like running water. He actually used up 100 origin stones in one go. It really made Qin Shao's heart ache. TSK, brother Qin Shao, you're really generous. You spent 100 origin stones in one go. My goodness, my Luo family is far from worth so many origin stones. So you're the hidden nouveau riche. Hey, let's be friends. Kuhua's words were interesting. Qin Shao patted him and said, "I'm also lucky. I'm now a pauper. Sigh. I have to work hard to earn origin stones in the future. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to a drink when we get back." "Huh. I've been waiting for you to say that. Eating rich people is my favorite." Kuhua laughed. The 5 people were preparing to return to the inn, but a figure blocked their path. The bone transformation realm aura emitted from the other person's body immediately made the 5 people frown. Chapter 83. Standing in front of Qin Zhao's group of 5 was an old man in his 60s. His face was cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The 3 brothers looked at each other, wondering if the Ouyang clan's experts had come to find them. If so, they would be in big trouble. But looking at the bone transformation realm experts' killing intent, they knew that today's matter would not be easily resolved. Rockwell couldn't help but move closer to Qin Shao. He was already prepared for battle. This small action warmed Qin Zhao's heart. In a time of crisis, Kahua was still standing on the same side as him. This friendship was enough for Qin Shao to have a good impression of him. The old man coldly glanced at Gu Lingyue, then at Qin Shao, and said, "You're the one who saved this little girl last time, right?" Qin Shao also thought that the other party was an expert from the Ouyang clan. If it was an expert sent by the Ouyang clan, then it would not be surprising. With the Ouyang clan strength, sending a bone transformation realm expert was not a big deal. But now it seemed that was not the case. Qin Shao frowned and said, "You're from the mighty Tiger Gang." The old man coldly snorted and said, "I'm the leader of the mighty Tiger Gang, Wei Batian. Boy, you meddled in other people's business and injure my subordinates. How should you be punished?" It turned out that he was here to denounce them. The pressure of a bone transformation expert's condemnation wasn't small. It made Kahua and the others nervous, and they were sweating for Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's face remained calm as he casually replied, "Wei Batian, that's a pretty impressive name. However, your strength doesn't match that name at all. Gu Lingyue is my friend, so I naturally have to care about her matters. If I hadn't shown mercy, your subordinates would have died. I didn't kill your subordinates, I just taught them a small lesson. Don't you think you should thank me?" "Thank you," Wei Batian coldly snorted. "Boy, do you think that's possible?" Qin Shao also sneered. "Is it not possible? But why do I think it is possible? Brat, you're courting death. Very well, I'll deal with you first, then I'll deal with this little girl. Anyone who dares to go against our mighty Tiger Gang will definitely not have a good ending. Since I have personally come to look for you, I will not return empty-handed." Wei Batian said coldly and directly attacked Qin Shao. When a bone-changing stage expert made his move, a peerless and ferocious aura exploded outwards, causing people's hearts to tremble. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to make you go back empty-handed," Qin Shao retorted sarcastically, then charged forward. Lu Hua originally wanted to lend Qin Shao a hand, but he was stopped by Gu Lingyue, who said, "Don't go up. Qin Shao won't suffer a loss. If it really doesn't work, the two of us can launch a sneak attack at the same time and teach that old man a lesson. Hee hee." Gu Lingyue's lips curled into a sly smile. This caused Lu Hua to be slightly taken aback. Why did it sound like it didn't come from Gu Lingyue's mouth at all? Wei Batian knew that Qin Shao wasn't weak, so he didn't act too casually. Instead, he used a bit of his strength. After all, he was a bone-changing stage expert. Even if he didn't use his full strength, his sword was still very terrifying. When the sword slashed down, it seemed as if the sun and moon had dimmed a bit. The brilliance of the sword seemed to be able to freeze the space of the entire weekend. From afar, one could feel a tsunami-like sword aura surging towards them. It was mighty and unstoppable. It was as if everything that tried to block the sword aura would be cut in half. What a powerful sword! Moreover, when the sword slashed down, it was clearly only one sword, but it gave people the illusion that there were thousands of swords. However, this wasn't an illusion, but a terrifying appearance on the surface of a sword martial skill. In the face of Wei Batian's attack, Qin Shao licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Qin Shao met the attack with his sword. When the sword auras collided, a metallic clang rang out. A terrifying power suddenly exploded. He actually blocked it. Wei Batian frowned deeply. He didn't expect Qin Shao to block his sword so easily. Although he didn't use his full strength, his sword wasn't something that an ordinary peak reincarnation stage expert could block. Not only did Qin Shao block it, but he also blocked it very easily. It was as if he didn't use any strength at all. This made Wei Batian feel a little uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth rose, revealing a faint smile. "Why are you so surprised? What a sharp-tongued brat. I want to see how long you can be so stubborn." Wei Batian was thoroughly enraged. A brat actually dared to provoke and humiliate him in such a frivolous tone. He was simply courting death. He absolutely couldn't tolerate such a thing. Therefore, Wei Batian burst out with his full strength this time, making his sword aura extremely terrifying. The sword slashed down mightily, giving people the feeling that this space would be destroyed by this sword. Ku Hua and the others couldn't help but become nervous. They stare at this side, sweating for Qin Xiao. Gu Lingyue pouted, displeasure written on her face. Qin Xiao didn't dare to hesitate. He displayed the full strength of the Tyrant Thunder Sword 12 styles. At the same time, he also displayed his movement technique to the extreme. The power in his body burst out to the limit. His whole body smashed towards Wei Batian like a meteor. The two of them were like two huge planets crashing into each other, causing intense sparks to fly out. Boom! After the confrontation, the two actually retreated rapidly. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they were evenly matched. But this time, Ku Hua and Gu Lingyue tacitly attacked at the same time, going all out. The two of them might only be at the peak stage of Reincarnation Realm, but if they joined forces to launch a sneak attack, it would be unexpected. Wei Batian retreated with one strike. He didn't expect Gu Lingyue and Ku Hua to attack him so accurately, so he naturally didn't prepare much. Two juniors, how dare you? Wei Batian roared, unable to restrain his anger. The Reincarnation Realm juniors actually dared to sneak attack him. It was simply presumptuous, but his words couldn't stop Gu Lingyue and Ku Hua at all. The two's attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. Seeing Gu Lingyue and Ku Hua attack, Qin Xiao shook his head with a smile and attacked again. Suddenly, the situation became exciting. With 3 against 1, it was obvious that Wei Batian was immediately at a disadvantage. Damn you! Wei Batian was extremely angry, but he could only fight back. Boom, boom, boom. Although Wei Batian fought back with all his strength, he also suffered a great loss. He dodged Gu Lingyue and Ku Hua, but in the end, he was sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely ugly. His eyes were terrifying, as if he had transformed into a devil. No, even more terrifying than a devil. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.